Chapter 81. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 months had passed, and it was May 2016. In these 7 months, the development of mankind was so slow that it was hard to describe it as rapid progress. It can be said that the speed of technological progress has broken through the sky. Near-Earth orbit space stations, lunar bases, Mars research spacecraft, and other things that only appeared in science fiction movies in the past are now all over the space, and dozens of spacecraft fly back and forth between the Earth and the Moon every day. The space factories of several major countries have been completed and are manufacturing spacecraft. Of course, Xiang has not stopped developing in these 7 months. Anyway, he has developed faster than other countries, and he has completely defeated those countries in terms of technological level. When the Earth entered the second-level civilization, although the development of science and technology was rapid, it was much slower than the previous development speed. This is because many scientific theories on Earth were proposed in the first-level civilization. However, due to the limitation of technological level, many equipment cannot be manufactured and their authenticity cannot be verified. After the advent of black technology, the industrial level is no longer a shackle that troubles human progress, but a wing that helps scientific progress. That is why the Earth quickly reached the peak of the first-level civilization level and touched the civilization barrier when it was a first-level civilization. But now the Earth is a second-level civilization, and many unprecedented devices have appeared. This also leads to many black technology items being manufactured, and people don't know what the principle is. Just like we are using mobile phones now, but many of the various functions of mobile phones are manufactured based on what principles, and we don't know it all. How much scientific and technological knowledge is there in a civilization level? Just look at all the technologies developed by humans from the Industrial Revolution to the 21st century, which have only reached the mid-level of the first-level civilization. It took hundreds of years for humans to develop to the mid-level of the first-level civilization. Although this speed is related to the limitations of the industrial system and many theories cannot be verified, it can also show how much scientific and technological knowledge there is in a civilization level. Now humans are still exploring the technology tree of the second-level civilization and reversely inferring its principles through black technology equipment. But how much time does this take? For a level 2 civilization device, people need to figure out its working principle in 2 or 3 years. So now humans still want to quickly improve the level of civilization, but it is impossible to do so. Sometimes, due to the wooden barrel theory, they will reach a bottleneck state. If the shortcomings are not made up, they will not be able to break through. Now, except for a few major countries on the Earth, all other countries are at the initial level of level 2 civilization. Several major countries have successfully broken through the middle stage of the second-level civilization with a large number of talent reserves and scientific predictors. But they have only just broken through. It will take a long time to really master these technologies, not to mention reaching the civilization level of the late second level. Only Xiang does not need to consider these. His genetic nuclear power is 5 times that of other evolvers, and he can manufacture all the black technology equipment in the second-level civilization. Moreover, with the M3A biochemical mother machine in hand, even the biological equipment of the early stage of the third-level civilization has been manufactured, which makes the gap even greater. Now Xiang is simply afraid that governments will attack him. As long as the Earth is not destroyed, no one can do anything to him. Boss, Miss Lang Ning just successfully controlled the M3A biochemical mother machine. Please go over now. Xiang was just about to go to bed, when he was suddenly interrupted by Shinkong's prompt. Controlled? Where is she now? I go over right away. Xiang was excited. As early as 5 months ago, he handed M3A to Lang Ning and asked her to study how to use it. It's not that Xiang is generous, but that he has worked hard for 2 months and still hasn't figured out how to obtain the highest authority of M3A. He had no other choice but to give M3A to Lang Ning. However, he did not give Lang Ning the primary authority, but let her study it herself. As a result, 5 months passed in a flash, and there was no news from Lang Ning. If Shinkong had not reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about it. Boss, Miss Lang Ning is in the fully isolated cabin X10. After listening, Xiang put on his clothes and got on the hover car and went straight to Lang Ning. He was not anxious for Lang Ning to crack the highest authority of M3A. Instead, he wanted to know how she cracked it. She had been studying this thing for so long, and she still had the primary authority, but she just didn't get the highest authority, which made him very frustrated. So he hurried over just to find out how Lang Ning did it. After putting on a dust-proof suit and disinfecting himself, Xiang Qian couldn't wait to run into the cabin. As soon as he entered, he saw Lung Ning looking up the list of equipment that M3A could manufacture, with a very focused look. Lung Ning, how did you get the highest authority of M3A? Xiang Qian didn't have the patience to wait for Lung Ning to finish reading, and after coming to her side, he asked hurriedly. It's very simple. Just inject the genetic nuclear force directly. Lung Ning saw Xiang Qian's curious expression and spoke directly. Xiang Qian was confused and opened his mouth for a long time without saying anything. It was so simple. It was really empiricism that killed people. He tried all kinds of methods in those 5 months. Because he knew that blood recognition was unreliable, he never input genetic nuclear force into it. Only when making biological weapons would the genetic nuclear force concentrate be used, but he never thought of inputting genetic nuclear force into it. After all, it was too simple, and was not within his consideration. It was just a coincidence. I hadn't touched it for half a month. Just now, I came here to cultivate a cell that devours minerals. I saw it, and took it in my hand. As a result, I used the ability of a scientific prophet while thinking. But after a while, my ability was suddenly interrupted. I felt that the genetic nuclear power in my body was completely consumed, so I drank a bottle of genetic nuclear power liquid and continued to think. But after a while, my thoughts were interrupted again. You know, according to my gene nuclear power reserve, I can use the ability of the scientific prophet to support it for an hour at most. But I only used it for 10 minutes just now, and the gene nuclear power in my body disappeared completely. As a result, I saw that 1/3 of the lines on M3A were always bright, and the remaining 2/3 remained flashing. Then I drank another bottle of gene nuclear power liquid and stared at it specifically, only to find that it would absorb my gene nuclear power when I used my special ability. Just like that, after using 5 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid, its highest authority was activated. Lung Ning saw Xiang Qian standing there in a daze, and continued. When Lung Ning spoke, seeing Xiang Qian's surprised expression, his tone became more and more innocent. It seemed that this was not intentional, and I didn't know it would be like this, but it was suddenly solved. The world is really wonderful. After Xiang Qian heard this, the corners of his mouth kept twitching. The more Lung Ning did this, the more he collapsed, and he wanted to slap himself a few times. But after a while, Xiang Qian saw Lung Ning's innocent face, but her eyes were full of smiles, and he knew she said that on purpose. Since you have the highest authority in M3A, then within 3 days, make 1,000 primary cell strengthening agents, 1,000 cosmic radiation resistance vaccines, and 1,000 level 2 cell division agents for main. Go directly to Shinkong for the raw materials, and I will pick them up in 3 days. If you can't do it, humph, you seem to owe me a bet. Xiang Qian looked at Lung Ning for a while, and said viciously. After saying that, he ignored Lung Ning's crazy expression, and quickly left the X-10 cabin. As for Lung Ning, who was yelling behind him, he chose to ignore her. Who told her to be so cute after getting the advantage? Isn't that just looking for excitement? Do you really think he has a good temper? Chapter 82. Early the next morning, Xiang Qian came to the main control hall after breakfast. Shinkong, contact Minister Hong and tell him that I want to make a deal with him. Xiang Qian said to the projection of Shinkong, while eating the newly cultivated dragon fruit. Okay, boss. It has been more than 6 months since the last time I contacted Minister Hong. Since he wanted some information last time and didn't give it to him, I haven't contacted him again. Xiao Qian, we haven't contacted each other for a while. We have to have a good chat today. Minister Hong said with a smile. It has been several months. I have wanted to contact you several times, but I was afraid that you were busy with work, so I thought about it and gave up. Xiang Qian also said hypocritically. I think you don't want to see me. Now your life is better, and you can eat fruits. All the ecosystems that can be developed here are not enough to grow food. I don't eat these fruits even though they are good. I feel that my body lacks vitamins. Seeing you eat fruits, I am greedy. If you have nothing to do today, and you are going to show me how good your life is, I will not forgive you. Minister Hong looked at the dragon fruit in Xiang Qian's hand, and said meaningfully. Look at what you said, isn't it just some fruit? If you want to eat it, I will send someone to send you some. But I really have something to ask you today. I wonder if the country needs cell division potions, and body strengthening potions. Xiang Qian seemed to say that you were lying. Is it possible that you can't eat fruit? Cell division potion? Body strengthening potion? Of course it is needed, but Xiao Qian, what level have these 2 potions reached? If they meet the standards, the country can really purchase some from you. Minister Hong thought for a while, and said to Xiang Qian. In his opinion, since Xiang Qian could talk to him alone about this matter, it means that the level of these two potions is still good. What level? I don't know what level the potions developed by the country have reached now, so let me first talk about the effects of these two potions. You know what the cell division agent does without me having to explain it. This agent can repair cell telomeres and make them active. Our experimental data shows that after using the cell division agent, the number of cell divisions can reach 200. Taking various factors into consideration, after using the cell division agent, the lifespan can be extended by at least 200 years, and at most 400 years. The specific situation depends on the number of cell damages of each person, but it will definitely not be less than 200 years. Body strengthening potions are potions that comprehensively strengthen the overall physical fitness of cell tissue, bones, muscle fibers, cardiopulmonary function, etc. It can be said that those who use body strengthening potions and those who do not use body strengthening potions are two completely different races. Of course, there is a prerequisite for using body strengthening potions. That is, you must take cell division potions. Otherwise, with the current cell activity of humans, they simply cannot withstand the effects of body strengthening potions, and using them alone is equivalent to chronic suicide. As for the effect, after using body strengthening potions, you can withstand about 30 atmospheres of pressure. Xiang Qian said calmly. What is the concept of 30 atmospheres of pressure? Normal people can only withstand about 3 atmospheres of pressure. Trained pilots may withstand 4 or 5 atmospheres of pressure when flying, and that is when they are wearing anti-gravity suits. Taking body strengthening drugs is equivalent to improving the quality of the human body by 10 times. The human body can directly resist 30G overload, can dive into the sea 300 meters deep without wearing diving equipment, and will feel tired when running 50 kilometers with a load of 50 kilograms. Xiaoqian, this is as magical as you said. Can you give us a few medicines first? It's not that we don't believe you. After all, the consequences involved are too serious. I have to be cautious. Minister Hong took a breath and said in shock. It's okay to give you a few medicines to do experiments, but I don't know if you can accept the price of this medicine. If you can't accept it, then there's no need to talk about it. Xiang Qian was very happy to see Minister Hong take the bait, but his face remained serious, as if he was doing business. I don't know how you plan to sell it, Xiaoqian, and what raw materials you need. Minister Hong looked at Xiang Qian's expression that only cared about money and not people, and was very annoyed, but he still had to ask patiently. I have no shortage of raw materials. If you want this kind of medicine, bring people to exchange. A top scientist for 1,000 medicines, an ordinary scientist for 100 medicines, a doctor for 10 medicines, and a graduate student for 1 medicine. 10 science majors who graduated from famous universities for 1 medicine, 100 young people who are good at games for 1 medicine. I don't want others. Xiang Qian finally revealed the population plundering plan he had planned. Why didn't he hide after getting the M3A before the end of the world? Why didn't he rob the ammunition depots of many countries and make advanced weapons? In addition to not wanting to expose his existence and add trouble to future plans, it was for this population plundering plan. If he had run away with the M3A at the beginning of the end of the world, he would not have Lung Ning, Old Manly, Chu Tianqing, 3 scientific prophets, Master Kai, the equipment manufacturer, and more than 500 experts, professors, and newly graduated research institutes and doctoral students. Although it cost a lot, Xiang Qian's plan was undoubtedly successful. Now he has the capital to fight against the country, and can finally implement the plan that has been held back for a whole year and a half. In fact, even if there is no M3A biochemical mother machine, he still has bargaining chips to exchange with the country. It's just that the loss and recovery of M3A has brought this plan forward. This is also the reason why he ignored Minister Hong's request for information 5 months ago. This is impossible. The country will never do such a thing of buying and selling people. You are making fun of the people. The country is not. Minister Hong slammed the table and stood up, shouting loudly. Unfortunately, Xiang Qian didn't want to hear him say yes, so he interrupted him and said slowly, Minister Hong, the exchange is entirely voluntary. If you don't want to, forget it. I don't want these people just for myself. It's also to reduce the burden on the country. I can guarantee that they live better here than where you live, and if they have family members, they can bring them with them, and I will give you a medicine for each family member. Whether it's a baby crying for food or an elderly person who can't take care of themselves, as long as they are their family members, I will accept them all. By the way, I can also accept those who are infected with the virus, as long as they are not dead. As for whether these people are willing to come, the country can fully respect their own wishes. If they are willing to come, I will accept them. If they are not willing to come, forget it. This is like the country helping me advertise, so that everyone can see the environment here. If you'd like to come, you are responsible for sending them, and I will pay you for the medicine as labor fee. This is normal. Why do you say it so harshly? You. Wait for the news. Minister Han looked at Xiang Qian for a long time, said this, and immediately hung up the phone. Xiang Qian did not look surprised at all. He knew that Minister Han could not make the decision on this matter, and he still had to hold a meeting to discuss it. However, he knew that there was probably no problem with this matter, and the personnel assigned to him were all those who went to college and played games every day, and their families. After all, scientists are rare talents at present. Even those science students who graduated from famous universities are future talents. It is impossible to give them to him unless the people above collectively have a brain seizure. But those who can play games are different. There are at least 8 million such people in the country, and their relatives add up to tens of millions. Except for those whose relatives are scientists, researchers, soldiers and other professions, they will not exchange. Others can be exchanged. This will not only reduce the burden on the country, but also create income. Why not do it? It's just that the content of this transaction is a bit scary. It doesn't make sense at all. To put it bluntly, no one has rights. But now is the end of the world. What can those people do? They just stay in the country's base every day, carrying relief food and waiting to die, and they can't create any value at all. Shinkong, how many tons of grain are in reserve now? How many bottles of nutrient solution? How many vacant rooms are there? Xiang Qian is not afraid that the country will not agree, but he is afraid that there will be too many people coming in at once, and he can't afford to support them. Boss, the base now has 3,400 tons of grain, 120,000 bottles of nutrient solution, and 2,700 vacant rooms. Xiang Qian calculated that according to the current scale of the base, he could accept 5,000 people, and the limit was 8,000 people. Food was not a problem, but there were not enough rooms. Although it could be produced, and the speed was very fast, it would be easy to have indigestion if so many people were accepted at once. Besides, this kind of transaction was not a one-time deal, so it could be done slowly, and the steps could not be too big, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. Chapter 83. After thinking quietly for a while, Xiang Qian threw the dragon fruit peel into the trash can and stood up, and walked out of the main control hall. He drove the hover car to the quantum physics laboratory of Old Manly, and saw that Old Manly and a group of people were using the collider for experiments. Xiang Qian stood at the door, and did not disturb him. Other researchers saw Xiang Qian, and were about to notify Old Manly, but he stopped him. Because Xiang Qian saw that Old Manly was staring at the screen, repeatedly playing various particles produced by hadron collisions. The 396th experiment failed. Save the experimental records, and study them carefully when you go back. Old Manly looked at it for a long time, then suddenly shook his head, and said to the recorder beside him, "The record is complete, Professor Lee. But I still don't understand why Professor Lee is so obsessed with finding the corresponding particle of the new particle, after hundreds of experiments. The energy level of the Hadron Collider has reached its limit. That corresponding particle has not appeared at all. Should we change our thinking?" The recorder, Chen Kong, is also a university teacher and a very talented person, so he doesn't understand why Professor Lee is so obsessed with finding the illusory corresponding particle. In his opinion, this is a waste of time. It is better to study the newly discovered particles instead of looking for corresponding particles. "Are you done? Do you really want to know why?" Old Manly said lightly, not angry at all. "Yes, Professor Lee. Although you are in charge of this laboratory, I think it is a waste of time to repeat a meaningless thing every day." Chen Kong looked directly at Old Manly and said, "Then I will tell you why. Do electrons know? Do positrons and negative electrons know? Do quarks know? Do up quarks and down quarks know? Do you have the ability to make all baryons consist of one kind of quark, either 3 up quarks or 3 down quarks? Do you have this ability? Electrons, muons, and tau particles all have their corresponding antiparticles, and even the 3 types of neutrinos have their corresponding 3 types of antineutrinos. Our ancestors said that everything is composed of 2 sides, yin and yang, and a single attribute will be destroyed sooner or later. So any basic particle will have a particle with the opposite attribute. Now I am looking for the opposite particle corresponding to the new particle. Not finding it now does not mean that it does not exist, but our method is not used correctly." Old Manly said disdainfully. You are making up groundless arguments." Chen Kong was furious. "Whatever you say, I have the final say here." Okay, let's go. We continue tomorrow morning. Hey Xiao Qian, when did you come? Old Manly turned around and suddenly saw Xiang Qian, and said strangely, I came a long time ago, but seeing that you were studying so seriously, I couldn't bear to disturb you. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Well, by the way, even if you don't come to me, I will go to you. The energy level of this Hadron Collider is not enough. I have been failing in my experiments recently. Can you build me another Hadron Collider with an energy level 5 times higher than this one? Old Manly said a little embarrassedly. This Hadron Collider has only been used for less than 5 months, and he wants to change it again. It feels a bit unreasonable. Xiang Qian did not answer, but walked to the screen and watched the repeated playback of particle collision images. Among them, there is a new type of particle, a particle smaller than a quark, which is marked separately. Teacher, you are looking for the antiparticle of this particle, right? Xiang Qian pointed at the new particle and said, Yes, if we can find its antiparticle, then the research speed can be at least 10 times faster, so I want you to build a new Hadron Collider. Teacher, it's not that I won't help you. But with the current level of technology, I can only build the Hadron Collider you are using now, and I can't make a more advanced one. But if you are looking for the antiparticle of this new particle, then you don't need to look for it, because you can't find it at all. Xiang Qian said with a wry smile. Why, do you know what particle this is, what its properties are, what it does? Old Manly was immediately unhappy. Teacher, I really know, this particle is called a graviton. If I'm not mistaken, after overcoming the quark confinement, the quark was decomposed again to obtain this graviton. But teacher, you don't need to look for the antiparticle of the graviton. In the microscopic world we know so far, the antiparticle of the graviton cannot be found at all. Xiang Qian said with certainty. In fact, Xiang Qian was also shocked when he saw the graviton. He did not expect it. After obtaining the Hadron Collider of the late stage of Level 2 civilization, Old Manly overcame the quark confinement so quickly and found the graviton. However, he was a little troubled by Old Manly's persistence. The antiparticle of the graviton was also a difficult topic in the Level 3 civilization, and it was not found at that time. However, before Xiang Qian died, human civilization obtained the host system data of the escaped civilization of the previous era in a relic, and only then did they know that the antiparticle of the graviton was not something that could be detected by Level 3 civilization technology. At the same time, because of that information, human civilization was hunted by several civilizations, and finally ended with all the troops being wiped out and the human mothership Hope self-destructing. How did you know? As for it being a graviton, I have just started the experiment and have not yet completed all the experiments. How did you know? And why not look for its antiparticle? No particle can have a single attribute. That is unscientific. Old Manly was very surprised. Teacher, you don't need to worry about how I know. Anyway, listen to me, don't study its antiparticles now. That is not something that a Level 2 civilization can study. Now, teacher, you should think about how to use gravitons. You should know that the emergence of gravitons can solve many problems, such as the grand unified theory, anti-gravity technology, artificial gravity devices, interstellar gravitational field cutting engines, etc., all of which require you to study gravitons. So your time is very precious, and it is a waste of time to study anti-gravitons. When the level of civilization is upgraded, I will build you a super large particle collider in low Earth orbit, using a star as energy, and then you can study anti-gravitons. How about that? In order to prevent Old Manly from wasting time, Xiang Qian started to make big promises again. Okay, then I will give up the research on anti-gravitons and study the things you need for you. Old Manly looked at Xiang Qian's serious expression and felt that Xiang Qian was not fooling him. He nodded and stopped thinking about it. Then Xiang Qian stayed in the laboratory and gave some small suggestions without affecting Old Manly's thinking. Although he knew a lot about the properties and usage of gravitons, he would not say it out. That would not be good for Old Manly. Only by experimenting a little bit at a time could Old Manly better grasp the various properties and usage of gravitons. The two of them studied until lunch. Xiang Qian received a reminder from Shinkong that Minister Hong was looking for him, so he left. Chapter 84. Minister Hong, I wonder if you have come to a conclusion. Xiang Qian said with a smile. He knew it was done. Let's not talk about this for now. I want to know what you want these people to do. Minister Hong said seriously. What? Of course, let them do research. You also know how short of people we are here. Many topics cannot be studied due to insufficient personnel. Now is a period of great development of science and technology. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. This principle is applicable everywhere, so I have no choice but to resort to this last resort and ask the country for some talents. Xiang Qian told the truth, but he didn't think the country would send him scientists. I know this, but what do you want those who can only play games to do? They don't seem to be able to do research. Minister Hong continued to ask. These people are very useful. Although they can't research topics, they can have children. At most, I can spend more than 10 years to train their children and let them do research. At the same time, they can also play games with me. It's boring to play games alone. Xiang Qian started to talk nonsense again, but there was one thing that was true, that is, these people are very useful. As for what the use is, Xiang Qian certainly can't say, otherwise the country would rather give him scientists than these people. Okay, I agree to your conditions. However, in order to ensure that these people are used for human experiments after arriving at your base, the country must also send people to follow them to ensure that you will not. Minister Hong, it is impossible for you to send people. I said that these people came to play games with me. Just to play games with me, human experiments. You really dare to think about it. Am I so crazy? If the country agrees to the exchange, then set a time. If it disagrees, forget it, just ignore what I said. Whether it works or not, please give me a straight answer. Xiang Qian interrupted Minister Hong directly, and said very impolitely. When he heard that the country was going to send people, he was very angry. It was really the country's territory. Okay, but we have to test the effects of the two medicines first to see if they have achieved the effects you said, and at the same time test whether there are any side effects. Minister Hong said with strong resentment. He didn't expect Xiang Qian to be so tough this time. However, this transaction is also very important to the country, and he can't get angry yet. Okay, how many potions do you want? This is also a deal. I can't give it to you for free. These potions are not easy to make. You need to exchange as many people as you want. Xiang Qian ignored Minister Hong's livid face, and said lightly. 10 potions of each type, 2,000 game masters plus their relatives, a total of 4,852 people. According to what you said, you should give me 28 potions. Minister Hong took a deep breath and said seriously. Okay, a total of 48 potions, 24 of each type. When will the transaction be completed? The day after tomorrow at noon, on the Tongtiling Expressway above your base. No problem. After hanging up the call, Xiang Qian danced with excitement for a while. He didn't expect the country to not bargain. He didn't know if it was because this kind of deal was hard to talk about, or for some other reason. This was the first time, and he could get 4,852 people, which was just within his consumption capacity. And he only paid 48 potions, which was like pie in the sky. Shinkong, immediately control the engineering robots to start expanding the base. Build 20 standard ecosystems, all for growing vegetables and food, and then build living cabins under the ecosystems. At the same time, start producing daily necessities, prepare 20,000 sets, and start construction immediately. By the way, contact Chu Tianxing, I want to talk to him. Xiang Qian calmed down and said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. After a while, Chu Tianxing appeared on the screen with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Xiang Qian was speechless when he saw Chu Tianxing's image. With the physical fitness of a second-level evolver, he could actually have dark circles under his eyes. How many days has he not slept? Boss, what's up? Chu Tianxing asked curiously. Well, how's the simulation game I asked you to make last time going? It's already done. I've been looking for bugs in the game for the past half-month. Is the connection between the game and the neuron sensing helmet stable? Is there any stimulation to the brain nerves? How high is the simulation degree? There are no problems with the helmet and the game cabin, but the connection may be disconnected when the character dies. There is still a stimulating effect on the brain nerves. Dr. Lung observed my brain nerve tissue after playing the game for half a month, and the data he obtained showed that it is impossible to play the game for a long time without using body-strengthening drugs. Once you die in the game, the stimulation to the brain nerves is very great, which can easily cause brain death. The simulation degree of the game has reached 95%, but Dr. Lung suggested that I reduce the simulation degree to less than 80%, so that the psychological suggestion of brain nerve feedback will be much smaller, and will not cause neural damage. Xiang Qian did not speak after listening, and his fingers tapped the table in a very regular manner. In his opinion, there is no big problem with the game. But the self-suggestion of the human body still needs to be overcome, otherwise this will really become a death game. However, with the technology of the second-level civilization, it is still impossible to block self-suggestion, which is a big problem. The simulation degree of the game must not be lowered. In Xiang Qian's opinion, It would be better if it can reach 100%. After all, this game is prepared to cultivate war talents. If these people are not allowed to feel the anger of the real battlefield, it would be a waste of effort. In the future, Xiang Qian will clone hundreds of identical bodies for each of them, so that they can fight like playing games. And you don't have to be afraid of death. After you die, you can connect to a new body, put on equipment, and go to the battlefield again immediately. This is basically invincible. As long as the entire base is not taken away by a wave, you don't have to worry about fighting a war of attrition or a protracted war. Tianqing, can you increase the simulation of the game a little bit, preferably as close to 100% as possible? Xiang Qian thought of a way, but it still needs to be verified. I calculated that it can only reach 98% at most, no more. Because the physics engine is used, all the rules in the game are set according to the current physical rules, so it consumes a lot of computing resources of the starry sky. At the same time, due to many problems, the conflicting physical rules cannot be used, and the simulation degree can only be increased to 98%. Okay, then 98%, you go ahead, and I will solve the rest. Xiang Qian hung up the communication and ran to Lung Ning's laboratory. If he wanted to solve the problem of neurons, he still needed Lung Ning's help. Chapter 85. Ling Ning, do you have any way to block the neural feedback of the neuron sensory helmet? Xiang Qian hurried to Lung Ning's laboratory and asked when he saw Lung Ning. As a result, Lung Ning gave Xiang Qian a blank look and ignored him, continuing to control M3A to make cell division agents. Oh my god! I have something urgent to do. Please stop for a while, and solve my problem before doing these things. Boss Yang, I'm sorry, I dare not stop. 1 day has passed in the 3 days, and only 1/10 of the potion has been made. If I can't finish it in 3 days, I don't know how Boss Yang will punish me, and I might even lose my life. Ling Ning said without raising his head and his tone. Okay, extend the time, and make those potions within 10 days, and solve the problem first. Xiang Qian said speechlessly. Ling Ning didn't move, and continued to do his own thing. Okay, since you can't finish it anyway, I tell you the rest first. If I don't see enough medicine after 3 days, it means that you are an incompetent employee. As a boss, I can only dismiss incompetent employees. But we are short of people now. I am short of a girl to warm my bed. You can do this. Xiang Qian said with his head raised. What's the matter? Tell me. Lung Ning finally stopped, snorted, and raised his head angrily. Xiang Qian smiled complacently, then told Lung Ning about the problem of the simulation game, and asked her if she had any solution. You mean you want the neuron sensing helmet to not feed back the feeling of death, so that the human body can't sense it? This is basically impossible. One-sided shielding is useless. Death is a feeling, and so is injury. They are all feelings that are generated by the pain nerves feeding back to the brain. If there are no such feelings, what kind of simulation game is it? Ling Ning shook his head. Then can we lower the sensitivity of pain? That is, when we are hit by a bullet, we only feel like being bitten by a mosquito. In this way, the psychological suggestion will not be so strong. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, well, this is possible. If you don't feel pain, your fear will be much less. In fact, people are afraid of death, but more of it is pain. If people don't feel pain, they won't be afraid of many things. However, there is a disadvantage to doing this, that is, if you are in a state of no pain for a long time, people will unconsciously make some dangerous actions. And these dangerous actions are often fatal after leaving the game. For example, jumping off a building. In fact, science shows that many people who jump off a building do not die from falling, but from the fear of heights that causes them to die suddenly in midair. In the game, there is no pain, so people will not be afraid and will make many dangerous moves. In fact, pain is an important sense to protect the human body. There is a disease in medicine called congenital analgesia. People with this disease basically do not live long, because they don't know that they are sick, and they don't feel pain at all, so I don't recommend you to use this method. Don't worry about this, I have a way, as long as this method is useful. Okay, it's okay, you continue to make the potion. If you can't finish it within 3 days, just wait to warm my bed. Xiang Qian ran away after saying that. You bastard. Ling Ning cursed with a red face. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Xiang Qian prepared all the items needed for the lives of nearly 5,000 people. Chu Tianqing also finished debugging the game, and the pain in the game was reduced by 70%. The gaming helmets were also manufactured with the efforts of him and Master Kai working overtime. Now we just have to wait for Zhang Lei to pick up the people, and then slowly do ideological work. Lu Yu, where are we going? Who knows? Anyway, it won't be worse than living in the base. With only 2 bowls of porridge a day and pickles, it's a question of how long we can live. My parents are not in good health, so we might as well take a gamble. If this place is really like what the country says, then we will win the prize. I don't think it's realistic, but it'd be fine if it's better than the base. Hey, the transport ship has stopped, I guess we've arrived. 2 obviously malnourished young men said in the large transport plane, with a little uneasiness. Their parents also fell asleep after the transport ship took off due to long-term malnutrition and poor physical condition. When the transport ship stopped, the people in the cabin subconsciously clenched their fists and stared at the cabin door. Everyone leave the cabin in order, don't rush or make a mess, and don't make loud noises. After leaving the cabin, go directly to another transport plane without stopping. Okay, open the door. The first row on the left is ready to go. At this time, an officer walked into the cabin and said to everyone. The sound system in the cabin allowed everyone to hear his speech. After he finished speaking, the door behind the transport plane opened, and the first row on the left also began to leave the transport plane. Chung Liang, if there are questions later, just say that you are good at CS, got it? Lu Yu whispered to Chung Liang. Yes, I understand. Chung Liang was curious about why Lu Yu said that, but seeing his serious expression, he nodded. As the crowd moved, the 2 took their families and walked out of the cabin. They thought it would be very cold in the middle of the journey, but they didn't expect that there was a huge glass cover between the 2 transport ships, blocking all the wind and snow outside. At this time, many people subconsciously slowed down their pace and stared blankly at the scenery outside the glass cover. The beach, the blue sea, and the blue sky all disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of white, the sea and the beach covered by ice and snow, and the sky was not blue, but a gray cloud. The sun flickered dimly in the sky, and the whole land was lifeless. Everyone swallowed subconsciously, and the human body trembled unconsciously, shocked by the barren land in front of them, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with endless sorrow and darkness. Please line up to receive lunch. If it is not enough, please press the button on the top, and a life robot will serve you. You will have another 2 hours of travel. During these 2.5 hours, the transport ship will take you to see the scenery of the seabed and underground. At this time, a soft voice accompanied by light music sounded in everyone's ears, making everyone feel warm. Looking back, they found that they had arrived at the hatch of another transport ship, and the one who made the pleasant sound was actually a robot. While repeating the words just now, the robot gave everyone a tray with a lid on it, so people could not see what was inside. But the strong aroma aroused everyone's taste buds and made people drool. Lu Yu, what do you think is in this? Will there be vegetables? I haven't eaten vegetables for almost a year. Chung Liang said while swallowing his saliva. I don't know. We know when we open it at our seats. Lu Yu obviously didn't have the mood to care about the food in his hand. Instead, he frowned and wondered what he was thinking. When they got to their seats, everyone hurriedly opened the trays, and then there was a burst of exclamations. Lu Yu, I am not dreaming. This is beef tenderloin, chicken nuggets, cabbage, eggplant, carrots. Oh my god, even if this is a dream, please don't let me wake up. It's real. This is the real taste of beef. Woohoo. It's so delicious. Chung Liang opened the lid and looked at the food on the tray, saying excitedly. Lu Yu was also surprised by this lunch. He didn't expect that a lunch would be so rich. At this time, no matter how many doubts he had, he couldn't help picking up the chopsticks and eating voraciously. After everyone entered the transport ship, Zhang Lei came to the officer with a box and gave him the stuff. Now there are 48 potions. Your personnel have confirmed that they are correct. If there are no problems, I will leave first. Goodbye. After Zhang Lei finished speaking, he turned around and left, returned to the transport ship, commanded Xingkong to return, and notified Xiang Qian that the transaction was completed. Chapter 86. Lu Yu, when I came in just now, I heard you say that you can have more after you finish eating. Did you hear that? Did I hear it wrong? Chung Liang finished all the food in less than 5 minutes. In fact, 90% of people are like Chung Liang, finishing lunch within a few minutes, but they dare not press the button in front of the seat easily. Lu Yu did not say anything, but directly pressed the button in front of Chung Liang. Damn, are you crazy? What if something happens? Chung Liang immediately became anxious and said with wide eyes. Hello, sir? How can I help you? A three-dimensional projection of the starry sky appeared beside Chung Liang and said to him with a smile. He has finished his lunch and wants another one, but I suggest not to give him too much. It's not good for his stomach. If possible, I hope you can give us some fruit. We haven't eaten fruit for more than a year, and our bodies are lacking in vitamins. Liu said calmly to the projection of the starry sky. Okay, your suggestion has been recorded and is within the selection range. Excuse me, sir, do you need another lunch or some fruit? I want another lunch. Zhang Liang thought for a while and chose lunch, which made Liu next to him roll his eyes in anger. With the example of the two, others also pressed the button. Most people chose to have another lunch, and only a few people chose fruit. When everyone finished eating, the projection of the starry sky subsystem appeared on the table in front of everyone. Lunchtime is over. Now everyone can choose to watch the current status of the Earth or the progress of the transport ship. The system will provide explanations. It will take half an hour. After that, everyone will fill in the information of each person and family members to facilitate the arrangement of everyone's work and residence in the future. Then two small screens appeared on the projection screen. One was a slowly rotating Earth, and the other was a transport ship diving in the deep sea. Liu clicked on the slowly rotating Earth, and the other small screen disappeared instantly, leaving only the Earth. It was also very simple to see where you wanted to go, just like operating the online map before, but the zoom ratio could reach 10 meters. After staring at the rotating Earth for a while, Liu pointed his finger at the location where Q Country used to be. Why did he say it was before? Now, the land of Q Country can no longer be seen on the surface of the Earth. Q Country was established. Due to global volcanic eruptions, Q Country, located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, has been shattered by violent plate movement. Now there are only a few islands with an area of less than 100,000 square kilometers left. The screen was explaining and playing a video of the silence of Q Country, allowing Liu to see how the thrilling combination of super large-scale volcanic eruption plus super earthquake plus giant tsunami destroyed Q Country. Then Liu pointed out his hometown and several famous scenic spots, and half an hour passed quickly. Please fill in according to the actual situation. This is an important basis for your future work arrangements. A form appeared on the screen, and you could write on it directly with your fingers. Compared to the stereotype forms, the content of this form is quite unique. There are no formal questions about education, work experience, place of origin, etc. Instead, it asks what games you have played, what professions you like in the game, and what you think of this profession. The entire form, except for the line about relatives, is all related to games. Half an hour later, everyone had filled it out, and after confirming that it was correct, the form on the screen disappeared. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Lei, and I am the head of the Hope Base Security Department. Everyone will arrive at the Hope Base in a while, so I want to tell you about some of the Hope Base's regulations. I hope everyone can abide by these regulations. After all, it is for everyone's good. Before talking about the base regulations, I want to talk to you about the issue of contribution points. Now there is no currency. If you want to improve your living standards, you need contribution points. Starry Sky, show the exchange list of contribution points. Zhang Lei's image appeared on the projection screen. After he finished speaking, the screen changed to various items, including snacks, daily necessities, and health products. At the end were various potions. When everyone turned to the last page, they were all very shocked. The introduction of the cell division potion was really amazing. Many people may not know what the number of cell divisions means, but everyone can understand what it says about increasing lifespan by 200 years. However, it is shown above that 200,000 contribution points are required to redeem this potion. Seeing this, everyone was like being poured with a basin of cold water, and they immediately woke up. Although I don't know whether 200,000 contribution points is a lot or a little, but thinking about such a heaven-defying thing, I know that 200,000 contribution points should also be an astronomical figure. Everyone has seen the items that can be exchanged, and now I will talk about the specific ways to obtain contribution points. Working 8 hours a day can get 10 contribution points, and 1 point for each hour of overtime. Those who learn scientific knowledge and pass the assessment every month and meet the requirements can get 500 contribution points, and the reward for excellence is doubled. Completing the tasks assigned by the boss will give you rewards ranging from 10 points to 10,000 points. For example, if I pick you up today and explain these contents to you, I will get 100 contribution points. Anyway, in the Hope Base, as long as you have hands and feet, and don't stay at home and sleep every day, you will never starve to death. If you work harder, you will live a good life. Contribution is actually another form of contribution points, but contribution is not reset. For example, You get 300 contribution points this month, but you use them all to buy things. At this time, your contribution points are 0, but your contribution is still 300, and this contribution is permanently accumulated. You may think that contribution is useless, but you are wrong. Contribution is very useful, and it can be said that it is related to your status in the base. 1 to 1000 is level 1, 1001 to 10,000 is level 2, 10001 to 100,000 is level 3, and so on, a total of 9 levels. The basic benefits that can be enjoyed at each contribution level are different. For example, my current contribution is level 3, even if I do nothing every day and stay at home every day. My living standard is better than yours, who work every day to earn contribution points to buy things. Because the things you buy are my basic benefits, I can get those things for free, without spending contribution points at all. So contribution is very important. Everyone must not violate the rules of the base, otherwise the contribution will be deducted. If the contribution is reset to 0, then congratulations, leaving the base will be your only choice. Below, there will be a complete list of Hope Base's internal rules and benefits on the projection screen in front of you. I hope everyone will read it carefully and remember it. Otherwise, if you violate the rules, it will be bad. After Zhang Lei finished speaking, his figure disappeared on the projection screen. Liu Yu looked at the Hope Base regulations seriously. What surprised him was that many of the regulations were aimed at some uncivilized behaviors. For example, spitting, smoking in public places, and making loud noises, etc. If you violate these regulations, all your contribution points will be deducted. And the most frightening of the rules is the death penalty for the following violations. Those who betray the base and sell out the interests of the base will be killed. Those who rape women will be killed. Those who promote evil cults and spread rumors will be killed. Those who abuse their power and break laws and disciplines will be killed. Combining kindness and severity, carrot and stick. Although it is old-fashioned, it does work. After reading the rules and benefits, Liu Yu curled his lips and muttered. When everyone was carefully reading the base rules, no one knew that everything they did since boarding the transport ship was recorded. Chapter 87. Xiang Qian looked at the group of people sitting in the transport ship, eating voraciously, afraid that others would snatch their lunch, and his heart was filled with sadness. Before the end of the world, the country's population reached 1.5 billion, the most populous country in the world. Although such a large population base brought the world's largest number of evolvers, it also brought a heavy burden. The number of spaceships alone was 10 times more than that of other countries, and the materials stored in the spaceships were also 10 times, or even 100 times more. In order to avoid starvation during interstellar travel, they can only store a large amount of food before leaving. So now 90% of the people in the country are not full. The food they can get every day is only enough for their bodies. If they don't starve to death, they don't have extra energy to do other things. Boss, if there is such a thing next time, let Wu Wei, Yang Guang and Li Chum go. I really can't stand it. I recited the speech just now dozens of times. My back was soaked after speaking just now. It was too torturous. Zhang Lei's figure appeared on the screen, and he said to Xiang Qian helplessly, Brother Lei, this is a good job, everyone is envious of it. If you don't believe me, go to their community tomorrow. They may not know me as the boss, but they definitely know you as the head of the base security department. Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Lei's embarrassed appearance and said with a smile, Xiao Qian, please don't let me go next time. You don't know, when I think of thousands of people looking at me, my legs are shaking. I was just holding on. If you let me say more, I will have to sit on the ground. Zhang Lei immediately shook his head and said, Okay, let Wu Gu go. I think he likes this feeling more. Yes, he likes to show off the most, so it's most appropriate for him to go. Wu Wei was sold out by Zhang Lei without knowing it. With Wu Wei's taciturn personality, he would probably be more upset than Zhang Lei if he encountered such a thing. But now Zhang Lei doesn't care so much. As long as he is not allowed to go, anyone can go, no matter if he cheats or not. Half an hour later, the transport ship arrived at the outer entrance of the base. This entrance is in a deep-sea trench, more than 400 kilometers away from the main base. Xiang Qian would not reveal the location of the main base until he was sure how many spies were inside. Shinkong, are all the reception staff in place? Xiang Qian looked at everyone getting on the maglev train and said to Shinkong, For the maglev train, the distance of more than 400 kilometers can reach the main base in half an hour. Boss, everything has been arranged and we are gathering now. Xiang Qian nodded after listening and stopped caring about these things. Anyway, after he arranged it, Shinkong could do it completely. After checking the expansion progress of the base's periphery, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to log into the website of the World Trading Platform. This website is very interesting. It does not belong to any country, but is hosted by the alliance of major organizations in the underground world in the past. The killer organizations, large mercenary groups, armed shawls, and other underground people in the underground world in the past, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, went through a series of reshuffles and finally formed this alliance-like organization. On this website, anyone can buy and sell intelligence, information, materials, personnel, and other illegal transactions. At the same time, you can also provide resources or genetic nuclear power fluid to higher organizations to help you assassinate, fight, and rob equipment. In a word, as long as you have enough genetic nuclear power fluid, you can hire this organization to do anything, including terrorist attacks on country A. Of course, Xiang Qian is not here to hire them for help. For Xiang Qian, if it were not for not exposing his strength, he would have robbed all the prehistoric civilization items owned by various countries. He logged into this website mainly to check the recent events in the world and learn about the latest developments. After all, he had almost forgotten many things in his memory, as long as they were not particularly important. But if there were some hints, he could still remember them, so now browsing this website has become a must-do for Xiang Qian every day. After searching for a while, he found a post about the distribution map of African minerals, and the map of the forces to which the minerals belong. Xiang Qian clicked on the post and successfully saw the map after paying for 2 bottles of genetic nuclear power fluid. That's right, here each post owner can choose between free and paid. Free post websites do not charge money, while paid post websites will take a commission. The ratio is 1/10. Xiang Qian sent 500 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid to this underground alliance organization a few months ago. These gene nuclear power liquids are equivalent to recharge. Without money, many places on this website cannot be entered. After Xiang Qian ordered 500 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid at one time, he naturally became a big customer, with a golden VIP logo, which made him look very rich. How come in less than 2 months, Q country has 17 more rare mineral mines? So that's the situation. I don't know how Nigeria has offended the small Q country, and sent so many troops to deal with them. Xiang Qian muttered as he looked at the map. Although Nigeria is one of the 3 first-class powers in Africa, this strength refers to the population and economic strength. If it comes to military strength, it is not even on the list. Fortunately, Nigeria has a strong foundation. After all, it is an oil-producing country with many local tyrants. After the end of the world, relying on the hardware strength of the country, which is second to none in Africa, it accepted a lot of exiles. However, now under the attack of Q country, it is a question whether they can keep the remaining mines. Xiang Qian opened a world forum and found several posts about the dispute between Nigeria and Q country. These posts made various speculations about the cause of the dispute between the 2 countries, but none of them were reliable. Some people said that Q country did this under the instructions of other countries. After seizing these mines, Q country will sell these mines to other countries. Some people also said that the son of the current ruler of Nigeria had sex with the daughter of the emperor of Q country, and then turned his face and left without mercy. This angered Q country, and it retaliated against Nigeria. For such views, it is obviously the favorite of a group of idle people who stay in their private bases every day. The post, which was originally very nonsensical, quickly became popular under the strong attention of a group of local tyrants. And there are all kinds of things, which directly ruin Q country and Nigeria. Xiang Qian smiled after reading it, but didn't take it seriously. He didn't expect to see a piece of gossip when he was about to close the page. In fact, the reason why Q country and Nigeria fought so fiercely around the mine was entirely for one thing. Now that thing is in the base, in the middle of the mountain surrounded by these dozen ores. So Q country would grab those dozen mines just to prevent Nigeria from moving the thing away. What the above said is right. That thing is the underwear of the daughter of the emperor of Q country, and everyone on earth knows this. +1 above. In the eyes of others, this is also a spam post, but in Xiang Qian's eyes, it is different. You can imagine why the fight between Q country and Nigeria was so fierce. Neither side asked for foreign aid, and neither side scolded each other internationally. Q country is fine, after all, they have the advantage. But Nigeria was beaten so badly, why didn't they call on the Black brothers next door to fight against the little Q country together? This is worth pondering. With this question, Xiang Qian clicked on the private message of that person and sent a message. Chapter 88. I want to know what the Q country and Nigeria are fighting for. What does that thing look like? Xiang Qian sent a private message to that person. Why Xiang Qian attached so much importance to it, mainly to confirm whether that thing was a prehistoric civilization device. He remembered that Nigeria had no prehistoric civilization equipment at all, and he had never heard that the two prehistoric civilization equipment of Q country were stolen by them, so Xiang Qian was a little hesitant to confirm. But he never believed what the Q country people said. Regardless of whether the thing is a prehistoric civilization device or not, he will intervene. This can be understood as having nothing to do after eating, or he can be said to be bored. Anyway, Xiang Qian has made up his mind. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Zhang Lei and his team had already arranged a place for the person, but the person had not replied. Xiang Qian had no choice but to set up a message reminder function and continue browsing other content. When he turned to the page about human trafficking, the entire screen was instantly filled with various advertisements refreshing on the screen endlessly, making the people who saw it dizzy. Use the VIP blocking function, and the information that is refreshed in the next second will only contain actual information, and all other advertisements will be blocked. These people are bought and sold by private organizations, especially in the Middle East and Africa. These two places are too chaotic, and many people from other countries, who were here before the end of the world, are trapped there. Moreover, 99% of those trapped people are dead. Those who can survive until now are all lucky and useful people. Now these people are put up for public auction online by these organizations, and only private organizations can buy them. The state will not buy it. After all, the cost is too high. It is impossible to rob it by force. The combined strength of those underground organizations is not inferior to that of several major powers. Moreover, it is still a period of racing against time to build spacecraft. Who has the time to argue with these underground organizations? So even if all countries know about this situation, after warning several times without any effect, they will not waste their energy. After all, those who can log on to this website are the bosses of private bases. Ordinary people in various countries cannot log on to this website at all. Even if they log on, they cannot enter this page if they are not VIP members. Shinkong, count all the people listed here by category. Xiang Qian flipped through the resumes one by one. His eyes were tired, and he could only let Shinkong do it for him. Okay, boss, Shinkong said without complaint. Soon, all the characters and profiles displayed on the page were classified and sorted by Shinkong. Xiang Qian first looked at the people from the Celestial Empire. Most of them were people who went to do business or work, and did not return for various reasons when the end of the world began. There is nothing to say about these people. Regardless of whether they are talented or not, they should all be bought back. They are all his compatriots. Then he looked at the high-tech talents, such as those who can fly planes, sail ships, and repair various equipment. There is no need to buy all of these people. Now everyone can fly a plane into the sky, turn around, and land with the help of intelligent assistance systems. Xiang Qian looked for a while, and picked some professional repairmen. These people are likely to become equipment manufacturers. Although the probability is very low, they cannot be let go. Finally, Xiang Qian looked at the column of scientists. Compared with the dozens or hundreds of talents above, there were much fewer scientists, only less than 10 people. And these people were scientists engaged in geology, environment, plants, and animals. Such disciplines were not very useful in the end times. After thinking about it, Xiang Qian bought these people. Anyway, he didn't lack that little gene nuclear power fluid, and in his heart, he had already sentenced these underground organizations to death. Even though they are so happy now, they will definitely suffer after they leave the Earth. After placing the order, paying the deposit, and agreeing on the delivery time and place, Xiang Qian exited the underground trading website. However, he still asked Shinkong to keep an eye on the private message and notify him immediately if there is any news. Xiang Qian walked around in the afternoon, and time soon came to the evening. When he had dinner in the evening, he did not go back to the small restaurant to eat, but went directly to the big cafeteria. The 4852 people who arrived at the base today will eat in the big canteen with the ordinary people before. Don't ask why there are big and small canteens in a base. One reason is that the contribution level is different, and the treatment is of course different. The other reason is to improve everyone's competitiveness. Of course, the food in the small canteen is definitely better than that in the big canteen, and the environment is also better. When Xiang Qian arrived at the big canteen, more than 5,000 people lined up in 10 long lines to get dinner. Although this is a large canteen, the food is definitely not bad. In Xiang Qian's opinion, the food in the large canteen is better than the food in his previous university canteen. At the base, everyone will receive a menu sent to their personal terminal by the canteen half an hour before dinner. There are 3 meat dishes, 8 vegetarian dishes, and 2 kinds of fruits. Everyone can choose 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes, and 1 fruit from these 11 dishes according to their own taste. After arriving at the canteen, the system will arrange the seats for everyone, and everyone will go to the window to pick up their dinner in order. Although Xiang Qian was eating in the big canteen, he did not eat the food in the big canteen. Instead, he went to the special window next to it, and used his contribution points to choose the food in the small canteen. Soon, his favorite lion head, grilled fish, fried shrimp with leeks, winter bamboo shoots, and a bowl of shark fin were all served. Xiang Qian held a plate, and found a seat where no one was sitting in the surprised eyes of a group of people. Shinkong, monitor everyone here and record who has been paying attention the longest. Xiang Qian finished speaking in a low voice, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. Less than 2 minutes later, a voice sounded in Xiang Qian's ear. "Excuse me, can we sit here?" Xiang Qian looked up and saw 2 young men, one of whom was very gentle, with delicate features and a bit of potential as a pretty boy, and the other had thick eyebrows, stubble on his face, and dark skin. "Sure, you can sit anywhere here, as long as you don't disturb others. No one will care where you sit to eat." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "Thank you, Cheng Liang, please sit down." After Liu finished speaking, he pulled Cheng Liang to sit down. However, after Cheng Liang sat down, his eyes were still fixed on the sumptuous dinner on Xiang Qian's plate, and then he looked at his own dishes, and he felt like a second-class citizen. "Come, try the grilled fish made by Master Fan in the canteen. This is the meat of the fish evolution beast, which is very delicious, much better than the seafood and river fresh food before." Xiang Qian saw Cheng Liang's expression, and said with a smile, "Really? Then you can try it." "Thank you, brother. By the way, I still don't know what my brother's name is." "My name is Cheng Liang. You can just call me Liangzi. He is my childhood friend Liu. You can just call him Yuzi." After hearing this, Cheng Liang said happily, completely ignoring the embarrassment of Liu next to him, with a black line on his forehead. "Why are you being polite? My name is Xiang Qian. I should be older than you. You can just call me Brother Qian. Come, try it quickly. If it's not enough, I go order more later. There are so many delicious foods here, and I don't even ask for anything when I change the food every day." Xiang Qian said with a smile. "Brother Qian, don't mind. Cheng Liang has been greedy since he was a child. It's been more than a year since he last had a good meal." Seeing these delicious dishes from Brother Qian, he really couldn't help it. Liu looked at Cheng Liang and picked up a piece of charcoal grilled fish without saying a word, and said very embarrassedly, "Haha, it's okay. I have a childhood friend who is the same, but he doesn't like to eat, he likes to play. On the contrary, I like to eat more. You can try it too. Don't be polite." Xiang Qian said to Liu. The 3 of them ate and chatted. Mainly 2 of them asked Xiang Qian about the situation of the base. "Brother Qian, do you play games every day? Are we here to play games like you?" Cheng Liang finally remembered the main purpose of their search for Xiang Qian, and asked hurriedly, I don't play games every day, I have other things to do. But since you mentioned playing games, let me tell you about it. Most of you will be arranged to play games, but playing games is not that simple. Some people are not suitable for playing this game, so they will be eliminated. The eliminated people can only choose to work and study to get contribution points, which is much less than playing games. So when you take the test in 2 days, you must go all out and never be eliminated. After being eliminated, your life will be very sad. Xiang Qian frightened the 2 people, and they were stunned. Then Brother Qian, can you reveal some game content? If it is not allowed, forget it. After listening, Cheng Liang looked around and said in a low voice, I can't tell you the content of the game, but I can tell you some other information. This game is a fully virtual game with 95% realism, which can only be played with a game helmet and a game cabin. At the same time, this game is a war-themed game. If you want to get contribution points, you have to win the war set by the system. As for why I said that some people are not suitable for this game, think about it. In a fully virtual scene with 95% realism, what effect will it have if you shoot an enemy in the head? If you can't stand such a scene, you will definitely be eliminated. The 2 of them were stunned for a moment after hearing this. Everyone can imagine the effect of a bullet hitting the head. Watching a movie and a real battlefield are 2 completely different worlds. Don't think too much, just eat quickly. Xiang Qian picked up a piece of fish and said with a smile. After a while, Xiang Qian received a notification from Shinkong that the man had replied to his private message. He immediately said goodbye to the two and hurried back to the main control hall. Chapter 89. Shinkong, what did he say in his reply? Xiang Qian asked immediately after entering the main control hall. Boss, he said he wants to know this information, but he wants to buy the Gene Nuclear Force liquid. He offers 500 bottles of Gene Nuclear Force liquid. Shinkong said, as he displayed the other party's message on the screen. Xiang Qian sneered after hearing this. He also wanted 500 bottles of Gene Nuclear Force liquid. He was not afraid of being fed to death. Shinkong, I will send him a message later. You bypassed the back end of the trading website to find his location for me. Xiang Qian sneered and said that although he had a lot of genetic nuclear power liquid, he would not be a sucker. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian gave the other party information, saying that 500 bottles were too much and the information was not worth the price, and he would give 50 bottles at most, and asked the other party to tell the appearance characteristics of the item. The other party definitely disagreed, and the two began to argue. After more than 10 minutes, Shinkong finally found the base of that person. The situation of that person was displayed through the visual radar, and Xiang Qian was stunned. He thought the other person was black, but he didn't expect that it was actually a white person and a woman. She looked to be only in her 30s, and there was a little girl eating snacks next to her. He saw her sending private messages to Xiang Qian. I wonder who the little girl eating snacks next to you is. Xiang Qian immediately sent a private message to the other person. Sure enough, after receiving this private message, the other person jumped up. Then he walked around the room with something in his hand, but after searching for a long time, he didn't seem to find anything, and sat in front of the screen with a frown. What do you mean, sir? Nothing, just asking. You don't have to be too surprised. There is no surveillance camera I installed in your room, so you don't have to look for it. By the way, after chatting for a long time, I still don't know your name. Don't you plan to introduce yourself? Xiang Qian said with a smile. You open your mouth and ask for 500 bottles of Gene Nuclear Power liquid. Now there is not a bottle. You can call me Alyssa. I can tell you all the information I know. I hope you can leave us a way out. Alyssa looked around suspiciously and said, as if she had accepted her fate. Miss Alyssa, you are joking. I just want to know the news about the item. I have no idea about you. You don't have to take it to heart. Xiang Qian saw that the other party was so sensible, so he didn't plan to blackmail her. Thank you, sir. This matter started from a month and a half ago. At that time, I took my men to do a mission. On the way back, I happened to see Q Country and Nigeria exchanging fire. The two sides fought very fiercely. We watched from a distance, and saw a transport truck of the Nigerian army being blown up. Under normal circumstances, the Nigerian army should leave immediately and ignore the transport truck, but their entire convoy stopped and everyone got off the truck to block the Q people who were attacking like crazy. Finally, after the Nigerian army paid 2/3 of its troops, it finally saved the transport truck and repelled the Q people. Then, they carefully lifted out a mysterious device with a triangular shape and flashing purple light patterns from the transport truck. You should also know what happened afterwards. Nigeria was trying to transport this thing to the Tira base, but before they could move the thing away, they were surrounded by the Q countrymen. Alyssa did not hide any of the information she knew, and told Xiang Qian everything. Xiang Qian has confirmed that the thing is a prehistoric civilization device, and it is also a very important device. He can put the supporting equipment of M3A in the hands of the Q countrymen first, and take it back later. After all, that thing can't play a big role in the hands of the Q countrymen, but this triangular device is the same. If this thing is used well, it is a powerful weapon. In the previous life, Country Q must have used some method to snatch this thing from Nigeria, and then signed some agreement with Nigeria to keep it secret. After leaving the Earth, all the countries in Africa were destroyed, and only 600,000 people were left. No one knew that this prehistoric civilization equipment was discovered by Nigeria. Xiang Qian made up his mind that no matter how much he paid, he must get this super radar, which was later named the Eye of God. The radars that the Earth is currently researching are completely useless in the universe. In terms of the scale of the universe, radars with a detection range of less than 1 light year are almost like blind people. Normally, in the universe, the farthest radar is optical radar, with a scanning range of tens of thousands of light years. However, this kind of radar is only used to detect the route and avoid meteorites in advance. It is useless in combat. The technology of the second-level civilization, as long as it is not biased, all has a holographic simulation system. Using this system on the surface of a spacecraft is like a chameleon, and the optical radar cannot detect it at all. Therefore, at medium distances, the second type of radar must be used, that is, various radiation wave radars. This type of radar has a scanning range of less than 2 light-years, but can detect targets that optical radars cannot detect. However, this type of radar also has disadvantages, that is, warships with plasma stealth technology can be exempted from this type of radar. At the same time, during combat, the super-strong electromagnetic interference emitted by warships on both sides will also seriously affect the accuracy of this type of radar. Therefore, a combat radar must be equipped, and a close-range combat radar that can serve as a fire control locking radar is also required. This type of radar is the visual radar currently used by Xiangqian. The scanning range of this radar is only 200,000 kilometers, but within this 200,000 kilometers, any spacecraft cannot escape, and it can lock onto any target. Because the principle of this radar is based on the theory of quantum entanglement, under the action of ultra-high energy, certain particles in the radar will vibrate or deflect. At this time, many uncontrollable corresponding basic particles within 200,000 kilometers will also vibrate, and the radar will capture this vibration and use it for imaging. Of course, it will not vibrate only one particle, but continuously vibrate hundreds of particles at ultra-high frequencies to form a series of pictures, and then let these pictures move in sequence, which becomes the current visible radar. However, this kind of radar is only used by low-level civilizations. After all, the radar's monitoring range is too short. The radar that Q and Nigeria are fighting for now is a real high-level civilization radar, with a scanning range of up to 5 light-years, which cannot be produced even after the Earth is promoted to a third-level civilization. The Hope mothership escaped many rounds of capture by relying on the God's Eye radar. If there was no God's Eye radar, it is estimated that humans would have been wiped out before they reached the Andromeda galaxy after leaving the Earth. Ms. Alyssa, thank you for the information you provided, but I hope you can forget about what happened today. Do you understand? After a while Alyssa was worried, Xiangqian sent this message. Don't worry, Alyssa doesn't know anything about the pressure from Q country and Nigeria. Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief and responded quickly. That's good, goodbye Miss Alyssa. Xiangqian closed the private message, thought quietly for a while, and suddenly opened the bounty platform of the trading market, and couldn't send a message. A reward of 50,000 bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid is offered to help Nigeria regain the mine occupied by Q country. Xiangqian broadcasted this post to the entire website at the price of 20 bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid, so that everyone on this website could see his reward post. Posting this post was also a helpless move. The most urgent task was to help Nigeria defend the God's Eye radar, and prevent Q country from getting it. If the thing fell into the hands of Q country, although it could be taken back, the price would be paid and his existence might be exposed. The reward of 50,000 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid is different. Although there are a lot of these gene nuclear power liquids, it is also a huge sum of money for a small organization, but there are many people who can take them out, and it is impossible to trace him. At the same time, the value of these 50,000 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid is enough for those desperate criminals to attack the Q country base. After all, human life is not valuable in the eyes of small organizations. It is the most cost-effective to exchange it for gene nuclear power liquid, and it can also save food. With this period of buffer, he has enough time to make arrangements, and then he can grab the God's Eye radar without anyone noticing. Chapter 90. When Xiangqian's bounty was posted, the entire underground trading website was in an uproar. This was the first time that a bounty of 50,000 gene nuclear power fluid appeared on the website. Now that land evolution beasts are almost extinct and marine evolution beasts dare not provoke, 50,000 bottles of gene nuclear power fluid are the only stocks of many small organizations, and even large organizations are jealous. So Xiangqian's bounty was immediately seen as a national force or a few major countries. The most likely candidate is China, because the whole world knows about the mess between China and Country Q. Country Q and Nigeria are fighting fiercely now. Although China has not sent troops, the reward of 50,000 bottles of genetic nuclear power is definitely enough to make Country Q suffer. Those mercenaries and underground forces don't care about Country Q or not. As long as there is enough benefit, they dare to attack even Country A. Master, the underground trading website is invading the system. Do you want to fight back? Shinkong suddenly said. Fight back, but don't disrupt the normal operation of the website. Just let them know that we are not easy to mess with. At the same time, warn them that if something like this happens again, all the transaction information of the underground trading website will be exposed. Xiangqian said disdainfully. Among all the evolvers on the entire Earth, only 2 scientific predictors are software experts. or computer experts, and neither of these two people belongs to the underground trading website. On the contrary, one of them is under Xiang Qian's command, that is Chu Tianqing, and the other one belongs to Country A. Therefore, on the internet, Xiang Qian was not afraid of anyone except Country A. Even if the person from Country A took action personally, Chu Tianqing could handle it. Soon, Shinkong got the administrator privileges of the underground trading website, and it was the kind that could not be kicked away no matter how hard he tried. Shinkong's actions directly frightened the other party. In less than 2 minutes, all 90 layers of firewalls were violently cracked. However, after seeing Shinkong occupying the administrator privileges, the other party did not make any moves and became quiet and stopped attacking. 5 minutes later, the other party sent an apology message and was willing to bear the consequences of this time. Shinkong, let them broadcast the reward information every hour on the entire site for 3 consecutive days, and this matter will be over. Xiang Qian said speechlessly. It was really funny that they wanted to track him and get his address at this level. It is estimated that all the information on the entire underground trading website is now under the surveillance of Country A, but they don't know it yet. Sure enough, after seeing Xiang Qian's message, the other party agreed without saying a word, and apologized again, promising not only to broadcast it every hour, but also to post this information on the homepage so that people can see it as soon as they enter the website. After reading it, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to leave, and the other party did not continue to follow. In the next few hours, the whole world knew that a rich man had posted a bounty on an underground trading website, and spent a lot of money to put the bounty on the homepage and broadcast it every hour on the entire website. When seeing this news, all countries and organizations knew that Q Country was going to be in trouble. The truth that money can make the devil work hard exists regardless of whether it is the end of the world now. 3 hours after Xiang Qian posted the bounty, 3 small organizations joined together and sent troops to Nigeria to attack a mine occupied by Q Country. This news was like a fuse. In less than a day, dozens of small organizations went out and launched attacks on more than a dozen mines occupied by Q Country. This interrupted the plan of Q Country people, and they were so angry that they cursed and posted a reward to find Xiang Qian, promising to give him 10,000 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid. However, no one took this reward. Everyone who had registered on the underground trading website knew that as long as you had the gene nuclear power liquid, you didn't need to register any identity at all, and you couldn't find anyone if you wanted to. Q Country has threatened the underground trading website before, asking them to remove the bounty posted by Xiang Qian and give them Xiang Qian's information. But what Q Country didn't expect was that after they threatened the underground trading website, all the mines of Q Country in Africa were attacked, and they were so scared that they immediately apologized to the underground trading website. At this time, they had no troops to assist those mines. If they really continued like this, all the mines of Q Country in Africa would be lost. This loss was something that Q Country could not afford, so it could only apologize, but this also made Q Country hate Xiang Qian even more, and they wanted to eat him alive. In the next 3 days, the warlords in Africa also began to join the ranks of attacking Q Country, which made Q Country, which was already in a state of collapse, completely stunned. 15 of the 17 mines were lost, and only 2 mines near the sea were still struggling to support. In these 3 days, Q Country was anxious and jumping up and down, and Xiang Qian was not idle either. In order to snatch the God's Eye radar, many plans had to be advanced. Xiang Qian made 4,000 biological cloning chambers at once. After using the embryos synthesized by M3A, the biological cloning chamber can make an embryo grow to the physical state of a 20-year-old within 24 hours, and the cell strength is 50 times that of an ordinary person. Of course, this kind of forced growth is not without disadvantages. Such a cloned body can only live for 3 days, and will die after 3 days due to cell aging. Shinkong, have you found out how many spies there are? Xiang Qian looked at the 4,852 people wearing helmets on the screen, and said to Shinkong, "Boss, I found out, a total of 27 people. Most of them entered the base as a family of 3, and the one with the highest status was a director." Shinkong sent the subconscious test records of the 27 people to the screen. "Well, after the test is over, lock these 27 people in a room alone, send them food on time every day, and don't worry about the others," Xiang Qian said coldly. He knew there were spies among this group of people, but he didn't expect there were so many. The country was really willing to spend money. But all this is useless in the face of high technology. The virtual helmet can not only connect to neural tissues and allow people to play virtual games, but also read people's brain cells, stimulate people's subconsciousness, and make people confess everything about themselves without knowing it. Starry Sky, is there any action from Q Country? After finding the spy, Xiang Qian began to pay attention to the problems of Q Country and Nigeria. Boss, Q Country has increased its troops by 200,000 today and has counterattacked 3 mines. At the same time, they have also started digging tunnels and are preparing to attack the Nigerian base from underground. At their current digging speed, it will only take 2 days to open an underground tunnel to the Nigerian base. The behavior of Q people digging tunnels cannot be hidden under visible radar. However, Xiang Qian was really surprised that Q Country actually increased its troops by 200,000. It seems that Q Country is determined to get the God's Eye radar. Starry Sky, log into the underground trading website and post a bounty. The bounty is 100 bottles of genetic nuclear power fluid, and the coordinates of the excavation base of Q Country are given, so that they can launch a missile that drills 500 meters into the ground. Xiang Qian looked at the underground tunnel excavated by Q Country on the screen and said disdainfully, "These days, ground-penetrating missiles are simply cheap and rotten things. Any black technology master can come up with a blueprint, and then the equipment manufacturer can manufacture it. The blueprint plus the genetic nuclear power consumed in manufacturing can be restored by a bottle of genetic nuclear power fluid." He offered a reward of 100 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid, and many organizations would break their heads to accept this bounty task. Sure enough, this bounty was in the state of being accepted within less than 30 seconds after it was posted. 15 minutes later, Xiang Qian saw a long ground-penetrating missile accurately hit the coordinates given by the Starry Sky, and after drilling 500 meters underground, it exploded. And that coordinate happened to be the location of the Q Country excavator, and this missile blew it down. The tunnel collapsed, the excavator was destroyed, and the people died. Seeing this effect, Xiang Qian smiled. This is what it means to work hard for a day and a half, and then a missile will destroy it. Shinkong, as long as the Q countrymen continue to dig tunnels, do this when they have dug 1/3 of the way. As long as they don't dig to the center of the earth, destroy them all. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian looked at the battlefield for a while, estimated the strength of Q country, and after confirming that the small organization was fine, he put on the helmet and entered the virtual game. This was his first time entering a virtual game. He wanted to feel it, and see what the quality of this group of people was. Chapter 91. The blood trial for new soldiers has begun. Mission completion conditions. Break through the enemy's number 1 base, seize the energy core, and bring the energy core back to the main base intact. The action time is 3 hours. Liu heard the prompt sound in his ears, while he was in a daze. When the prompt sound ended, a piercing alarm sounded, which woke him up directly. Opening his eyes, Liu found himself wearing armor, and surrounded by people. Everyone was looking around, and some were shouting loudly. The red alarm light was flashing and very dazzling. Newbies, shut up. You are all in the game now. Listen to what I say next. You will have 4 choices: assault, intercept, transport, and cover. Those who choose assault will be responsible for attacking base number 1 head-on until they reach the location of the energy core. At this point, your mission is complete. Interception is responsible for protecting the transport troops and intercepting all enemies on the way from dismantling the energy core to transporting it to the base. As long as the energy core reaches the troops smoothly, your mission is also completed. I don't need to say much about transportation. You don't have any weapons, only your own mechanical equipment and transport vehicles. As for the rear guard, that is to block all enemies chasing the transport troops. You can't retreat without rescue. You must stay in the interception position and wait until the transport troops return to the base before you can retreat. I know you have a lot of questions, but I won't answer you. Everything depends on your own exploration. Disband now. The battle will begin in 10 minutes. After Yang Guang finished speaking, he walked to the door, pushed it open and left. As soon as Yang Guang left, the crowd instantly became more chaotic, noisy, and talking about all kinds of things. Liu was thinking about the 4 choices. He didn't think that this game made these 4 choices for fun. But in the real battlefield, there is no such allocation method. The commander assigns tasks according to the battle situation. Wait, commander, I don't think I mentioned the commander just now, so who should I listen to if there is no commander? While Liu was thinking, many people had already chosen their teams and rushed to different gathering places according to their chosen tasks. Liu, are you okay? I called you so many times just now. Why didn't you respond? By the way, what should we choose? Please tell me clearly. Chung Liang said anxiously. You go to choose the interception force, and I will choose the transport force. Liu Yu thought quickly and said to Cheng Liang, "Okay, then I will go to the gathering." After Cheng Liang left, Liu Yu also chose the transport option, and immediately his individual tactical helmet showed the assembly point of the transport troops. When he arrived at the assembly point of the transport troops, Liu Yu found that there were only a few people. He counted and found that there were only 12 people in total. The assault troops have set off. Please follow the transport troops closely, and do not slow down the marching speed of the assault troops. As soon as Liu Yu arrived at the assembly point, the system prompt sounded in his ears. "Brothers, it's time for everyone to set off, but who among you can drive this kind of vehicle?" At this time, a young man with a strong Shandong accent pointed to the 25-meter-long special mechanical vehicle and said helplessly, "No one has ever driven this kind of car, but this is a game. It should be automatically controlled by the system. I go up and try it." Another person climbed into the car after saying that, and within a minute, he stuck his head out and shouted to everyone, "No problem, it can be driven automatically, everyone get in." Liu Yu didn't say anything, followed the others into the car, and stared at the various screens of the vehicle carefully. Soon the vehicle started moving, and after leaving the base gate, they also saw the assault and interception troops, wearing exoskeleton power armor running fast in front of them. You see, the realism of this game is too high. The snow outside, and the entire frozen earth are just like the real thing. They are running in front, and there are their footprints on the ground. The games I played before are not even as good as this game. Yes, this is a real game. But you have to choose the right profession for such a game. It's not like the games I played before, where you just control the mouse. You have to run to play this game. I originally wanted to choose a combat unit, but now it seems that our transport unit is better. At least we can ride in a car instead of running. Haha. It's true. If we run from map to map, we will be exhausted. A group of people were talking and laughing in the car. There was no tense atmosphere before the war, which made Liu Yu frown. He didn't believe that the top leaders of the Hope base had their heads kicked by a donkey. They were given good food and drinks just to let them play games. Is this possible? But at present, it seems to be true, but Liu Yu's feeling that something was wrong is getting deeper and deeper. After 20 minutes, no one noticed how many kilometers they had advanced, nor did they pay attention to the surrounding scenery. They just chatted happily. It was not until the assault troops in front exchanged fire with the people in base number 1 that they realized that they were fighting. Boom! An electromagnetic cannon shell landed beside the transport vehicle, blasting a crater in the frozen ground. "Quick, system, evade, find a hidden place to hide." A person immediately shouted at the screen inside the car. "Sorry, the autopilot system has no evasion instructions. There is no hiding place around. Please choose manual operation in wartime." The onboard system replied stiffly. "Oh my god! There is no..." Boom! Another electromagnetic cannon shell landed beside the transport vehicle, less than 5 meters away from the vehicle, which made everyone sweat. "I do it. It's just the steering wheel. There's open space around here anyway. Who can't steer?" The system turns off the automatic driving and turns on the manual driving. A person sat in the driver's seat and started to control the vehicle, but in order to avoid the crater, the entire transporter began to move in a serpentine manner. "Hey! Be careful, there are people next to you. Damn, you crushed your own people to death. Do you know how to drive?" I didn't have time to look behind me. I didn't see that there was a big crater in front of me. I was trying to avoid the crater. Then why don't you turn right? There's no one on the right. You're the only one who has a lot of trouble. If you have the ability, you can open it. Liu Yu looked at the two people who were arguing with a headache, and was completely speechless. At this time, the attacking force with the largest number of people was almost dead, but even the gate of the opponent's base had not been opened. 3 minutes later, an electromagnetic cannon shell directly hit the cab of the transport vehicle, and Liu Yu and his group of 12 people were taken away directly. When his eyes went dark, and when they lit up again, Liu Yu had returned to the hall where he first appeared. "Cheng Liang, when did you come back?" Liu Yu asked curiously when he saw Cheng Liang staring at the battlefield situation on the screen. "Liu Yu, you're back too. I died a few minutes ago. The gate of that base is so damn strong. With the weapons we have, it's a question whether we can break the gate. And the enemy has more people than us. This is an impossible task," Cheng Liang complained. "Is that so?" Liu Yu said, and looked at the big screen. It was showing the surviving personnel attacking the base. Maybe everyone knew that no one would really die in the game, so no one retreated even if the artillery fire was strong. 10 minutes later, all 2,000 people were killed, and the price the enemy paid was just a few small holes in the base gate. Ha ha ha. It's so exciting, it's really exciting. 2,000 people were killed before they even opened the gate of the enemy base. You are really amazing. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing to death. Ha ha ha. Yang Guang walked out laughing, holding his stomach, and said to everyone. Chapter 92. A group of people were mocked by Yang Guang and dared not say a word. It is the third year of the apocalypse. These people have been in various bases. Although they are very unhappy, they dare not refute and can only stand there and listen quietly. Why? Are you very unhappy? Do you really want to beat me up? Let me tell you, when I was a recruit, at least I was not stupid. Now look at you. Is my decision to change clothes the boss correct? You guys are just a bunch of garbage in my eyes. Look at what you did just now. Without coordination, a large group of people rushed to the other side's gate like sandpow with laser guns and metal storms. Why do you think you are not dying fast enough? And the one driving the transport vehicle, I don't know if you can drive, but you can crush your own people with a car. You are also a talent. I know you are very unconvinced. Do you think that the other side occupies the bunker, has more advanced weapons than you, and has more people than you? So this mission is impossible to complete, right? I'm telling you right now, this is the easiest task. If you want an easier task, then quit the game and go wash the toilet. I won't say any more nonsense. I give you 2 hours to discuss it. After 2 hours, you can try again. If you don't change at all, then go wash the toilet. Yang Guang turned and left after saying that. After Yang Guang left, the whole hall was in chaos. Who drove the transport truck just now? Don't drive it next time. I was crushed to death by my own people before I could even fire a single shot. Ha. So you are the unlucky one. That's right. I was trying to avoid the attack on the side of the transport truck. I didn't expect the transport truck to suddenly make a sharp turn. I didn't even have time to react before I was crushed under the truck. Chung Liang, follow me. Liu didn't stay to listen to a group of people bragging. He took Chung Liang to the location of the transport truck. Liu, what's the matter? Why did you bring me here? Chung Lin asked curiously. Liu got in the car, walked to a screen and looked at it for a while, then said to Chung Liang, you were in the front at that time. So do you still remember the distribution of weapons in the enemy base? Yes. There were 6 bunkers on the cliffs on both sides of the enemy's gate, all firing electromagnetic cannons. Then, there were 10 bunkers on top of the gate, firing laser weapons and metal storms. Most of us died under the metal storm. That thing swept a large area, and once you were hit, you would fall to the ground, and then be targeted by the laser weapon. That's how I died. Chung Liang said. Liu thought for a while after listening, and then asked, I remember that there is a transverse mountain on the side of the enemy base. It seems that there is no defense force on it. I didn't pay attention to this, but it seems that there is none. The whole mountain is covered with snow, and there is nothing special. There should be none. Okay, then I know. Let's go, we will go back now. Before Liu left, he took a last look at the small screen, and then returned to the hall with Chung Liang. At this time, everyone in the hall was discussing how to attack the enemy base. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Now there are 2,000 people in the whole hall, and they quickly completed the plan. Including how to fight, how to cooperate, who will deal with the bunker, who will blow up the door, etc. It sounds like it really is true. But what will happen in the fight is another matter. Anyway, everyone's enthusiasm is very high now, as if breaking through the enemy base according to the plan is just like playing. However, Liu was not optimistic about this plan at all, because no matter how much they divided the work and cooperated, the enemy's advantages were not comparable to theirs. Using one's own weaknesses to fight against the opponent's strengths is like hitting a stone with an egg. But he did not refute, just listen quietly there, and when the next attack was about to begin, he reminded Chung Liang to observe the surrounding situation carefully when he reached the enemy base and figure out the situation of the mountain on the side. After the battle began, Liu still chose the transport unit, and this time there were more people in the transport unit. As for the guy who drove over his own people last time, he didn't come this time. I guess he felt embarrassed, and was too embarrassed to come. It was the same routine. The assault troops set off, and they followed. But this time, everyone didn't talk and laugh, but began to study the uses of various equipment in the transport vehicle. Soon the battle in front started. This time, the assault troops finally had an attack routine, and no longer rushed up in a swarm. However, the firepower of the enemy base was too strong. When they rushed to the front door, 2/3 of them were killed or injured. After blasting open the gate, the assault troops finally felt the power of the exoskeleton power armor they were wearing when facing the armed forces of the enemy base. They rushed into the base madly and crushed all the way, but they didn't know it at all. Because they didn't destroy the bunkers on both sides and above the gate, the transport vehicle was destroyed again. After half an hour, when the assault troops felt that something was wrong, it was too late. When everyone returned to the hall again, they all hung their heads and no one spoke. Not bad, we have reached the enemy base, very good. But I want to know what your mission objective is this time. Destroy the enemy base? Your main mission is to seize the energy core in the enemy base. The transport vehicles have been destroyed, so you should carry the energy core back. You only know how to charge in. What's the point of charging in? Are you destroying the defense of the enemy base, or finding out the structure of the enemy base, and the location of the energy core? Rush in and see the security guards of the enemy base, and don't even know that they are leading you to run into the ditch. This is the second time. I will give you another chance. Leave in 2 hours. If you haven't completed the task this time, then you all go back to clean the toilet. Yang Guang turned and left after saying this. This time, after Yang Guang left, the hall did not immediately become chaotic like last time, but no one spoke at all, and the few people who danced happily last time did not show up. In fact, we were wrong from the beginning. Lu Yu said calmly. What do you mean, what's wrong? Someone asked immediately, but more people listened quietly. Think about the mission goal. Our goal is to seize the energy core of the enemy base, not to attack the enemy base. We only have 2,000 people, and we don't know how many people there are in the enemy base. Everyone knows the 4 options. Why is there an option to cover the rear? Is it set for fun? Definitely not. My analysis is that the 4 options are simply hints to us, rather than dividing us into several arms, and are also a test for everyone. We have 2,000 people, but only 12 people chose the transport unit for the first time. What is the ratio? What is the war now? Logistics. To complete this mission, we must protect and transport vehicles. But think about it. Given the firepower of the enemy base bunkers, what is the probability that the transport vehicle can successfully break through the blockade and enter the mountain tunnel? I think it is almost impossible. What's the point of you talking so much nonsense? If you have the guts, tell us the specific plan. It's better to be wise after the event. Before Lu Yu finished speaking, he was interrupted by someone. This person happened to be the one who jumped happily last time and commanded everyone to attack. Of course I have a plan. You may not know that the transport vehicle is actually a special equipment, not for everyone to use as a truck. One of the functions of the transport vehicle is to dig tunnels. I don't know if you have noticed that the enemy base is built in a mountain, and there is a smooth cliff on one side of the mountain. There is no defense equipment on that side. As long as we dig a tunnel there, we can enter the enemy's base. Why do we have to go through the gate? The mission does not specify any route for us. As long as we complete the mission within the time limit, it will be fine. Lu Yu did not get angry and continued. So this is how the mission should be completed. I said that every time I attacked the main gate, it felt wrong. So this is where the problem lies. It sounds good. How long does it take to dig a tunnel? I guess the time limit is up, and the tunnel is not finished. How could it take so long? This is a game, not reality. Even if there is an interstellar destroyer, it is possible. After listening to Lu Yu's suggestion, a group of people spoke up. But every time there was a new question, Lu Yu would answer it, and slowly everyone became more convinced of Lu Yu. Boss, this kid is a talent. I didn't expect him to be discovered so quickly. Yang Guang was in another place, looking at the situation in the hall on the screen, and said to Xiang Qian, Yeah, I was surprised too. But if they find a way, there's nothing to see. Except for the spies, everyone else will be trained by you. I don't ask them to become special forces, as long as they can follow orders. Xiang Qian nodded. Boss, don't worry, there's no problem at all. Yang Guang said confidently. Don't train for 10 days or half a month, it's not that long. I estimate you only have 5 days at most, at least 3 days, and then they will really go out on a mission. Xiang Qian shook his head. He could wait, but Q Country certainly couldn't. Q Country's tunnel was bombed, so they would definitely think of other ways, and in the next few days. Conspiracies and tricks are useless in the face of absolute power. When Q Country shows its true strength, those small organizations will not be able to withstand it. At that time, Xiang Qian will need to take action. At that time, it will no longer be a problem that can be solved by a missile, but a real fight with Q Country. Chapter 93. Yamada-kun, when will the reinforcements arrive? Q Country's commander-in-chief of the war against Nigeria, Kiyama Junyi, asked the screen. General Kiyama, The heavy firepower transformation you requested is still in progress, and is expected to be completed in 38 hours. When the time comes, we will send the transformed people to you as quickly as possible. It is expected to arrive in Africa in 72 hours. Please be prepared for the reception. Yamada Mu, wearing a white coat, looked at the small screen next to him, and said to Kiyama Juni, "Well, Mr. Yamada, can I see the current transformation results?" "Of course, General Chishan, please look." The screen switched, and people who looked like corpses were carried onto the conveyor belt and transported into a large isolation and disinfection room like cargo. After dozens of disinfection procedures, and after everyone's hair was removed, everyone was injected with a tube of green liquid and then sent to several different rooms. When these people entered the room, staff would take them off the conveyor belt and put them on the fully automatic operating table. After the automatic scanning, the operating table began to perform craniotomy on these people, and a soybean-sized biological tissue was placed in the room to form each person's brain. From the time a person was taken down and placed on the operating table to the end of the craniotomy, it took less than 2 minutes. After the operation, they were put on the conveyor belt again and sent to the next room. There was also a multifunctional bed in this room, but the glass tubes around the bed were all filled with colorful liquids. When people entered the room, the staff would lift them to the bed, and their hands and feet would be fixed with steel bars. After that, 6 tubes were injected into the head, spine, and limbs of the human body at the same time, and the medicine in the tubes was infused into the human body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the human body struggled violently, but was firmly fixed to the bed by steel bars. About 5 minutes later, several injection tubes were withdrawn from the human body, and the staff untied the steel bars and pressed a button next to it. The person lying on the bed opened his eyes instantly, stood up with lifeless eyes, walked to a pipe opening at the end of the room, slid down the pipe, and finally fell into an oversized glass culture tank, which was full of concentrated nutrient solution. Everyone in the culture tank will undergo a huge change. The changes inside cannot be seen, but the blood vessels on everyone's body surface will bulge out, as if they are about to explode. At the same time, everyone's body grows rapidly, and their muscles bulge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even bodybuilders are not as scary as the bulging muscles on these people's bodies. In less than half an hour, everyone who falls into the culture tank will become a monster with a height of 2.5 meters and a weight of 300 kilograms. At this time, they will climb out of the culture tank and walk to a cleaning room. The fully computer-controlled mechanical arms will clean them, and then put on combat uniforms for them. After they leave the cleaning room, under the control of the biochip in their brains, they go to the weapons warehouse, put on individual tactical armor, load weapons and ammunition, and stand motionless on the square like a steel warrior. The huge square is densely packed with steel warriors, all of whom are the same height, have the same equipment, and even stand in exactly the same posture. General Chishan, this is the improved biochemical warrior according to your requirements. They all have superhuman physiques. Even without this tactical armor, they can lift 5 tons of equipment. I also stored a lot of tactical actions in their biochips. After issuing an attack order, they will launch attacks according to the calculations of the biochips without human control. At the same time, when they are injured or killed, the biochips in their brains will also determine whether there are any of their own people around. If there are no one of their own, they will self-destruct. It can be said that they are the most perfect weapons of war, and no country's army can compare with them. Yamada-mu said excitedly. Yoshi. Yamada-kun, you are the hero of our great Q country. With these biochemical warriors, I can break through the base of Nigeria within a day. Any country that blocks the rise of great Q country is the enemy of great Q country. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Xiang Qian paid attention to the battle between Q country and Nigeria every day. Hatefully strange. Since Q country increased its troops by 200,000 and seized back several mining bases, it has been defending in the mining bases and has not made any major moves. However, the more this happened, the more worried Xiang Qian became. He knew that this was a sign of the coming storm, and Q country must be brewing some conspiracy. So while Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to monitor Q country 24 hours a day, he also asked Yang Guang and others to intensify the training of the 2,000 people. During these 3 days, for the 2,000 people, it was simply living in hell. Although there is no pain in the game, the daily training content will wake people up even when they are asleep. Originally, their training should be gradual, from basic tactical actions to the control of various black technology weapons, from siege battles to special operations. However, In order to seize the God Eye radar from the other party Q country, Xiang Qian could only use the most violent mode directly, and let them attack the base in various ways every day. For example, after rushing in, they don't use guns, but directly use high-frequency shock knives to fight the enemy with bayonets. With the sharpness of the high-frequency oscillating knife, cutting tungsten alloy is like cutting butter on a person. The scene is so beautiful that many people fainted directly. Xiang Qian also set up the enemy base as a biochemical laboratory, which is full of culture tanks. The glass culture tanks are full of human organs, and there are various creatures that are neither human nor ghost. There are still corpses that have not been dissected on the dissection table, which is absolutely heavy. With these two tests, more than 300 people were eliminated directly. Those who can survive the various heavy tests at the end are at least 2 times more nervous, and can completely do it while dissecting and eating, while talking about the uses of various organs. In 3 days, a group of students who only knew how to play games turned into iron-blooded warriors. Although their tactical movements were still terrible, at least they could be pulled out to fight. Seeing such an effect, Xiang Qian sighed. It turns out that human potential is infinite. Xiang Qian was not idle during these 3 days. He cultivated 4,000 clones every day without fail. Those that died were destroyed, and then continued to be cultivated. At the same time, he also equipped those without clones with simplified assembly line exoskeleton power armor, and the inner armor was not needed. Boss, Q country has dispatched 20 large transport submarines, which are heading to Africa under the protection of 500 biological weapons. Well, I know. Xiang Qian looked at the large transport submarines of Q country on the screen, and knew that the real battle was coming. Chapter 94. Shinkong, notify Zhang Lei, Wu Wei, Yang Guang, and Li Cheng to the main control hall. Xiang Qian stared at the screen for a while, and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian switched the screen to the satellite map, and began to carefully check the terrain of the Nigerian coast. He wanted to find a hidden location to build a temporary base, and at the same time dig a terrain tunnel directly to the Nigerian base. Unexpectedly, Xiang Qian's method was the same as that of Q country, which was to break through the Nigerian defense line directly from underground and open a hole directly in the underground base. This tactic is very good, but Q country was unlucky to encounter Xiang Qian. Under the observation of the visible radar, Q country's action was destroyed by a missile. But this is no problem for Xiang Qian. Q country has no way of knowing where Xiang Qian is digging the tunnel, and no one is here to destroy it. This tactic is very useful. Boss, Zhang Lei, Wu Wei, Yang Guang, and Li Cheng are at the door. Yes, let them in. Xiang Qian turned his chair and faced the door of the main control hall. At this time, Zhang Lei and the other 4 walked in. I called you here today to help with something. Xiang Qian didn't say anything polite, and went straight to the point. This is a base of Nigeria. Now Q country is attacking this base to get something inside. This thing is also very important to us, so we have to grab it. I don't know the specific strength of Nigeria, but Q country has deployed 200,000 troops in these bases. In 8 hours, another support force of Q country will also arrive in Africa, with an estimated total strength of 300,000. Now I am going to build a temporary base at this location, and then dig a tunnel to the Nigerian pressure base. Our equipment is definitely better than that of Q country, but we only have 12,000 people, and only 1,700 people can go to the battlefield to fight at the same time. Yang Guang, the 1,700 people you are training now, are the ones who will go to the battlefield. I don't know if they can defend the passage with their combat effectiveness and equipment, and let us evacuate safely. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, Yang Guang did not speak, and the other people also looked at the map with a serious expression. The gap between 300,000 people and 12,000 people is too big. Even with powerful equipment support, it is not necessarily possible to stop them. Boss, are you going to use clones? Zhang Lei knew something, and after hesitating for a while he asked. That's right. Not only will we use clones this time, but we will also use clones in future battles as long as they are not unusable. We can't afford the loss. If all 1,700 people are killed, we're doomed. Xiang Qian nodded. Boss, to be honest, it's a bit difficult for them to defend the tunnel with only 1,700 people. But it's no problem to delay the troops of Q country, and buy some time. The key is that we don't know how many troops Nigeria has. If we can open the tunnel and take away the things directly when Q country and Nigeria are fighting hard, it will be easy. If the guards of Nigerian pressure have not retreated, or if the troops of Q country directly wipe out Nigerian pressure, our success rate of entering to rob things is still very low. However, if we can grasp the opportunity, when Nigerian pressure has transferred all the guards of the base to fight with Q Country, and Q Country has not yet attacked the base, we can quickly rob things and then defend the tunnel, then there is still hope. Yang Guang thought for a while and said, "Well, I will arrange this. You will also participate in this operation, and Brother Lei will be in charge. Now when you go back, enter the virtual game immediately, and lead the group to start the simulation of the key tunnel defense. I estimate that Q Country will attack the day after tomorrow, and you only have 1.5 days to prepare. So in this 1.5 days, you must make several sets of preparatory plans, and I will arrange them according to your arrangements at that time." Xiang Qian nodded. "Okay, no problem." Several people answered immediately. After the 4 of them left, Xiang Qian continued to check the map and finally found a relatively hidden place. He chose a trench. Although this trench was a bit far from the base of Nigeria, more than 820 kilometers away, it was hidden enough. The biological weapons and transport submarines that had been dispatched could move forward secretly along the trench, so that the water wave imaging system of Q Country could not detect their actions. After choosing the location, Shinkong calculated the time to get there and dig the tunnel, which added up to exactly 27 hours. Deducting the 8 hours that the Q Country support troops arrived in Africa, Xiang Qian only had 19 hours left. If Q Country launched an attack on Nigeria within these 19 hours, then the situation would be repeated. However, Xiang Qian considered that the Q Country support troops arrived at the Q Country mining base in 4 hours, and he still had enough time to rest and arrange combat tasks. After Xiang Qian made the decision, he immediately asked Shinkong to dispatch 16 small deep-sea transport submarines, carrying clones and various equipment, and under the protection of 200 basalt-level biological weapons, to Africa secretly and quickly. "Boss, the goods from the underground trading website are ready. Notify us to pick them up." After a while, Shinkong reminded. "Huh? They are ready so quickly. I thought it would take 10 days or half a month. I didn't expect them to be so efficient." Then you go to the warehouse to extract the genetic nuclear power liquid and lead 10 basalt-level biological weapons to pick up the goods. Wait, take 50,000 more bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid. Let the underground trading website post another bounty, saying that 10 Q Country soldiers' heads can be exchanged for 1 bottle of genetic nuclear power liquid, and another 10,000 bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid will be rewarded for breaking through a Q Country mining base. At the same time, let the underground trading website send the genetic nuclear power liquid from the previous bounty to those people first, and then post this bounty. Xiang Qian suddenly thought of a good way to delay time. He didn't have many people under his command, but the African small organizations were numerous. Many mercenary teams had no foundation at all. They all depended on the underground trading website alliance. They would take the task if there was a bounty on the website, and exchange the genetic nuclear power liquid for food and black technology equipment. He didn't believe that the mercenaries were useless for this task. Anyway, they didn't need to fight against Q Country. They just needed to follow the larger organizations. Now Q Country has deployed 200,000 people in several mining bases, and he only paid the price of 20,000 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid to hold Q Country back. This deal is too cost-effective. Okay, boss. 5 hours later, after Shinkong handed over the gene nuclear power liquid to the underground trading website alliance and took back the people Xiang Qian bought, the homepage of the underground trading website once again posted a sky-high reward, and the people of Q Country once again became the money in the eyes of African organizations. If Xiang Qian offered a reward last time, it could be said that a certain organization in the Celestial Empire was unhappy with the people of Q Country and issued the reward. This time, the bounty made all the major African organizations believe that it was done by the Celestial Empire. Except for the Celestial Empire, they could not think of any other organization that could be so generous. They took 100,000 bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid without any hesitation. How big a grudge did they have against the Q Country? However, the more this happened, the happier they were. They wished that more people from the Q Country would come, so that they could earn more. After the bounty was issued, the organizations that received the reward from the last bounty were once again ready to make a big move, and several super-large warlords in Africa were also ready to take action. The reason they didn't take action last time was that they couldn't figure out the trick. Now that they have determined that China is involved in this matter, they are relieved. In this way, Xiang Qian was given a big black pot without knowing it in China. Compared with Xiang Qian and various African organizations, Q Country almost went crazy when they learned the news. They immediately attacked China at the United Nations meeting, and threatened to go to war if China did not withdraw the reward. The representative of China was also stunned when he learned about this matter. After contacting China, he calmly gave the representative of Q country a reply. We did not do this, and we do not need to do this. We strongly condemn certain countries for using such means to attack Q. However, we hope Q will remain calm about declaring war on our celestial empire. We are all compatriots of the same planet. We celestial empire do not want to see one less nation on Earth before we humans leave the Earth. That would be a tragedy. Chapter 95. Faced with a reply from the celestial empire, Q country softened. There was no other way. It had to be soft. Now it is the end of the world. What we are competing for is not the economy. There is no need to worry about this or that. Now we are competing for population and war potential, and the war potential is the number of evolvers. The total population of Q country before the end of the world was more than 100 million. Now the total population is more than 33 million, and the number of evolvers is 2.17 million. In terms of the population of Q country, this ratio is already very high. Even polar bears have only 200,000 more evolvers than them. But if this data is put in China, it is not even a fraction. Before the end of the world, the total population of China was more than 1.5 billion, and this is only the population census. We do not count those that are not found. According to the awakening rate of 20%, more than 300 million people have awakened. According to the 10% of successful awakening, it is more than 30 million people. All of these more than 30 million people belong to the country, and the number of people who awakened for the second time has not been counted. With its huge population, the number of evolvers in China has become the highest in the world. It is estimated that the number of evolvers in the whole of Africa combined is not as many as that in China. Facing China, which is more than 30 million evolvers and is free from all kinds of constraints, even if Q and A are tied together, they may not be the opponent of China. So after the representative of China replied to Q, the emperor of Q was so angry that he smashed countless things, but he did not dare to declare war on China. However, Q country did not take no action. 5 hours after the bounty was issued, Q country sent another 100,000 people, carrying various heavy weapons, from Australia to Africa. Xiang Qian did not know what happened at the United Nations meeting. He was busy following Shinkong to build a temporary base. In order to open an 820-kilometer underground tunnel within 22 hours, Xiang Qian specially built a super powerful earth drill. After selecting the location, Shinkong controlled the earth drill to drill quickly into the seabed rock. The drill was equipped with a small visible radar specially made by Xiang Qian, which could detect the mineral veins in front of it 10 kilometers away. In order to save time, Xiang Qian did not want to dig a hole, but chose to take a detour. Boss, Minister Hong sent a communication. Do you want to receive it? Shinkong prompted. Xiang Qian was very surprised. Why did Minister Hong look for him for no reason? Could it be that the country had completed the testing of the 2 drugs in just 2 days? That was too fast. Xiao Qian, why did you suddenly confront Q country? They offended you. As a result, the communication was connected. Before Xiang Qian could speak, Minister Hong asked curiously. Q country, no. When did I fight against Q country? With my small body, how could I fight against Q country? Minister Hong, you think too much. Maybe Q country has offended too many people, and someone is taking revenge on them. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. Xiang Qian said in surprise, looking like he had no idea. Although everyone understood, he just didn't want to admit it. Really? Since it's not you, I'm relieved. We are also prepared to participate. It must not be a simple matter to cause such a big conflict and make Q country spend so much money. There must be a reason. If it is because of something good, we can't let Q country get it. Minister Hong said meaningfully. Yes, Minister Hong is right, I think so too. But the water in Africa is a bit deep now, it's not good to rush in. I think it's not too late for the country to take action after the situation is clearer. Xiang Qian was shocked after hearing this. He didn't know whether what Minister Hong said was true or false. If the country gets involved, it will be no fun. If it's just China, it's okay. If other countries think so, then things will be messed up. Without exposing the strength of biological weapons, it may not be as easy as he thought to seize the God's Eye radar. Haha, Xiao Qian, some things can't wait until the situation is clear before taking action, because once the situation is clear, there will be nothing for us to do, so entering now is the best choice. Minister Hong said calmly. Then I can only wish the country a successful start, and get what it wants. If Minister Hong has nothing to do, I will go and get busy first. Xiang Qian said expressionlessly, but he was thinking about what to do next. Xiao Qian, wait a minute, can you tell us what it is that is worth your effort? Minister Hong said seriously. He said that just now to force Xiang Qian to tell the truth. But who would have thought that Xiang Qian was so tough that even the threat of force could not make Xiang Qian give up his idea? Minister Hong, tell the truth. Sometimes too many good things are not a good thing. The country already has the Dragon Shield and the Golden Eagle engine, plus the artificial gravity device I gave to the country. Our country already has a lot of good things. Even if our number of evolvers is the highest in the world, our ancestors also have an old saying, that is, even if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Sometimes too many good things are not a good thing, whether on Earth or in the universe. These things are all good things. Our country may not be afraid of other countries on Earth, but what about aliens? When facing aliens, if all the good things in the world are in our country, do you think anyone will help us at that time? If the country trusts me once, then don't get involved in this matter. Now our country has become a big tree that attracts the wind. Xiang Qian thought for a while before saying seriously. Minister Hong didn't react for a long time after hearing this. The Dragon Shield and the Golden Eagle engine are the country's top secrets. It can be said that there are no more than 200 people in the country who know the existence of these two things. Among these 200 people, more than 160 are still under strict and serious control, and it is impossible to reveal them. The rest are all bigwigs, so it is even more impossible to reveal them. But Xiang Qian actually knew such a confidential thing clearly. And from what he said, it seems that he will definitely encounter aliens, and this news is the most important. Xiao Qian, can you tell me more details? Minister Hong, don't ask me. It's not time yet. I tell you when the time comes. If it's alright, I still have a lot of things to deal with. Let's talk next time when we have time. Xiang Qian turned off the communication without waiting for Minister Hong to speak. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling with confused eyes, muttering softly, I can't give you the God's eye radar. With such a thing, humans may really occupy that small universe. But that seemingly perfect galaxy is actually a cage, an eternally closed cage. Chapter 96. One day later, Xiang Qian's tunnel had been dug. The tunnel was only 5 kilometers away from the Nigerian base. With the speed of the drill, this 5-kilometer distance could be opened within 2 minutes. The 5-kilometer distance was left to prevent the Nigerian base from hearing the sound of his tunnel digging. At this time, Q Country had already gone crazy and was fighting fiercely with major African forces. Q Country originally had 200,000 troops in Africa. The first wave of 100,000 modified human support troops arrived 19 hours ago, and the second wave of 50,000 army support troops arrived 6 hours ago, bringing the total strength of Q Country to 350,000. However, only the last 50,000 people who arrived were from Q Country, and the remaining 300,000 were all cyborgs. As soon as these reinforcements arrived, Q Country began to counterattack, and the technological gap between the two sides was revealed at this time. All the heavy weapons brought by Q Country were land heavy weapons of the middle stage of the second-level civilization. Among them, the anti-gravity war fortress, which was equivalent to the evolutionary war weapon of the tank, directly beat the major African organizations to death. The anti-gravity war fortress with 20 electromagnetic rail guns, 10 laser guns, and an electromagnetic metal storm weapon on the front, back, left and right, swept away a large area of people from the major African organizations, like cutting wheat. It's not that the major African organizations didn't equip their people with weapons of war, but the technology of both sides is not at the same level. The evolvers in Africa can only design weapons of the early stage of the second-level civilization at most. Although the difference between the early stage and the middle stage is not much, the technological gap is huge. Now Africa is equivalent to taking a battleship from World War II and fighting a destroyer from the 21st century. Before Q Country could even get within the range of the African cannon, it was stunned by the opponent's beyond visual range attack. That is to say, the Q people can now hit the African troops, but the African troops can't reach the Q people at all, so there is no way to fight. Now the major African organizations have land-based megawatt laser weapons, but because the Earth is round, they can't hit Q Country at all. Although electromagnetic weapons can be used, once you launch them, the Q people are not fools. They will run away long ago, just standing there waiting for the shells to fall. In this way, in less than 3 hours, the major African organizations and mercenary teams, totaling nearly 800,000 people, were swept away by Q Country. After escaping the attack of the war fortress, the few lucky mercenaries faced the biochemical modified people of Q country. Faced with the biochemical modified people who knew no fatigue, pain, and fearless death, the mercenary team suffered tragedy again. When Xiang Qian thought that after Q country killed the troops of major African organizations, it would directly attack the Nigerian pressure base, but he didn't expect that Q country had no plan to attack the Nigerian pressure base from the ground, but dug a tunnel again. Seeing this, Xiang Qian was speechless. Do you love digging holes so much? According to Shinkong's calculations, at the current digging speed of Q country, it will take about 5 hours to open a tunnel to the Nigerian pressure base. The only good news is that Q country's tunnel is not parallel to his tunnel. If the Nigerian pressure base is taken as the origin, the angle between the two tunnels is about 82 degrees, and the tunnel dug by Xiang Qian is below the Q country tunnel. If the Nigerian pressure base is divided into 10 layers, then the exit of Q country's tunnel is on the 4th underground layer, while the exit of Xiang Qian's tunnel is on the 9th underground layer. As for which layer the God Eye radar is placed on, it depends on luck. Shinkong, notify everyone to prepare and enter the virtual system in half an hour. This time, you may not be offline for a whole day. Let everyone drink a bottle of nutrient solution before entering. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. After receiving Shinkong's notice, Zhang Lei and his team immediately arranged for the 1,700 people to start taking care of their personal affairs. Half an hour later, all the personnel were ready and put on helmets to enter the virtual game. Mission target: prehistoric civilization technology items. Mission completion conditions: snatch prehistoric civilization technology items, send them back to the tunnel safely, and ensure the safe departure of the transport vehicle. As soon as everyone entered the virtual game, a triangle with a purple glowing surface appeared in front of them, and the mission prompts also sounded in their ears. Liu Yu, Wang Bo, the two of you step out. Liu Yu, you will lead 1,000 people and follow me into the enemy base to snatch the mission items. Wang Bo, you take 700 people to guard the tunnel exit and never let anyone break through. This time the mission is the resurrection mode, and you will be resurrected immediately after death to continue to join the battle. However, all of you have only 12,000 resurrection opportunities combined, so you must cherish them. This time you are facing 300,000 enemies, so don't die easily, understand? Yang Guang said to the 1,700 people. Understood. Okay, let's start the connection. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes went black and they lost consciousness. When they regained consciousness again, they found that they were all hanging. The compartments of hundreds of large container trucks in the tunnel were opened, and rows of people wearing exoskeleton power armor were hung on them by mechanical arms. As the mechanical arms turned, the people in the first row landed on their feet, and then the people in the second row were pushed out by the mechanical arms. Rows of people were sent out like clothes on the clothes drying rack. Everyone, don't move around randomly, stand in order against the wall. At this time, Yang Guang's voice rang in everyone's ears. 1,700 people lined up in 2 rows, forming a 500-meter-long line. At this time, you can still see many unactivated clones hanging on the mechanical arms in those container vehicles. Rest here, I will tell you now. You will appear here after you die. Don't hesitate at that time. After resurrection, leave the passage immediately and run to the place where you died. If you see that the battle at the tunnel entrance is fierce, and there is a trend of being breached, then help guard the tunnel entrance. But under normal circumstances, this kind of thing will not happen, and everyone will use the internal communication system to communicate at that time. In the early stages of the battle, the 4 of us will not command the battle. However, once more than half of the casualties occur, I will take back your command rights, and the contribution points for this mission will be reset to 0. Now there are 3 hours and 40 minutes before the mission begins, so everyone should rest where they are. You can discuss how to complete the mission, but you cannot move around at will. Instructor, I don't know what weapons we are equipped with. Liu Yu asked. The weapons will be issued to you later. Although this time we are directly attacking the opponent's base, all the weapons you are equipped with are heavy weapons, which are absolutely powerful. Yang Guang said with a smile. If it weren't for the absolutely powerful weapons provided by Xiang Qian, he would not have the confidence to complete this mission. For the next 3 hours, a group of people stayed quietly in the tunnel, and Xiang Qian was still observing the actions of the Q country people. This time Xiang Qian did not use the previous method to blow up the Q country channel, because it was no longer useful. Q country deployed more than a dozen war fortresses on the ground along the tunnel. With the air defense power of the war fortress, the missile was blown up in the air, and would not fall to the ground at all. So now Xiang Qian can only wait for the tunnel of Q country to be dug through, and then he will go to intercept it. Shinkung, have you found the God's Eye radar? Xiang Qian looked at the tunnel of Q country, and it was almost reaching the base of Nigeria. Shinkung had not found the location of the God's Eye radar yet, so he asked anxiously. Boss, I haven't found it yet, but the bottom 12 floors are not found, and now there are 57 floors to find. How many floors does the tunnel of Q country lead to, and have the sensors there been deployed? Xiang Qian was speechless. It took so long to find only 12 floors. Nano-machine worms are not suitable for finding things. Sensors have been installed at the corresponding position of the Q country channel. Their tunnel leads to the energy system center of Nigeria, a separate cabin of 3 controlled nuclear fusion reactors. This cabin is connected to the main base of Nigeria by a 200-meter-long passage. It belongs to the expansion cabin of the main base, and corresponds to 43 floors. The starry sky shows the internal structure of the Nigeria base, which was obtained by using nano-machine worms to invade the base's main control computer. After listening to Shinkung's words, Xiang Qian nodded. As long as we can find out the dynamics of our Q country, it will be fine. Shinkung, when Q country starts to attack, you will immediately hack into the base's main control computer, turn off the sensors of the base's armor, and turn off the electromagnetic interference device at the same time. Then start the visible radar to find the location of the God's Eye radar as soon as possible, and send the coordinates to Zhang Lei and others. Okay, boss. Time passed slowly, and the tunnel in Q country finally touched the armor of the Nigerian pressure base. In less than 5 minutes, Q country broke through the base armor and opened a passage. At this time, Nigeria also reacted, and the guards at the base immediately ran towards the energy system center. Shinkung, control the drill to start working, and open a passage for me as quickly as possible. Xiang Qian saw that the tunnel of Q country was opened, and Nigeria's attention was attracted to Q country, and he immediately said to Shinkung. Chapter 97. Buzz, the high-frequency oscillation in front of the drill turned and started, and the tail flame sprayed out, rushing forward quickly. Beep! Everyone in the tunnel received the message at the same time, and the originally noisy internal communication system suddenly became quiet. Lu Yu, take a group out of the line, and get on the car according to the computer instructions. Wang Bo, after we leave, immediately deploy the defense fortress, block the enemy, and defend the tunnel exit. Yang Guang's voice sounded. Lu Yu and the 1,000 people who had been prepared for a long time quickly ran forward. After running about 300 meters, they saw a small war fortress floating in the air. 2 minutes later, everyone followed the order to wait for the vehicles to die and began to move towards the tunnel exit. The 500 people led by Wang Bo also followed the suspension vehicle in front and drove 2 container trucks forward. In less than 3 minutes, the driller opened the tunnel and appeared on the third to last floor of the Nigerian base. At this time, the Nigerian system had been invaded by the starry sky and did not issue any alarms at all. Only the staff on the third to last floor of the underground screamed loudly when they saw the driller, and then swarmed towards the elevator. But at this time, Liu led the team to rush out without any hesitation. The metal storm weapons on the war fortress roared, and in less than 10 seconds, the staff who rushed madly towards the elevator were all killed. Beep! Liu received a prompt that the mission target was on the 30th floor of the base. At this time, the lights of the entire base suddenly disappeared, and then appeared for a moment, but the new lights were obviously much darker than the beginning. This is the battle between my country and Nigeria in the center of the energy system, breaking the line of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Under the computer's automatic control, the system was shut down, and the entire base activated backup energy. Boom! Liu broke the elevator, then drove the small war fortress, followed the elevator passage, and quickly moved toward the 30th floor. As a result, on the 50th floor, he met the Q countryman, who had the same plan. The Q country's small war fortress broke the elevator door, and just as it rushed into the passage, it was directly blown up by Liu below. The last 50 vehicles stayed to cover, and the rest follow me up. Liu immediately said to the people behind him. Understood. Liu led 150 small war fortresses, and rushed to the 30th floor quickly despite the attack from the 45th floor. However, losses were inevitable, and 28 of the small war fortresses were hit in the vital parts and turned directly into a ball of fireworks. The following battle was divided into 2 battlefields, one on the 30th floor, where Liu led his men to fight with the guards of Nigeria. Part of the battlefield was on the 45th floor, where Q country, Nigeria, and Xiang Qian fought a chaotic battle. The battles on both sides were not going well. On the 30th floor, Nigeria had deployed too many heavy weapons. There were even hundreds of mechas deployed. Although these mechas were stupid, large, clumsy, and rough, the heavy firepower carried by the mechas was very threatening to small war fortresses. Faced with such a situation, Liu could only let everyone get off the car and hide behind the war fortress to attack. Nigeria had no way to eliminate Liu and his men. The gap in technology could not be made up by the number of people. The battle on the 45th floor was even more dramatic. Originally, Q Country had already reached the elevator door, but was blocked by the 50 small war fortresses left by Liu. The blocked Q Country troops were the elite forces invested by Q Country. They were originally used as a spearhead to break through the Nigerian defense line, but they were suddenly blocked by Xiang Qian. At this time, the Nigerian pressure finally reacted. Although they didn't know whether these small war fortresses were their friendly forces, they saw a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So the Nigerian army started to attack Q Country without saying anything. When the commander of the Nigerian army on the 45th floor received the news that the 30th floor was attacked, he was completely stunned. However, in the current situation, they still needed these small war fortresses to block the elite troops of Q Country, so the commander of the Nigerian army still did not order an attack on them. In this way, the spearhead troops of Q Country were stopped by the small war fortresses, and finally destroyed under the attack of Xiang Qian and the Nigerian army. At this time, the biochemical transformation troops of Q Country were still entering the 45th floor through the tunnel. Faced with the endless biochemical transformation troops, the two sides tacitly joined forces to attack the Q Country troops. The Nigerian commander thought that as long as he defended the 45th floor, the guards on the 30th floor were stronger than here, so there was no problem defending there, and he didn't need to worry about this group of people. Wait until the Q people are wiped out, and then the other group of people. The people who stayed in the elevator passage on the 45th floor didn't think so much. Anyway, as long as no one attacked the passage, they would not care. But if they wanted to attack the passage, they would open fire. As a result, these Q countries were in tragedy. The instructions issued in the biochemical modified human chip were to capture the 45th floor and eliminate all threatening targets. Now all the 45th floor were threatening targets, so they opened fire indiscriminately and attacked both sides at the same time. Time passed slowly. After 10 minutes, the guards under pressure from Nigeria could not stand it anymore. The biochemically modified people of Q Country are not afraid of death, but the Nigerian guards are all normal people. In just 10 minutes, nearly 12,000 Nigerians died in the battle. The number of deaths on the Q side was 3 times theirs, but they continued to emerge from the tunnel exit with no sign of stopping, which made the Nigerian side feel more pressured. Xiang Qian and his people had a small war fortress to support them. Although there were losses, they were definitely within an acceptable range. And they are not afraid of death, anyway, they can just revive after death. They still think this is a simulation game, and have no other ideas. Yes, those people, in their eyes, are NPCs, and they have no psychological burden at all. Boss, 3 unknown forces of 20,000 people suddenly attacked the Nigerian pressure base. Xingkong suddenly said while Xiang Qian was watching the battlefield situation. Let the people who stayed on the 45th floor gather on the 30th floor, and tell Liu not to rush in, just guard the hall of the elevator exit. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said. As Xiang Qian asked the personnel to withdraw from the 45th floor, the situation changed immediately. This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Nigerian guards finally collapsed and began to evacuate. At this time, the 3 unknown armed forces also began to attack the 3 entrances of the Nigerian base. Beep! Open car number 1 and wait for orders. This was the order received on Li Cheng's communicator. Seeing this order, Li Cheng's eyes shrank and his expression was solemn. He immediately walked to the side of car number 1, entered the password, and opened the container. Inside the container was an oversized tempered glass, which was full of dark green liquid, and a plant could be vaguely seen. Chapter 98. Li Cheng looked solemnly at the plant soaked in the dark green potion. Although he didn't know what it was used for, he knew that this plant was very unusual. Before carrying out the mission, Xiang Qian assigned him a secret mission, which was to stay in the passage, guard the plant, and wait for Xiang Qian's order. He still remembered that when Xiang Qian talked about this plant, his expression was particularly serious. He also told him that before starting this plant, everyone must press the neuron self-destruct button, and he can start this plant after everyone disconnects the link. He also had to disconnect the link instantly after the startup was completed. While Li Cheng started car number 1 and waited for orders, the battle on the 45th floor became more and more intense. After Liu Yu received Xiang Qian's order, he immediately organized people to surround the small war fortress into a semicircle, wrapped everyone inside, retreated to the elevator exit, and stopped attacking. At this time, there were only 720 people left in the 1,000-man team. Instructor, this won't work. Sooner or later, we will be exhausted. Liu Yu looked at the team members, who died occasionally, and said anxiously, "It's okay, just wait. The people who died in the battle just now are on their way. Don't worry about anything now, just guard here and wait for orders." Zhang Lei was not in a hurry at all. "Okay, instructor." Liu Yu wanted to ask something, but thought about it and didn't ask. After about 10 minutes, Liu Yu clearly felt that the attack strength of Nigeria had decreased. He was about to order an attack, but Zhang Lei beside him had no intention of attacking at all, so he could only suppress this idea, and his doubts in his heart became more serious. Xiang Qian looked at the battle situation on the screen. His face was not good. As the continuous force of Q country rushed to the 30th floor, the pressure on Nigeria's guard troops instantly doubled. The equipment of both sides was not much different, when Q country did not have heavy weapons. However, the biochemical modified people of Q country were fearless, and continued to attack even if they were missing arms and legs as long as they were not completely dead. The Nigerian troops were no match. Even though their equipment was similar, they were far inferior to the biochemically modified soldiers of Q country. Soon, Q country occupied 1/8 of the 30th floor and was advancing rapidly. At this time, the troops of the three unknown forces also rushed to the 30th floor. It was not known whether someone in the Nigerian army leaked the information or what, but the three forces did not delay at all and rushed directly to the 30th floor. The entire 30th floor has 12 safety passages, 22 elevators, and 4 large elevator platforms. Now, the biochemically modified soldiers of Q country are coming to the 30th floor through the 3 safety passages in the north, and the 3 unknown forces are rushing down through the safety passages in the east, south, and west. The elevator platform occupied by Liu Yu and his team is just in the west, not far from the safety passage. And there are not many guards under Nigeria who can enter the 30th floor now. The troops tied up on the 45th floor and the entrance of the base account for 1/5 of the troops in the entire base, and another 1/5 are scattered on various floors. It is also difficult to come up to support now. The remaining 3/5 of the troops are all on the 30th floor, but under the attack of Q country, 3 unknown forces, and Xiang Qian's 5 forces, it is estimated that they can only hold out for 4.5 hours. If there is no follow-up support, they will definitely die here. The reason why Xiang Qian asked Liu Yu and his men to stop was to let Q country and the 3 forces consume the strength of Nigeria's pressure first. Even if Liu Yu rushed in with heavy firepower now, he would definitely not be able to get out, so it is better to occupy the elevator platform first. This way, they can attack or defend, and the lost personnel can be replenished continuously through the elevator channel, so they will not be isolated and helpless. As for the God's Eye radar, it is in the closed laboratory, in the center of the hall on the 30th floor. The entire closed laboratory has only one exit. If you want to take the God's Eye radar away, you must go through this door. Boss, there are 5 space-based kinetic weapon launchers in space that have changed their orbits. The direction of the orbit change is above the Nigerian pressure base. At this time, Shinkong suddenly reminded. Xiang Qian didn't say anything, but nodded subconsciously, his eyes still fixed on the screen. 30 minutes later, the Nigerian guards suddenly retreated, all retreating to the laboratory around the central hall on the 30th floor, and began to set up defense lines at the 8 entrances to the main passage of the hall. At this time, the 3 unknown forces also took action. The team on the east side suddenly turned around and started firing at Q country. The 2 teams on the southwest sides turned around and rushed towards Liu Yu and his team, and started attacking as soon as they met. Boss, 5 space-based kinetic weapons are launched, and the targets are 5.150 kilometers outside the Nigerian pressure base. Xiang Qian turned his head, and saw the targets of the space-based weapons on the small screen. If the 5 points were connected, they would form a 5-pointed star. At this time, Xiang Qian knew that it was impossible to seize the God's Eye radar with 1,700 people. Although the attack of the space-based kinetic weapons could not cause damage to the Nigerian pressure base, Q country, and the tunnel he dug would be destroyed instantly. Without the underground tunnel, it is impossible to leave with the God's Eye radar. Boss, Country A, Country Eagle, and Germany suddenly asked Country Q to stop attacking Nigeria at the United Nations meeting. And the armed forces they sent has set off, and the vanguard is expected to reach the Nigerian base in 2 hours. Boss, the underground tunnel collapsed, and it is expected to be reopened in 18 hours and 27 minutes. Do you want to reopen it? The small screens next to the main screen show the Sky aircraft carriers and large transport ships sent by Country A, Country Eagle, and Germany, the damage caused to the ground by 5 space-based kinetic weapons, and the location report of the collapsed underground tunnel. Xiang Qian looked around. A sneer appeared on his lips, and he said to the starry sky, "Notify everyone to disconnect the neuron connection in 10 seconds. Notify Li Cheng to open the sealed culture tank of vehicle number 1. Notify Lung Ning to unlock the plant growth inhibition gene, and control the basalt-class biochemical weapons to protect the deep-sea transport submarine to move to position number 3. Okay, boss." Xiang Qian looked at the troops dispatched by the 3 countries on the screen and said disdainfully, "Even if you 3 parties unite, what can you do? Let me show you what a plant-based war weapon of a 3rd-level biochemical civilization is." After Lung Ning received the communication from Shinkong in the laboratory, she frowned and hesitated for a few seconds. She wanted to say something with the communicator, but she didn't press the communication button in the end. Then she came to the front of the M3A biochemical mother machine and pressed a few buttons facing a strange plant with branches growing outside a spherical core on the screen. In an instant, the red chain of the plant core on the screen disappeared. Chapter 99. Beep. Quick, press the button to disconnect the neuron connection immediately. Hurry up, don't hesitate. After seeing the system prompt, Zhang Lei hurriedly shouted in the internal communication system. Everyone saw the notification, and then heard Zhang Lei shout, and hurriedly pressed the button to disconnect the neuron connection. Zhang Lei looked at the red dot on the internal command system that disappeared in an instant, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Lei, what are you doing? Quickly." At this time, Li Cheng's voice sounded in Zhang Lei's ears. "I quit now," Zhang Lei said and pressed the button. His eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. Li Cheng saw that everyone had disconnected, so he entered the password into the sealed culture tank. After pressing the OK button, he also disconnected immediately. 3 seconds later, the sealed culture tank opened, and the dark green medicine flowed out. After the medicine flowed out, a ball-shaped plant that looked like a tree tumor and had roots and branches all over its surface appeared. Because the ground was a bit uneven, there was still a little bit of dark green medicine left in the culture tank, but these residual medicines were absorbed by the branches at a speed visible to the naked eye. When all the medicine disappeared, hundreds of its branches began to stretch out along the culture tank, covering the glass of the entire culture tank like creepers. When one of the branches touched the ground, the other branches quickly retracted and spread to the ground together. At this time, there was still medicine that had just flowed down on the ground, and hundreds of branches instantly stretched out and began to absorb the medicine on the ground. After all the medicine on the ground was absorbed, the core part still in the culture tank moved to the ground under the support of the branches. The whole scene was very strange. When the core reaches the ground, it begins to split into new small branches, like countless roots, quickly drilling into the ground and spreading underground. At this time, the other branches are not idle either, and begin to spread in all directions to the west. A few minutes later, the ground that had just been soaked in the medicine began to crack. If you look closely, you can see that the surface has a tendency to become sandy. This is the situation that occurs when the water and various nutrients in the soil are completely absorbed, the land loses fertility, and begins to turn into desertification. Generally, such a transformation would take a long time to form, but in just a few minutes, the ground where the plant took root had already begun to show signs of desertification. It can be imagined that the plant has already absorbed the fertility of the land to the point of devouring it. It is not absorbing, but plundering. 10 minutes later, the core part, which was only 3 times the size of a basketball, had grown to more than a person's height, and was still growing. The surrounding land had already dried up and cracked. The branches that first spread out are now as thick as human arms, and tree tumors have grown on the surface of the branches. Who knows what is growing inside? At this time, the battle on the 30th floor is still going on. Although everyone has disconnected the neural connection, the small war fortresses are still under the control of the starry sky and continue to attack. However, as the opponent uses heavy weapons, the small war fortresses are also blown up one by one. When the last small war fortress was blown up, it also means that Xiang Qian no longer has the ability to attack the 30th floor. General Qishan, His Majesty asked me to inform you to stop the attack. Why can't our great Q Empire fight them? I am not afraid of death, and neither are my soldiers. Tell His Majesty that we... That's enough, General Qishan. This is an order. I know you feel bad, but for the future, we can only endure it this time. But General Chishan, don't worry, His Majesty has agreed to the plan, and asked me to tell you that you will command the unit. Hi, please tell His Majesty that Chishan Junyi is absolutely loyal to His Majesty. After turning off the communication, Chishan Junyi sat on the chair and pressed the button on the chair after a while. General Chishan. A young officer walked in from outside the door and said respectfully to Chishan Junyi's back. Notify the technical department to start the self-destruction program of the biochemically modified soldiers, and then let the other personnel in the base prepare to collect their things, and we will go back. Chishan Junyi said slowly. General Chishan, we still have the strength to fight, we follow the order. Hi! With the abandonment of Q country, the Battle of Nigeria's base has also come to an end. The only troops left in the base are the troops of me, Ing, and Germany, and the Nigerian base guards. The guarding of the gods radar has also been handed over from Nigeria to the three-party coalition. But now is not the time to take this thing away. Everyone wants to take it for themselves, but the other two countries will definitely not agree. So it is not safe to keep it with anyone, so it can only be kept here in Nigeria, and the three parties will read it together, and no one can play tricks. Report, Colonel Dennis, all the personnel of Country Q have turned into a pool of blood. The soldiers are afraid that there is a virus among them, so they request the Chemical Defense Force to intervene. A captain said to Colonel Dennis, the commander of Country A, who was in charge of this operation. Damn dwarf, he won't stop even after he dies. Colonel Dennis cursed in a low voice and said, tell the people below not to move around. Let the Nigerian garrison do the cleaning. We are not cleaners. By the way, have you identified the other force? No, there are no signs on their equipment, so it's impossible to tell. The captain replied. Then never mind, leave a few behind, and let the Nigerian pressure handle the rest. Colonel Dennis waved his hand after speaking, signaling the captain to leave, then took out the communication equipment, contacted his superiors, and reported what happened here. Boom, at this time, a loud noise accompanied by a violent shock shook the entire base. Damn it, what happened? Colonel Dennis fell to the ground, and waited until the shaking stopped before he got up and put on the headset. As soon as he put on the headset, he heard the sound of gunfire and explosions. I'm Dennis, who are you fighting with? Report immediately. Colonel Dennis yelled. Colonel Dennis, it's bad, a monster appeared under the base. No, it's not a monster but a plant. It's not a plant, it's a demon. What plants, demons, are you still asleep? What happened? Colonel Dennis, there are countless vines. Vines that eat people. Oh no. Ah. Colonel Dennis heard the voice coming from the headset and felt very bad. At this time, the commanders of Eagle Country and Germany also ran in a panic. Seeing that Dennis was fine, they immediately said, Colonel Dennis, we must leave here immediately. There is a mutated plant under this base, and it is spreading upwards. If we don't leave now, we will have no chance. Boom, another huge explosion sounded, and then the entire underground base began to shake. They felt that the entire base was sinking. Let's go, we leave now. Colonel Dennis said immediately after the shaking stopped. Okay, let's leave the thing here for now, and wait for excavation later. No problem. The commanders of the three parties reached a consensus that if they wanted to take the thing for themselves at this time, no one could escape. But just when they had gathered the personnel, and had not yet entered the safe passage, the entire base sank suddenly. In an instant, the entire base dropped at least 15 meters. Everyone was instantly lifted into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. When they stood up, the faces of the three commanders were all black. What does it mean that the underground base sinks 15 meters? It basically means that the hope of escape is equal to zero. The connection between the exit of the base and the safe passage is disconnected. Unless they dig a hole to get out, they will be trapped inside. Go to the first floor immediately to see if the passage to leave the base is still intact. Hurry up. Colonel Dennis yelled. 2 minutes later, everyone was in despair. The exit of the base was already a rock mine, and the top floor was also crushed by boulders. Everyone pick up your weapons, and go down together to destroy that damn plant. The German commander suddenly said, and then led his men to rush down. Colonel Dennis and the Eagle Country commander looked at each other, and immediately issued the same order. Since they couldn't get out, they could only destroy the plant, otherwise they would all die. As a result, when they rushed to the 49th floor, they saw a German soldier whose exoskeleton armor was penetrated by a vine, and nailed to the wall. Then, they saw the German soldier twitching and shouting constantly, and 10 seconds later, he suddenly stood there motionless. Then, they saw the joints of the exoskeleton armor began to smoke, and then fell off. Soon the entire set of exoskeleton armor turned into pieces of scrap metal, and the body of the German soldier disappeared completely. Only the bright red blood on the breastplate proved that what they saw was not an illusion. At this time, the exoskeleton armor on the ground also slowly melted, and finally turned into a liquid that was absorbed by the vines. Absorbed. At this time, everyone was shocked. The person who fired the gun at the beginning had already used up the magazine, but his finger was still on the trigger, and he was stunned. When the vines absorbed all the liquid and pointed at them, they reacted and fled upwards frantically. Such a scene happened in the entire base. The bottom 20 floors of the Nigerian pressure base were almost gone. Countless branches with diameters of several meters, or more than 10 meters, were shuttling through the metal walls of the base. The liquid secreted from the surface of the branches melted the steel very quickly, and then absorbed it. Xiang Qian was shocked when he saw the countless vines on the screen. Although this was not the first time he had seen this scene, and he knew the power of plant-based biochemical weapons, but in just 1 hour, it had evolved to such a level and easily destroyed a base, which still made Xiang Qian full of fear of this kind of biochemical weapon. If it weren't for the God's Eye radar, he wouldn't have used this weapon. Apart from anything else, the damage it causes to the environment alone would take more than a year or two to recover. If it were allowed to grow, the entire Earth would be destroyed by it. Fortunately, there are strict controls on such biological weapons. When Xiang Qian no longer needs it, he can make it wither with just one command. Chapter 100. Fear spread, and everyone in the Nigerian base wished they could grow 2 more legs. At this time, everyone ran madly to the upper floors, but after reaching the top floor, they could no longer walk. So far, the base has sunk 30 meters, nearly the height of 10 floors. And this base is still built in a large mine. At this time, the exit is all unused or due to low grade. Without the help of machinery, it is simply impossible to dig a tunnel. A large base would have several sets of excavation equipment, but unfortunately, all of them are on the bottom few floors. Now 1/3 of the entire base is occupied by vines, so there is no need to think about the excavation equipment. As the saying goes, people are forced out. In this case, the Zhengran people thought of a solution that was not a solution, that is, to use weapons to blast out a passage. Fortunately, all the weapons used now are electromagnetic weapons and laser weapons. Although it is laborious to blast out a passage, it is not impossible. Who cares about the service life of weapons at this time? The laser weapon power is adjusted to the maximum, and a hole is opened in the ore vein first. Then use explosives to blast a hole, and then continue to use laser weapons to blast upwards until the laser weapons are scrapped. Then use electromagnetic weapons to break up the rock mass, and use special engineering shovels to dig. In this way, more than 20 minutes passed, and a tunnel with a diameter of 2 meters and a length of 35 meters was dug. This is the result achieved after scrapping tens of thousands of laser guns. Boom! The ground shook and the entire base sank again. No! Oh my God! This can't be true. After the base sank, dozens of people in the tunnel sat on the ground. I don't know if they were lucky or unlucky. Without weapons, these dozens of people couldn't dig a tunnel to the ground. After the base sank, the people who were still in the base gave up the idea of continuing to dig tunnels, because it was useless. The base would sink again, and they didn't have time to dig tunnels. Even if they dug tunnels, they couldn't save everyone. It was just a disguised way of waiting to die. After understanding their own situation, many people collapsed. They may not be afraid of death, but that kind of death is not what they want. At this time, many people who were still in the base threw away their guns and sat on the ground, their eyes showing despair. No. I can't die, Ginny is still waiting for me, I'm going to kill that monster. A German soldier suddenly shouted, and then rushed down with the solid explosives piled next to him that were used to blow up the tunnel. Yes, we still have explosives. As long as we can put them at the root of the plant, we might be able to kill it. These are all high-energy explosives. The destructive power within a certain range is very terrible. Even the plant can't withstand a close-range explosion. The German commander said with bright eyes. But we can't go down at all. There are so many vines. We can't get close to its roots. The Nigerian commander shook his head and said, then we can only take a gamble. At least it's better than waiting to die here. The commander of the Eagle country picked up a piece of high-energy explosives and put it in his bag, saying as he walked, compared to being sucked dry by the vines, I would rather be blown to death. A Nigerian soldier said this and left with the explosives. In this way, more and more people rushed to the bottom of the base with explosives. Some people simply took the elevator and chose to go directly to the bottom. If they encountered vines, they would detonate the explosives. A few minutes later, a series of huge explosions came from the bottom of the base, and the entire base sank several meters again. But these efforts were completely useless. Apart from a few vines being blown black, they had no effect. At this time, the base suddenly lost power, the backup power system was also destroyed, and the surroundings fell into silence. General Hans, I still can't get in touch with Colonel Dennis. Geologists can't explain the specific reasons for the sudden collapse of the Nigerian pressure base. They need to conduct a field investigation. Is it the same in other countries? Yes, I can't get in touch with them. Okay, I got it. May God bless them. You go down first. General Hans stood in front of the porthole on the top floor of the Sky Carrier Command Tower, looking at the gray sky above his head, and remained silent for a long time. Buzz! General Hans's watch suddenly vibrated twice, and a paragraph of words appeared on the surface, which soon disappeared. 3 hours later, a large rescue team arrived around the Nigerian pressure base. Above the base, 6 sky carriers were suspended there, and countless scanning equipment was turned to the maximum, trying to detect the situation underground. At this time, the mountain, which was originally more than 600 meters high, has sunk nearly 300 meters. It seems that there is a bottomless pit underground, swallowing the mountain. This rescue did not adopt the method of excavation, but opened a tunnel around the Nigerian pressure base that leads to the Nigerian pressure base obliquely. How long will it take to open the tunnel? General Hans asked in the command room of the Sky aircraft carrier. It will probably take half an hour. Tell the rescue team to be careful, and the tunnel must be reinforced. Our soldiers are all wearing tactical armor, and the life support system on it can ensure survival for 3 days in harsh conditions. Okay, General Hans. The figure on the big screen disappeared, and was replaced by the digging progress chart of 3 rescue channels. Among them, Germany's speed is the fastest, and it is almost through. It will take at most 10 minutes to enter the base. Boom! At this time, a loud noise sounded, and the mountain, which was originally more than 300 meters high, suddenly dropped 120 meters, and then continued to sink with the vibration. The sudden collapse of the mountain startled the rescue team, but after 5 minutes, the mountain stopped collapsing and the rescue channel was not affected at all. However, these channels are no longer useful. The sinking of the base again caused the originally calculated position to change. Even if the channel is opened, it is not the base that appears, but the collapsed mountain. The rescue teams of various countries immediately ordered to stop digging, return to the ground, and dig again after recalculating the angle. Oh, damn, it's all in vain. The black excavator driver Jack said unhappily. Okay, man, stop complaining, get out of here, we go first. Jack's coworker Steven said. It's all because of this damn apocalypse. If it weren't for 2 pieces of bread, I wouldn't come here. Shit! Jack stepped on the accelerator hard, and the excavator rushed forward for more than 10 meters again. After he vented his anger, he put it in reverse gear and prepared to return. But at this time, the headlights in front of the excavator suddenly illuminated the root of a plant. The drill bit of the excavator did not dig through the branch that looked like a root, but there was just a little mark on it. Shit! What is this? We are 210 meters underground, and there are tree roots. Is everything I learned in school wrong? And this excavator can't even dig up the roots of plants, and it's called. Wait, it seems to be moving. Jack opened his eyes wide and said in shock. Jack, what are you still doing underground? Come up quickly, or the boss will deduct your salary. Steven urged. Oh, God, you don't know what I found, a moving tree root, it's wrapped around the excavator. I want to teach it a lesson, to let it know what a high-frequency oscillation drill is. Oh, no. Help. Ah. Jack, what's wrong with you? Speak up, what happened down there? Steven heard Jack's screams, and while sending a message to the top, he ran back. He wanted to see what Jack had encountered. 2 minutes later, Steven lost contact with the top after sending the last message to run. After learning that there was danger down there, the rescue team immediately evacuated, with all kinds of weapons aimed at the tunnel entrance. Suddenly, countless vines stretched out from the tunnel entrance and spread outward. One of the vines was half a meter in diameter. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Attack immediately. Countless vines covered the vines, and even the electromagnetic cannon on the Sky Carrier was fired. Under the saturation attack here, countless small vines were broken one after another, and only the thickest vine was not broken. It seemed to consciously shrink back, but under the electromagnetic cannon of the Sky Carrier, it did not escape the fate of being broken. Boom, Boom, boom. When the thick vine was broken, the entire sinking mountain roared again, and the rubble on the mountain began to shake. This time it was not sinking, but shaking upward, as if something was about to come out. As a huge rock was ejected, a huge vine with a diameter of 3 meters rose into the sky. This was not over yet, and the second vine, the third vine. Dozens of vines rose from the ground. Seeing this situation, both the rescue team on the ground and the people on the sky carrier were all shocked. Chapter 101. Attack, Saturation Attack. General Hans shouted loudly. After hearing General Hans's roar, the operators reacted and immediately began to attack the vines and the collapsed mountain. Boom! Countless weapons on the sky carrier fired at the same time, and the output power of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor instantly soared to 95%. Several other sky carriers also opened fire at the same time, and countless electromagnetic guns, missiles, and lasers covered the area where dozens of vines were. The power of the explosion flattened the mountain, which was less than 200 meters away, and the shock waves swept across the surrounding 5 kilometers. The rescue team on the ground suffered heavy losses in an instant, and many rescuers, who were not wearing armor, were directly killed by the shock wave. In the thick smoke, a branch quickly climbed up and drilled directly into the hull of a sky carrier like a sharp arrow. As this vine drilled into the sky carrier, the other vines seemed to have found their target and instantly aimed at the sky carrier. In less than 10 seconds, a sky carrier was tied up by vines and slowly descended. Aim at the root attack of the vines, adjust the angle of the sky carrier, use the electromagnetic main gun, and shut down the power supply of other electromagnetic guns and laser weapons. General Hans saw another sky carrier of Country A tied up by vines, and immediately gave orders. The saturation attack just now did not cause any damage to the vines. Except that the main body of the vines was burned black, there was no damage at all. Boom! The electromagnetic main gun of the sky carrier accurately hit a vine, but unlike what was imagined, the vine was not broken, but just bent. At the same time, the sky carrier tied to the vine was also pulled down by the vine. Lift off, rise to an altitude of 10,000 meters, quickly. General Hans decisively issued the order to take off after seeing that the electromagnetic main gun had no effect. The sky carrier had no way to cause any damage to the vine that even the electromagnetic main gun could not break. While the other sky carriers were taking off, the bound sky carrier was rapidly descending. At first, the sky carrier was still struggling, trying to rise up, hoping to break free from the vines. However, the electromagnetic anti-gravity device was pushed to its limit, and the sky carrier was still slowly descending. At the same time, dozens of vines were still raging in the sky carrier, and many equipment were destroyed. Until the reactor was destroyed, the entire sky carrier had no hope of escape. After the power supply was stopped, the electromagnetic anti-gravity device was shut down instantly. The sky carrier, weighing tens of thousands of tons, fell rapidly under the entanglement of the vines and the acceleration of the Earth's gravity. Boom! The sky carrier that fell to the ground exploded, and the vines tightly wrapped around the burning sky carrier like a giant python, and then secreted green liquid. Soon a sky carrier was corroded by dozens of vines into a pile of liquid, which was absorbed by the vines. Apply to the higher-ups to use space-based kinetic weapons. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against them. And from this point of view, there is no hope for the lives of those in the Nigerian pressure base. General Hans looked at the wreckage of the sky aircraft carrier that had been devoured, and finally understood why the Nigerian base collapsed. At this time, the 3 countries' space-based kinetic weapons were just over Nigeria and had not changed their tracks. So after General Hans made an application, the 3 countries agreed to use space-based kinetic weapons after a brief negotiation. In less than 15 minutes, the tungsten alloy metal rod accurately hit the center of the collapsed mountain, and dozens of vines were all covered within the strike range. However, the attack of the space-based kinetic weapon did not produce any spectacular scene. Apart from the ground shaking, there was no other effect. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Everyone knew how strong the attack power of the space-based kinetic weapon was. But hitting the center of the collapsed base was like hitting cotton. There was no effect at all. Then, the second, third, fourth. The space-based kinetic weapon attacked the center of the Nigerian base 15 times, but the effect was the same every time. There was only a slight vibration on the ground, and then it didn't stop. There was no landslide or earth-shattering. Only a few vines were broken, but the other vines continued to spread outward, looking for prey. Now there seemed to be no other way except to use nuclear weapons. But it seemed that nuclear weapons would be useless to attack on the ground. With the depth of the Nigerian base, the plant must be buried very deep. just when the three countries were negotiating with Nigeria and preparing to use nuclear strikes. Xiang Qian was looking at the big screen and smiled with disdain. It is too naive to think that a toothpick-sized space-based kinetic weapon can destroy the plant biochemical weapons of the third-level biochemical civilization. 15 strikes, except for breaking hundreds of vines, did not hit the core at all, and it was still several kilometers away from the core. Shinkong, how long will it take for the drill to arrive? Xiang Qian asked, looking at the drill digging a tunnel on the screen. Boss, it is expected to arrive in 17 hours and 23 minutes. Well, then continue to issue the reward. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian nodded after listening. If nothing unexpected happened, the God's Eye radar was in hand. But the impact was too bad. I hope Q Country can take the blame. He asked Shinkong to issue a bounty, and the content directly pointed the finger at Q Country. Anyway, Q Country has the supporting training equipment for M3A, and it can't escape. He just made this matter public, and continued to offer a bounty for Q Country's heads, because all the troops he sent out were swallowed up by Q Country's biological and chemical weapons. At the same time, a video was posted, and the radio content was the image of Q Country launching plant biochemical weapons. This video is not a starry sky synthesis. With the current technology, the starry sky synthesis video is not safe at all. But dig a hole outside your own base, and then copy the scene at the 45th floor exit of the Nigerian pressure base, and then copy a group of Q Country exoskeleton armor, equipped with a copy of the plant biochemical weapon core. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the real thing, especially the last video of the soldier being swallowed by the vines, and then the vines begin to spread, which fully shows the horror of the vines. 3 days later, the deep-sea submarine returned to the base under the protection of the basalt-class biological weapon, and brought back the God's Eye radar intact. Although there was still some metal-corrosive mucus on it, it had no effect on the God's Eye radar. At the same time, the three countries also carried out an underground nuclear explosion on the Nigerian pressure base, just after the deep-sea submarine left. At the same time as the nuclear explosion, Xiang Qian asked Lung Ning to press the button that controlled the core gene of the biological weapon, causing it to collapse directly. Even if the countries found some branches and leaves, they could not analyze anything because the gene sequence inside was completely disordered. As for Q Country, it was in big trouble. Although Q Country refused to admit that they did it, in order to calm the anger of the people and the families of the soldiers, the three countries still pointed the finger at Q Country. Although it ended in vain, Q Country must have paid a great price. Xiang Qian didn't know what the specific price was, and he was not interested in knowing. Because according to the date, the wormhole that allows the Earth to truly enter the universe will appear in half a month. So Xiang Qian was so busy recently that he had no energy to care about those trivial matters. Chapter 102. The silent universe hides countless secrets. No one knows where the center of the universe is, and no one knows where the end of the universe is. Mars is the fourth planet from the inside to the outside of the solar system. It is a terrestrial planet with a diameter of about half that of the Earth. Its rotation axis inclination and rotation period are similar to those of the Earth. Its revolution time is about twice that of the Earth. Its surface is orange-red. In the void between Mars and the Earth, 8.26 million kilometers away from Mars, a wave suddenly appeared, like a drop of water falling on a calm lake, splashing ripples. But this situation lasted only 13 seconds, and then disappeared. The surrounding void did not change at all, as if the situation just appeared was an illusion. But if you check the cosmic microwave radiation background radiation of this place, you will find that a huge hole has appeared in this place. Although it is invisible to the naked eye, it does exist. Xiang Qian looked at the cosmic microwave radiation background image that had just been scanned on the screen, and breathed a sigh of relief. This continuous scanning has been going on for a whole day, and it was not until the evening that the wormhole appeared. Xiang Qian was relieved after seeing the wormhole appear. Fortunately, he did not change history too much. Since the wormhole appeared, all countries will find it tomorrow and find detectors inside. When the detector did not work, people were sent into the wormhole to check, and a new galaxy suitable for human habitation was found. Then, they rushed in a swarm, almost exterminated the whole race, and 9/10 of the entire human race died before they ran back. However, Xiang Qian remembered that when it was announced that a new galaxy could be reached through a wormhole, and there was a planet completely suitable for human habitation, the whole Earth went crazy, and everyone was happily waiting to go to the new planet. Several big countries almost fought over the territory of the new planet. It's funny to think about it now. But all this cannot be stopped. No one will choose to stay on Earth after discovering a new galaxy, and a planet that is completely suitable for human habitation. I guess people who think like this will be sent to a mental hospital. Even if Xiang Qian tells everyone that it is a trap, and they will die if they enter it, no one will believe it. Starry Sky, launch the information transfer station. After it reaches the new galaxy through the wormhole, hide it in the meteorite belt. I'm going to sleep first. Xiang Qian stood up and walked towards the door. Good night, boss. Have a good dream. Shinkong's face showed a stiff smile, and he said to Xiang Qian's back. On Mars, in a large crater, a fully automatic data collection vehicle collected all the data and put the storage into the return capsule. 10 minutes later, the electromagnetic anti-gravity system of the return capsule began to work, and the return capsule slowly rose into the air. After reaching 500 meters in the air, it started the engine and returned to the National Space Station along the predetermined orbit. 12 hours later, at a distance of 826 kilometers from Mars, the signal of the return capsule suddenly disappeared, and the entire return capsule disappeared. The International Space Station immediately monitored this situation. After calculating the trajectory and flight speed of the return capsule, it began to observe the area, but found nothing. No meteorites were found passing by, nor were the wreckage of the return capsule. The entire area of space was clean, cleaner than many people's faces. But in this place where there was no problem, the screen of the return capsule disappeared for no reason. Before the return capsule disappeared, the computer did not send back any abnormal situation reports. In the 12 hours from the return capsule returning from Mars to the disappearance, all data were normal, and there was no deviation from the planned orbit. The staff of the International Space Station were surprised. This situation was unscientific. How could a good return capsule disappear just like that? Then they began to use various means to detect and scan the area, and finally got an answer. There was a hole there. And this hole is not an ordinary hole, it is very likely a wormhole. After this conclusion was reached, the International Space Station immediately sent this news back to various countries, and all countries were in an uproar. The big countries immediately mobilized the small space research ships in the space city, brought all kinds of equipment, and rushed there as quickly as possible. Small countries began to launch probes frantically, or directly use spacecraft and rushed there in a hurry. The major organizations were much more low-key, just launching a few probes and daring not to do anything else. Anyway, they didn't want to do scientific research, so no matter how magical the wormhole was, it had nothing to do with them. As for what was on the other side of the wormhole, all the major countries had sent people there, so they didn't worry about it. They just had to wait for news at home. Xiang Qian slept until he woke up naturally. This was the best sleep he had had in half a month. Since he had gotten the God's Eye radar, he had been working overtime to design and manufacture various equipment. It was not until the wormhole appeared yesterday that he was relieved and slept peacefully. After breakfast, Xiang Qian came to the main control hall. At this time, the large three-dimensional projection screen in the main control hall showed the situation on the other side of the wormhole. It was a galaxy about 3 times larger than the solar system. The mass of the central star was 1.67 times that of the Sun. The entire galaxy had 17 galaxies. Among them, there were 8 terrestrial planets, 3 giant planets and 6 distant planets. Xiang Qian was silent when he saw the slowly rotating galaxy map. After a while, he clicked on one of the planets and enlarged it. This terrestrial planet, with an ocean surface of 68.5%, looks similar to Earth, and can be said to be another replica of Earth. Xiang Qian knew that this planet not only looked similar to Earth, but its mass, gravity, oxygen content, light duration, eccentricity, revolution period, orbital inclination and other data were basically completely consistent with Earth, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a copycat version of Earth. Moreover, the ecological environment on it was not comparable to the Earth that had been polluted by industry for decades. In terms of habitable environment, this planet was more suitable for human habitation than Earth. The most important thing is that this planet is more beautiful than the Earth, because there are mountains on this planet that are suspended in the air and surrounded by clouds. Yes, it is the kind of mountain formed by giant room temperature superconducting minerals suspended in the air in the movie Avatar. So Xiang Qian had thought about stopping humans from going there, but he knew it was impossible. It is conceivable that when humans learned that they could reach such a perfect planet by crossing a wormhole and start a new life on this planet, anyone who dared to say that they were not allowed to go would definitely be trampled to death by all the people on Earth. After a while, Xiang Qian sat on the command chair and said to Shinkong, "Has the cosmic background radiation been detected?" "Boss, it has been detected. There are 3 wormholes in the entire star system." Shinkong immediately changed the scene on the screen to a microwave background radiation map, which showed these 3 holes. This is the same as what he remembered. This channel on Earth is the 3rd open channel. The other 2 should be the mother star channels of the Nia and Limensing tribes. But they haven't entered here yet. It is estimated that it will be a matter of 2 days. Anyway, they entered here before the Earth. The remaining channels will probably be opened in 1 or 2 months. By that time, the advanced troops of various countries on Earth have entered this star system and started to build cities on the new Earth star. I remember that people on Earth were afraid that aliens would snatch the new Earth star from humans on Earth, so they deployed warships around the new Earth star. It's funny to think about it. The environment of each of these 17 planets is different, except for 3 giant planets, 5 resource planets, and 1 planet occupied by the Leland people in the last era. The other 8 planets were prepared for 8 different civilizations on the Orion Arm, the 3rd spiral arm of the Milky Way. Due to the different life planets, the living environment of each civilization is also different. An environment that is very habitable to Earthlings is simply a pigsty in the eyes of other civilizations, and it is impossible to produce. Of course, the reverse is also true. Earthlings see them living in an environment with excessive heavy metals and radiation, and they also feel that it is hell. There is no right or wrong. It's just that the structure of the race is different, and the living environment is different. Boss, Minister Hong sent a communication. Do you want to connect? When Xiang Qian was recalling, Shinkong suddenly prompted. Connected. Xiang Qian knew that it must be for the news of the wormhole. Chapter 103. Xiao Qian, you know about the wormhole, right? Do you have any special news? Can you reveal a little? Minister Hong said with a smile. Xiang Qian's face froze after hearing this. Why did this sound so awkward? It made him sound like a spy. And even if I knew, I couldn't tell you for nothing. Who would do something that has no benefit these days? What? Wormhole, is there really such a thing? I don't know. Minister Hong, you shouldn't ask me this. You should ask astronomers. I don't have people or equipment here. How can I know about wormholes? However, if there were enough scientists, I would have the confidence to study this matter clearly, but the key is that there is no one. What a pity, Xiang Qian said, shaking his head. When Minister Hong heard the beginning, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, thinking that it seemed that Xiang Qian didn't know, and it was a waste of time to ask today. But when he heard the last sentence, he knew that he was fooled. This kid knew it. He was just taking advantage of the opportunity. He has no overall view at all, and he is still thinking about getting benefits at this time. Minister Hong really wanted to give Xiang Qian a lesson in ideology and politics, but thinking about what happened in Nigeria half a month ago, the idea was dispelled as soon as it came up. Others don't know, but he doesn't know who created the last heaven-defying plant. By the way, Xiao Qian, do you still have the 2 kinds of medicines you gave us last time? We want to purchase some. Minister Hong immediately changed the subject. Yes, I don't know how much you want, Xiang Qian said with a smile, thinking that he was indeed on the right track. Then the 2 began to negotiate the price. Minister Hong wanted 2,000 medicines. If he exchanged them with ordinary people, it would start at 2 million people. If they added their families, the number would definitely exceed 4 million. Xiang Qian simply couldn't digest so many people. If he insisted on digesting them, he would definitely die of suffocation. So Xiang Qian proposed to exchange high-tech talents for medicines, with fewer ordinary people. The 2 sides argued over the proportion, just like street vendors. In the end, these 2,000 medicines allowed Xiang Qian to get 100 doctoral students, 500 graduate students, and 50,000 ordinary people, plus their relatives, a total of 85,000 people. Having gained the benefit, Xiang Qian did not mind telling them something. Anyway, they would know these things sooner or later. Minister Hong, I just remembered something. The wormhole seemed to lead to a galaxy. There seemed to be a planet similar to the Earth in a galaxy. You can study it. What? A planet similar to the Earth? Are you sure? Minister Hong was excited. He did not expect Xiang Qian to reveal such a big news. Yes, you can send someone to take a look and you will know. By the way, there is no need to try the detector. Information cannot be transmitted back through the wormhole, so we can only send a spacecraft over there, Xiang Qian said indifferently. Xiao Qian, is that planet suitable for human habitation? Is that galaxy dangerous? That? Minister Hong couldn't stop talking once he started, but Xiang Qian didn't have time to waste on him. These things can be found out by sending people over to detect them casually. Minister Hong, I don't know these. You should send someone over to take a look. It is important to seize the initiative. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. Xiang Qian interrupted Minister Hong and hung up the phone. If he were to continue asking, he would never know when he would stop. As for whether there was any danger, how could he answer? Could he say that the galaxy was very dangerous and that the human race might be exterminated? No one would believe such a thing, and even if they believed it, they would still go there. Why bother to say such nonsense? Xiang Qian looked at the galaxy map for a while, recalled the memories in his mind, and deduced the plan he had set. After half an hour, he left the main control hall and went to Lung Ning to see if her things had been cultivated. When Xiang Qian entered Lung Ning's laboratory, he saw a huge culture tank in the middle of the laboratory, in which was a worm similar to the human brain. Lung Ning, how is the connection between the brain worm's neurons and the equipment? Is it stable? Xiang Qian said to Lung Ning as soon as he entered. Very stable, the information passing through the wormhole is not lost, and the data transmission speed is also very fast, with basically no delay. Lung Ning saw that it was Xiang Qian who came in, and stood up and said to Xiang Qian, "This brain worm is not the brain worm that controls the entire Zerg and Starship Troopers, but a kind of biological device. This brain worm can transmit information beyond visual range. Even if there is a wormhole between them, it can also transmit information synchronously. With the current level of human technology, even if it reaches the third-level civilization, there is no such technology for information transmission beyond visual range. Although the brain worm is the biological technology of the third-level civilization, the brain worm is not a pure technological creation, but a genetic modification device with biological characteristics. It can be regarded as a kind of biological organism. This is the same as turtles being able to sense the global magnetic field and not getting lost in the ocean. Flies have compound eyes and can observe many targets at the same time. This is a biological characteristic and does not belong to the category of science and technology. Biological transformation brings this biological characteristic to its extreme, making it usable for human beings. How many virtual warehouses can a brain worm connect to at the same time? Xiang Qian continued to ask. According to the frequency of information transmission of the virtual warehouse, it can connect to about 5 million virtual warehouses at the same time, but considering the problem of information transmission, the number is finally compressed to 4.5 million, so as to ensure that there are no problems with the brainworm. Lung Ning thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. We don't have that many people. Cultivate 3 more brainworms, and send them there to build 2 transfer stations and a backup transfer station. Next, we will start to cultivate plant war weapon seeds on a large scale. Within 8 months, we must cultivate at least 3,000 rock vine seeds and 10,000 plasma flower seeds. Biological war weapon embryos must also be cultivated, but don't rush. Wait until the plant war weapon seeds are cultivated before cultivating them." Xiang Qian nodded. After receiving the letter, Lung Ning did not respond and just looked at Xiang Qian quietly, which made Xiang Qian a little scared. After a while, Lung Ning spoke calmly. "Do you want to destroy the Earth? What are you thinking? Do you need so many rock vines to destroy the Earth? 10 of them are enough. These things are prepared for aliens. I want to protect the Earth, not destroy it. Do you think I want to destroy the Earth for fun?" Xiang Qian said with a smile, "What is Lung Ning thinking every day, thinking that he is the great devil of the world? The rock core vine is a terrible plant weapon that uses magma as energy and absorbs the heat of magma into growth power. It is also an energy extractor for level 3 biological weapons. The fruit of the rock core vine is the best nutrient solution for the growth and advancement of biological weapons. However, this plant weapon cannot be used on Earth, because the rock core vine will cause the gravity of the Earth's core to disappear if it extracts magma energy excessively, and finally the core will solidify, and the entire planet will fall apart. So this is a very destructive plant weapon, much stronger than the plant weapon that Xiang Qian deployed in Africa, which absorbs soil nutrients and melts steel. As for the plasma flower, it can be imagined as a land-based interstellar cannon. After connecting to the core vine and having energy supply, it is very powerful. As for the current spaceships on Earth, it is definitely a one-shot, direct explosion." After listening to Xiang Qian's words and seeing Xiang Qian's ugly face, Lung Ning was also a little embarrassed. "Who told you to cultivate so many things at once? I thought you wanted to." Ling Ning said the last part, her voice disappeared, and she could only see her mouth moving. "Okay, stop thinking about it. Try to cultivate these seeds well. This is related to the future of mankind. You have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Humph, you treat me as a free laborer, and you still say it so high-soundingly." Ling Ning pouted, then thought of something, and asked very seriously, Are there really aliens? How strong are they? Can the Earth withstand it? Xiang Qian didn't say anything after listening. He was thinking whether to tell Lung Ning about his plan. Speak quickly. Can't you tell me these things? Lung Ning asked anxiously. Hee. Of course I can tell you, we are friends. Xiang Qian made up his mind and prepared to tell Lung Ning about the matter. And not only Lung Ning, but also the other people who were going to participate in the plan. Then why don't you just tell me? Bah. I have nothing to do with you. You can say it or not. I'm too lazy to listen to it if you want to. Lung Ning looked at Xiang Qian's half-smiley expression, and her face turned red. What she said just now seemed to have some other meaning, but she clearly didn't mean that. Lung Ning turned her head back angrily, but her ears were still a little red. Seeing Lung Ning's expression, Xiang Qian finally confirmed that the Zerg Queen he knew in his previous life must have experienced some very bad things at the beginning of the apocalypse. This led to a big change in her personality. She was like an iceberg, looking at everyone coldly. When she was doing research, she was alone in a laboratory. Every day, she was accompanied by those biological weapons. Except for meetings, she never contacted other people. Now Xiang Qian was still very happy to see Lung Ning's expression. Not for anything else, just simply happy for her. It is undeniable that Xiang Qian first found Lung Ning for her scientific research ability. But after this long time together, his utilitarian mind has faded. Even if Lung Ning does nothing every day, he will not ask her for anything. I am your boss. Now you don't even listen to the boss. Aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you? Try it. If you dare, I will tell Uncle Xiang that you bullied me. Let's see who will be unlucky. You are so cruel. Let's go to the meeting room for a meeting. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he asked Shinkong to inform others that he was going to tell everyone about the next plan, otherwise some things really couldn't be hidden for long. Chapter 104. The 3D projection screen in the conference room displayed a cosmic radiation background image. Xiang Qian, Lung Ning, Old Manly, Master Kai, Chu Tianqing, Zhang Lei, and Zhao Ming, a group of core personnel from the base, sat in front of the round table. This is the wormhole that appeared outside Mars yesterday, and this wormhole leads to a new galaxy. There is a planet similar to the Earth in that galaxy, Xiang Qian said to everyone. As he explained, the 3D projection screen began to display the image of the galaxy and the new Earth. It's so beautiful. There are even mountains suspended in the air. Ling Ning was immediately captivated by the beauty of the new Earth when he saw it for the first time. Room temperature superconducting, or are these mountains all formed by room temperature superconducting, or? This is too amazing, Old Manly said with shining eyes. Surrounded by clouds and mist, high mountains and flowing water, it is indeed a fairyland scene. Are there any cultivators there? Of course, it was Zhao Ming who said this, no one else except him. Xiang Qian saw everyone's reaction, and his eyes were full of helplessness. That's it. Scientists and ordinary people all look like this when they see the new Earth. He was like this in his previous life. He wanted to live on the new Earth all his life, and dreamed of rebuilding his home. With his ability as a black technology controller, he became a CEO, married a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reached the pinnacle of his career. Okay, everyone is back to their senses. Xiang Qian directly changed the 3D projection screen to a galaxy map, and no longer displayed the situation of the new Earth. Xiao Qian, have you sent people to that galaxy? Old Manly asked. No, I only sent out one detector, and these are the scenes scanned by the detector. Teacher, please listen to me first, and then you can ask questions. I called everyone here today mainly to tell you about the key next plan. Everyone has seen this galaxy, and the scenery on the new Earth is also beautiful. But what I want to say is that we will not go there. Xiang Qian saw everyone's puzzled expressions, and several people wanted to say something. He smiled helplessly and continued, I know how everyone feels now. There is such a good planet in front of us. After crossing the wormhole, we can build a new home. Why not go? Why stay on Earth, which is about to collapse? Let's take a look at this first. This is a scan of the entire galaxy by the detector. There are 3 wormholes in this galaxy. One of them leads to Mars, and the other 2 lead to other star systems. Let's put this aside for now. I wonder if you have ever thought about why the Earth suddenly escaped from the Sun's gravity and left its orbit. You may all say that it is because the center of the Milky Way suddenly lost its gravity, causing the various star systems to engage in a gravitational war. Under the influence of gravity, the Earth escaped from the Sun's gravity and flew out of its orbit. Okay, even if this answer is true, have you ever thought about why the center of the Milky Way suddenly disappeared, Why the plants and animals on the Earth mutated? Where did the evolvers come from? Why those prehistoric civilization equipment stayed on the Earth? And where did those prehistoric civilizations go? When we were about to leave the Earth, how could it be so coincidental that we discovered a wormhole, and there was a planet similar to the Earth on the other side of the wormhole? Have you ever thought about so many questions? I wanted to ask all the questions in one breath, and then I stopped to drink a sip of water and look at everyone's expressions. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. After listening to Xiangqian's words, they realized that they seemed to have never thought about these questions. Now listening to Xiangqian's words, they felt that when these things came together, it was really a bit weird. Xiaoqian, you mean that all of this was planned by someone behind the scenes? Old Manly said in a low voice with a serious expression. Xiangqian shook his head and said, I don't know, and I guess no one knows. But I know that one or two things happening together is a coincidence. The probability of 3 or 4 things happening together is very low, and the probability of countless things happening together is 0. Originally, with the level of human technology, if we encounter such a disaster, not to mention that everyone is dead now, but there are only a few who can survive to this day. But at the same time as the disaster, we, the evolvers, also appeared, rapidly improving the level of technology on Earth and overcoming disasters again and again. Now what lies before us is another huge pie, a new planet, a planet that is more perfect than the Earth. Your reaction just now also proves that you all want to live on this planet. But what I want to say is that this is a huge trap. This seemingly beautiful planet brings not new life to mankind, but destruction. The 2 wormholes outside connect 2 star systems, and in both star systems, there is a civilization similar to the Earth. When I say almost the same, I don't mean that they look almost the same as humans, but that their technological level is almost the same as that of the Earth. Not only the 2 wormholes, but there will be 5 new wormholes in that galaxy one after another. Those 5 new wormholes will also lead to 5 star systems, and there will also be 5 civilizations with technological levels similar to that of the Earth. In other words, in this star system with a diameter of only 84 billion kilometers, there will be 8 different civilizations. Imagine that 8 different civilizations gather in one star system, and the mother stars of these 8 civilizations all appear to be almost the same as the Earth, and are all uninhabitable. Now, just like us, they have discovered planets suitable for their civilizations to live in this galaxy. What do you think will happen? After Xiangqian finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. At this time, everyone's brains were a little bit confused. Xiangqian's long paragraph contained too much information, which made everyone a little bit unable to digest. However, for Xiangqian's last question, they naturally thought of a picture in their minds. Countless space battleships attacked each other in the galaxy, beautiful planets became battlefields, and mushroom clouds rose on the surface of the planets. In the end, all 8 civilizations perished together, or one, but the entire race was almost dead. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on everyone's forehead. They were not scaring themselves. If you put yourself in their shoes, it is impossible for humans to live in the same galaxy with several major civilizations. And according to Xiangqian, those aliens look different from Earthlings, so the result is even more uncertain. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the most important thing. In that galaxy, there is a civilization that hid in that galaxy after the disaster that broke out in the whole universe in the last era. It should have been more than 100,000 years. However, the technological level of that civilization is not as high as imagined. It is just 1 level higher than mine. Xiangqian looked at the ceiling and said lightly. This sentence was no less than a thunderclap, which made everyone confused. What is the situation of a 2nd-level civilization against a 3rd-level civilization? It is like the current country A against Germany during World War II. It is completely technologically crushed, swept, and pushed flat. Without any ability to resist, they can only passively take the beating. Xiaoqian, what should we do next? We must inform the world of this news. We can't let them go. Old Manly said excitedly. Teacher, do you think anyone will believe what I said? What can I do to prove that what I said is true? Xiangqian said with a smile. But we can't just watch them die. Old Manly was anxious. I didn't say I would watch them die. I called everyone here today to tell you about this matter. I plan to enter the galaxy and use level 3 plant-based war weapons to fight those aliens. We all have level 3 technological weapons, so who is afraid of whom? At the same time, you will also use clone bodies to go to that galaxy. With your help and the powerful strength of biological warships, we may not be powerless. And Xiangqian told everyone his plan. After listening to Xiangqian's words, everyone unanimously opposed it. No, you can't go. It's so dangerous there. Even if you do as you say, your safety cannot be guaranteed. Old Manly said. Yes, there is a neuron link system, so you can use a clone body like us. Zhao Ming also said. Although Lung Ning didn't say anything, I knew what she meant when she nodded after listening to what Old Manly and Zhao Ming said. Xiang Qian looked at everyone and said with a smile, if the clone body doesn't work, then the genetic nuclear force can't be used at all, the ability of the evolver can't be used, and many plans can't be completed. If you want me to come back safely, then do the preparations I just mentioned. Especially you, my life and property are all in your hands. The stronger the biological worship is, the greater my chance of survival. At the same time, those plant-based biochemical weapons must be prepared. Without those things, what can I use to fight the aliens? Everyone wanted to persuade Xiang Qian again, but Xiang Qian denied everything with a very firm attitude. In fact, Xiang Qian still had many plans that he had not told everyone, especially the strength of the Lilan tribe. He was afraid that after he said this, everyone would be even more dissatisfied with him taking risks. While Xiang Qian was having a meeting, the bigwigs of the Celestial Empire were also having a meeting, and the content of the discussion was the information that Xiang Qian had told Minister Hong. However, their research was in the opposite direction of Xiang Qian's research. Xiang Qian and his team were studying how to deal with aliens, while the Celestial Empire was studying how to deal with people from other countries. As for whether there were aliens in that galaxy, they did not consider this. Anyway, we will know after sending a spacecraft into that galaxy. Xiang Qian did not know that the wrong information he said caused the bigwigs of the Celestial Empire to hold a meeting for half a day. If he knew, he would have said more. But this also shows how great the inertia of history is. After discovering the new Earth, the first thoughts of various countries were indeed the same. Chapter 105. At the airport of the Tianchao Space City, a 82-meter-long, 41-meter-wide, and 27-meter-high space exploration spacecraft was docked at the berth and was receiving supplies. This spacecraft is completely a pocket-sized version, but its functions are no less than those of a large spacecraft, but its shape is a bit ugly. The entire spacecraft is divided into 3 parts. The first part is the command part of the spacecraft, that is, the front cabin, which is semicircular and equipped with various detection equipment. The second part is the living cabin in the middle, which is a cylinder with a bearing passing through the middle, connecting the front and rear parts of the spacecraft. Since the spacecraft has no artificial gravity device, it can only simulate gravity by centrifugal force. After the spacecraft is turned on, the living cabin in the middle begins to rotate, allowing people in the living cabin to walk normally inside. The third part is the power cabin at the back, which consists of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor and 2 plasma engines to provide power and electricity for the spacecraft. Attention, Bai Zhe, there are 5 minutes left before the separation time. Check whether the spacecraft power system, power transmission system, detection system, life support system are normal. The command center of the Tianchao Space City sent a communication to the Bai Zhe scientific research spacecraft. Bai Zhe received, the spacecraft power system is normal, the power transmission system is normal. After the inspection, request Tiangong to retract the fixed splint. Yi Ming, the driver of Bai Zhe, replied. Tiangong received, the berth fixed splint is ready to be detached. Bai Zhe is ready to start the synchronous operation engine, calculate the Tiangong self-rotation speed, and control the engine power. Bai Zhe received, the synchronous operation speed calculation is completed, the synchronous engine is started, and the fixed splint is started. At the berth of the Space City, white smoke gushed out from the vents of the splints that clamped the Bai Zhe like 2 large pliers. The mechanical lock opened, and the fixed splint slowly opened to both sides. The synchronous operation engine of the Bai Zhe research spacecraft also started, and the rhythmic jet of flames kept the Bai Zhe research spacecraft rotating synchronously with the Space City. The Bai Zhe successfully separated from the Tiangong, and is ready to start the engine. The Tiangong received it, and agreed to start it. Have a good trip. The Bai Zhe received it, the main engine is turned on, and the operating power is 5%, and it is started. The moment the plasma engine was turned on, the Bai Zhe rushed out like a sharp arrow. The rotation boost system of the living cabin is started, the main bearing is running normally, the engine power is increased to 20%, the reactor output power is stable, and the engine power is increased to 40%. After speeding up again and again, the Bai Zhe scientific research spacecraft did not increase the power around the Earth's orbit, but directly accelerated to get rid of the Earth's gravity and flew straight to the destination. The speed increased from 20 km per second at the beginning to 200 km per second, and then stopped accelerating, and kept flying at this speed. At the current speed of Baizé, it will take about 74 hours, or a little more than 3 days, to reach the wormhole 4,630 kilometers from the Earth. During these 3 days, 6 pilots worked in 2 shifts to control the spacecraft. In fact, if there is no accident, the pilot does not need to control the spacecraft at all, and everything is handled by the computer. The pilot can go from the front cabin to the living cabin to rest. After all, in the absence of gravity, it is troublesome to go to the toilet. 3 days passed in a flash, and the Baizé research spacecraft had already arrived near the wormhole, and slowed down to only 500 meters per second, and slowly saw the wormhole. At this time, the scientists on the spacecraft were using instruments and equipment to conduct close-range detection of the wormhole. Any data on the wormhole is a valuable asset for humans. In fact, before the Baizé research spacecraft arrived here, research spacecrafts from countries such as Country A, Polar Bear, and Eagle had already arrived here, but they just wandered around the wormhole and did not dare to enter. Academician Wang, why do I feel that this is not a wormhole at all? Theoretically, a wormhole should be a large amount of negative matter that keeps the exit open, distorting space under the influence of a super-strong gravity field, so that 2 distant locations form a channel under the influence of super-strong gravity. But this wormhole in front of me not only can't be observed with the naked eye, but it doesn't even emit any gravity. It doesn't look like a wormhole at all. In the living cabin, a middle-aged woman said to another middle-aged man, "Professor Bai, I didn't say it was a wormhole. I kept calling it a wormhole because I needed a metaphor, just like a name. It can be called a wormhole, or it can be called Zhongsanli Sea. We don't have to dwell on whether it is a wormhole or not. The most important issue for us now is to understand it, because we can't know how it was formed in a short time, nor why it was formed. So we just need to know what's on the other side of it, whether we can pass through it smoothly, and whether we are in danger when passing through it. Now we just need to know these, and the rest of the problems can be studied in our lifetime after we return safely. But that is not what we are going to do now. Colonel Yi, please launch the number 6 probe. I have marked the coordinates on the computer." Academician Wang said to the communicator. Received. Launch the number 6 probe. Coordinates XXX.XX.XX. Launch. Yi Ming immediately set the launcher's forward trajectory on the computer and pressed the launch button. An elliptical probe was quickly launched from the front cabin and flew towards the front of the wormhole. At a distance of 20,000 kilometers, there is no abnormality in gravity, no abnormality in radiation, and the optical equipment cannot detect the wormhole. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, there is no abnormality in gravity, and all data have not changed. At a distance of 5,000 kilometers, the data has not changed. At a distance of 500 kilometers. At a distance of 5 kilometers, gravity has changed, the value has increased, and it is being calculated. Beep. The signal has disappeared. After the number 6 probe entered the wormhole, the Baizé scientific research spacecraft could no longer receive any information. Academician Wang, this is the last photo sent back by the optical equipment on the number 6 probe. The computer screen showed a distorted channel scene, as if all the scenes were stretched, and from the stretched scenes, it was clear that this was a channel. Colonel Yi, launch the number 3 detector, slow down the speed 10 times, and keep the coordinates unchanged. Academician Wang looked at the photo for a while, and said to the communicator. Understood. Slow down the speed 10 times, keep the coordinates unchanged, and launch the number 3 detector. An elliptical detector was launched, but its speed was much slower than the number 6 detector just now. Time passed slowly, and the detector number 3 finally approached the wormhole, only 10 kilometers away from the wormhole. However, at this time, the data transmitted back by all the equipment on the detector was normal, and the surrounding space was no different from the normal universe. This situation continued until there were only 5 kilometers left to the wormhole, and the gravity data was disordered again, but before the result was calculated, the signal of the detector number 3 also disappeared. Something is wrong, Academician Wang. The speed of the detector number 3 this time is 10 times slower than the previous detector number 6. Moreover, the number 3 detector is an optical scene detector, and its light sensitivity and resolution are hundreds of times higher than those of the number 6 detector. But the photos transmitted back are no different from the photos just now. The strangest thing is the speed at which they enter the wormhole. This time, the gravity data of the wormhole was not calculated, and the number 3 detector also disappeared. How come the speeds of the 2 detectors, which differ by 10 times, become the same when entering the wormhole? Professor Bai said puzzledly. We will know after doing another experiment. Colonel Yi, launched the number 2 detector at the fastest speed without destroying the detector structure, and the coordinates remain unchanged. Academician Wang frowned, thought for a while, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and immediately spoke to the communicator. This time, the number 2 detector rushed to the wormhole like a missile, and disappeared in the wormhole in less than 2 minutes. As a result, the data this time, especially the pictures taken when entering the wormhole, are exactly the same as the photos taken the previous 2 times. Now I have confirmed that there is a special physical rule within 5 kilometers around this wormhole. I don't know how this physical rule is generated. However, this physical rule keeps the speed of objects entering the wormhole constant. That is to say, no matter how fast or slow we approach the wormhole, as long as we enter the wormhole within 5 kilometers, we will have the same speed and then enter the wormhole at this speed. Academician Wang's eyes were shining. If it weren't for this mission, he really wanted to study this phenomenon clearly. So what should we do now? Should we continue to launch the probe, or go directly into the wormhole? Professor Bai asked. Of course we should go into the wormhole. We can't research anything outside. Colonel Yi, we have been notified that we are ready to enter the wormhole. Please report it. Let's go back to our seats, fasten our seat belts, and prepare to enter the wormhole. Academician Wang said excitedly. Half an hour later, the Baizé research spacecraft plunged into the wormhole under the incredulous gaze of the probes and spacecraft controllers from various countries. Chapter 106. Boss, the research spacecraft of the Celestial Empire has arrived at the new galaxy. When Xiang Qian was making equipment, Shinkong suddenly reminded him. Well, hide the information transfer station and don't let it be discovered, Xiang Qian said, and continued to work with his head down. He still had a lot of things to do before leaving the Earth. Okay, boss, please rest assured. The Baizé research spacecraft suddenly lost control within 5 kilometers of the wormhole. The computer showed that the east-west system was abnormal, the gravity sensing system was abnormal, and the entire cockpit sounded a harsh alarm, and red warning lights flashed on various screens. But no matter how Yiming operated, the spacecraft did not respond. At the same time, Yiming felt a suction force acting on his body, causing him to lean forward unconsciously, as if he was pulled far away. But he could see from the corner of his eye that he was still sitting in the driver's chair, with his seatbelt tied tightly, and he did not move forward at all. This difference in vision and feeling made him very uncomfortable, and he almost fainted. I don't know if it took a few seconds or minutes, but the feeling suddenly disappeared and he felt normal again. However, what he saw was no longer Mars, but a meteorite belt. In front of the meteorite belt was a blue and white planet that could be seen with the naked eye. Academician Wang, please reply to your situation, whether your body is normal, and whether there are any adverse reactions. Yiming quickly calmed down and interrogated Academician Wang and others according to the training content. Colonel Yi, we are all fine, please rest assured. Academician Wang was relieved when he heard Yiming's interrogation and replied. Got it. Please don't unfasten your seat belts. After the spacecraft inspection is completed, medical staff will unfasten them for you and check your physical condition. After Yiming finished speaking, he began to control the spacecraft to self-check. 5 minutes later, after Yiming checked all the systems of the spacecraft and found no problems, he said to the staff through the communicator, the spacecraft is in good condition, and the gravity system of the living cabin is normal. The medical staff will immediately go to the B11 cabin where Academician Wang is located to check the physical condition of the scientists. Repeat that the spacecraft is in good condition. The medical staff quickly arrived at Academician Wang's side and conducted a careful examination of their physical condition. After confirming that they were fine, they unbuckled their seat belts. As soon as Academician Wang was unbuckled, he ran to the computer, connected the spacecraft's external camera system, and began to check where they were. When the galaxy was displayed on the screen, he was stunned. That's the Earth. Impossible, we don't know how many light years away from the Earth we are now. This is a new galaxy. Launch the detector immediately. I want all the data of this galaxy. Academician Wang was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Academician Wang, we have received the signals from the number 2, number 3, and number 6 detectors. All detectors are in good condition, and the equipment is operating normally. Professor Bai said immediately after seeing the signals from several detectors connected again on the small screen next to him. Okay, immediately conduct a detection of the surrounding area and send the number 6 detector to the blue planet. I want to know the oxygen content, gravity, material composition, atmosphere thickness, and other data of the planet. Academician Wang spoke dozens of analysis items in one breath, and only stopped when he felt a little short of oxygen, which shows how excited he was. The three detectors flew in three directions respectively, and at the same time, the Baizé scientific research spacecraft launched two detectors again. Academician Wang, according to the approximate star map sent back by the optical telescope, we did not find the Milky Way, Andromeda Galaxy, and other galaxies we are familiar with, and there is no record of the surrounding galaxies. If this data is correct, our current location is at least 3 to 5 million light-years away from the Milky Way. While Academician Wang was staring at the new Earth on the screen excitedly, Professor Bai quickly calculated the surrounding situation. Well, this is normal. The wonders of the universe are beyond our imagination, and the size of the universe is beyond our understanding. Perhaps the universe we humans have observed so far is only 1/1000th of the entire universe, and of course, it may be smaller. Academician Wang calmed down and said, as he sat on the chair. One day later, the number 6 probe arrived at the low Earth orbit of the new Earth and began a series of explorations of the new Earth. Rotation period 23.934 h, semi-major axis 168.271.3 26.2 km, mass 6.0815 by 1024 kilograms, eccentricity 0.016.920.342, surface temperature minus 79.2 degrees Celsius to 63.7 degrees Celsius. Average 17 degrees Celsius, average density 5.807.3 kg/m3. Academician Wang became more and more excited as he read, and finally his whole face flushed with excitement as he spoke. This is the Earth, the new Earth, which does not require any transformation and is completely suitable for human habitation. Moreover, the living environment of this planet is better than that of the Earth, which is simply a miracle. After a while, Academician Wang said excitedly, Academician Wang, should we return immediately and report this situation? Professor Bai asked. No, wait a minute, the supplies on our spacecraft are enough for us to survive for a month. Let's figure out the situation here first. What if there are creatures here that pose a threat to humans? It has been a week since the Baizé scientific research spacecraft entered the wormhole, and countries around the world feel that China has served as a pathfinder for everyone this time. In their opinion, a week had passed, and something must have happened to the research spacecraft of the Celestial Empire. Otherwise, who would stay there for a week after leaving the wormhole? 3 days would be enough. Even the Celestial Empire was not calm. Minister Hong sent communications to Xiang Qian every day to inquire about the situation there. At the beginning, Xiang Qian was very polite and told him that there was no problem there, and the departure spacecraft had quality problems, otherwise it would definitely come back. But after 3 days, Xiang Qian no longer answered Minister Hong's communications and asked Shinkong to forward all of them, telling Minister Hong that he did not have time. If Xiang Qian had not remained rational, he would have given Minister Hong the images from the wormhole. However, this would expose his ability to communicate through the wormhole, which was his trump card that he could not expose even at death. At the same time, Xiang Qian cursed in his heart, saying that the detection had been completed. Why were they still staying there? It would be better to come back earlier. Finally, at noon on the 5th day, the Baizé research spacecraft appeared at the exit of the wormhole again. This time, the appearance of the Baizé directly frightened all countries and organizations in the world. They didn't expect that the scientific research spacecraft of the Celestial Empire could actually return, so those scientists all thought that the time flow rate on both sides of the wormhole must be different, otherwise the Baizé would have returned long ago. As soon as the Baizé returned, the Celestial Empire dispatched the space battleships docked in the space city to the exit of the wormhole to protect the Baizé. At the same time, it warned all countries and organizations in the world that any attempt to approach the Baizé would be a provocation to the Celestial Empire. The countries that originally wanted to use some crooked ideas, after seeing the murderous space battleship of the Celestial Empire, also put away their little thoughts and began to ask the Celestial Empire for information on the other side of the wormhole. In response to such a request, the Celestial Empire only replied with 5 words: "Go and investigate on your own." The other countries found that the Celestial Empire seemed to be serious this time, and after calling out twice, there was no news. They began to send scientific research ships into the wormhole. Anyway, if the Celestial Empire ships could return safely, they would definitely be fine. In this way, hundreds of scientific research ships rushed towards the wormhole vigorously. These things had nothing to do with Xiang Qian, but on the morning of the 2nd day after the Baizé returned, Xiang Qian received a communication from Minister Hong, saying that the personnel were ready and the transaction could begin. Xiang Qian knew very well that the transaction was delayed for a week. If the Baizé research spacecraft had not returned, the transaction would have been cancelled, because Xiang Qian was not sure, so there was no need to continue the transaction. However, the information brought back by the Baizhe research spacecraft was basically consistent with the information revealed by Xiang Qian, which once again proves Xiang Qian's value, so the transaction had to be completed quickly, and the news was obtained by the way. Xiang Qian was very clear about the country's routine, but he did not have any disgusted emotions, because he was taking advantage of this matter, and the information he told the country was something they would know sooner or later. Only a fool would not use this worthless information to exchange for some benefits. Xiao Qian, we have received the things, and you have also taken the personnel away. When do you think the next transaction will be scheduled? Minister Hong said happily. Let's talk about this later. This many people will be enough for me to consume for a while, so the time for the next transaction will be discussed later. Xiang Qian said indifferently, as if this deal had no benefit to him at all. Okay, when you need it, just contact me anytime. By the way, Xiao Qian, we have already detected the specific data of that planet. It just so happens that the scientific research spacecraft of other countries have not returned yet, so we can make use of the time difference. So the country is going to send a group of people to build an outpost there first to prepare for our future immigration. I don't know if Xiao Qian has any ideas about this outpost battle. If you want to go, you can also send someone to go with us. Minister Hong finally got to the point. Xiang Qian had no expression on his face after listening, but he was very contemptuous in his heart. It was nice to say that they were just grabbing land and setting up outposts. However, the first country to grab land on the new Earth in this life became the Celestial Empire, which made Xiang Qian feel a little strange. No, I have no interest in the territory. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the opening time of this wormhole is 8 months. During these 8 months, the wormhole will become smaller little by little until it disappears completely after 8 months. If you want to do something, prepare early. If there is nothing else, I will go first. Xiang Qian said with a lack of interest. Okay, Xiao Qian, you go first. I'm going to the meeting. Bye. Xiang Qian closed the communication and shook his head speechlessly. It's the same in every country. Everyone wants to take all the good things, but they don't think about it. There are not so many good things in the world for you to catch up. Boss, Miss Ling Ning has made the skeleton of the biological spacecraft. Let you go and see it. At this time, Xingkong said to Xiang Qian. What? The skeleton is made. Okay, I go there right away. Xiang Qian ran out of the main control hall excitedly. Chapter 107. Qian took a hovercraft to the biological warship construction base 15 kilometers away from the base. It is called a construction base, but it should be called a culture base. The entire base is a huge culture tank filled with nutrient solution and various trace elements that promote growth. As soon as Xiang Qian entered the base, he saw the silver-white skeleton in the huge culture tank. The structure of the skeleton is also based on the spine as the keel of the spacecraft, and oval ribs grow on both sides of the spine, protecting the internal organs of the entire biological spacecraft like protecting the chest cavity. The head is a half-closed dinosaur-shaped skull, with only 2 thin slits showing, which are reserved portholes for the command room. There are dozens of meters of cartilage and buffer tissue at the connection between the skull and the spine. When necessary, the biological spacecraft can be used to directly hit the enemy warship. These are all used to reduce the impact caused by the collision. Of course, under normal circumstances, Xiang Qian would not make such a dangerous move. This is just a design function, and whether it can be used is a question. Ling Ning, didn't you say that the skeleton has been built? Why don't I see the external bone armor and the separated bones in the internal compartment? Xiang Qian looked around and found Ling Ning and asked. The external bone armor will be formed after the muscle tissue is cultivated, and then connected to the spine to form the external armor. Now even the various functional organs of the biological warship have not been formed. How can the bone armor be produced first? As for the internal split compartment bones, they can only grow after you determine the internal structure. I am waiting for the big boss to come to discuss it. Ling Ning said with a look of contempt. Is that so? I've learned something new. By the way, what do you want me to confirm? Xiang Qian smiled awkwardly. He had been on a biological warship in his previous life, but it was a completely built biological warship. He really didn't know the construction process and order of the biological warship. Now the core skeleton has been built, but the internal functional organ tissue has not been cultivated yet. So you have to choose what functions you want. There are several generation schemes that can be selected now, namely offensive, auxiliary, defensive, and balanced. After you make your choice, you can build gene chains and growth genes according to different types. Ling Ning pointed at the screen of M3A and said, Oh, So that's the case? Then I take a look. Xiang Qian nodded and began to look at the data parameters of various biological warships on the screen of M3A. In fact, these data parameters are fixed, and they are also the strongest state of biological warships that M3A can cultivate. It is impossible to optimize them, so Xiang Qian only needs to choose the model and appearance results. After a while, Xiang Qian looked through the data of all types of biological warships, and finally chose the offensive biological warship he had used in his previous life. After all, he was familiar with it, and it was easy to use. Just choose an offensive biological warship. The appearance should not be too different. The more ordinary the better. Xiang Qian said to Leng Ning. Well, I will start generating the genetic structure now. Leng Ning immediately started to operate on the M3A after hearing this. Xiang Qian saw Leng Ning start to operate, and he also stared at it. He had never used this biological warship operation method that could only be generated by the highest authority. In his 2 lives combined, he only had high-level permissions, which were given to him after Leng Ning obtained the highest permissions. Otherwise, he could only use his primary permissions, and could not even see the icon of the biological warship. As the genetic structure of the biological warship was generated, the screen of M3A began to simulate the internal structure of the entire biological warship. Xiang Qian was very familiar with this result, as he had lived in it for a period of time in his previous life. Half an hour later, M3A opened, and a fist-sized liquid was suspended there like a water ball. Condensation immediately put the liquid in a special container, and put it into the channel of the culture tank. The mechanical arm in the culture tank took the special container at the exit of the channel, and inserted it directly into a round hole in the middle of the spine. The liquid in the special container was slowly injected into the spine. In less than a minute, the liquid in the special container disappeared, and the mechanical arm pulled out the special container, and sent it out of the culture tank through the channel. Okay, now we just have to wait for the biological warship to grow on its own. In about a month, this biological warship can be used. Leng Ning turned around and said to Xiang Qian, that means you can go. It's done, it's that simple. Xiang Qian said in astonishment. Yes, it's that simple. That ball of liquid is the core of the biological warship. It splits itself after being injected into the spine, and now under the regulation of the growth gene, it first grows cell tissues that wrap the bones, and then grows organs with various functions in fixed places. This culture tank is like the mother's womb, and the biological warship grows rapidly here. As long as there are enough nutrients and various materials, the biological warship will be completed in just 1 month. As for the later internal facilities, Shinkong can do it, which is faster, and it will take about 3 days. Leng Ning said proudly. Okay, Xiang Qian said that he understood after seeing Leng Ning's expression. Then he chatted for a few more sentences and left. The key point is that he didn't know what to say to Leng Ning. He didn't know much about biology, genes, cells, etc., and there was no common language at all. Even if he wanted to chat with Leng Ning for a while and cultivate feelings, he couldn't continue. In fact, Xiang Qian didn't know that Leng Ning was even more depressed than him. Leng Ning had been dragged down by congenital heart disease since she was a child, and she couldn't get excited, so of course she had never been in love. Although she had a good impression of Xiang Qian now, she didn't know what to say to Xiang Qian, so she could only talk about what she understood. As a result, Xiang Qian didn't understand what she understood. The final result was that the two of them couldn't talk to each other at all, which made her very depressed. Chief, this is the result of the analysis of the wormhole. According to the analysis of several academicians, the wormhole is shrinking every moment. At the current speed, the wormhole will close in 257 days. At 241 days, the wormhole will no longer be able to support the passage of spacecraft. Minister Hong said. In the core conference room of the main base, the big guys are sitting in the conference room, looking at the analysis report on the screen. After Xiang Qian told Minister Hong the maintenance period of the wormhole, Minister Hong immediately reported it to the head, and then a meeting was held. Everyone has seen that the result is the same as what Xiang Qian said. We only have 8 months to migrate. Have you calculated how many spaceships we have built, how many people are there in all the bases, and how much materials are necessary? The number 1 leader said. Chief, there are currently 5,470 completed spaceships, including 850 warships, 600 transport ships, and the rest are manned ships. According to last month's statistical report, the total number of people in all bases is more than 678,320,000 tons of stored materials, 110,000 tons of materials that must be carried. With the current number of spaceships, Can everyone be transferred to the new Earth within 8 months? I'm sorry, Chief. Even if we build spaceships with all our strength now, we can only take away 550 million people. We also need to retain a certain amount of genetic nuclear power fluid. If we arrive on the new Earth, without the genetic nuclear power fluid, the evolvers will not be able to exert their special abilities. At that time, the construction of the new Earth. Okay, stop talking. The #1 leader interrupted Minister Hong, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, prioritize the transfer of personnel and leave all that can be discarded on Earth, except for necessary supplies. Starting tomorrow, we will fully transfer the population, and the development of the new Earth will proceed simultaneously. 8 months later, Lao Huan will take over my position, and I will not go to the new Earth. Leader, how is it possible you? If anyone wants to stay, it's me. Why do you stay? Don't argue, I stay. I didn't want to go anyway. The #1 leader smiled, waved his hand, and said to everyone, okay, it's settled. Everyone go and get busy. Time is tight now. This is not the time for us to argue here. That afternoon, the Celestial Empire began to mobilize. At the same time, the scientific research spacecraft of various countries returned, and after receiving the news sent back by the scientific research spacecraft, all countries went crazy. Chapter 108. Within less than a day of the scientific research spacecrafts returning to Earth, the data that the wormhole could only last for 8 months was also obtained by all countries, and the whole Earth was in an uproar. All major organizations in various countries sent out advanced troops and rushed to the wormhole in a hurry. The purpose is of course the same as the Celestial Empire, to go to the new Earth to encircle land, seize good places, and grab larger territory. But the new Earth is so big, not much bigger than the Earth, but the land area is 1/6 larger than the Earth. But the current situation is that there are more than 160 countries in the world, the rest have been destroyed, more than 400 organizations or forces, and everyone wants to occupy territory. Countries with small territories on Earth naturally want large territories, and organizations and forces without their own legal territories naturally want a piece of territory that belongs to them. And countries with large territories on Earth certainly cannot want a piece of territory that is smaller than the Earth's territory, so a contradiction arises. First, the advanced troops of various countries began to fight on the new Earth. The evolvers and troops who were originally sent to build cities have not yet built cities, and those raw materials have become various weapons. The peaceful new Earth suddenly became chaotic. According to Starry Sky's statistics, in just 3 days, at least 200 small organizations and small countries' advanced troops were destroyed. When the new Earth's transport fleet returned and passed the news back to Earth, the already tense atmosphere on Earth became even more intense. The space warships of major countries immediately cleared the satellites and space-based weapons of other countries above their own countries, rotated synchronously with the Earth in low Earth orbit, and patrolled over their territories. The transport fleets of the big countries, under the protection of warships, continued to send troops to the new Earth, transporting personnel and various materials. And those small organizations were suppressed by the big countries and dared not show up, let alone send troops and transfer personnel to the new Earth. After 3 days of this tense atmosphere, it was broken by a small organization. The small organization published an announcement on the underground trading website that if the big countries did not lift the blockade within 1 day, they would perish with the other countries. At the same time, the post of the statement also posted pictures of up to 10,000 nuclear bombs, and marked that the equivalent of each nuclear bomb was 200 million tons. If these nuclear bombs were dropped 100,000 meters underground and detonated, the Earth would really be over. Once the announcement of this small organization was issued, it also gave a warning to other small organizations. Yes, anyway, the personnel of major countries have not had time to evacuate in a hurry, and the worst thing is to perish with them. In an instant, various small organizations began to issue statements, all of which meant the same thing, that is, if you big countries don't let us live, then you don't have to think about it, the worst thing is to perish together. Anyway, barefoot people are not afraid of shoelaces, who is afraid of who? This time the matter has become a big deal. Although the power of the big country is strong, you can't do anything if they detonate nuclear bombs in their own bases. You definitely can't fight them. Even if those small organizations don't follow the rules of the game, they can't stand the nuclear weapons. Even if it is a second-level civilization now, countries are not very afraid of nuclear weapons, but the Earth is afraid. Tens of thousands of nuclear warheads are detonated at the same time. The Earth can't bear it. Things have become like this, so the only way to solve it is through negotiations. Soon, all organizations around the world, as long as they have evolvers, all saw the negotiation notice posted on the United Nations official website. As long as there are evolvers in your organization, you are eligible to join this global negotiation. The time and place are also clearly written on it. The condition for entering the venue is to take out the blood of the evolvers in the organization. The blood of each evolver contains genetic nuclear force, which permeates every cell nucleus. It cannot be imitated by mixing the blood of ordinary people with genetic nuclear force liquid. At the same time, the NDA of each evolver is different, and a random test can tell whether it is multiple blood samples drawn from the same evolver. This is also to prevent an organization from using multiple vests. You must know that any organization with evolvers can gain some benefits in this global negotiation. If hundreds of thousands of small organizations suddenly emerge, no matter how big the new Earth is, it will not be enough to share. At the same time, the more evolvers an organization has, the more benefits it can get. Therefore, through such means, even those small organizations with a few evolvers will not send out several vests to enter the venue. After receiving the notification from Xingkong, Xiang Qian began to smile, with his signature smirk again. Xingkong, notify Leng Ning, Zhao Ming, Zhang Lei, Li Cheng, Yang Guang, Wu Wei and others to go to the main control hall for a meeting. Xiang Qian put down the black technology drawings in his hand, and said as he walked, "Okay, boss." Soon, the 6 people arrived at the main control hall one after another, and Zhao Ming was the last one to come in. "Coins, what do you want me to do? I'm cracking the meteor belt level, and will be able to pass it soon," Zhao Ming shouted as he came in. "Good news, you know, in a minute." Xiang Qian pointed at the seat and said, but he was surprised at Zhao Ming's progress. The virtual game Zhao Ming was playing was set up by him based on the real war background, and the meteor belt level was also a real level when humans and other races went to war. He didn't expect Zhao Ming's talent for controlling space fighters to be so strong. With his exclusive equipment, he could pass through the meteor belt level alone through the secret passage. If you can get through the meteor belt in the game, then in reality, unless the opponent's commander is too strong, the probability of getting through the meteor belt level can reach 90%. Everyone, take a look at this first. Xiang Qian asked Xingkong to display the key major events that have happened in recent times on the projection screen in front of several people. The main thing is that a small organization said it wanted to blow up the Earth and force countries to negotiate, as well as the negotiation time, location, and entry requirements. We haven't even entered the new Earth yet, and humans are about to fight each other. If we fight with aliens, Zhang Lei began to sigh halfway through his speech, and everyone understood what he meant. Xiang Qian, let's tell other countries and organizations about the aliens, just in case a fight breaks out, Leng Ning said worriedly, but before she finished, she was interrupted by Xiang Qian. I know what you mean. Under external pressure, the Earth will unite for a short period of time, but after the aliens are eliminated, will it still be a mess? At that time, it is estimated that because of something, people will fight with each other, and that will be terrible. So I want to use this opportunity to eliminate all these small organizations. Since they want to live on the new Earth, let them live there. The whole new Earth is left to them. Also, don't think that aliens are so terrible. They are just like us. They left because of a huge disaster in their motherhood. Otherwise, who would escape from motherhood? Their technological level is similar to that of other countries in the world. Some technologies may be a little higher than ours because of the different living environment, but they are definitely not as good as ours in some areas. Generally speaking, there is no gap in technological level between us and aliens. When the technological level was the same, the thousands of years of wars fought by the human beings on Earth were not in vain. In terms of the level of warfare, our Earth is definitely not bad. Because the history of our human development and the history of various countries are all made up of wars, so our Earth still has an advantage in this regard. Otherwise, you think I can fight 8 alien civilizations alone? I am not Superman. Besides, those alien civilizations are also on guard against each other. They don't know each other, and it is impossible for them to unite to attack the Earth. So what is there to be afraid of? Okay, let's get down to business. You all know the conditions for entering the venue. Later, each of us will draw a tube of blood. Although you don't have the special abilities of an evolver, if you only test your blood, you will definitely be judged as an evolver. This time, the 6 of us are divided into 2 organizations, and enter the venue with clone bodies. Each organization has 3 evolvers, which are relatively weak organizations. No one will pay attention to us. As for our purpose, we will vote against any decision that is powerful for Chinese immigration, and make the greatest efforts to prevent more Chinese people from immigrating. You all know what the situation is on the new Earth. It is a pit, a bottomless pit. We must trap those small organizations, but we cannot waste too much of the Earth's strength, and we must increase our nation's voice in the entire Earth Federation in the future. We must do this. As long as the number of evolvers in each country is not lost too much, the Earth's war potential will not be consumed too much. Forget about those large and small organizations. After all, the country still has a political system. These organizations are all one-man shows, and everyone is a local emperor. Most of the leaders of these organizations are evolvers, so keeping them here would be a nuisance. It would be better to let them live on the new Earth and do whatever they want. Xiang Qian made his purpose known. Just as Xiang Qian said, he did not disclose the situation on the new Earth for the sake of the unification of the entire Earth. When countries began to immigrate and discovered aliens, it would be too late to withdraw. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, several people looked at each other and nodded, truly approving of this decision. It is not possible to say that they are all racists. Even in the so-called most democratic country A, they do not openly say racial discrimination, but when white people come out, other races will definitely not get as high a salary as white people when they find a job in country A. Just look at what jobs the black people in country A did before the end of the world, and you will understand. Of course, this is not the case for all people in country A, nor is it that all Chinese people are good. Maybe China is not even as good as country A. But from the perspective of Chinese people, they will definitely hope to have more compatriots in the future Earth Federation. This is the same as fellow villagers are together, and people from other provinces are outsiders, people from the same country are together, and people from other countries are outsiders, and people from Earth are together, and aliens are not people. This is a truth. Chapter 109. The next day, Xiang Qian, Lung Ning, and Zhang Lei took a shuttle to the United Nations Conference Center. Zhao Ming and his 3 companions took another space shuttle from the sea near Australia to the United Nations Conference Center. From the departure point and the appearance of the characters, it is impossible to find that the 6 of them are from the same organization. Xiang Qian and his companions look like pure Chinese people, and although Zhao Ming and his 3 companions are also yellow people, the small mustache under their noses betrays them deeply. Soon the shuttle arrived at the parking lot of the United Nations Conference Center. Under the command of the staff, Xiang Qian and his team drove the shuttle into the hangar and followed the instructions to the security entrance. "Excuse me, which organization do you 3 represent? Please tell me the name of the organization and the number of evolvers so that I can arrange seats for you." The staff at the security entrance asked politely when they saw Xiang Qian and the other 2. The name of the organization, this seems to be unwritten. I don't know what name Zhao Ming and his team will fill in. Xiang Qian was slightly stunned, then he said, "The name of the organization is Hope Base, and the number of evolvers is 3. Okay, please take your ID card and go to the side for security check." The staff handed each of Xiang Qian and the other 3 an ID card, and then pointed to the security check channel on the left. Xiang Qian and the others looked at the portrait and organization on the ID card, feeling a little annoyed. If the name of this organization is Superhero, it would be funny. The security check was completed smoothly, and the evolver's blood also passed the inspection. Xiang Qian and the other 3 entered the venue directly. At this time, there were still 30 minutes before the meeting started, and the venue was still in chaos. The entire venue was divided into 3 parts. The first part was where the big countries were located, the second part was where the medium-sized countries and large organizations were located, and the third part was where the small countries and small organizations where Xiang Qian and his team were located. The entire venue was clearly divided into levels, and where you sat was completely linked to the strength of the organization. Even if it was a small and unknown organization, as long as there were more than 300 evolvers, you could immediately enter the second part and sit down, and all forces around the world would remember the name of your organization. Xiang Qian and his friends found their seats based on the electronic map on the back of their ID cards. At this time, they saw Zhao Ming and his 3 companions walk in. Zhao Ming's clone was only 172 centimeters tall. With his mustache and his wretched temperament, Xiang Qian could only say 1 word, like 2 words, really like. Wu Wei and Li Cheng followed behind Zhao Ming. Because the military temperament of the 2 could not be erased, Xiang Qian simply asked them to act as bodyguards. At this point, Zhao Ming really looked like a high-level figure in a small organization. But when Xiang Qian saw the ID cards on the chests of Zhao Ming and the other 3, he was stunned. Neutral and lawful. What kind of organization name is this? Fortunately, they were brought here to stir up trouble and attract hatred, so the organization name is not important. Otherwise, with this name, others would know it is fake. Zhao Ming saw Xiang Qian and the others, gave them a contemptuous look, and sat down at his seat. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes. He really got addicted to acting. After more than 20 minutes, all small organizations have arrived, and medium-sized countries and large forces have almost arrived. Only a dozen major countries have not yet entered the venue. 3 minutes before the meeting started, representatives of major countries entered the venue, and each national representative was followed by several people. Unlike these small organizations, the rules only allow one representative and 2 followers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The theme of this meeting is about the development of the new Earth. As the Earth leaves the orbit of the Sun and gets farther and farther away from the Sun, the environment of the Earth is becoming less and less suitable for human survival. The emergence of the new Earth has become the hope for our human beings to continue to survive. So I hope that all major countries and organizations can put aside their prejudices, develop together, and make due contributions to the continuation of mankind. Now let's discuss the division of power on the new Earth. You can draw the place you want on the new Earth map in front of you. After you finish drawing, we will continue to discuss this issue. The staff of the United Nations walked to the front and said to everyone. Xiang Qian had never experienced this in his previous life, so he was very surprised by the act of drawing the territory. He had no idea what the major powers meant by doing this, but he still drew a circle on an island, covering the entire island. 2 minutes later, everyone finished drawing, and everyone looked up, waiting for the next talk. Some people from the 3 cannons really thought that the territory they drew directly was theirs, and they were very happy there. They were really stupid and naive. Okay, everyone has finished drawing, so let's see how much overlap there is in your drawings. The map of the new Earth was instantly displayed on the big screen, but many places on the map were black, as well as dark red, red, light red, dark green, green, light green, and white. In fact, there are many black areas, most of which are concentrated in the coastal areas of the continents of the new Earth and places with many suspended mountains. The following dark red areas are more. Basically, all places with suspended mountains are dark red, unless they are poor mountains or bad waters. The red areas are concentrated in the mountainous areas, where there are 1 or 2 suspended mountains, and the light red areas are deep in the mountains. The dark green areas are basically in high altitude areas, such as snow-capped mountains. The green areas are basically those small islands. The place chosen by Xiang Qian belongs to the green area. There are only 2 light green areas on the entire map, and that is still on the sea. There are no islands or land around. As for the white areas, they are in the worst climate places in the North and South Poles. As you can see from this map, the darker the color, the more people have chosen. Of course, there is overlap. According to the computer calculation, according to the satisfactory location currently chosen by everyone, the land area of the new Earth must be expanded by at least 8.3 times to meet your requirements. But unfortunately, it is impossible to expand the land of the new Earth. If everyone still wants to choose the location according to their own ideas, then there is no need for us to go to the new Earth. Arriving at the new Earth, when no one is satisfied, can only bring destruction there. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just come up with an explanation on how to divide it. We are here to solve the problem, not to listen to your nonsense here. A man with a white cloth wrapped around his head suddenly said loudly. That's right, we don't know what you countries think yet. Isn't it just a delay time? Wait until all of you high-level people are gone, then you won't be afraid even if the Earth is destroyed. So I came here with the controller today. If there is no explanation today, and things are not arranged properly, I will press the detonator, and we will all die together. The other member of the small organization was even more ruthless. He threw the detonator on the table, and said viciously. The small organizations gathered here were in an uproar. They said all kinds of things. Some people even said that if they didn't send a message to the base within 3 hours, the base would detonate the nuclear bomb. Anyway, the meaning was very clear. They wanted the territory, and made the major countries compromise. Xiang Qian also shouted a few words, but he saw that when several people from small organizations stood up to protest, they exchanged glances with each other, and it was obvious that they had colluded. Everyone, please calm down, and I will definitely give you an answer today. Please sit down first, don't get excited. The host of the meeting was so angry that he didn't expect such a situation to happen. He was also prepared to persuade those small organizations to draw smaller territories, with reason and emotion, but who knew that before he could say a few words, he would detonate a nuclear bomb. This was too crazy. If you still want to fight for so much territory, then there is no need to hold the meeting. Just detonate the nuclear bomb. At this time, the representative of the polar bear suddenly spoke. After hearing the words of the representative of the polar bear, the meeting place instantly became quiet. The representatives of the other major countries cursed the representative of the polar bear in their hearts at this time, asking him to speak human words. If you are not afraid of death, don't drag us down. What if the leader of a small organization is angered, and he gives the order to detonate the nuclear bomb? It seems that you don't want us to have an easy life. There's nothing more to say. Let's die together. The leader of the small organization who took out the detonator was about to press the detonation button. Stop! Stop! Bang! The nuclear bomb detonator was hit by a person next to it, flying more than 10 meters and falling to the ground. Huh? The people in the meeting hall breathed a sigh of relief, and many people collapsed on their chairs, including Xiang Qian, who was also scared just now. Although he knew that this meeting would not be peaceful, he did not expect it to be so exciting. The trend of history told him that this meeting was successful. The major organizations around the world reconciled and devoted themselves to building spaceships to migrate humans to the new Earth. But at that moment just now, he really regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have sent everyone on the spaceship first. Even if it became a wandering civilization, it would be better than dying directly. Don't get excited. We are here to solve problems, not to create conflicts. Please calm down. Let's go back to the previous question. Since everyone wants the land, it is impossible for all of us to give you a good place just because you want it. For example, your organization has only 300,000 people, but you want a piece of land of 5 million square kilometers, which is unrealistic. So I suggest that the land be distributed according to the number of ordinary people, and the number of evolvers in each organization. I wonder if everyone thinks this suggestion is feasible. At this time, the representative of the Celestial Empire stood up and said. After listening to this, some people nodded subconsciously, and such a distribution was reasonable. After all, without population and evolvers, what's the point of having so many territories? Not all small organizations are unreasonable. They also know that nuclear threats can be used, but they can't stick to it. Nuclear threats are means, not ends. Their goal is still to have an independent territory. But at this time Xiang Qian pressed the button on his watch. This was the secret code he and Zhao Ming agreed on, meaning that Zhao Ming should come out. Chapter 110. I don't agree, this is unfair. Zhao Ming suddenly stood up and said loudly. Minister Hong was very unhappy when he saw Zhao Ming's appearance, and thought that it really came out. But he remained calm and said calmly, Oh, I wonder if this gentleman has any better ideas? I don't have any better ideas, but according to the distribution plan you just mentioned, it won't work. Zhao Ming said with an expression that said I just don't like you, and his nose was upturned. This really pissed off Minister Hong. This was clearly a way to cause trouble. Since this gentleman disagrees with my distribution plan and cannot come up with a better one, then I want to ask this gentleman, why do you disagree with my distribution plan and what is unfair about it? Minister Hong said, suppressing his anger. It is unfair. The opinion you put forward is entirely for your own benefit. Because you have a large population, and according to what you said, you also occupy a lot of land. This is unfair. So I will never agree to this opinion. Zhao Ming had an expression that said he would fight to the death with you. Although this reason was nitpicking, people from other countries and organizations immediately reacted after Zhao Ming said this. Yes, it sounds reasonable, but if the distribution is like this, China will obviously take advantage. Based on the idea that if others take advantage, I will suffer a loss, other organizations also spoke up and opposed such a distribution. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ming sat down triumphantly. But Minister Hong was so angry that his nose hair almost died. If it weren't for his eyes, Zhao Ming would have died hundreds of times. The distribution plan proposed by the Celestial Empire was rejected, and the distribution plans proposed by the major powers before were not put forward at all, because such distribution plans would definitely not be passed under such circumstances, and would instead trigger conflicts. So all countries began to study new distribution plans, but these plans were all beneficial to themselves, so of course others would not agree. Half an hour had passed in the noisy meeting, and no one had come up with a feasible plan. Suddenly, a man stood up and said, How long will it take to talk like this? I think we should just divide the total land area of the new Earth equally, and then small organizations and small countries will get 1 part, large organizations and medium-sized countries will get 3 parts, and large countries will get 5 parts. Now calculate how much power we have, and then multiply the number of medium-sized countries and large organizations by 3, and the number of large countries by 5, and add up the total. Divide the total land area of the new Earth by the total number, and we can get how much land each organization occupies. The whole venue suddenly became quiet. No one thought there would be such a distribution. This is not fair at all. It is very unfair. For small organizations, such a distribution is very beneficial. It doesn't matter for medium-sized countries and large organizations, but big countries will suffer. No, this distribution method is not reasonable at all. Minister Hong immediately stood up and said, "This distribution method may not have much impact on country A, the polar bears, or the big European countries, but it will have a big impact on China. Because China's population is larger than the total population of these countries, China will suffer a lot from this land distribution plan. I think it's okay. No one can occupy more land just because they have more people. We should distribute the land equally, and at most give you big countries a better location. But you have to promise not to cause trouble to us after the distribution." After listening to Minister Hong's words, Zhao Ming immediately stood up and said, he remembered clearly that as long as the Celestial Empire agreed, he would oppose it. As long as the Celestial Empire opposed it, he would agree. So no matter whether it made sense or not, he would come out and shout a few words first. "That's right, you can't cause trouble for us. In order for me to migrate with peace of mind, we have to sign a treaty. That is, all the evacuated personnel cannot exceed 5% of the total population of each organization at a time. And the leaders of the major organizations must stay and wait until the end before evacuating. Otherwise, you are also worried that after our small organizations evacuate all at once, we will blow up the Earth directly. We are also afraid that after you evacuate, you will directly destroy our base on the new Earth or blow up the Earth. Don't say that you won't do such a thing. Even if there is no agreement, if the evacuation problem is not solved, I will blow up the Earth directly. At worst, we will die together." Just as Zhao Ming finished speaking, another person stood up and said loudly, and he gave Zhao Ming a friendly smile after he finished speaking. After the two finished speaking, the leaders of other countries, and the representatives or heads of organizations all understood that this was clearly aimed at China. Not giving land, and not allowing people to transfer, this was clearly a trap to China. And looking at Zhao Ming's image, even a fool could tell that he was from Q country. The whole world knew about the problems between China and Q country, so it was not surprising. It would be strange if Q country did not take the opportunity to trap China. However, if these people knew that Zhao Ming was a Chinese in Q country's skin, I wonder what they would think. Regarding this allocation method, the big countries are at a disadvantage, but being able to choose the location first can also make them feel more balanced. In addition, with the current population of these countries, even if they are given 10 million square kilometers of land, they cannot manage it. So in terms of effect, and small organizations agree, medium-sized countries, and large organizations play soy sauce, and several big countries also agree out of consideration for weakening the Celestial Empire. In this way, this allocation method was passed unanimously except for the Celestial Empire. Minister Hong was planning to never agree to it, but once he disagreed, he would be standing against all organizations and countries on the planet. This left him with no choice but to send a message to the higher-ups. In the end, the Celestial Empire reached some kind of agreement with those big countries in private and agreed to this distribution plan. However, Xiang Qian saw that the representatives of other countries seemed to show a little gloating expression when they saw the representatives of country Q. It seems that Q country has to bear the blame, but it is not necessarily the blame. It is possible that the second person who opposed was arranged by Q country. After the distribution plan was determined, the meeting finally ended after 3 hours of demarcation of territory and discussion of the process of evacuating the Earth. The territory that Xiang Qian wanted was still a small island, surrounded by the sea, and it was not a major sea transportation route. It can be said that there was no potential for discovery. Of course, no one competed with him for such an island, so he smoothly circled the island and the surrounding 80 nautical miles of sea area as the private territory of Hope Base. As a result, on the way out of the venue, Zhao Ming was stopped by the representative of Q country, and then taken to Q country's work hall at the United Nations. It was unknown what they were going to talk about. After Zhao Ming came back, Xiang Qian learned that Q country was actually very satisfied with Zhao Ming's performance and wanted to praise him greatly. At the same time, they also proposed that they would support him after reaching the new Earth and let him do a good job. Xiang Qian was amused and helpless about this, but he also asked Zhao Ming to keep in touch with Q country regularly. Maybe this identity will come in handy in the future. After all, there is no spy who would not work so hard to betray his own country, so Q country is also very confident in Zhao Ming. In the following days, all organizations and countries began to transfer personnel in an orderly manner according to the plan determined at the meeting that day. However, according to that plan, Xiang Qian calculated that based on the current transportation capacity of the Celestial Empire, the Celestial Empire can only transfer 2/3 of the population in 8 months. At least 190 million people must be left on the Earth, which is definitely a very big loss for the Celestial Empire. Xiang Qian was very curious about how the Celestial Empire agreed to this. In his memory, although the Celestial Empire suffered a loss in this evacuation, the population that would have stayed on Earth was only more than 50 million. Moreover, these people were infected with the virus, and most of them were middle-aged or older, with very few young and middle-aged people. But now 190 million people are left on Earth. How could the Celestial Empire swallow this? Xiang Qian was very curious. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7.5 months had passed, and almost all the people on Earth had been evacuated. Xiang Qian still did not wait for the Celestial Empire's revenge, and he also left the Earth with the spacecraft for the last batch of evacuations tomorrow. Chapter 111. Come in. Xiang Qian was just about to go to bed when someone knocked on the door, which made him feel strange. Lung Ning pushed the door open and walked in. She saw Xiang Qian with his bare chest. Her face was slightly red, but she did not turn around and leave. Instead, she whispered, "Can you put on your shirt?" "Okay, you sit down first." Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment when he saw Lung Ning coming in, and quickly put on his vest. Luckily, he did not have the habit of sleeping naked, otherwise he would have suffered a great loss. After Xiang Qian put on his vest, he gave Lung Ning a bottle of biological drink and sat opposite her. He was very curious about what Lung Ning was doing at night. It was impossible that she was going to sacrifice herself. Actually, you don't have to go in person. Everything is ready. It's the same if you use a clone body. Lung Ning said to Xiang Qian, her tone full of worry. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not stupid. If my life is really in danger, I won't deliberately seek death. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Then take M3A with you. I give you the highest authority, so you can also. No, M3A must stay on Earth. Don't forget what I told you. Before we come back, you must restore the environment of Earth to the way it was before the end of the world. With the help of M3A, your task will be easier, and you can also build biological warships. I hope that when I come back, there will be thousands of biological warships to welcome me. Okay, don't be so sad. When we leave tomorrow, you have to go with us in a clone body. We can still meet if we want to. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Do you want to go with me? Xiang Qian interrupted Lung Ning, and said seriously at first. At the end of his speech, he showed a lustful expression. Pooh. Pervert. Lung Ning stood up, and said pooh and ran out of Xiang Qian's room with a red face. After Lung Ning ran out of the room, the lustful expression on Xiang Qian's face disappeared instantly. He said this on purpose to scare Lung Ning away. His purpose of going to the new Earth was very complicated. First, it was to unify the Earth and integrate all the power of mankind. At the same time, all those small organizations and ambitious forces were buried there, so that they would not become obstacles to the future development of the Earth. The second was to obtain various equipment left by the prehistoric civilizations of the 7 civilizations. Xiang Qian didn't know why. As long as the civilization suffered the end of the world, there were several pieces of equipment left by prehistoric civilizations. Moreover, if all these devices are gathered together, they can create a mothership to protect the last spark of civilization from leaving the mother planet and become a wanderer civilization. The third is to seek revenge on the Lilan tribe, and at the same time rob the technology that the Lilan tribe has spent an era to research, enriching the human technology tree. Let humans have enough technological foundation to impact the 4th level civilization. According to Zhao Ming, the universe where the new Earth is located is more like a copy, and the other 7 civilizations are small monsters, and equipment can be dropped after being killed. The Lilan tribe is the big boss. After killing them, you can get enough experience to upgrade. Xiang Qian dared to go to the new Earth alone not because he was blindly arrogant. Of course, there was a need for the control of black technology and the special ability of equipment manufacturers to complete some things. More importantly, it was because of the memory in his mind. He knew the depth of each race. With his current strength, he was fully confident of completing these things. After thinking about it for a while, Xiang Qian went to bed. The next morning, after Xiang Qian got up, he found that everyone was waiting for him. Why are you getting up now? We are about to leave. Hurry up and eat. Xiang Qian's father said angrily after seeing Xiang Qian. Why are you in such a hurry? It's only a few hours now. It's just a change of place. Why are you so enthusiastic? Xiang Qian muttered a few words. At 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone in the base began to enter the hibernation chamber according to the pre-rehearsed procedures. These hibernation chambers are actually the game equipment for virtual games, which can allow people to play games for a year without eating or drinking. Of course, Xiang Qian couldn't tell them that. His explanation to all the uninformed people in the base was, when passing through a wormhole, the human body will be affected by a strong gravitational force. People with poor physical fitness will die, so the base prepared these dormant chambers for this reason. They will not wake everyone up until they reach the new Earth. At the same time, everyone can also experience the scene of a spaceship flying in space and passing through a wormhole through a virtual game. When Xiang Qian heard the starry sky prompt that everyone had entered the dormant chamber, he sat in a hover car and came to the takeoff and landing platform of the biological battleship. At this time, the biological warships are not just skeletons, but are genuine biological technology creations at the pinnacle of the third-level civilization. The dark outer armor that reflects the ceiling light looks stronger than the outer shell of the space warship made of super metal. If you look closely, you can see a mysterious liquid flowing in the fine lines like capillaries. This liquid is a nano-repair liquid specially used to repair the outer armor. When the external armor is damaged, these repair liquids will quickly repair the outer armor. In fact, these repair fluids are not only on the outer armor, but also on the floor of the biological warship. They are like the blood vessels of the biological warship, covering the entire biological warship. As long as there is damage, they will be repaired at any time to ensure that the biological warship can work at the highest state. Although compared to mechanical space battleships, biological battleships do not need to be maintained and replaced with spare parts, saving the pressure of logistic support, and can always maintain the best working condition and so on. But the biological warship is not without its shortcomings. Since it is a living thing, it must be constrained by biological instincts. After the number of cell divisions of the biological warship's functional organs is used up, the biological warship will inevitably die due to cell failure. Xiang Qian took a look at the biological warship and came to its boarding port. In his opinion, the biological warship is good in every way, but this boarding port is very disappointing. Because it is a biological warship, there is no electronic sliding door, but a circular passage after the armor is opened. This channel can be opened wide or narrowed according to the control, which is very convenient to use. But when Xiang Qian thought of the cell tissue at the boarding port, he looked constipated. Because the organ formed by this cell tissue is called sphincter in medicine. Of course, many people don't react when they hear it as sphincter, but the human body has a sphincter part, which is where humans shit. If there is a problem with this place, then you will get a disease called anal fissure. Although the boarding port of the biological warship is not that kind of place, Xiang Qian still couldn't help but think of it. After entering the biological warship, it is not the kind of biological tissue channel imagined, just like walking on muscle tissue. Instead, it is a dark metal bone channel, coupled with crystal luminous tissue like a light tube, which looks very sci-fi. It doesn't look like a biological warship at all, more like a mechanical warship. Starry sky, all warships and spacecrafts begin self-inspection. Xiang Qian walked to the command room, sat on the command chair, and said to the big screen, "Okay, boss. All spacecraft and warships have started self-inspection. Self-inspection completed, in good condition, ready to start at any time." Starry Sky reported. "Close all channels of the landing platform, fill the landing platform with water, and start internal decompression." Xiang Qian continued to issue orders. According to Xiang Qian's order, a large amount of seawater began to flow into the entire landing platform, which was built on the seabed. If the landing platform is not filled with seawater, and the top is open directly, the millions of tons of seawater will cause the internal organs of the biological warship to bear too much pressure, and cause them to be injured. Soon the seawater filled the entire landing platform. There was no air in the entire landing platform. There were also several small evolved beasts coming in through the water pipes next to the biological warship. Open the roof, all warships and spaceships take off. The roof was opened, and the seawater filled with mud and sand sank, and the entire landing platform became blurred. The biological warship slowly rose, and the seawater was lifted up by the biological warship, and bubbles appeared at the bottom of the biological warship. In less than 10 minutes, 16 biological warships and 5 spaceships left the sea and appeared in the air. At this time, the last personnel to leave from each country, and the spaceships of the leaders of each country were already in space. Only a few small organization spaceships were still in the air. Xiang Qian and his team were the last to take off. Chapter 112. Boss, Lung Ning and the others asked to unlock the clones. When the biological warship was slowly flying into space, Xingkong suddenly said, "Well, unlock it, and let them wear anti-gravity suits and come to the command room." Xiang Qian nodded. When the biological warship just entered space and stopped at the scheduled low Earth orbit assembly point, Zhao Ming, Lung Ning and other insiders all came to the command room. If I didn't know that this was a clone body, I would have thought it was my own body. Even the moles on my body are the same, and there is no difference at all. This is too exaggerated. Zhao Ming shouted as soon as he came in. If you don't have this little technology, how can you deceive everyone? Now the physical fitness of your clone body is exactly the same as your own body. In addition to the 3D printing simulation cloning technology on the surface of the body, you can feel the difference. Now you are the same except that you can't use genetic nuclear power. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Sure enough, I can't sense the genetic nuclear force. Qianbi, if we didn't have the genetic nuclear force, you wouldn't tell us your plan. Zhao Ming stared at Xiang Qian and said, "How is it possible?" "You think too much," Xiang Qian said expressionlessly. He was very surprised that Zhao Ming had become smarter. Everyone was talking about the biological warship while waiting to set off. As the last fleet to evacuate the Earth, all of them were important figures from various countries and organizations. If they were destroyed, it would be a mess. In order to prevent organizations and countries with grievances from suddenly attacking on both sides of the wormhole, everyone must enter the wormhole in the order arranged by the United Nations meeting. No one can run around, otherwise they can't blame others if they are blown up. Half an hour later, all organizations and countries arrived, and the fleets of each organization and country lined up in order, with a distance of 50,000 kilometers. After that, the United Nations issued a unified order, and each fleet slowly accelerated, and finally maintained a speed of 1,500 kilometers per second, moving towards the wormhole. At this speed, it would take more than 3 days, but less than 4 days, to reach the location of the wormhole. The flight of the biological warship was all controlled by Xingkong, and Xiang Qian and his team took a good rest in the biological warship and studied the next plan together. But on the second day, Lung Ning suddenly reminded Xiang Qian that it seemed that the location of all the remaining personnel bases on Earth had not been explored. After Lung Ning's reminder, Xiang Qian remembered this matter. He was so busy recently that he forgot about it. When Xiang Qian said he was going to use the God's Eye radar to scan the Earth, everyone was very interested, so he took everyone into the main control hall. Xingkong, start the God's Eye radar on the transport ship and conduct a deep scan of the Earth, Xiang Qian said to Xingkong. Okay, boss. Soon, the hierarchical structure of the Earth began to appear on the screen, except for the center of the Earth, which could not be detected because of the extremely high gravity and high energy reaction there. All the conditions above the Earth's lava layer were clearly scanned by the God's Eye radar. The bases of major countries and organizations, the structure of the bases, and the number of people in the bases were all clearly scanned by the God's Eye radar. And the most shocking thing is that the screen does not show a simulation picture, but a real-time dynamic picture. In other words, with the God's Eye radar, people can be monitored even when they go to the toilet. Coins, why don't you put such a powerful radar on the biological warship, but on the transport spacecraft? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death if others find out about your behavior of showing off your wealth? Zhao Ming said with contempt. I want to, but the biological warship is not compatible, so I can't do anything. Xiang Qian also said helplessly. This is the disadvantage of biological warships. If you want to upgrade, you either need to find a more powerful biological gene and then upgrade the ability of a certain part. Or you can upgrade the whole thing, that is, rebuild it, and replace new parts after some equipment becomes outdated. At the same time, don't think about installing any good things on the biological warship, because it is not compatible at all, so Xiang Qian can only put the God's Eye radar on the transport ship of the second-level civilization, and use it as a pure scanning radar. What fire control, the locking function can't be used at all. After hearing this, everyone felt it was a pity that such a powerful radar could not be equipped on the biological warship. If it could, the biological warship would be even more amazing. After a while, Xiang Qian turned off the real-time monitoring function, and after standardizing the locations of all the people left behind on the entire Earth, he asked Xingkong to store this map in the system. After the wormhole is closed, Xiang Qian and his team can use this map to find the people left behind, and at the same time start to unify the world. I didn't expect there are so many people on Earth. I really don't know what they are thinking. They don't know that the new Earth is dangerous. They don't want to go to such a beautiful place and insist on staying on Earth. I really don't understand. Yang Guang looked at the head count on the screen and said with emotion, "Who knows?" Xiang Qian also shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect there were 270 million people on Earth. In addition to the 190 million people in China, there were a few or even thousands of people left in various bases abroad. But this is also good. The more people who stay, the stronger their power will be after unifying the Earth, and the more people will be born in the next batch of evolutionists. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and in another 7 hours, the fleet will reach the wormhole. At this time, the voice of the United Nations organization sounded on the communicator of each fleet flagship, allowing everyone to take another look at the Earth that is no longer so beautiful. The Earth used to look blue and white in space, like a sapphire suspended in the dark and silent universe. The surface of the Earth now looks like it is covered with a piece of gray cloth, and it looks gray. But no matter what, it is the planet that gave birth to human beings. If there is no other way, human beings are unwilling to give it up. Even now, no matter why they are willing, there are still many people who are unwilling to leave the Earth. Lung Ning and the others were standing in front of the porthole of the command room of the biological warship, looking at the Earth from afar. Even Zhao Ming, who was the most jumpy, was silent. Xiang Qian understood their feelings. It can be said that no one in the entire human race understands the importance of the Earth, the mother planet that gave birth to human beings better than him. Okay, be happy. Don't forget what you promised me. You said that when I return to Earth, I will see the blue sky, white clouds, green grass, and herds of cattle and sheep. Everyone lives in the sun, and beautiful women on the beach are a must. Outside the Earth, the orbital defense circle around the Earth has been built, and biological warships that cover the sky and the sun are lined up in space, using their main guns as fireworks to welcome my return. You are not doing this now. You have no spirit at all, and the construction of the Earth still depends on you. Xiang Qian felt the atmosphere was rather dull, and immediately spoke up. TSK, who do you think you are? We were just joking, but you really took it seriously. Zhao Ming immediately retorted. Bitch. With Zhao Ming's lively atmosphere, everyone was not so sad, but Xiang Qian didn't know what they were thinking. When the fleet in front began to enter the wormhole, Xiang Qian and his team began to slow down, because they were afraid that the warships would not have time to make room after leaving the wormhole exit. Therefore, the interval between each fleet entering the wormhole is half an hour, so when it is Xiang Qian's turn, it will be tomorrow. The next morning, after Xiang Qian and his team got up, there were 12 fleets in front of them, and 17 behind them. The fleets that have not entered the wormhole yet are all fleets of big countries and large organizations. They have a guard fleet on the other side of the wormhole, so they are not afraid of those small organizations and small countries making trouble after they pass through. But Xiang Qian didn't know why their fleet was arranged so far back, and other small organizations had already gone there. Xiang Qian started thinking about this question when he got the ranking list, but he still hasn't figured it out. After a while, 3 more fleets in front entered, and then it was the turn of the Q country fleet. But at this time, Xiang Qian suddenly found that the remaining fleet suddenly changed its formation and spread out like a peacock, and the main guns seemed to have started charging. This scared Xiang Qian. He didn't know what those big countries were doing. Chapter 113. Your Majesty, our fleet has been locked. You should quickly escape in the lifeboat. Our fleet is on the other side of the wormhole. You will be safe once you enter the wormhole. The commander of the Q fleet said to the Q Emperor with sweat on his forehead, and he was about to collapse. What? How could the fleet of our great Q Empire be locked? Whoever did it, fight back immediately. The Emperor was also not calm, but he did not think about how to escape, but to fight back. Your Majesty, our fleet is too late. Boom! The Q country commander hadn't finished speaking when a loud noise accompanied by a strong vibration interrupted his words. At the same time, the Q country emperor also flew out of his seat and hit the wall directly, his life or death unknown. When Xiang Qian saw the main guns of warships from various countries begin to charge, he felt something was wrong. Although the biological warship was not locked, Xiang Qian still gave an order to open the strong electromagnetic isolation barrier. At the same time, the transport ship was protected to prevent the transport ship from being attacked. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he saw the main guns of nearly 100 warships emit a thick laser, which instantly hit the Q country fleet 10,000 kilometers in front of the wormhole. The dozen warships of the Q country fleet were hit by the main guns of nearly 100 warships from various countries without preparation, and were stunned in an instant. On average, each warship was attacked by 3 main guns, and the Q country fleet lost its combat effectiveness. A large number of warship wreckages were scattered with the explosion, and many Q country warships were broken into 2 or 3 sections. At the break of the warship, flames were emitting and various equipment inside the ship was ejected into space. The warships that were lucky enough not to be broken also lost power at this time. The main bearings in the middle of the warship were all twisted. Without centrifugal force, there was no gravity inside the Q country warship, and everything floated up. In this situation, even those who were not dead yet could only wait to die. At this time, even if they wanted to go to the lifeboat or use the emergency escape boat to leave, it was impossible. They could only float in the living cabin, and were thrown away by the disorderly rotation of the warship. After the main guns were fired, the countries did not stop the attack, but began to use secondary guns and electromagnetic weapons to launch a second wave of attacks on the Q fleet. This attack blew up all the Q warships that still had the possibility of escape, turning the Q fleet into space fireworks. However, this kind of fireworks came and went quickly, and basically the flames went out after the explosion. At this time, Xiang Qian suddenly reacted and said anxiously to Shinkong, "Shinkong, immediately start the God's Eye radar and scan the wreckage of the Q fleet's warships." "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian was not looking for the treasure to rescue, but to find out whether the Q country fleet had the supporting facilities of the M3A biochemical mother machine. If there were really supporting facilities of the M3A biochemical mother machine in these Q country wreckage, he would also take that set of equipment. It would be too extravagant to let the equipment be buried with the Q country fleet. So Xiang Qian stared at the screen intently, and as the God Eye radar scanned, the internal situation of the Q country warship also appeared in front of him. Although he had no good feelings towards Q country, he still felt a little bad when he saw the situation displayed on the screen. Space war is so cruel, especially the space battleships of the second-level civilization, which are basically glass and will break at the touch. There is no hard outer armor, no protective shield, and even the most basic artificial gravity device. Such a battleship cannot even catch up with the transport spacecraft of the third-level civilization. If such a battleship is hit by the main gun, it will basically die if it is touched. Moreover, after the warship was damaged, it was impossible to escape. People were floating inside the warship. How could they escape? So what Xiang Qian and his team saw was the people who were still struggling in the wreckage of the warship, who died in great pain after the air in the cabin was evacuated and turned into a vacuum. Or they were directly sucked out of the cabin by the cracks in the cabin and floated into the universe. After a few minutes, all the wreckage of the warships of Q country was scanned, and Xiang Qian did not find the supporting equipment of the M3A biochemical mother machine, so he was relieved. However, at this time, the Q country warships also became a pile of space junk, and no one in the entire fleet survived. Beep. Boss, the Celestial Empire flagship sent a communication request. Do you want to connect? The starry sky on the screen prompted at this time. Connect? Xiang Qian said immediately. He still didn't understand what was going on. In his memory, there was no such thing at all. Xiao Qian, this is our first and last call. You saw what happened just now. This is the last thing I can do for the 190 million people of our Celestial Empire who are left on Earth, but after arriving on the new Earth, Q country will definitely not give up. Although all countries have agreements with us, it is hard to say what will happen at that time. So as an old man, I beg you to lend a helping hand when the Celestial Empire needs you. At the same time, if you have any difficulties, you can also tell Xiao Hong. As long as we can help, we will definitely help you, because we are a family. Well, my wish has been fulfilled, and I will go back to Earth later. I hope that one day our descendants of Yin and Huang can flourish throughout the universe. The figure of the number 1 leader appeared on the screen, and he said to Xiang Qian with a smile. That? Hello, leader. Sorry, leader, I am a little too excited to see you. Xiang Qian was stunned for a long time after hearing this, and didn't know what to say. Could it be that the 190 million people stayed on Earth because he asked Xiao Ming to make trouble? If so, it is estimated that the main gun of the Yin Huang flagship of the Celestial Empire will be aimed at him in the next second, but he didn't want to deceive this old man who was dedicated to the people, so he could only fight awkwardly. Haha. Haha, young man, work hard, the future belongs to you. No more chatting, I'm leaving, goodbye Xiao Qian. Goodbye, Chief, I come to you for tea when I have time. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and suddenly said something very nonsensical. Okay, I wait for you. When Chief Number 1 heard Xiang Qian's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, his expression softened a lot, and then he said with a smile. After hanging up the call, Xiang Qian did not speak, but stood there quietly thinking about something. Lung Ning and the others saw Xiang Qian's performance and did not disturb him. After a while, Xiang Qian raised his head, smiled and said to everyone, "Maybe our plan to unify the earth will be easier than we thought." "Boss, you mean?" Zhang Lei seemed to have thought of something and said meaningfully, "That's right, but I can't be sure now, let's talk about it later. But it seems that I really need to go and have tea with that person, maybe the matter will be settled." Xiang Qian didn't say it clearly, but everyone knew what he meant. 20 minutes later, Xiang Qian saw a small spaceship detach from the Yinhuang flagship and fly towards the Earth. At this time, the fleet in front had already started to pass through the wormhole. In 3 hours, it would be their turn. So Xiang Qian and the others didn't say anything and ran to the porthole to see the scenery. When the 3 hours were up, the biological warship and the transport spacecraft entered the wormhole in sequence under Xiang Qian's order. After that uncomfortable feeling, Xiang Qian once again came to this unforgettable place for him. The time spent on the new Earth was the most beautiful and cruel time in Xiang Qian's memory. When humans first arrived on the new Earth, the entire human race was full of joy and laughter, and all were working hard to build a new home. But in the later period, when they came into contact with alien civilizations, and all civilizations fell into war under the instigation of the Lilan people, it was the cruelest time in Xiang Qian's memory. In the end, the only hundreds of human spaceships left this galaxy, and the new Earth was destroyed by countless nuclear bombs. The terrible scene still echoes in his mind. After leaving the wormhole, arriving at the new galaxy, and entering here again, Xiang Qian looked at a planet with eyes full of ruthlessness and cruelty. "Wait, Lilan people, your efforts in this era will be a wedding dress for mankind. We will step on your corpses and reach the highest peak in the universe," Xiang Qian said silently in his heart. Chapter 114. The new Earth is located inside the entire galaxy, 213 million kilometers away from the star, and is the third planet inside the star. The wormhole is only 6.8 million kilometers away from the new Earth, which is 27 times the distance from the Earth to the Moon. 1,100 kilometers outside the new Earth is a huge meteorite belt, and there are actually some asteroids. However, these asteroids are all dead stars, and they often collide with various meteorites in the meteorite belt. The surface is bumpy and has no spin. This meteorite belt can be said to be the natural barrier and resource collection site of the new Earth, and it played a key role in the future civilization race war. Starry Sky used the God's Eye radar to conduct a rough scan of the entire star system and a deep scan of the surrounding area of the new Earth. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky, "It's not that Xiang Qian doesn't want to conduct a deep scan of the entire galaxy, but the God's Eye radar is not that powerful. The visual range of the God's Eye radar has reached an astonishing 100 million kilometers. Within this 100 million kilometers, the God's Eye radar can conduct a deep scan. But beyond this distance, the God's Eye radar is only slightly more accurate than other third-level civilization radars, and has no advantage in scanning range. Don't think that 100 million kilometers is far away. In the universe, 100 million kilometers is nothing, not even an astronomical unit. Of course, this distance is not very close, equivalent to 2/3 of the distance from the Earth to the Sun. Even at the speed of light, it takes more than 4 minutes to travel. That is to say, Xiang Qian can launch an attack when he is 100 million kilometers away from the enemy fleet. At the same time, when he launches an attack, he has 4 minutes to calculate the trajectory and dodge the attack. Of course, with the technological strength of a second-level civilization, it is still impossible to produce laser weapons with an attack range of more than 100 million kilometers. Kinetic weapons can be produced, but the speed is not satisfactory. Based on the firing speed of the electromagnetic main guns on the flagships of various countries, excluding kinetic energy attenuation and other factors, the electromagnetic weapon shells will take more than an hour to fly at a distance of 100 million kilometers. At that time, the warships will disappear, so who can they attack? Half an hour later, the scanning data of the God's Eye radar was displayed. But at this time, the system resources of Shinkong were insufficient. The data of a deep scan of a range of 100 million kilometers was extremely huge. With Shinkong's current computing speed and storage space, it was already very difficult to store so much data. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian immediately asked Shinkong to delete the data of the deep scan and only keep the scan results of the entire galaxy. On the three-dimensional projection galaxy map, Xiang Qian saw that the spacecrafts of 6 civilizations were passing through wormholes. The wormholes of these civilizations were all next to the planets, suitable for their civilization to live, and the distance was very close. The farthest is no more than 10 million kilometers, and the closest is only 1.2 million kilometers. With the current technological level of Earth civilization, these civilizations have not been detected. Of course, these civilizations are also busy relocating like Earth, and they have not discovered humans. If there is a meteorite belt around the new Earth as a natural barrier, then there are also various natural barriers of civilization around the other civilized planets. For example, there is a large amount of interstellar dust next to the planet of the Nia civilization, which wraps the planet where the Nia tribe is like a cloud of fog. The planet where the Nia tribe lives is a distant planet. There is no atmosphere on the planet. The environment is very harsh, and the temperature is very low, reaching -178 degrees. Such a planet is not suitable for human habitation at all, but for the Nia tribe who live underground, live in caves, and hibernate for decades, there is no better place than here. Compared with the Nia tribe, which is like a beast in terms of body evolution, the Lemonsaian tribe is more like a human. Their appearance is not much different from that of humans, but their physiological structure is different, and their requirements for living environment are different from those of humans. The planet they live on is a terrestrial planet similar to the Earth, on the fifth planet outside the star. There are no plants on this planet, and the total area of the ocean is less than 30% of the entire planet's surface. It can be said that this planet is completely a huge metal ball. Although this planet has an atmosphere, the oxygen content inside the planet is very low, and it is also full of various heavy metal radiations. Even the radiation value of the center of a nuclear weapon explosion is not as strong as a mountain made of radioactive metals on this planet. Xiang Qian did not deliberately observe the humanoid races, because in the early stage of the racial war, these humanoid races were all allies of humans, fighting against the star beast races such as the Nia race and the alien races that looked nothing like humans. Xiang Qian's main target was the dozen satellites around the three giant stars. These dozen satellites were all covered with rare metals, many of which had properties that were shocking, and could be said to be strategic-level rare metals. It can be said that the interstellar wars among several major civilizations were caused by these rare metals, because after all wormholes were closed, each major race would get a piece of information left by prehistoric civilization on their respective planets. In this information, this galaxy, or more precisely, the closed microcosm, is called a civilization forbidden area. After the advent of the new era, a channel will appear around the mother star of each civilization. Through the channel to the microcosm, there will be a planet suitable for the survival of each civilization. But this small universe is not without danger. If there are not enough rare metals to build a survival base, in 10 years, the galaxy will burst into rays that exterminate life. Civilizations without survival bases will be completely extinct. When the major civilizations get this information, they will go to the dozens of satellites of the giant star to mine rare metals. And the number of those rare metals is constant, so the result can be imagined. The cosmic war of civilizations broke out in an instant. The purpose is simple, all to get enough rare metals to keep the civilization alive. Xiang Qian wanted to get these rare metals, not to build a survival base, and he didn't think about staying in this small universe. These special rare metals are the core materials for making genetic nuclear weapons. Without these special rare metals, there is no need to talk about genetic nuclear weapons. Boss, we have arrived at the new Earth and can land at any time. Well, land? Xiang Qian stopped thinking, looked at the blue sky and white clouds in front of him, and smiled. All biological warships and transport ships rushed into the atmosphere at the calculated angle under the command of Shinkong, and finally stopped in the middle of the sea, above a small island with an area of only 38 square kilometers. This small island, with a sandy beach and tropical rainforest, is the place Xiang Qian chose. Finally, we're here. This island is so beautiful. Lung Ning saw the beautiful island and said happily with a smile on her face. It's not like I haven't seen virtual projections before. I thought Shinbi chose this island to build a base under the sea. It seems that the choice was made for someone's happiness, and they can also go on vacation. We were worried, but we didn't expect that they would come here for vacation. Xiaoming pouted and said, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. If you can't pass the meteorite belt level within 3 months, you can forget about the exclusive fighter. Xiang Qian said to Xiaoming unhappily. Look, you are angry and retaliate. Xiaoming started to act weird again. Xiang Qian ignored him and said to the starry sky, let the transport spacecraft land, start building houses, and build a base on the seabed. Okay, boss. The transport ship slowly descended, and after the rear cabin opened, a large group of construction robots landed on the island under the control of the starry sky. Countless building modules that had been designed on Earth were quickly assembled into skyscrapers under the installation of construction robots. As early as on Earth, Xiang Qian and his team had already designed the buildings on the island and completed their production. These robots only need to build these skyscrapers, like stacking blocks. These buildings are perfectly integrated with the island, and it doesn't seem sudden at all. In order to achieve this effect, Xiang Qian found a world-class design master and paid the price of 1,000 bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid before asking the master to design it. It can be said that after the environment of this island is combined with several skyscrapers of different shapes, it is better than all the tourist attractions on the Earth. The Maldives and the Aegean Sea are all dregs here. 5 hours later, the transformation and construction of the entire island were completed. Under Xiang Qian's order, Shinkong began to awaken all the clones and let them board the island. Let's go down too. There are not many days left for us to relax, so we can take advantage of today to have a good rest and relax. After giving the order, Xiang Qian turned around and said to everyone, "Okay, there will be a bonfire party in the evening. I'm going to go swimming first." Zhao Ming ran out as soon as possible. Under Xiang Qian's persuasion, the others also returned to the room to change into swimsuits and ran to the beach for a walk. Even Lung Ning, who had been hiding in the laboratory doing experiments and rarely participated in activities, did not refuse this time and agreed to go to the beach after Xiang Qian changed into swimsuits in the room. When Ling Ning left the command room, she didn't know why Xiang Qian was laughing so happily. But when she returned to the room and saw the bikini on the bed, she understood everything. But for some reason, Lung Ning stared at the swimsuit for a long time and really put it on. When Xiang Qian saw Lung Ning, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Lung Ning, who looked thin, was so sexy. This also led to Xiang Qian circling around Lung Ning like a hard-working little bee for an entire afternoon. At night, nearly 90,000 people from the entire base held a bonfire party on the beach, and everyone had a great time. However, this situation lasted for a day. After getting up early the next morning, everyone started their normal life and work according to the habits they had developed in the base, and Xiang Qian and his team also started to get busy. Chapter 115. Shinkong, has the room temperature superconducting or not been shipped back yet? Xiang Qian walked around the main control hall of the underground base and asked anxiously. "Boss, the ore has been delivered to the base and is being purified. It is expected to be purified in 25 minutes. Shinkong displayed a picture of the purification of room temperature superconducting ore on the screen. "Well, it will be delivered immediately after purification." Xiang Qian glanced at the screen and nodded. Xiang Qian was so anxious to get the room temperature superconducting ore in order to improve the performance of Shinkong. Ordinary supercomputers can no longer hide the needs of Shinkong. Even if the processing accuracy is improved, this accuracy is still limited. Therefore, the obstacle that limits Shinkong's further improvement of computing power is no longer software, but hardware. Chu Tianqing is still studying the algorithm of quantum computers. Before the success of quantum algorithm research, Shinkong's software performance has reached its limit. Therefore, if you want to improve the performance of Shinkong, you can only work hard on the hardware. So Xiang Qian thought of superconductor computers at the first time. Compared with ordinary computers, the switching speed of superconductor computers is incomparable to computers currently manufactured using electronic, semiconductor, and optoelectronic devices. Theoretically, the switching speed of superconductor computers can reach a few microseconds, and the computing speed is thousands of times that of current computers. 20 minutes later, the room temperature superconducting or raw materials were delivered to the main control hall. Xiang Qian built a superconductor supercomputer at the fastest speed. The transportation speed of this supercomputer is 1,300 times the computing speed of the current Starry Sky host. Before the quantum algorithm is developed, Shinkong will use this supercomputer. After dripping blood on this supercomputer to recognize its master, Xiang Qian began to let Shinkong transfer data. "Shinkong, turn on the God Eye radar for deep scanning." After Shinkong changed his body, Xiang Qian immediately gave the order. "Okay, boss." Half an hour later, a lifelike three-dimensional simulation image appeared on the projection display in the main control room. It showed the internal structure of all celestial bodies within 100 million kilometers around the new Earth, and the number of resources in the entire meteorite belt close to the new Earth was clearly displayed. At the same time, the situation on the new Earth also appeared on it. Seeing this three-dimensional projection, Xiang Qian said happily, "Starry Sky, report the resource computing occupancy rate." "Boss, Starry Sky's computing resources are occupied by 32%. Starry Sky immediately displayed the system in which the system was running, and it clearly marked the occupancy rate of each computing resource in the system. And the God's Eye radar occupied 31.2%, which was extremely scary. Okay, turn off the God's Eye radar, and save this data. Xiang Qian said with satisfaction that with the current computing speed of the Starry Sky, he could basically hide his needs. Next, Xiang Qian worked non-stop to manufacture industrial machine tools and super-large 3D printers. He was not going to use his ability to build things that could be produced by assembly line operations. The use of the gene nuclear power liquid must be used on the blade and cannot be wasted at will. This is not the Earth. There are no evolved beasts to extract the gene nuclear power liquid for him. The gene nuclear power liquid he brought was one bottle less, so he had to be thrifty. Now that we have just arrived at the new Earth, other countries and organizations have not yet reacted. After a few days, they will not let the equipment manufacturers go to the construction site to work. Now, in order to increase the speed of construction, major countries and organizations are letting equipment manufacturers use their abilities to build new homes. But when they found that there were no evolved beasts on the new Earth and no genetic nuclear power fluid to replenish, they were dumbfounded. At that time, they could only rely on the evolutionists to absorb food nutrients every day and decompose the trace of genetic nuclear power fluid to slowly recover. It is simply impossible to drink the genetic nuclear power liquid as a beverage like now. Xiang Qian had suffered from the lack of genetic nuclear power liquid in his previous life. He had a good idea in his mind and could design better equipment. However, because the manufacturing process and processing accuracy required by these design drawings could not reach the level of assembly line operation, they had to be cut in half. After leaving the mother planet Earth, the only source of genetic nuclear power liquid for the entire human race was the hundreds of poultry in the ecosystem. So at that time, on the Hope mothership, the hundreds of evolved beasts and poultry lived better than most of the people on the mothership. Not only were they served with delicious food and drinks, but they also played nice music to relax them. Otherwise, they would not lay eggs or give birth, and the entire human high level would have to hold a meeting to study solutions. At that time, even Xiang Qian only had a ration of 5 bottles of gene nuclear power liquid per month. Lung Ning had 5 more bottles than him, which was already the top treatment on the entire Hope mothership. Now Xiang Qian was crying when he thought of those days. He was so sad. Boss, the United Nations invites you to attend the New Earth Protection Conference. When Xiang Qian was making the industrial machine, Shinkong suddenly appeared and showed the invitation letter from the United Nations. Okay, let them know that I will send someone to attend. Xiang Qian took a look at the joint clauses for protecting the new Earth and had no interest at all. Okay, boss. 5 days later, the United Nations issued various development clauses for the new Earth. In order to ensure that the ecological environment of the new Earth is not destroyed, countries and organizations must ensure that the surrounding ecological environment will not be destroyed when developing the new Earth. For the mining of underground mineral veins, the method of protected mining is adopted. As long as there are mines in the meteorite belt in space, they cannot be mined on the new Earth. At the same time, there are a lot of restrictive clauses such as not being able to use nuclear weapons and not being able to use warships in the atmosphere at will. Although Xiang Qian had no interest in this clause, he followed it and legitimately launched all the biological warships and transport ships to the surrounding meteorite belts and satellites of giant stars to mine ores and establish scientific research stations. With this clause, Xiang Qian's approach was not sudden, as most countries did the same. It's just that they didn't run as far as Xiang Qian, who fired at the satellites of giant stars 500 million kilometers away to mine and occupy territory. No organization except the Celestial Empire would pay attention to Xiang Qian's approach. Because many countries will occupy territory in space after completing ground construction, so they did not take Xiang Qian's huge size seriously. Xiang Qian also used this as a cover to send magma vines and plasma flowers to several satellites with special rare metal minerals. He did not even let go of those giant stars, and arranged hundreds of magma vines and thousands of plasma flowers on all of them. At the same time, Xiang Qian also installed engines on several small asteroids, pushed them out of the meteorite belt, and then established scientific research stations on them. This series of actions did not attract the attention of any country or organization. Of course, Minister Hong of the Celestial Empire came to ask Xiang Qian about his intentions, but Xiang Qian did not tell him. Are you kidding? Could Xiang Qian tell him that these places are full of military bases and troops? After finishing all this, Xiang Qian asked Lung Ning to leave the clone and return to the Earth base to use M3A to activate all the biological weapons, and then give the operating authority to Shinkong. In this way, Xiang Qian can command those plant-based war weapons through Shinkong without Lung Ning giving orders in the future. Of course, if they want to self-destruct, Shinkong does not have that authority, only the main body of M3A can control it. However, Xiang Qian did not plan to let them self-destruct. Anyway, this is not the Earth, so it doesn't matter if they are destroyed. For more than a month, Xiang Qian mined a large amount of special rare metal ores without anyone knowing, then secretly transported them to a scientific research station, where they were purified and then transported back to the new Earth. Shinkong checked the brain worm connection. Xiang Qian and his friends were in the main control room of the base, staring at the screen nervously. Because the wormhole was about to close, they were not sure whether the brainworm Xiang Qian mentioned could continue to maintain the connection with the Earth after the wormhole closed. If the connection was interrupted, Xiang Qian would be in danger. Boss, the brainworm signal connection is normal. Well, continue monitoring. You see, I have told you not to worry, it's okay. Xiang Qian looked at the nervous people and said with a smile, it's fine now, because the wormhole hasn't closed yet. Once the wormhole closes, it's hard to say. Although I don't know how this brainless information link works, I know that quantum communication cannot maintain a link when the wormhole disappears. Old Manly said seriously. That's different. This brainworm is a very magical creature. They are not technological equipment, and do not have the disadvantages of quantum communication. Xiang Qian said easily. He was very confident in this brainworm. No one spoke after that, and Xiaoming did not liven up the atmosphere either. He was also staring at the screen nervously. The screen scanned without intervals, showing the wormhole slowly disappearing. When the entire wormhole closed after 5 minutes, the entire main control hall was terribly quiet. Look! Xiang Qian smiled and turned around, and was about to say that it was okay when he was suddenly dumbfounded. Because everyone stared at the screen with dull eyes, there was no other reaction at all. Shinkong, how is the connection with the brainworm? Xiang Qian immediately shouted excitedly to Shinkong. Boss, the brainworm signal link is normal. Shinkong said lightly. Everything is normal, then how could there clones? When Xiang Qian was surprised, Zhao Ming and his friends suddenly laughed in his ears. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter, you see how Qianbi looked just now, I am dying of laughter. Zhao Ming said with his hands on his stomach and laughing. Boy, you have always been calm, but you were also anxious just now. Old Manly also said with a smile. Xiang Qian looked at the people who were laughing together with a dark face. He knew he was fooled. Okay, there is no problem with the signal link to the brainworm, and now the wormhole is closed. Then the problem of the Earth can be solved. When the war here comes, we will need the power of the Earth. After a while, Xiang Qian said unhappily. Well, we are all ready. Zhang Lei nodded. Okay, I will go to the number 1 leader for tea tonight to see if I can solve the problem of the Celestial Empire first. Xiang Qian nodded. Chapter 116. Xiao Sun, where is the document I read this afternoon? I can't find it. The number 1 leader said to his secretary while rummaging through his desk. Leader, I have put the document away. It's time to go to bed now, you should rest. Secretary Sun said calmly. Alas. Xiao Sun, I am in good health. I will not feel at ease until the virus problem is solved. In order to let me sleep well, please bring the document to me. The number 1 leader said with a smile. Secretary Sun has been his secretary for many years. This time, he didn't even go to the new Earth, just to stay with him. He couldn't order him to do anything, especially for his health. Secretary Sun frowned and was about to get the documents. Suddenly, someone pushed the door in without even knocking, and said anxiously, It's bad, Chief, the base has been attacked. What? How many people are there on the other side? Where are they now? Is the secret passage safe? Secretary Sun asked after hearing this. The other party got through the base, and drove the tank directly in. I don't know where they are now. When they just came in, I was afraid that they would cut off the communication system, so I ran to report it. Chief, let's go. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the red phone on the desk of Chief Number 1 rang. Hello. Well, I know, he is not an enemy. I asked Secretary Sun to pick him up. Don't open fire. Chief Number 1 hung up the phone and said to Secretary Sun, Xiao Sun, go and pick up a young man named Xiang Qian and bring him to me immediately. Chief, didn't he go to the new Earth? How could it be possible? Secretary Sun said in surprise. Don't underestimate him. The Special Affairs Department has studied him for more than a year, but we still don't know what he wants to do. Okay, Go pick him up first. Chief number 1 smiled and waved his hand. Okay, Chief, Secretary Sun said, and then went out with the person who came in to report the news. When Secretary Sun came to the lobby on the 15th floor of the base, he saw a big hole in the wall of the lobby. A hovercraft was parked at the entrance of the hole, and a young man was standing quietly beside the hovercraft. Facing the siege of more than 100 people and the aiming of hundreds of guns, his face showed no anxious expression, but a slight smile. Hello, Mr. Xiang. I am Sun Hao, the secretary of the chief. The chief asked me to pick you up. Captain Zhang, put down your guns. Secretary Sun said to Captain Xiang Qian, and then said to Captain Zhang beside him. I have said that I am not an enemy. Besides, even if I am an enemy, you guys are not good enough. Secretary Sun, I will bring some things to the chief. It should be okay. Xiang Qian said with a smile. As long as it's not dangerous, it's fine. Secretary Sun looked at the black box in Xiang Qian's hand and said seriously. It's a computer, you can take it for inspection. Xiang Qian walked up and handed the box in his hand to Secretary Sun. Well, I take you to the chief first. I send it over after the inspection. Xiang Qian followed Secretary Sun to the lounge of the number 1 chief. On the way, he began to look around the base, muttering to himself. There was no intention to meet the number 1 leader. It was more like wandering around in his own home. Soon Xiang Qian arrived at the number 1 leader's office. After entering the room, he happened to see the number 1 leader making tea, and immediately said with a smile, Chief, I'm sorry to come to you so late. I didn't expect there is a time difference between the two sides. By the way, Chief, this tea of yours is not the legendary Dehongpo, right? Xiao Qian is here. Sit down quickly. Since you said you wanted to have tea with me last time, I have been waiting for you, and this wait has been more than a month. The number 1 leader gave Secretary Sun a look, then smiled at Xiang Qian and said. It seemed that he was not facing Xiang Qian, a junior, but a person of equal status. Xiang Qian sat down, took a sip of tea, and then said, I can't do anything about this. If the wormhole is not closed, it will be bad if the news of my coming to see you is passed on. After all, my little arms and legs can't twist the thigh. Isn't it that the wormhole has just closed and I came here? Really? I don't think so. With your strength, Xiao Qian, why are you afraid of those paper tigers? The number 1 leader said meaningfully. Haha, less trouble is always a good thing. After listening, the number 1 leader didn't say anything, but started to ask about Xiang Qian's family affairs. Xiang Qian said what he could say, and laughed it off if he couldn't say it. At the same time, he also asked whether the number 1 leader was busy with his daily work. The two of them drank tea and chatted like ordinary people. Xiang Qian didn't rush to mention the purpose of his visit, and the number 1 leader didn't ask either. They didn't stop until they finished a pot of tea and Secretary Sun came in with a box. Xiao Qian, what's in your box? Xiang Qian opened the box, and a 3-dimensional projection screen appeared in the air, showing a star map. Chief, you should be familiar with this star map. This is the complete star map of the star system on the other side of the wormhole. But you probably don't know the situation of several other planets that have no value to humans, except the Earth. Xiang Qian said, while he clicked on a planet with his hand and enlarged it. Nia tribe, intelligent beast tribe, extreme evolutionary civilization. The body is extremely hard, living on cold distant planets, and can cross the universe with its body. The mother planet suffered a great disaster, and came to a new galaxy through a wormhole. Xiang Qian pointed to the huge monster inside the planet and said, then he clicked on another Earth-like planet, and continued, Lemon Saiyan tribe, human-like race, technological evolutionary civilization, technological evolution direction, the prototype of energy technology civilization, the prototype of material civilization. The mother planet suffered a great disaster, and came to this galaxy through a wormhole. Have all their home planets experienced the same fate as Earth? Leader number 1 interrupted Xiang Qian's explanation, and asked a key question. Yes, although it may not be the same disaster as Earth, it is also a disaster of the same level. If Earth is no longer suitable for human survival, we humans will not leave our home planet. The fate of these civilizations is the same as ours. They all came to this new galaxy because their home planet is no longer suitable for them to survive. At the same time, there is a planet in this galaxy that is suitable for these civilizations to survive, just like the new Earth we found. After leaving the wormhole, they can see planets suitable for their own race to survive. Then, they realize that the wormhole will close, and they all start to migrate in a hurry. They don't know that there are many alien civilizations in this galaxy that have encountered the same situation as them, And now the two alien civilizations have not been found on the new Earth. Xiang Qian said indifferently. How many alien races are there in total? And how are their strengths compared to the Earth? A total of 8 alien civilizations have come to this galaxy through the wormhole. At present, 3 civilizations have completed their migration, and 5 civilizations are still migrating. The strength of these civilizations is similar to that of Earth. Some are stronger than Earth, and some are weaker than Earth. But generally speaking, there is no difference in level. They are all at the technological level of the early stage of Level 2 civilization, and their peak technological strength is at the middle stage of Level 2 civilization. It's just that some of these civilizations are highly unified. If all the technological items left over from the prehistoric civilization on their home planet are concentrated together, they will be able to create a peak battleship of Level 3 civilization. Earth is much worse in this regard. Many of the equipment left over from prehistoric civilizations are scattered in the hands of various countries and organizations, and cannot form combat effectiveness. Xiang Qian said with a little helplessness. Xiao Qian, what do you want to do? What do you need the country to do? The number 1 leader finally said with a serious expression. He did not ask Xiang Qian why he knew these things a long time ago, but did not tell the country, but directly asked Xiang Qian's purpose. Leader, these civilizations are not scary. What is scary is this civilization. Xiang Qian did not answer directly, but continued to click on an Earth-like planet, pointed to the huge base inside the planet, and said, the Lilan tribe, a parasitic third-level civilization, entered this galaxy during the cosmic catastrophe of the last era, defeated all other races that competed with them for the star system, and eliminated the races that had been living in this galaxy since the cosmic catastrophe of the previous era. The civilization history has reached more than 120,000 years. Candidate civilization. Xiao Qian, don't say these, just tell me what you want to do. After listening to it, the number 1 leader came over for a while, sighed, and then slowly said, I want a unified Earth. Xiang Qian looked directly at the number 1 leader and said firmly, what if someone disagrees? The number 1 leader asked. Either he steps on my corpse and makes it impossible for me to complete the unification, or I step on his corpse to complete the unification. Why not change a method? In fact, many problems cannot be solved by force. There is not so much time. Even if people all over the world support me, there will be more people who oppose me. Because I have violated their interests and made them feel threatened. Even if I use force to force them, big things will happen in the future. I can't kill all those who oppose me, because then the fate of the German boss in World War II will be my fate. So when the global virus crisis came, I didn't take action. At that time, I could become a savior, but I would also become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of the leaders of major countries and organizations. I still didn't warn about the crisis on the new Earth this time, because I want to save the people I think should be saved at the most dangerous time. Only in this way can I unify the entire Earth in a short time. You can say that I am unscrupulous and indifferent to life in order to achieve my goal, but in the future, you will know why I do this. Compared with the pain of the moment, sacrificing some people is much better than the miserable death of all the people on the Earth in the future. Xiang Qian said firmly and forcefully. Chapter 117. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the whole office was silent, with only a slight gasp showing that the number 1 leader was not calm at the moment. What do you need me to do? After a while, the number 1 leader spoke. My base has an ecosystem with many tea trees planted in it. I will restore the environment of the Earth to the state before the end of the world. I will build a villa in Hainan. If you are free, I can accompany you to drink tea. At the same time, you can also give me some suggestions. After all, I am still inexperienced. Xiang Qian said with a smile. In fact, he was also very nervous when he said this. Although this was said very tactfully, even a fool could understand what he meant, let alone the number 1 leader. At the same time, this sentence also showed Xiang Qian's determination and confidence. There was no need for your help at all. Everything was under my control. As for the consequences of disagreement, everyone knew it. In fact, Xiang Qian didn't want to do that. He didn't want this old man who was dedicated to the country and the people to just, haha, okay. Then I can also put down the burden, and don't have to be so tired every day. It would be great if Xiao Ma from Country A could come over. I would teach him how to play chess, and then abuse him 3 times a day, so that he would often find trouble. By the way, call Xiao Jin from the polar bear, and we will abuse him together, haha. The number 1 leader said with a smile. After listening, Xiang Qian suddenly felt sad. He stood up and bowed to the number 1 leader, and said sincerely, thank you, old man. What are you thanking me for? I agreed to so many people staying on Earth, and I felt like there was a thorn in my heart. I didn't expect that I would do the right thing by accident. It seems that I can sleep well tonight. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Okay, let's not talk about this. Didn't you ask me to give you some advice? Now you can tell me about your plan. The number 1 leader waved his hand and motioned Xiang Qian to sit down and said, Okay, thank you for your trouble. My plan is this. Then Xiang Qian told him about his arrangements for the Earth and all his ideas. The number 1 leader listened while drinking tea, and occasionally put forward his own opinions, but these opinions were often sharp and pointed out the shortcomings in Xiang Qian's plan. Well, that's good. But according to your plan, the speed is still too slow. However, I, an old man, will help you. Xiao's son, come in and get Xiao Qian an officer certificate, and you need to be a general. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the number 1 leader nodded and suddenly called Secretary's son in to get the certificate. But this confused Xiang Qian. What does this mean? There's no need for this anyway. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and said immediately, but he was interrupted by the number 1 leader before he finished speaking. I know you don't need it, and it won't be useful in the future. But what you really lack now is an identity within the system. Although this identity is nothing to you, if you want to take over the 190 million people left in the entire Celestial Empire at the fastest speed, you really need such an identity. Xiao's son, why are you still standing there? Go quickly. Remember, he will also be your leader in the future. The number 1 leader interrupted Xiang Qian and said with a smile. Secretary's son was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiang Qian, said yes, and turned to leave. Xiang Qian wanted to stop Secretary's son, but he changed his mind and thought that with this certificate, he could legitimately take over those bases. However, the government's credibility is so poor now that he alone cannot compare. Xiao's son is a capable person and has been with me for several years. He could have gone to the New Earth this time, but he didn't go to accompany me, an old man. He is only 40 now, which is the golden period of his life. It is no problem to let him handle some small matters. The number 1 leader looked at Secretary Sun's back and said, Well, it's just right to take over the affairs of these bases, and I need Brother Sun's help. If you are free, let Brother Sun help me. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Okay, I don't have anything to do, so I go and help you. The two of them didn't talk about these things anymore, and continued to chat about family matters. 10 minutes later, Secretary Sun came back with a file bag in his hand. The number 1 leader took the file bag, signed on a few documents, and handed the file bag to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian did not look at the documents, but picked up the officer certificate and read it. The photo on the officer certificate was exactly the same as his own, and he was wearing a military uniform, with a rank of general. Seeing Xiang Qian made him want to laugh. He did not expect that he came here to solve the problems of the Celestial Empire, and became a general. Before the end of the world, it was not certain that 1 out of 10 lieutenant generals could become a general. He, an ordinary citizen, became a general just by thinking about it. How many people could be scared to death by such a young general? This is true, and it is also used in New Earth. All the files and resumes have been filed, there is absolutely no problem. Secretary Sun saw the half-smile on Xiang Qian's face, and couldn't help but say, Well, it also works in New Earth. If I take this certificate to give them orders, will they listen to me? Xiang Qian suddenly asked. If I, an old man, testify for you, there will still be some people who will listen to you. As for those who don't listen, the number 1 leader didn't mention me, but the meaning of his words was clear. Yeah. Xiang Qian nodded. The two chatted for a while, and then Xiang Qian got up and left. The next day, in the morning, after eating breakfast on the New Earth, Xiang Qian changed into a clone body to find Secretary Sun, and then went to each base to receive. Most of the people who are still on Earth are infected with special viruses, and only a small number of them are relatives of these people, who also stayed. So Xiang Qian has to bring a large number of syringes every time he arrives at a base. In addition to saline solution, these syringes are filled with nanomechanical bugs. Lung Ning did not have time to analyze the structure of the virus that infected each person. If he wanted to quickly eliminate these viruses, he could only use nanomechanical bugs. Of course, Xiang Qian's external propaganda was a special vaccine that could quickly eliminate the virus. In this way, the lives and deaths of 190 million people were all in Xiang Qian's hands in less than a week. Even those who were not infected with the virus were injected with a vaccine. Xiang Qian had never thought of such a speed, and when accepting these bases, it was very smooth without any resistance. As for the senior executives of each base, He did not have so many people to replace at once. However, he arranged all the family members of the senior executives of each base in one base, so he was not afraid of those people making any tricks. The successful acceptance of 190 million people made Xiang Qian's strength multiply countless times in an instant. Not to mention anything else, there were 52 evolvers left on Earth. Among them, 5 people are black technology masters, and 47 people are equipment manufacturers. The number of these evolvers is several times more than the total number of evolvers in some small organizations. From this, we can also see how deep the foundation of the Celestial Empire is. Other small organizations would like to worship the evolvers as their grandfathers, but here in the Celestial Empire, there are still people left on Earth. Not to mention that there are countless scientists, soldiers, pilots, technicians, and other talents among these people. These talents are the key to Xiang Qian's implementation of the next plan. After they thanked Xiang Qian for relieving their pain from the disease, they showed great work spirit and efficiency, which surprised Xiang Qian. With sufficient personnel and sufficient material support, Xiang Qian gathered all the personnel from Europe and Asia in just half a month. After settling these personnel, Xiang Qian once again began to sweep the world based on the map left by the God's Eye radar. In this way, 3 months later, all the personnel left on Earth were taken to the base of the Celestial Empire. In less than 4 months, the entire Earth was unified. Just when Xiang Qian was about to implement the contribution system and announce the establishment of the Earth Federation, other alien civilizations were finally discovered on the new Earth, and the entire new Earth was in an uproar. With such a big event happening, Xiang Qian also had to go back to prepare for the next plan. The next restoration work and personnel training on Earth could only be handed over to Zhang Lei, Lung Ning and others. Chapter 118. Shinkong, how many tons of special rare metals are stored? Xiang Qian asked as soon as he returned to the base. Boss, 17,000 tons of T1 metal, 84,000 tons of T2 metal, and 39,000 tons of T3 metal have been purified. There are 210,000 tons of ore that have not been purified, and 80,000 tons of ore reserves on the resource planet have not been transported back. Shinkong displayed the purified special rare ore on the screen and said. Xiang Qian nodded. He was very satisfied that he could purify so many special rare metals in 4 months. You should know that these special rare metal ores cannot be smelted like iron ores. To purify this special rare metal ore, it must be purified little by little, and the amount of purification each time cannot exceed 100 kilograms. If this standard is exceeded, the purity of the special rare metal will be affected. Well, continue mining and increase transportation capacity. As long as 50,000 tons of ore are mined, it will be transported back immediately. By the way, show the cosmic microwave background map of the star system. The cosmic microwave background image was instantly displayed on the three-dimensional projection screen. It was obvious that there were still 3 dark holes on it. These were wormholes that had not yet closed. That is to say, it would take some time for the major civilizations to know the special rare metals. After the major civilizations knew the uses of special rare metals, they would not be able to mine them like they do now. Starry Sky, calculate the closing time of the last wormhole. Boss. It is estimated that the last wormhole will be closed in 172 days. In more than 5 months, nearly 6 months, the amount of special rare metals in reserve can be more than doubled, but it is still not enough to build a genetic nuclear warship. Xiang Qian calculated in his mind, and his brows frowned unconsciously. Starry Sky, start destructive mining. How many tons of special rare metal ore can be mined in 172 days? Xiang Qian thought for a while and asked. Boss, if destructive mining is carried out, the amount of ore mined can be increased 3 times to 1.16 million tons. Shinkong said immediately. Start destructive mining immediately and mine the ore as quickly as possible. Xiang Qian gave the order without thinking. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian checked the situation of the new Earth in the main control hall for a while, and then ran to the studio to produce industrial equipment. After wasting several months, he still had a lot of work to do. The next morning, Xiang Qian used a clone to come to the United Nations Conference Center building on the new Earth. Maybe it was because the hard time on Earth was too long, and now major countries and organizations like to build their headquarters on floating mountains. For example, the United Nations headquarters is built on a 27 square kilometer suspended mountain. On the outside of the suspended mountain, there is a row of spaceship ripples. Of course, only large countries and large organizations can use these ripples. Small organizations and small countries can only fly here honestly. After sending people, the plane must leave and cannot stay. As soon as Xiang Qian walked to the United Nations Conference Center building, he saw Minister Hong and a group of people coming from the special passage. Xiao Qian, you are here. Why didn't I see you in the previous meetings? Minister Hong also saw Xiang Qian walking inside and said loudly, I didn't come to the previous environmental protection conferences. I must come to the UN expanded conference this time. At least I still have a vote. Xiang Qian pretended to know nothing. When sending out the invitation letter for this meeting to discuss how to deal with aliens, he wrote UN expanded conference because he was afraid that the public would know. Well, that's right. That vote can't be wasted. After the meeting, do you have time to come and sit with me? Minister Hong's attitude surprised the accompanying staff. They didn't understand why Minister Hong was so polite to such an unprepossessing young man. Let's talk about it later. I may not have time. If you have anything, please send me a message. Xiang Qian didn't have time to go to Minister Hong to argue. He knew what the other party meant. That's fine. It's the same anyway. Minister Hong was not surprised by Xiang Qian's refusal. The two walked and talked. When they were about to reach the venue, Xiang Qian suddenly asked, Minister Hong, you are a general, right? Yes, what's wrong? Minister Hong was stunned for a moment and nodded. Nothing, I'm just curious. Xiang Qian turned around and entered the conference center from another entrance. Xiang Qian's behavior made Minister Hong speechless, and he didn't understand what it meant. After entering the venue, Xiang Qian came to his seat and waited for the meeting to start. As a result, he turned around and saw a blonde foreign beauty sitting next to him. What's more, he knew this foreign beauty. It was from this beautiful woman that he learned about the God Eye radar, and he had threatened her. Perhaps she felt that Xiang Qian was looking at her. Alyssa turned her head and nodded to Xiang Qian with a smile, then turned her head away, without any intention of continuing to communicate with Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian shrugged, turned his head back indifferently, and looked at the small screen in front of him. 3 minutes later, the UN conference representative walked onto the stage and signaled everyone to be quiet. Hello everyone, before the meeting begins, there are a few points I want to explain in advance. Today's meeting is a highly confidential meeting. After the meeting begins, the entire venue will be shielded from all signals by super strong electromagnetic force. So don't panic when you find that your communication signal is zero. Okay, the meeting will officially begin. First, please look at the small screen. A series of pictures will be displayed on it. Please don't panic or make loud noises when watching. As the conference host finished speaking, the small screen in front of Xiang Qian began to play a spacecraft's observation of the universe. The image was normal a minute ago, but when the optical device suddenly discovered that the distant starry sky suddenly flashed with light, it immediately zoomed in there. When the image was zoomed in, a burst of light burst out again. This time, the light was captured by the optical device, and the entire process from burst to disappearance was observed completely. Suck. Everyone who saw the light burst clearly took a breath, because the burst of light was not a supernova explosion, but the light emitted when a hydrogen bomb was detonated. If it was just the hydrogen bomb explosion, it would be fine. The key thing is the moment of the hydrogen bomb explosion, accompanied by the wreckage of the space battleship and the neatly arranged space battleships. Alien fleet, this is the first thought of everyone, and then everyone began to think about it, such as aliens are coming, and we humans are finished. Xiang Qian saw this, and was sure that this was a Xiao warship. And the warship that was blown up was the prince of the Xiao people. This battle was completely a civil war among the Xiao people. They probably didn't expect that their internal power struggle would make the entire human race nervous for a long time. The inertia of history is really strong. In the previous life, it was because of the explosion of this hydrogen bomb that humans knew that there were aliens in this star system, and it also opened the prelude to human contact with alien civilizations. Okay, everyone should have seen it. That's right, those warships are all alien warships. And according to our observation, they live on an Earth-like planet 270 million kilometers away from the new Earth. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard that the new Earth was less than 2 astronomical units away from the planet where aliens lived. Then, they all began to criticize those big countries, saying that astronomers were all shit, and they didn't find aliens at such a close distance. The whole venue was in chaos in an instant. After all, this information was too explosive, and it made people who had just built their new home very uncomfortable. Xiang Qian's head hurt a little because of the noise. If he had known that the meeting concerning the survival of mankind would be so boring, he would never have come. After arguing for half an hour, the order of the meeting was finally restored. Then they began to discuss the formation of the New Earth Joint Fleet and the New Earth Space Defense Circle. Originally, the major powers required the warships and spacecraft of the small organizations to follow their arrangements, but the small organizations firmly opposed it. In the end, the Earth formed a military force formed by a dozen major powers, several large organizations, and multiple small organizations. Xiang Qian joined an alliance formed by a small organization with the shadow of the Celestial Empire. In fact, it didn't matter if he didn't join, but it would be a bit troublesome to enter and leave the new Earth. That's why he joined the alliance, and was ready to play a supporting role. Anyway, the war would not start for 6 months, and when it did, it would not be against the West Asians, so there was no need to be so nervous. As a result, when they were discussing the distribution of tasks and the construction of a space defense circle, Xiang Qian suddenly received a notification from the starry sky that a probe was suddenly launched from the planet where the Lilan people were located, which it had been monitoring. Chapter 119. There was no light in the dark underground base, and an alien creature walked in the dark base passage, as if it was not bothered by the darkness. Jeslian, how many times have I told you to turn on the lights in the base after you wake up from your sleep? The race I parasitize does not have the ability to see in the dark, so don't just think about yourself. A voice sounded in the dark passage. Oh, sorry, Lord Safi, I forgot that the race you parasitize is colorblind. The lights in the passageway were turned on, and a creature with scales all over its body and a tail, but standing and was walking towards the hall at the end of the passageway step by step. The hall was filled with countless projection screens of different sizes, and on a chair in the center of the hall sat a human-like creature, but its eyes were very small, only the size of soybeans, but there were several long flesh buds on its jaw. These flesh buds occasionally flashed with electric light, showing that they were not useless decorations. Jeslian, have you finished detecting the civilized race this time? Safi turned his head, and obviously didn't speak to the air. Not yet. I just sent out the detector, and haven't received any message yet. Lord Safi, please use your electromagnetic detection ability. I'm on your right. Jeslian said lightly, swinging his long tail. Jeslian, where did you learn these rules? I hate using electromagnetic detection ability. This race is simply garbage among garbage. This time I must change my body. The fleshy buds on Safi's jaw began to dance wildly, accompanied by crackling lightning. Master Safi, you said the same thing 129,872 years ago. Jeslian continued to state calmly. Jeslian, didn't Yulia tell you that you are a very boring person? Sorry, Master Yulia didn't tell you. Beep. Jeslian, report the contents sent back by the detector. After a few minutes, Safi said with a little annoyance. I'm sorry, I thought Lord Safi used his mental resonance ability to learn the details. Jeslian may have seen more and more lightning on Safi's jaw and felt his anger, so he immediately said, there are still 8 chosen races in this era, and they have all entered the closed galaxy, but there are still 3 races in the process of migration, and the channel has not been closed. Among the 8 races this time, there are 3 beast civilizations, one of which is an extreme evolutionary civilization, and 2 are technological civilizations. 1 alien civilization, belonging to the technological civilization. 3 human-like civilizations, all of which are technological civilizations. 1 human civilization, a technological civilization. Well, this time a human civilization was chosen. It seems that I can change to a body that satisfies me again. Jazillion, wake me up after they fight, I'm going to sleep first. After Safi finished speaking, a flash of lightning flashed, and the whole person disappeared. Okay, Lord Safi. After speaking, Jazillion also slowly walked out of the big head, and the lights in the passage disappeared again, and only footsteps could be heard. Xiang Qian didn't listen to the following meeting at all, and kept letting the starry sky transmit the real-time images to the clone's biological brain. The detector of the Lilan tribe is a genuine third-level civilization technology. Although it is inferior to the God's Eye radar in function, it is not much worse in terms of large atmosphere detection, and it is definitely far better than the current space detectors on Earth. For the next 3 days, Xiang Qian sat in the meeting room bored, and kept monitoring the detector of the Lilan tribe in his mind. But 3 days passed, and the Lilan tribe had no other movement except launching this detector. Xiang Qian didn't know what the Lilans thought about their behavior. Don't their people need to parasitize? In the past tens of thousands of years, except for the bodies of some races, the bodies that the Lilans parasitized should have been damaged long ago. How come there is no movement until now? This is unscientific. No matter how strange Xiang Qian was, the Lilans really didn't move at all. Compared with the quiet Lilans, the other 2 human-like races were not so quiet. The Lemonsanes and the West Asians sent many probes and launched them in the direction of many galaxies and countries. Among them, the probes launched by the Lemonsanes were very targeted. Most of them were launched towards the planet where the West Asians were, and a small part flew towards several other Earth-like planets. New Earth was also targeted. Regarding the probes that were about to reach, Xiang Qian did not remind the senior officials of various countries who were still in the meeting. Anyway, the first contact with alien civilizations was about to begin, and he did not want to ruin this historic meeting. Regardless of whether they would be enemies in the future, at the beginning, it allowed humans to accumulate a lot of experience in contact with alien races. Sure enough, halfway through the 5th day of the meeting, Earth finally discovered the Lemon probe, and the entire venue went wild. However, after the countries carefully confirmed that there was only one probe around the new Earth and no alien fleet, they decisively ordered the capture of the probe. Soon, a space battleship patrolling in space flew towards the probe, and at the same time sent information to the probe in various Earth languages. Xiang Qian looked at the various funny orders issued by the top leaders of various countries in the conference hall, and his stomach almost hurt from laughing. What's the point of sending information in dozens of Earth languages? Could it be that aliens also know Earth languages? Not to mention dozens of languages, even if they change hundreds or thousands of languages, aliens still can't understand. Of course, this is not without rewards. The probe also began to transmit various information to the space battleship, but no one on Earth could understand it. Even Xiang Qian was the same. He knew these races and had communicated with people of those races, but that was with a translator. Otherwise, Xiang Qian would not understand the alien languages that were like heavenly books. After all, there were essential differences in grammar and word usage. In the next few days, all the linguists on Earth began to work around the probe to translate, but the gap between the alien language and the Earth language was too big, and they worked so hard that they still couldn't understand what the other party was saying. Xiang Qian estimated that not only they were anxious at this time, but also the people of the Lemonsay tribe were anxious. Since there was no body language, it was really difficult to understand what the other party was saying with only this pure language communication method. Finally, on the 5th day, things took a turn for the better. A linguist suddenly came up with a solution. That is to take an object, label it with words, and then use it. For example, a pencil. After labeling the structure and name of the pencil, the linguist began to write with the pencil. Then he took out an eraser and crossed out all the words written by the pencil. When this method was thought of, mathematicians immediately proposed to use mathematical formulas instead of pure text expressions. For example, rectangles, squares, triangles write down their length, width, height, and area formulas. Because no matter whether civilizations are the same, in the field of mathematics, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 will never change. When mathematicians came up with this method, physicists were smarter and directly used hadron colliders to mark out atomic nuclei. Anyway, no matter what, scientific theories are the same. We may call it atoms, and they call it squares, but the image and data of atoms cannot be changed. In this way, the standards of things were cracked one by one, word by word, from erasers, pencils to cosmic bodies, and finally thousands of words were cracked. With these 1,000 words as the foundation, the two sides' language cracking work was carried out quickly. Finally, after a month and a half, the two sides had a formal communication through text. At this time, Xiang Qian ran away. As for this formal communication, it was recorded in history, and he didn't know how many times he had seen it. So this historic moment for the entire human race had no attraction to Xiang Qian at all. It was better to have fun when the two sides couldn't communicate at the beginning. Of course, Xiang Qian was not idle. He was still actively preparing to pull the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were being trained on the Earth when he robbed resources a few months later. So now he could only stay at home every day, manufacturing industrial machine tools, and then producing cloning equipment in an assembly line. Chapter 120. In half a month, Xiang Qian finally produced enough industrial machine tools and 3D printers. These industrial machine tools and 3D printers will continuously produce various parts under the control of Shinkong. Then, they will be assembled into one cloning device after another through the assembly line to produce clones. Now, as long as there are enough clones, Xiang Qian can raise an army of more than 3 million people in an instant. This is still limited by the transmission data of the brain worm. Otherwise, with so many reserve personnel on Earth, it would not be a problem to raise an army of more than 100 million people. In the half-month that Xiang Qian was manufacturing industrial machine tools, humans have already made contact with the other 3 human-like civilizations. However, The parties did not conduct any friendly exchanges and visits, but only demarcated the boundaries after being able to communicate normally. Because the location of the new Earth and the other 3 human-like civilizations are all Earth-like planets close to the stars, the planets are not very far away, with an average distance of only 133 million kilometers. Therefore, humans and the other 3 human-like civilizations have decided after discussion that the universe, with a radius of 35 million kilometers, centered on the planet where the race is located, belongs to the territory of their respective civilizations. The rest of the universe is a public space, and any civilization can pass through it. However, if you want to enter the territory of other civilizations, you must declare it in advance, otherwise it will be considered an invasion. Then several civilizations inquired about each other's information, and they all knew that the reason they came to this galaxy was because of the huge disaster that happened on the mother planet of their civilization. They came here under 4 circumstances. The biggest change in the past half-month is that the space defense system of the new Earth is being built rapidly. Because Xiang Qian did not send people to participate in the construction of the space defense system, the United Nations also asked for 100 bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid. Dozens of asteroids were placed in the space of the new Earth. These asteroids were transported back from the meteorite belt and made to revolve around the new Earth. Then humans placed a large number of weapons on these asteroids and armed them into hedgehogs. After Xiang Qian learned about the situation in the past half-month, he let the starry sky connect to Zhao Ming. At this time, Zhao Ming was training the pilots of the Air Force in the virtual game. Yes, it was Zhao Ming who trained the pilots. If Zhao Ming were to fight those pilots in the atmosphere, he would probably be beaten to death in a few minutes. But in space, Zhao Ming's current strength is indeed stronger than those pilots. Because in the atmosphere, all aircraft maneuvers are energy-air combat skills. The so-called energy-air combat skills are air combat techniques that rely on various kinetic energy. If you lose energy, your aircraft will lose control. For example, a large angle climb will result in a stall. But in the universe, pure space fighters don't have the concept of stalling. There is no gravity in the universe, and gravity is a weak force. As long as you start the engine, even if you turn it off immediately, after the space fighter gets the initial speed, it will keep flying. The direction of travel has nothing to do with the body structure of the space battleship. Even if you have an inverted triangle body, there is no such thing as air resistance in the vacuum environment of the universe. In other words, no matter how well the aerodynamic structure is designed, it is useless in the universe. The space fighter has 2 flight power systems. One is the main engine, which is located at the tail of the fighter and provides the fighter with flight speed. The other engine is the maneuvering engine, which has nozzles all over the fuselage, providing the fighter with a 360-degree flight posture without blind spots. It can be said that after you turn off the main engine of the space fighter and use the maneuvering engine, the space fighter can fly backwards, sideways, and backflip under your control. Anyway, you can fly however you want, without any maneuvering restrictions. Therefore, the better the skills of the Air Force pilots, the lower their performance when using space fighters. On the contrary, those who have just joined the army have stronger performance. This is because those pilots with good skills will subconsciously avoid using stall maneuvers when flying. When these pilots face Xiao Ming's strange flying posture of suddenly turning around while flying, or sometimes even flying backwards, they will subconsciously freeze there and cannot keep up with Zhao Ming's rhythm. Coins, what's up? I'm busy. Zhao Ming answered the call and said hurriedly. Nothing. I want to ask how the pilot's training is going. Xiang Qian asked curiously. No problem. Although their current strength is a little bit worse than mine, they can also be trained. Zhao Ming said very awesomely. Well, I remember you said at the beginning that they were a bunch of garbage. How come they improved so fast? You are not fooling me, are you? Xiang Qian said curiously. He still remembered Zhao Ming's first space dogfight with those pilots. He beat those Air Force pilots so hard that they couldn't even find their way. Then he said depressedly that it was really difficult to teach these people. How come they could become masters in less than half a month? What the hell are you talking about? They were not used to flying space fighters at the beginning. They were always used to adapting to their previous experience of flying in the atmosphere, so they couldn't even find their way after being beaten by me. Now they are used to fighting in space, and their flying posture is better than mine. Yesterday, 2 guys beat me 5 times. But my level has improved recently. Although they have insufficient experience in fighting in space, their flying instinct is still very good. After practicing with them for half a month, my level has improved a lot, otherwise they would have beaten me to pieces. Zhao Ming said very depressed. Okay, Then you continue to simulate the battle. I estimate that you will be sent to the battlefield in no more than a year. By the way, you have too few pilots now. You should recruit personnel immediately. At least you need to increase the number tenfold from the current level. Okay, I got it. I hang up now. That flight captain is challenging me again. I'm going to kill him today. Zhao Ming hung up the call after saying that. Xiang Qian was very happy after hearing this. He knew Zhao Ming's flying skills. If he could beat Zhao Ming, it meant that there were some experts among those pilots. After injecting them with a gene nuclear power awakening potion, let them use the gene nuclear power weapons. Then their strength can at least increase tenfold. Since Zhao Ming is fine, Xiang Qian is relieved about the others. After all, Zhao Ming is the most unreliable one. If there is no problem with him, there will be no problem with others. In the next few months, Xiang Qian was either making space fighters or monitoring the Lilan tribe. But in these few months, the Lilan tribe did not make any moves, which made him depressed. If the Lilan tribe didn't make any moves, all the means he had prepared for them would be useless. This made Xiang Qian feel like he was punching the air, which was very uncomfortable. And he couldn't just go to the Lilan tribe's home to blast them out, because that would completely piss off the Lilan tribe. But before the Bees civilization and alien civilization were destroyed, he really couldn't move the Lilan tribe directly, because that would disrupt many of his plans. So Xiang Qian could only wait slowly like this, and fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long, and the last wormhole was about to close. Xiang Qian sat in the main control hall, watching the slowly closing wormhole, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. There was anticipation and excitement, but also sadness and sorrow. Buzz, on the planet where the 8 civilized races were located, at the moment when the last wormhole closed, 8 huge blue-white light pillars burst out into the sky. These 8 light pillars had no end in sight, as if they could lead to the end of the universe. However, after a few minutes, the periphery of the entire star system began to change. The endless starry sky first slowly disappeared, and was replaced by a colorful space. These distorted colored lights roared wantonly outside the star system like a storm. When the 8 light pillars disappeared, a huge stone slab appeared at the location where the light burst out. The stone slab was flashing with light, and there were many words engraved on the surface. Chapter 121. When the personnel sent by various countries arrived at the place where the light column exploded and saw the stone slab, everyone was dumbfounded. No one knew the words on the stone slab, nor had they seen them before. But when everyone saw those words, they knew the meaning of those words in their minds. The star system is closed, and the 10-year world-destroying storm breaks out. All life that is not protected by the eternal blue gold will be destroyed. The eternal blue gold exists in. The text after that paragraph actually formed a star map in everyone's mind, with the dozens of satellites of the giant planet marked on the star map, and the location of the eternal blue gold vein on it. When the top leaders of various countries came here and looked at the stone tablet, they all stood there stupidly. After a long time, they worked so hard to transfer to the new Earth, and in the end, this was the result. If I had known this earlier, I might as well stay on Earth, continue to climb the technology, build more powerful spacecraft, and look for new planets in the universe. Anyone who is not a fool knows that it is impossible to escape from the star system. After communicating with several human-like races, the top leaders of the major countries have a vague guess. That is, the disaster on Earth is not accidental. Maybe the entire universe, or the entire Milky Way, is under the control of a mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, how can there be so many coincidences in the world? Now the appearance of this stone tablet further proves that this guess is correct. But even if we know it, what can we do? With the current technological strength of mankind, let alone escaping from such control, even in the face of these disasters, it is like a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect itself. Since we can't make the rules of the game, we can only follow the rules step by step. After a brief thought, the leaders of various countries immediately issued orders to send fleets to one of the dozen satellites. In their opinion, the amount of eternal blue gold contained in this satellite alone is enough for human use. But they never thought how troublesome it would be to extract these eternal blue gold ores. Moreover, the extracted eternal blue gold actually only accounts for 7.95% of the total ore content. The remaining ingredients are all 2 rare metals associated with eternal blue gold, which cannot be used to build a base. The next morning, Xiang Qian just got up and Minister Hong's communication arrived. "Did you know it a long time ago?" Minister Hong asked loudly as soon as the communication was connected. "What do you mean I know?" Xiang Qian was very speechless by this nonsense question. "What does this mean? He is here to accuse me." The information recorded on the stone tablet Did you know it on Earth? Minister Hong saw Xiang Qian's expression and suppressed his anger and asked, "What slate?" "I don't know," Xiang Qian said unhappily. "Xiao Qian, I don't care what you think, but can you consider the interests of all mankind on the issue of right and wrong? Do you know how many people will die if we can't dig up enough eternal blue gold? Have you ever thought about this?" Minister Hong couldn't suppress his anger, and he slammed the table in the end. "Will you believe me if I tell you?" Xiang Qian said calmly. "This is not a question of belief or not, it's a question of attitude. Even if no one believes, you have tried your best. But you said nothing, did nothing, and just watched everyone jump into this trap." Minister Hong was like an angry bull, his eyes were full of bloodshot. I don't know if he didn't sleep last night, or was angry at Xiang Qian's attitude. "Haha, what do you mean I watched everyone jump into this trap? Am I not in this trap? Also, I want to correct one thing, this is not a trap, but an opportunity. The opportunity for the rise of mankind. Since you said that I didn't remind you, then I will remind you now. Don't use the eternal blue gold you dig up to build a base, store it, it will be of great use in the future." Xiang Qian was amused by this. What the hell is going on? "I don't care what you are doing, now I want to know if you have a way to leave here." Minister Hong calmed down for a while before asking. "Yes, I'm not looking for death. But don't worry about how I leave you, I will remind you when the time comes. By the way, I connect you to someone's signal later, you can chat. After you finish chatting, come to me again." Xiang Qian hung up the communication after speaking, and then asked Shinkong to pass the signal of the number 1 leader to Minister Hong. An hour later, Minister Hong's communication was connected again, and this time he looked at Xiang Qian with a different look. "How do you need us to cooperate?" The two looked at each other for a while, and Minister Hong spoke first. "I don't need your cooperation. There is no need for your cooperation in my plan," Xiang Qian said indifferently. "Then what should I do next to reduce the losses?" Minister Hong changed the question. "Give me a list of those ambitious people. After I deal with them, I can ensure that no one will oppose my order. We can discuss this issue then. It's all nonsense now. You can't represent everyone." Minister Hong did not speak, but nodded silently and closed the communication. "Shinkong, what is the current situation of all the magma vines?" Xiang Qian asked immediately after Minister Hong closed the communication. "Boss, all the magma vines have taken shape and are now in a dormant state. What about the dynamics of various races? How many warships have each race sent to those satellites?" "The Nia tribe has dispatched 3,000 tribesmen, all of whom are adults, with a body length of more than 350 meters. Their target is satellite number 12. The Lemonsanes dispatched 1,500 warships and 4,000 transport ships, and their target was satellite number 7. The West Asians dispatched 2,100 warships and 1,300 transport ships, and their target was satellite number 9. The Hildi dispatched 1,700 warships and 2,300 transport ships, and their target was satellite number 11. The Lamis dispatched 1,800 warships and 3,300 transport ships, and their target was satellite number 3. The Dawis dispatched 1,600 warships and 2,900 transport ships, and their target was satellite number 5. The Dini people dispatched 1,500 warships and 1,700 transport ships, and their target was satellite 8. The screen showed the movements of the other 7 civilized races besides humans. The Nia, Lamis, and Devi are all intelligent beast races, but the Lamis and Devi are technological civilizations, and they dispatch space battleships, while the Nia is an extreme evolutionary civilization, and their bodies are the strongest weapons. The Lemonsanes, West Asians, and Hildi are human-like civilizations, all of which are technological civilizations, while the remaining Dini are an alien race, also a technological civilization. Xiang Qian looked at the 7 satellites on the screen, plus the number 2 satellite that the Earth fleet was rushing towards. More than half of all the satellites that store the eternal blue gold veins had been occupied. Now these civilized Earthlings only know 3 human-like races, and the other 4 races have never been talked to by humans. Because all these intelligent beasts live on distant planets, the distance between the 2 sides is too far. And the only alien race is on the farthest Earth-like planet, separated from the 3 human-like civilizations, and human civilization by an asteroid belt. How many clones, equipment and materials are there in satellite base number 5? Xiang Qian said with a cold light in his eyes. "Boss, satellite base number 5 stores 50,000 clones, and the remaining raw materials can continue to make 30,000 clones. There are 100,000 sets of exoskeleton power armor and supporting equipment, and 50,000 bottles of nutrient solution. The Dewey tribe has 2,900 transport ships, and each transport ship has 200 soldiers, which adds up to 780,000 soldiers. If they were fighting on the plains, 50,000 people would not be enough to withstand the bombardment of the enemy warships. But in the mine, 780,000 people might not be able to defeat 50,000 people, unless the Dewey tribe directly smashed the mine, but this probability was very small when it was opened. Notify Zhang Lei, and let them prepare for battle. Xiang Qian looked at the Dewey tribe fleet approaching the number 6 satellite quickly, and said to the starry sky. It's not that Xiang Qian wanted to join the battle just like that, but the Dewey tribe had to choose number 6 satellite, because there were no other satellites to choose from. Xiang Qian's genetic nuclear force weapon only needed a few tons of special rare metals associated with eternal blue gold to be manufactured. Now the Dewey tribe suddenly came out to ruin his good deeds. Who else should he fight if not them? Chapter 122. Deep in the eternal blue gold mine of satellite number 5, 50,000 clones woke up at the same time. The 1st and 2nd brigades go to warehouse number 1 to wear equipment, the 3rd and 4th brigades go to warehouse number 2 to wear equipment, and the 5th brigades go to warehouse number 3 to wear equipment. After all the clones woke up, the broadcast sounded. 5,000 people did not panic at all. After hearing the broadcast, they lined up to the warehouse to wear exoskeleton power armor and supporting equipment. After putting on all the equipment, everyone followed the system prompts and came to the ambush site in the mine to wait for the arrival of the Dewey tribe. Boss, everyone is ready. Zhang Lei reported to Xiang Qian through the command system. Well, your mission is to guard the mine. You don't need to kill many enemies, as long as you can make them retreat. Xiang Qian said. Boss, don't worry. I have arranged heavy fire around each node of this mine. As long as they don't blow up the mine directly, it is absolutely impossible to capture the mine within half a month. Zhang Lei said confidently. Well, that's good. At this time, the fleet of the Dewey tribe was still 63 million kilometers away from the number 5 satellite, but their vanguard only had 7 hours left to reach the number 5 satellite. Xiang Qian looked at the fleet of the Dewey tribe on the screen, and could only sigh that he had a bad fate. Originally, he only remembered the ownership of a few of these dozen resource satellites. Because of the later racial wars, these satellites often changed hands, and he could no longer remember which satellite the first few alien civilizations were destined for. So he chose a satellite where no war had taken place in his memory, and ended up running into a gun. 7 hours later, the vanguard of the Dewey tribe arrived at satellite number 5. After scanning satellite number 5, the largest mineral vein occupied by Xiang Qian was discovered. Then the Dewey tribe sent a message to Zhang Lei and his men, but unfortunately, not only Zhang Lei did not understand, but even Xiang Qian did not understand. Without a translator, communicating with these aliens is like listening to a book from heaven. But even if you don't understand, you must reply after receiving the message. Xing Kong sent a message to the Dewey tribe under Xiang Qian's instructions. That means that satellite number 5 has been occupied by me. You should go to other places to mine. After receiving the message said by Xiang Qian, the vanguard of the Dewey tribe stopped above satellite number 5 and didn't move. It was unknown whether they were deciphering the content of the message said by Xiang Qian or studying and discussing what to do. In fact, at this time, the vanguard of the Dewey tribe could completely occupy the territory on other satellites, and there was no need to compete with Xiang Qian for this mineral vein. After all, their follow-up troops have not arrived yet, and they can change the destination at any time. But I don't know whether the Dewey tribe is stupid or displeased with Xiang Qian. After 2 hours of silence, the Dewey tribe sent another message. Of course, Xiang Qian still didn't understand what it meant, so he replied, "Don't send it, go to another satellite, this place is occupied by me." After the Dewey tribe received Xiang Qian's message, they attacked the building at the exit of the mine without saying a word. In less than 10 seconds, all the equipment built by Xiang Qian on the ground in the mining area was flattened. When Xiang Qian saw this, what else could he say? No matter what he said, no one would understand. After notifying Zhang Lei to prepare for the battle, Xiang Qian said to Xing Kong, immediately send 10 small spaceships, all loaded with hydrogen bombs, to the planet where the Dewey tribe is located to plant mushrooms for me. Okay, boss. Xing Kong replied immediately. With Xing Kong's current intelligence, he could fully understand what Xiang Qian meant by planting mushrooms. Random harassment attacks like this are useless to the Dewey tribe. But he was happy to make things more difficult for the other side. As for whether the 10 small spaceships could successfully grow mushrooms on the planet where the Dewey tribe was, he didn't care at all. Anyway, the human race and the intelligent beast race will have a war sooner or later, so he was not afraid that such harassment actions would attract hatred from humans. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he was surprised that the Diwei tribe's vanguard did not intend to attack the mining area. The warships were just parked above the mining area, with no intention of sending ground troops to attack. 2 days passed, and the fleet of the Diwei tribe finally arrived at satellite number 5. But what surprised Xiang Qian was that the first thing the Diwei tribe did when they arrived at satellite number 5 was not to attack the mining area, but to send people to start mining other mineral veins on satellite number 5. As for the sky above Xiang Qian's mineral vein, the warships continued to guard it, and the meaning was obvious. When Xiang Qian saw the Diwei tribe's attitude, he was immediately speechless. This tactic is too cheap, surrounding but not attacking, just wasting time with him. The Diwei tribe had calculated that other races would not attack them for a mine. Now it is only 10 years away from the outbreak of the Doomsday Storm, and the main task in these 10 years is to mine, and build bases. Who would fight with other races for a mine? Moreover, the Diwei tribe did not attack the mine, and there was no loss of personnel in the mine. Besides, even if there were personnel losses, it would not be a big deal. In the eyes of the Diwei tribe, those who were sent to mine on such a planet must not be big shots. Even if they were all wiped out, other races would not fight the Diwei tribe for these little people. As expected, the Diwei tribe had calculated the matter correctly. After learning that the Mines of Hope base on satellite number 5 were surrounded by aliens, other countries and organizations on Earth expressed sympathy. The United Nations also sent a special message of condolences, and the words were very nice. After the minerals of various countries were mined, they would send a fleet to the planet where the Diwei tribe was located to deter the Diwei tribe with force and make them release the people. But all of this is bullshit. It's useless to wait until all countries have mined enough and wait to die. However, Xiang Qian did not sit and wait for death. Now that the Diwei tribe occupied the number 5 satellite and refused to leave, his could not be transported back. Since it has come to this, he is ready to fight the Diwei tribe to the death. Anyway, all the troops on the number 5 satellite are clones, and they are not afraid of death at all. So under Xiang Qian's order, the drill began to drill holes towards other mineral veins. Since you don't attack me, I will attack you. If I can't bring back my ore, you can't even think about mining it properly. Under Xiang Qian's strategic thinking of harming others and not benefiting oneself, the 50,000 people led by Zhang Lei began to play guerrilla warfare plus tunnel warfare with the Diwei tribe. Sure enough, after 7 days, the Diwei tribe couldn't stand it anymore. In 7 days, the 2 mining areas of the Diwei tribe were attacked by Zhang Lei, and all the mining equipment was destroyed. And before leaving, Zhang Lei and his men threw a high-explosive bomb, which directly collapsed the ore vein. Faced with this shameless fighting style, the Diwei tribe had no choice but to stop mining and send ground troops into the mining area to encircle Zhang Lei and his men. Unfortunately, Zhang Lei had already received instructions from Xiang Qian at this time, so there was no need to continue guarding the mine. Anyway, the ores could not be transported back, so Zhang Lei and his men just had to continue to discuss the Diwei tribe. So after the Diwei troops entered the mine dug by Xiang Qian, a high-energy bomb collapsed the mine, burying all of them. Then in the next month, Zhang Lei and his 50,000 men dug holes everywhere underground, and they would blow up any veins mined by the Diwei tribe. The Diwei tribe sent out a drill to find Zhang Lei and his men, but it was discovered by the God's Eye radar in advance, allowing Zhang Lei and his men to escape encirclement and suppression again and again. When other races had mined enough and were ready to transport it back to the planet for refining, the Diwei tribe had not yet finished digging a vein. However, one day a month later, a large number of Diwei tribe warships suddenly left satellite number 5. Starry Sky, simulate the course of the Diwei clan warships. Xiang Qian said strangely when he saw the Diwei clan warships leave. Soon, a dotted line was drawn on the screen according to the current direction of the Diwei clan. But there was no planet on this dotted line at all, and Xiang Qian couldn't figure out what the Diwei clan was going to do. Mark the direction of all warships sailing in the universe. Xiang Qian looked at it for a long time, suddenly thought of something, and said hurriedly. Soon, dense dotted lines appeared on the screen, but there was only one dotted line that intersected with the direction of the Diwei clan fleet. After Xiang Qian saw which fleet the dotted line was, he immediately figured out what the Diwei clan was going to do. Chapter 123. Captain, the radar scan has found an alien fleet. If we do not change our route, we will meet the alien fleet in 21 hours. In the command room of the flagship of the 3rd Fleet under the Feld Group, the radar soldier reported to the captain. Before the end of the world, the Feld Group was a super consortium hidden in Europe, and many world-famous multinational companies were controlled by it. After the outbreak of the end of the world, several families of the Feld Group quickly established bases, relying on the evolutionists born from many company researchers, and their strength is very strong. They are a first-rate force on the entire Earth, second only to the major powers in terms of strength. What race is this fleet from? Captain Ransun asked with a frown. The race is unknown. According to the information stored by the group's mastermind, this race suddenly appeared more than a month ago and is an intelligent race on a distant planet. The specific information is unknown and communication is impossible. Recalculate the route, avoid the intersection, and return to the new Earth through the number 2 meteorite belt channel. Ransun thought for a while and said to the operator, "The route calculation is complete, and the request to enter the number 2 meteor belt channel has been sent." Following Ransun's order, 50 warships and 80 transport ships slightly adjusted their directions and flew towards the number 2 meteor belt channel. Because the Earth revolves around the Sun, a safe channel must be opened in the meteor belt every once in a while. There are now 5 external channels in the meteor belt outside the Earth, and all these channels are guarded by fleets. After all, the meteor belt channel is also a strategic location. As for bypassing the meteor belt, it's all bullshit anyway. You can fly up and down the universe. The entire meteor belt revolves around the star. If you want to bypass the meteor belt, you have to fly 40 million kilometers, and bypassing the meteor belt requires at least 100 million kilometers. With such a long time, it is enough to reach the giant star 2/3 of the way back and forth. After the fleet adjusted its direction, the radar soldier scanned the alien fleet once, and found that the other party did not change its course, and reported this information to Randerson. Randerson was relieved when he heard that the other party did not change its course. After all, after changing the course, the distance between the two routes was more than 18 million kilometers. Even if the other party wanted to attack him, he would have enough time to lead the fleet into the asteroid belt channel. However, Ransun still asked the radar soldiers to scan the other party's fleet every half an hour to see if it changed its course. In this way, time passed slowly, and the result of each scan by the radar soldiers was that the alien fleet did not change its course. After 3 hours, Ransun asked the radar soldiers to scan every hour. As long as the other party did not change its course, there was no need to notify him. 5 hours later, the radar soldier scanned the other side's route and found that it had not changed, but the speed had increased a little. He wanted to report it, but when he saw the captain chatting with a beautiful female officer, he gave up the idea. After all, the captain also said that as long as the other side did not change the route, there was no need to notify him. 15 hours later, when the radar soldier scanned again, he suddenly found that the alien fleet had stopped. Yes, it had indeed stopped. The radar showed that the other side had no flying speed, so what else could it be but stopping? "Captain, the alien fleet has stopped." At this time, the radar soldier knew that something seemed wrong and immediately shouted to the captain. "Stopped, where are they now?" Randerson didn't care after hearing this. According to previous calculations, even if the other party stopped, it might be because of other problems. The distance between the two sides was so far, it didn't matter if the other party stopped for him. But when Randerson saw the star map, he was stunned. "When did the alien fleet get ahead of us? Didn't I ask you to monitor them? Are you blind? You can't see that the other party has obviously increased their speed." Ransun roared at the radar soldier. "Captain, you asked me to monitor the other party's route. As long as they don't deviate from the route, there is no need to report. They really didn't deviate from the route, and I have calculated that according to their speed, when we reach below their route, they will have left 20 million kilometers. The radar soldier said aggrievedly. "Shit! Is there shit in your head? Now the enemy is in front of us and has stopped. They are definitely coming for us. Change course immediately and head towards the number 5 meteorite belt channel. And report to the headquarters immediately." After scolding the radar soldier, Ransun immediately changed the course after looking at the star map. But when they changed the course, the alien fleet also changed the course, and of course their target was them. "Shit! Stop, turn around and return to the mining planet," Randerson said immediately after seeing the alien fleet's actions. Randerson had no choice but to issue such an order. The alien fleet was now between their fleet and the asteroid belt. No matter which direction they went, the other side could stop them before their fleet entered the asteroid belt channel. The alien fleet had 800 warships, which was 16 times the number of their fleet's warships. Randerson estimated that the other side could blow up all their warships with a single salvo. The only thing he could do at this time was to run back. Calculate the speed of the alien fleet, and how long it will take them to catch up with us. Landerson looked at the star map and said seriously. What he feared most now was that the other party would catch up with them before they arrived at the mining planet, and then they would be finished. Captain, according to our current speed, the other party will catch up with us in 35 hours, and we will be in the attack range of the other party in 34 hours. Landerson was stunned after hearing this. It would take them 42 hours to reach the mining planet at the fastest speed. This is mainly because of the drag of the transport ship. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to reach the mining planet before the other party catches up with them. Notify the headquarters immediately, and tell them that if there is no rescue, we have to give up the transport ship. After Ranson calmed down, he said to the signalman. Xiang Qian looked at the star map on the screen and shook his head speechlessly. How stupid is the commander of this transport fleet? The other party was obviously heading for them. At the beginning, they knew to change the route. Later, the fleet of the Dewey tribe accelerated. Didn't they know to stop and wait for the other party to leave? Now, unless the warships of all countries and organizations on Earth set out from satellite number 2 to help the transport fleet, the eternal blue gold on the 80 transport ships will be a bargain for the Dewey people. However, given the current situation on Earth, the probability of all countries and organizations uniting to deal with the Dewey fleet is estimated to be not much greater than the probability of humans becoming a level 9 civilization in an instant. Next, the Felt Group will definitely ask the United Nations for help, and then the countries and major organizations will start to argue with each other. Sure enough, within half an hour, Xiang Qian received a notification of the UN video conference. When the meeting started, the Felt Group began to complain and strongly suggested that all countries and organizations on Earth unite to intercept the Dewey fleet. However, other countries blandly mentioned some of their own difficulties, such as all warships had left satellite number 2, so what about the security of satellite number 2? At the same time, they proposed to intercept the Dewey fleet, how many warships each organization should send, and a lot of other issues. According to normal routine, such an issue concerning the interests of each organization would take at least several months to discuss. It was basically impossible to come up with a result within 10 hours, and then integrate the fleet to set off. Xiang Qian had not said a word since the beginning of the meeting, and was just there to make up the story. After an hour, he knew that the rescue was hopeless, and the fleet could only abandon the transport spacecraft and flee back to satellite number 2. Sure enough, when the meeting was 3 hours in, it began to deviate from the topic. From how to rescue the transport fleet to how to prevent such problems in the future, all major organizations spoke. After all, this is a matter of interest to everyone. Seeing this, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to copy his figure. He was no longer interested in continuing to attend this meeting. 5 hours later, Captain Randerson received a notice to abandon all transport ships. After taking the personnel of the transport ships to the warship, he immediately returned to satellite number 2. Boom! After Randerson led the warship away, the 80 transport ships turned into a group of space fireworks. Before leaving, Randerson ordered the self-destruct system of the transport ship to be activated, turning the nuclear fusion reactors of all transport ships into hydrogen bombs. Even if he left, he would not leave these eternal blue gold to the aliens. Chapter 124. In the following days, the Dewey tribe increased its efforts to suppress Zhang Lei and his men, but apart from creating hundreds of underground tunnels inside satellite number 5, there was no obvious effect. Facing Zhang Lei, who moved from one place to another after firing a shot, the Dewey tribe was no longer able to mine or on satellite number 5. But what surprised Xiang Qian was that the 800 warships of the Dewey tribe did not withdraw to satellite number 5. Instead, they stopped in the void outside the asteroid belt, which made the leaders of various countries and organizations on Earth crazy. Many countries have already filled up their mine ore for transportation, but they just don't dare to ship it back. After a week of discussion, 200 warships were left on Earth. The remaining 1,300 warships were all used to escort 2,000 transport ships back to the new Earth. With 1,300 warships, even if these warships were all put together by various organizations and countries. But this number can definitely win the fleet of the Dewey tribe. In their opinion, the Dewey tribe would never dare to take action against 1,300 warships. In fact, the leaders of various countries did not think about negotiating with the Dewey tribe. But after the first communication was connected, the Dewey tribe cut off the communication without saying a word after seeing the appearance of humans. No matter how the message was sent in the future, the Dewey tribe would not connect. Facing the Dewey tribe, which was more smelly and harder than the stones in the pit, humans obviously had no way to deal with it. In fact, Xiang Qian was also quite strange about such things. Now was obviously not the time to fight. And in his memory, it should be the Nia tribe that provoked the war, and then the 3 human-like races would form an alliance with humans, and the 3 intelligent beast tribes would form an alliance. Both sides began to scramble for resource satellites, and the war between civilized races officially began. However, the current development signs clearly exceeded Xiang Qian's expected trajectory. He also couldn't figure out what hatred the Diwei tribe had with humans. They didn't even talk about negotiations, and there was no opportunity for communication. This was too ridiculous. The 2 sides had never come into contact, so where did the hatred come from? But no matter what, under the protection of the Earth United Fleet, 2,000 transport ships flew slowly around the Earth. And the route they chose was facing the Diwei tribe stop, and the meaning of targeting was obvious. Although the countries and organizations on Earth did not want to start a war directly, they were not afraid of 800 warships. Especially when the other party was obviously unfriendly to humans, and forced a transport fleet to self-destruct its transport ship. Even if they were not from the same organization, they still had no good feelings towards the Diwei people. If the Diwei people had not left when the Earth United Fleet arrived at the Diwei people's docking location, the Earth United Fleet would definitely not be polite, and let the other party know why the flowers are so red. But unfortunately, when the 2 fleets were 70 million kilometers apart, the Diwei fleet flew in another direction. Seeing the Diwei fleet run away, the Earth United Fleet's communication channel was full of curses, and words like soft eggs, garbage, and cowards were considered civilized. Anyway, the entire Earth United Fleet's communication channel was full of laughter, as if the Diwei fleet was driven away by them, and they were very happy. But they were not happy for half an hour before they received a call for help from the remaining fleet on satellite number 2, because the remaining 800 Diwei warships on satellite number 5 had already begun to rush towards satellite number 2. In an instant, the leaders of various countries and organizations on Earth were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the Diwei tribe would dare to do this. This is a situation of life and death. Xiang Qian was also confused at this time. Only then did he understand that the Diwei tribe had this idea. No wonder the Diwei tribe didn't mind at all in the past month, and the intensity of the siege against Zhonglei and others has increased. The underground of the entire number 5 satellite is almost like a spider web, with dense tunnels. After all this time, the Diwei tribe didn't even think about mining on the number 5 satellite, but was preparing to rob the human satellite number 2. Moreover, this plan was set up half a month ago, just waiting for the return of human spacecraft. If it is an exchange of resource satellites, in theory, humans are not at a loss. After all, the reserves of eternal blue gold on each satellite are the same, so there is no such thing as taking advantage and suffering a loss. But by exchanging satellite number 5 for satellite number 2, humans are obviously at a loss. Not to mention that Xiang Qian has mined a lot of eternal blue gold ore on satellite number 5. The mineral veins of various countries on satellite number 5 have been blown up by Zhonglei and his men, and there are tunnels underground. Maybe one day the mine will collapse due to problems with the underground structure. In this case, humans will not be able to mine properly. But this is not the only bad news. Zhonglei just sent new intelligence that all the mineral veins on satellite number 5 were planted with nuclear bombs by the Diwei tribe, and they were detonated just now. Cruel. Xiang Qian only had one comment on the Diwei tribe's actions, that is, cruel. Not only are they cruel to others, but also to themselves. At this time when they are racing against time to mine the eternal blue gold ore, the Diwei tribe actually has the leisure to play hide-and-seek with Zhonglei, and has spent more than a month calculating against humans. This spirit of revenge is simply too terrible. Xiang Qian had every reason to believe that the Diwei tribe did this because he asked Zhonglei to blow up the Diwei tribe's mines, and since then the Diwei tribe has begun to plan how to retaliate against humans. However, one thing that surprised Xiang Qian was that the Diwei tribe was so sure that humans could not unite. If humans could work together to destroy the 800 Diwei tribe warships on satellite number 5, when the Diwei tribe attacked the transport fleet, they would feel that the loss was heavy. Even if they could not destroy the 800 Diwei tribe warships, their transport ships would definitely be destroyed by humans. No matter how you look at it, the Diwei tribe's action was a gamble. If they got themselves into trouble, they would be seriously injured. Just like now, although 800 warships can drive away the 200 warships left by humans. But as long as humans do not defend Satellite 2, but take the people on Satellite 2 away. In fact, humans have no losses. The only loss is the mines dug during this period, and the tens of thousands of tons of eternal blue gold ore left behind. But compared with the consequences of the Diwei tribe's action, the benefits obtained and the risks taken are completely disproportionate. If the first time is gambling, The second time is gambling. Can the third time still be gambling? Xiang Qian can be sure that no one on Earth will leak secrets, and there is absolutely no treason. Even if they want to, they can't communicate. So how did the Dway people know that the Earthlings are not united? And what basis do they use to judge the next actions of the Earthlings? According to Xiang Qian's understanding of the Earthlings, after suffering this loss, humans will not retaliate against the Dway people. Because now is the time to snatch the eternal blue gold. The consequences of a war are something that humans cannot afford. Moreover, they had no knowledge of the Dway tribe, and had no confidence in destroying the Dway tribe. At the same time, the strength of the entire human race was too dispersed, and it was difficult to organize a super large war between races. If it was an active attack or a passive defense, the strength that humans would burst out was completely on two levels. So Xiang Qian was sure that humans would suffer this loss, and then wait for revenge afterwards, rather than immediately launching a racial war. Xiang Qian could make such a judgment because he himself was a human being and was very familiar with the internal situation of humans. But Xiang Qian really wanted to know how the Dway people judged this situation. But Xiang Qian thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of any device that could find out the division of the other party's internal forces without speaking the same language. You should know that when humans deal with aliens, they all come forward in the name of the United Nations. That is to say, in the concepts of several human-like civilizations, the humans on Earth are one. As for the current internal system of the Earth, the aliens simply don't understand it. Because although several human-like civilizations are unified civilizations, there are also various forces within them. It's just much better than humans. The resources of the entire race can be instantly tilted to one side through a command. So in the eyes of aliens, although the system of the Earth is very strange, it is also a unified civilization. So Xiang Qian was confused about how the Dway people judge the internal form of the Earth, which is a very important thing. While Xiang Qian was scratching his hair to study the Dway people, various countries and organizations quickly held a meeting and decided to let the fleet left behind on satellite number 2 take all the personnel away. Chapter 125. While a bunch of teammates were arguing with each other and haggling over a little bit of profit, Xiang Qian was cleaning up the mess, that is, the ore vein of satellite number 5. Originally, he wanted Zhang Lei to fight to the death with the Dway tribe, and was ready to give up the ore that had been mined but not yet transported back. But now that the Dway tribe had left, he saw hope of transporting the ore back. However, all the ore veins were blown up, and all the ore was buried deep underground. If they wanted to transport it back, they had to dig the mine again. Xiang Qian ordered the elders to dig the mine again and mine the ore, while sending a transport spacecraft to satellite number 5. He had to transport the ore on satellite number 5 back, before those pig teammates on Earth discussed the next plan. If they waited until they arrived at satellite number 5, something might happen. Maybe at that time, the Dway tribe would have a wrong idea and send a fleet to block the exit of the meteorite belt channel. Then how could he transport the ore? Although this possibility is very small, it cannot be ignored. Moreover, as long as this batch of ore is transported back, the raw materials for making genetic nuclear force weapons will be enough. So Xiang Qian is not prepared to wait any longer, and will transport the ore back first. 3 days later, the joint fleet escorted the transport spacecraft to the new Earth. All countries and organizations quickly transported the ore to their own bases, and strictly guarded them. That night, Minister Hong found Xiang Qian again. "Xiao Qian, I want to know the method of purifying eternal blue gold." Minister Hong asked seriously. "The purification method, everyone has a copy of that thing. It's clearly written on the stone tablet. Why are you looking for me?" Xiang Qian was confused by Minister Hong's question. He thought Minister Hong was here to ask about the Dway tribe, but he didn't expect him to ask such a simple question. Did he take the wrong medicine? "It's not that method, it's the method you mastered." Minister Hong saw Xiang Qian pretending to be stupid and said unhappily, "It's time now, and you're still joking. What method did I master? Can you explain it clearly? How come I don't know that I have mastered a different purification method from yours?" Xiang Qian was speechless. If he hadn't seen Minister Hong's serious face, he would have thought that Minister Hong was joking with him. "You are still pretending. It's already 6 months. As early as 6 months ago, you sent a spacecraft to the number 5 satellite to mine eternal blue gold. At that time, the stone tablet had not appeared yet. How do you know how to refine eternal blue gold on it? Although that purification method allowed us to obtain 100% pure eternal blue gold, more of it was its associated metals. With an extraction ratio of 100 to 1, even if we hollow out a satellite, it is a problem whether we can create a base that is sufficient for the Chinese people to live in, not to mention humans or even aliens. So I want to know your method of extracting eternal blue gold, as long as the extraction ratio is reduced to 20-1. Minister Hong was interrupted by Xiang Qian before he finished speaking. Because at this time Xiang Qian was ready to understand what Minister Hong meant, it seems that he thinks he has a better extraction method. Minister Hong, wait, you may have made a mistake. There is only one extraction method for eternal blue gold, as shown on the stone slab, and the ratio is constant at 100-1. Not to mention me, even a more advanced civilization cannot increase this ratio. And eternal blue gold is a super rare metal, and only eternal blue gold with 100% purity has that special effect. Not to mention lowering the ratio, even if the purity is 0.00001 percentage points lower, the special effect of eternal blue gold cannot be brought into play. But you are right about one thing, that is, even if all the eternal blue gold on a satellite is mined, it is not enough for the Celestial Empire to build a base. Actually, what I want to say is that only if all the eternal blue gold on 13 satellites is given to humans, can humans survive. In other words, only if all the eternal blue gold is given to one race can that race escape the world-destroying storm. If two races divide all the eternal blue gold, then both will abandon the ordinary people. The more eternal blue gold is divided, the fewer people can survive. How is that possible? According to what you said, all races are doomed to perish in 10 years. Minister Hong didn't believe what Xiang Qian said. How is that possible? Just wipe out all other races, and enjoy the eternal blue gold alone. How is that possible? With the power of one race? How can it be possible to wipe out all other races in 10 years? How is it impossible? The Lilan tribe in the last era wiped out all races, and used the eternal blue gold to build a base, and survived. Of course, I'm not saying that humans can wipe out all races, and enjoy eternal blue gold alone. That's impossible. As for that bunch of pig teammates, who drag their feet, not destroying humans is already very capable. Minister Hong was silent. He stared at Xiang Qian for a long time, and felt that Xiang Qian did not lie to him. But after listening to Xiang Qian's words, he really didn't know what to do. According to Xiang Qian, humans basically just need to wait for death, and there is no need to dare to do anything else. So what should we do now? Minister Hong asked after a while. Give me all your eternal blue gold and its associated metals, and I will show you a clear way. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Xiang Qian, don't go too far, don't. If you don't want to, forget it. I'm not forcing you. If there's nothing else, I hang up. Before that thing is done, we are not in the same group. Xiang Qian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. He was not interested in talking to the country now. It was not the right time. In fact, in Xiang Qian's heart, he still recognized the war potential of mankind. In this star system, apart from the three tribes of Lilan, Nia and Lemonsane, the war potential of humans can be ranked fourth, and they are definitely a strong tribe. However, the strength of humans can only be integrated under strong external pressure. Just like in the previous life, humans were besieged by two intelligent beast tribes. Even with the help of the asteroid belt, the two races did not break through the defense circle of the new Earth. If the Lilan tribe had not taken action at the end, humans at that time could have wiped out one of the races. Unfortunately, in the early stage of the racial war, humans were just playing by the side, and countries and organizations around the world were still calculating their own little plans, watching a human-like race being destroyed. They said they did not go to rescue because they were afraid of a sneak attack on the new Earth, but in fact, there was no reason for countries and organizations to fight for the human-like race. So the final result was that after the human-like race was destroyed, humans also fell into the fate of being besieged by two races. As the saying goes, I am not afraid of godlike opponents, but I am afraid of teammates like pigs. Now all the major countries and organizations are useless teammates. They can only hold back and can't help it all. 10 days passed quickly, and the transport spacecraft sent by Xiang Qian had returned successfully, and would be home in 2 days. The joint fleet and the transport spacecraft were also resupplied and left the new Earth again. This time their destination was satellite number 5. It was impossible to take back satellite number 2, and all countries knew that humans could not be united at all at present. If we attack satellite number 2 now, it is estimated that less than 1/10 of the warships will be lost, and all small organizations will retreat. After all, big countries and large organizations have a foundation. Even if the warships are destroyed, they can still be manufactured, and there is no shortage of personnel. But for small organizations, the destruction of dozens of warships has basically sentenced this small organization to death. Without enough genetic nuclear power, fluid, and personnel to control the warships, How can they mine eternal blue gold and use eternal blue gold to build a base? Therefore, the big countries are also very clear that those small organizations can brag at ordinary times. But when it comes to bayonet fighting, they will definitely run faster than anyone else. When the joint fleet set out again, the Lemonsayan tribe once again sent 2,000 warships and 2,000 transport ships to the 10th satellite. Seeing the actions of the Lemonsayan tribe, Xiang Qian knew that the war between civilized races was not far away. Because the war between civilized races was provoked by the Lemonsayan tribe and the Nia tribe, two very powerful races. Needless to say, the Nia tribe is terrifying in the extreme evolutionary civilization. Just look at how fast they evolved by eating the eternal blue gold every day, how their bodies grow bigger every day, and how their scales shine brighter every day. The strongest Nia tribe member is now 520 meters tall, and the amount of eternal blue gold or they eat every day is calculated in thousands of tons. The Lemonsayan tribe is the most powerful race in the human-like civilization. Even if all the strength of mankind is gathered together, they cannot defeat the Lemonsayan tribe. Because the Lemonsayan tribe is a race born for fighting, more than 70% of the tribe members are soldiers who can go to the battlefield at any time. Even the scientific researchers of the Lemonsayan tribe can operate war weapons. And the most terrifying thing is that the Lemonsayan tribe is a monarchy. The entire tribe has only one emperor. As long as the emperor says a word, the war potential of the entire tribe will explode in an instant. There is absolutely no one who drags their feet, and they are not afraid of death when fighting. For the Lemonsayan people, being able to die on the battlefield is their best honor. Anyway, for Xiang Qian, both the Lemonsayan and the Nia are perverts. Fortunately, at the beginning of the war, the two races fought together. If the opponent of the Earth had been the Nia, it might have been directly destroyed. A month later, when Xiang Qian was making genetic nuclear weapons, Shinkong suddenly reported that the Nia tribe sent 200 adult tribesmen to fly to satellite number 11. Xiang Qian stopped what he was doing and rushed back to the main control hall. The first battle of the civilized race war was also the fuse, and he could not miss it. And he asked Shinkong to transmit this real-time signal back to the Earth to let the Earth see how cruel the space war is. Chapter 126. In the silent void of the universe, 200 black dots flew quickly towards a satellite on the back of the giant planet against the background of a huge giant star. The Nia tribe member flying in the front was a giant monster with a body length of 460 meters. Its scales flashed with light blue light, and it looked like rippling water under the light. None of the tribe members following behind was less than 200 meters long. They did not have any propulsion system, but they flew at a very fast speed. As the ultimate evolutionary civilization of the intelligent beast tribe, the Nia tribe itself has no technological background and cannot even make glass. Therefore, it is impossible for an evolver to appear, and there is no way to talk about black technology. However, the absence of evolvers does not mean that they cannot evolve. Under the influence of the mysterious substance, many members of the Nia tribe underwent powerful changes in their bodies overnight. Originally, the Nia tribe could only survive inside the planet, but after evolution, many members of the tribe could fly freely into space, and even their attack methods became diversified. Especially after the disaster on the mother planet, several bones that suddenly emerged from the ground were fused into the body of the Nia tribe leader, and the Nia tribe mastered the ability to evolve themselves by swallowing various substances. Xiang Qian scanned through the God Eye radar, and was also surprised when he saw the Nia tribe member in the lead. He didn't expect the Nia tribe to send out such a powerful force. He originally thought that 200 adult Nia tribe members would be enough to destroy the 1,700 warships of the Hildy people on the 11th satellite. He didn't expect the Nia tribe to send out such a powerful Lord-level tribe member. They took the Hildy people too seriously. Although the Nia tribe only sent 200 members, the strength of the evolutionary civilization lies in their extremely strong body strength. These 200 Nia tribe members can easily destroy 2,000 warships of the same level civilization, 1 against 20. According to the algorithm of the same level of extreme evolutionary civilization, the body length of the successful Nia tribe members is 200 meters, but its combat power is equivalent to a 2,000-meter-long space battleship, and it is a relatively powerful space battleship of the same level of civilization. Now the Shildi's fleet on the 11th satellite has only 1,700 warships in total, and the most powerful flagship is only 1,800 meters long, which is already the strongest warship of the Shildis. But these warships are just toys in front of the 460-meter-long Nia people. So when Xiang Qian saw this, he had no hope for the Shildis. It is estimated that their fleet can hold out for an hour without being defeated, which is very good. At the same time, the Shildis also discovered the actions of the Nia people. After all, the 12th and 11th satellites are all satellites of the same giant star. The two sides are separated by the giant star. With the current radar technology, it would be strange if they could not be discovered. However, the Hildi people did not take the 200 members of the Nia tribe seriously. Before knowing the power of the extreme evolutionary civilization, no technological civilization race would take the Nia tribe's extreme evolutionary civilization seriously. Because in the eyes of technological civilization, the Nia tribe, an extreme evolutionary civilization, are all uncivilized beasts. At best they are relatively powerful beasts that can fly in the universe. However, no matter how powerful the beast is, it is no match for technological weapons. Although the length of 200 meters is scary, in the eyes of the Hildi people, it is just a specimen. So after discovering the 200 members of the Nia tribe, the Hildi people did not send out a fleet, but instead sent out space fighters in the fleet to attack the Nia people. In fact, even if the Nia people did not attack them, they were ready to attack the Nia people. After all, the extraction rate of the eternal blue gold was too bad. According to their calculations, even if the eternal blue gold on the 11th satellite was mined, it would not be enough for them to use. In terms of race, the Hildi people saw the Nia people on the 12th satellite, eating the eternal blue gold in big mouthfuls, and they felt so distressed. In the eyes of the Hildi people, all the eternal blue gold belonged to them, so how could they let the beasts eat it? But what they didn't expect was that the Nia tribe actually took action before they did anything, which was simply courting death. The 600 space fighters did not form any formation, but rushed directly to the 200 members of the Nia tribe. When they were 10,000 kilometers away from the 200 members of the Nia tribe, they fired 1,200 missiles. In their opinion, they could just go over and shoot a few more times later. But 30 seconds later, when the radar showed that none of the 200 Nia people were lost, they were a little confused. How could this be different from what they thought? The micronuclear missile did not cause any casualties to the other side. This was unscientific. However, at this time, they had no time to think about it. The two sides would face each other in 15 seconds. Although the Hildi fighter formation was careless, it was still very professional. It changed its formation in an instant and dispersed from both sides to outflank the Nia people. But 15 seconds later, they were stunned, because in an instant, all the fighters were pulled by a huge traction force. They couldn't make any maneuvers, and could only be pulled towards the direction of the Nia people. Boom! Then a series of explosions began. The Nia people didn't even stop. The moment they flashed past the fighter group, they used their claws to directly blow up the warships that couldn't change direction. The two sides came into contact for less than 3 seconds. The Hildi fighter formation was completely destroyed, and the 200 Nia people continued to rush towards satellite number 11. The Hildi were also shocked when they saw the result. They immediately began to assemble warships, and sent 50 warships patrolling over the satellite to rush towards the 200 Nia tribe members. They wanted to teach the Nia tribe a lesson and hit the number 12 satellite. Although the Hildi saw the battle just now, they would not think that the Nia tribe was their opponent. They just blocked the micronuclear missiles, and they did not believe that the Nia tribe could block the high-energy laser. 15 minutes later, when the two sides were 30,000 kilometers apart, the main guns of the 50 warships of the Hildi people began to charge. 10 seconds later, the muzzles of the main guns of the 50 warships flashed, and 50 beams of light rushed towards the 50 members of the Nia tribe. 1/10 of a second later, the 50 beams of light hit 32 members of the Nia tribe, and the remaining 18 Nia tribesmen changed direction in advance before the laser was fired and dodged. However, the 32 Nia tribesmen who were hit did not die, but only had a piece of scale armor broken on their bodies, and some of them were still bleeding. However, for the thick-skinned Nia people, this was just a superficial injury, or even not a superficial injury. This attack also made the Hildi people understand the strength of the Nia people. 50 warships immediately retreated, and the rear fleet accelerated the assembly. If the Hildi people still regarded the Nia people as beasts at this time, they would be stupid. 8 minutes later, the Hildi people's 1,700 warships were assembled and formed a formation above the 11th satellite, preparing for the 200 Nia people to enter the fleet's range. But when the Nia tribe was about to enter the range of the main guns of the shielded fleet, they suddenly dispersed and rushed towards the shielded fleet from all directions. Facing the Nia tribe, who suddenly changed their formation, the main guns of the shielded fleet could not be used. Because the main guns were equipped on the main axis of the warship, if you want to use the main guns, you must adjust the direction of the warship so that the main guns are facing the enemy. But now that the Nia tribe has dispersed like this, it does not give the shielded fleet a chance to concentrate fire. After all, the Nia tribe also knew that being hit by the main gun of a warship was no problem, but being hit by the main guns of 100 warships would definitely kill them instantly. Their bodies were not strong enough to ignore the concentrated fire of the warship's main guns, unless they evolved to level 3. Although the Nia tribe avoided the concentrated fire of the main guns, they could not avoid the many secondary guns that could adjust the direction. In an instant, dense lasers formed a large net, covering the 200 Nia tribe members. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, all kinds of electromagnetic weapons, missiles, and metal storms all hit the Nia people. But at this time, the Nia people were able to launch an attack. I saw a Nia person instantly accelerated, and the speed at that moment was increased to 1/10 of the speed of light. The distance of 30,000 kilometers passed the Nia person in 1 second and directly pierced into the formation of the Hildian fleet. Its huge claws hit the surface of the Hildian warship, and the outer armor of the warship was cut like butter. 3 seconds later, the Nia people crossed from one end of the warship to the other, and then continued to swing the claws similar to high-frequency oscillation cutters to tear open the next warship. Some of the Nia tribe members suddenly formed a halo on their bodies, and they rushed towards the Hildi fleet with a halo on their bodies. Any attack was blocked by the halo on their bodies, and they did not suffer any damage. In less than 10 minutes, except for a few unlucky ones, who were killed by concentrated fire, all the remaining 200 Nia tribe members rushed into the formation of the Hildi fleet. At this time, the Hildi fleet was already meat on the chopping board, and the Nia tribe could do whatever they wanted. The warships were large in size, and slow to adjust their direction, and many defensive weapons had no effect on the Nia tribe. It was like a few tigers rushed into a flock of sheep, and the whole flock had no way to deal with them. At this time, the Nia people began to show their power, spitting plasma, shooting lasers from their tails, and using sharp claws and giant blades. Any attack would cause fatal damage to the warships of the Hildi people. One warship after another exploded in the sky, and several warships turned into a large group of space fireworks every second. The wreckage of the warships flew into space, and occasionally a few Hildi people in space suits could be seen struggling in the universe. 40 minutes later, all 1,700 warships of the Shildians turned into space junk. At this time, the Nia tribe was attacking the Shildians' mining base on the 11th satellite. Seeing this, Xiang Qian knew that the war was over, and the annihilation of the Shildians became the fuse of the war between civilized races. Chapter 127. When the Nia tribe attacked the Hildi people, other races were also paying attention to this war. Basically, every civilization has a prehistoric civilization legacy device similar to the God's Eye radar, and all of them can sit at home and watch blockbusters like Xiang Qian. So these races also have an intuitive understanding of the cruelty of the Nia tribe. 200 Nia tribesmen against the 1,700 warships of the Hildi people, directly pushing forward. It is completely like beating a child. There is no difficulty at all. Including the time spent on the journey, the Nia tribe managed to seize a resource satellite in less than an hour and a half. This brutal fighting style and amazing combat power directly frightened the other races, and even the Lemonsane tribe, who had just arrived at the 10th satellite, was a little confused. Originally, they wanted to seize the 12th satellite of the Nia tribe after all the eternal blue gold on the 10th satellite was mined. But now it seems that this plan is a bit of a pitfall. It's like the Nia tribe was originally thought to be an ordinary kid, but who would have thought that the Nia tribe would directly transform into a super scion when they started fighting? Although the Hildians' fighting power is not as strong as their Lemonsane tribe, they are not scum. 1,700 warships are not transport ships, and they can't just sweep like the Nia tribe. So as soon as the battle between the two sides ended, each tribe began to send fleets to the resource satellite and speed up the mining. The countries and major organizations on the new Earth were not so lucky. Since there was no God's Eye satellite, they could only observe the battle situation through ordinary radar. As a result, when they saw that the Nia tribe only sent 200 tribesmen to destroy the Hildians' 1,700 warships, they were all scared. When the heads of various countries and organizations saw the 1,700 warships of the Hildi people gradually disappearing on the radar screen, they began to imagine all kinds of scenes in their minds. As a result, the more they thought about it, the more they collapsed and were all scared to death. Boss, Minister Hong sent a communication. Do you want to connect it? Xiang Qian was just about to get up and leave the main control hall when Minister Hong's communication came. Connected. Xiang Qian knew why Minister Hong sent him a communication. It was because he was scared by the Nia people. Sure enough, when Minister Hong's image appeared on the screen, Xiang Qian could clearly see the sweat on his forehead that had not yet dried. Xiao Qian, Did you know that the Hildy fleet on satellite number 11 was destroyed just now? Minister Hong got straight to the point. Yes, the Hildy's fighting power is pretty good. They killed 23 Nia people. Xiang Qian said calmly. 1,700 warships against 200 monsters, and they were all wiped out. You still say that such fighting power is good? Minister Hong was speechless. It's not bad, but they were careless at the beginning. Otherwise, if they had set up a good formation and sacrificed some warships as bait, they could have killed at least 50 Nia people. Xiang Qian nodded. In his opinion, 1,700 warships cannot fight against 200 Nia tribesmen like they did just now. At least 500 to 700 warships should be sent as cannon fodder, and then when the Nia tribe attacks the cannon fodder fleet, the entire cannon fodder fleet will self-destruct, and then the second echelon will look for injured Nia tribesmen to attack. Although they were all wiped out in the end, at least they could achieve the greatest killing effect, and their death was not in vain. Didn't you say that the Lilan tribe was the strongest? How come the strength of this Nia tribe is so strong, if there are 100,000 Nia people, who in the entire galaxy can resist them? I guess even if all other races are combined, they can't beat them. 100,000 Nia people, how is that possible? The number of their entire race does not exceed 10,000, and there are many immature members among them. It is estimated that there are only 3,000 to 4,000 who can fight. Xiang Qian said indifferently. He really didn't take the Nia people seriously. Because no matter in the previous life or this life, humans have never had the opportunity to fight with the Nia people, so there is no need to worry at all. When the emperor of the Lemon Saiyan tribe got angry, and wanted to make the Nia tribe a human being, other races had no chance to intervene. They could only watch the entire Lemon Saiyan tribe and their emperor go crazy together, attacking the Nia tribe with all their strength. The Nia tribe was also a race that only cared about muscles, otherwise they would not have gone to rob the 11th satellite, when the eternal blue gold on the 12th satellite had not been eaten yet. As a result, the two strongest races in the entire galaxy, except the Lilan tribe, started fighting. Even if there are 3,000 Nia people, we humans can't stand it. Xiao Qian, can you tell me what you think and tell us something so that we can feel at ease? Minister Hong saw Xiang Qian's indifferent expression when he mentioned the Nia people, and thought he had some solution, and he was relieved immediately. Again, when you decide, we will talk. By the way, let me show you something. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he hung up the call without waiting for Minister Hong's reaction. Xiang Qian also knew that before the crisis came, the Celestial Empire would not give in so easily. After all, the water was too deep. Even the number 1 leader might not be able to suppress all the opposing voices. Moreover, the number 1 leader was not in the New Earth at all, and it was a question of how many people would believe it based on the communication images. So he was not in a hurry now. After the racial war broke out, it would be impossible for the Celestial Empire to negotiate with him. In the next half-month, the major races were still very peaceful. Even the Hildy people who suffered a great loss did not clamor to send a fleet to attack the Nia tribe. Although they now have 4,000 warships, they do not think they can defeat the Nia tribe. After all, there are more than 500 Nia tribes on satellites 11 and 12. If these 4,000 warships go over, it is not to take revenge, but to give the Nia people heads. So now the Hildy people have to endure it no matter how aggrieved they are, and can only organize a fleet of 2,000 warships to go to Satellite 6 to mine eternal blue gold. I wonder if the Hildy people thought that humans had also been beaten and were in the same boat with them, so they would not attack them. So they ran to the number 6 satellite. In the past half-month, all tribes have been busy, and Xiang Qian has not been idle either. After the last batch of eternal blue gold ore was delivered back, his plan to build genetic nuclear force weapons began. After such a long period of construction, the genetic nuclear force weapons that use eternal blue gold as the outer armor, and 2 special associated metals as the skeleton and core have been manufactured. This is a miniature warship with a length of 183 meters, a width of 46 meters, and a height of 22 meters. The warship is sea blue throughout, and even if it is not started, there are countless tiny rays of light flowing on the surface of the warship. On the streamlined appearance of the warship, there is no trace of loaded weapons, but it looks like a travel spaceship. However, every part of this warship is a second-level 9-star equipment. The entire warship is assembled from 123,000 second-level 9-star equipment. It can be said that this warship is the culmination of the second-level civilization technology. Many hidden technologies of the second-level civilization and the technological equipment belonging to the third-level early civilization can be seen on this warship. Although the technological content of this warship is not as high as that of the biological warships at the peak of the third-level civilization, its combat power is not lower than that of the biological warships. Because this warship is armed with genetic nuclear power, it cannot be treated as an ordinary warship. Genetic nuclear power is a necessity for the third-level black technology controller to break through the fourth level, and it is also the peak combat power of a civilization. Ordinary black technology equipment can exert 100% of its power for any evolver with genetic nuclear power, while the black technology controller can exert 150% of its power. However, the power of genetic nuclear force weapons, which can be exerted by the master of black technology, is a cross-level operation. In other words, the combat power exerted by Xiang Qian driving this warship now is completely that of a third-level civilization warship. However, the manufacture of genetic nuclear force weapons is also very difficult. It can only be made with eternal blue gold and its associated metals. Ordinary ores can only make ordinary equipment, and genetic nuclear force weapons cannot be made at all. It's embarrassing to talk about Xiang Qian's genetic nuclear force weapons in his previous life. It was a laser gun, and there was no mecha. Why did that happen? It's because humans are weak and don't have enough special rare metals. And if a level 3 black technology master wants to become a level 4 black technology master, he must have genetic nuclear force weapons. Otherwise, even if the civilization level, industrial base, and scientific system are reached, he still can't become a level 4 black technology master. So in his previous life, as the top black technology master of mankind, he was allocated a small piece of special rare metal, which allowed him to make a laser gun for upgrading. In the end, before humans became a level 4 civilization, the entire race was wiped out. Xiang Qian looked at the genetic nuclear warship in front of him, which was larger than an aircraft carrier, and laughed like crazy. This genetic nuclear warship will accompany him throughout his life. When he becomes a level 3 black technology master, he will upgrade this warship and make it a level 3 genetic nuclear weapon. When humans become a level 9 civilization, this warship will also become the most powerful warship in the entire universe. Star. Xiang Qian sat in the cockpit of the Star nuclear warship and said to the empty operating table. Beep! Instantly, Xiang Qian's seat sank and he was wrapped up. The next second, his entire perspective became a warehouse, and his body felt like a warship. Countless data automatically appeared in his brain. Warehouse space size, number of dust particles in the air dryness and humidity, temperature, warship shape, endurance, weapon status, the number of attacks of the strongest weapon, and a series of other data. Xiang Qian's brain seemed to have become a supercomputer, receiving and processing various data at a rapid speed. Yes, this is the power of genetic nuclear force weapons. The whole person's consciousness is integrated into the warship. Xiang Qian can feel the flow of wind with the warship made of eternal blue gold. At the same time, as long as he has a thought, the entire base will be penetrated by the warship's weapons. This feeling is very powerful. Chapter 128. Xiang Qian did not drive the genetic nuclear battleship out. After all, the ship made of eternal blue gold was too hateful. Now all the major countries were going crazy for eternal blue gold. If he went out to attract hatred, he would definitely be hated to death. He might be plotted against at any time. So after Xiang Qian experienced the power of the genetic nuclear battleship, he calculated how long the total amount of genetic nuclear power in his body could drive the battleship to fight, and then he left the battleship. Xiang Qian got off the warship and looked at the genetic nuclear warship with a frustrated face. He was very depressed. The genetic nuclear force weapon is worthy of being handled by the 4th level civilization. Without the strong genetic nuclear power reserve of the 4th level evolver, the genetic nuclear force weapon cannot be driven at all. Xiang Qian muttered with emotion. He just calculated that if he was in a combat state and fully released the strongest state of the genetic nuclear warship, his genetic nuclear power reserve, which was 5 times that of an ordinary evolver, could only drive the warship to fight for 5 minutes. Without using the fully released state, and only using secondary weapons, the warship can only fight for 20 minutes. And without using any weapons, even if flying in the universe, it can only fly for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Such data directly hit Xiang Qian badly. Although a powerful weapon was created, the time of use was too short. In this case, the genetic nuclear warship can only be used as a deterrent weapon, and can only be used when a one-shot kill is required. It cannot be used in ordinary battles. Xiang Qian left the warehouse, and returned to the main control hall, asking Shinkeng to contact Zhang Lei. Boss, what's up? Behind Zhang Lei was a battlefield full of flames. Xiang Qian knew it was simulated with the resource satellite as the background. How many troops can use land-based heavy equipment now? Can they form 2 corps? Xiang Qian asked. In the past 6 months, all the soldiers have been using land-based heavy equipment to fight in the virtual system. It is no problem to gather 2 corps that can go to the battlefield. Zhang Lei calculated and immediately gave a positive answer. Well, that's fine, let's continue training. Xiang Qian hung up the communication after saying that. 2 fearless Marine Corps are enough. After all, after the death of personnel, they can immediately use cloned bodies to revive. As long as the equipment can keep up, they can definitely compete with the army of any race, and 1 against 2 is not impossible. Zhang Lei was still very confident in doing things, so after getting a definite answer, he did not give any instructions. Then Xiang Qian started to connect with Zhao Ming and Leng Ning. Zhao Ming was fine too. Although he was beaten more and more often, his skills were getting better and better. If he went to the battlefield, it would be no problem to get an ACE. Leng Ning's plan was also progressing smoothly. After all, with the help of M3A, she only needed to calculate many things, and M3A could help her complete the final finishing work. After chatting with Leng Ning for a while, Xiang Qian called the Old Manly. Compared to the plan that Leng Ning was in charge of, the plan that Old Manly was in charge of was the most important. So Xiang Qian basically communicated with Old Manly whenever he had time to ask how the plan was going. Xiao Qian, don't ask me anymore. Since the last time I talked to you, the progress of the plan has not made any progress at all. We haven't overcome that problem yet. Old Manly said with dark circles under his eyes. No way, haven't you made that kind of super heat-resistant metal yet? Xiang Qian was speechless. It had been almost half a month, and they hadn't even gotten the metal material. The progress was too slow. There's nothing we can do. We've tried every super strong alloy, and there's no metal that can withstand the temperature of the sun. The current controlled nuclear fusion reactor uses super strong magnetic force to restrain the super high temperature. But without magnetic restraint, no metal can withstand the super high temperature of nuclear fusion. Old Manly shook his head and said, Then the plan to launch several small artificial suns is not possible. Xiang Qian frowned and asked, No, we have simulated it. Several small artificial suns can raise the temperature of the Earth, but the fuel that those small artificial suns can carry cannot be replenished at all. In the end, they will become super nuclear bombs that explode in space. The Earth's atmosphere can't bear it. Old Manly continued to shake his head. Xiang Qian was also confused. He asked Old Manly to study the artificial sun. Originally, with the controlled nuclear fusion technology of the second-level civilization, it would not be difficult to create this artificial sun. But the problem is how to control this artificial sun, so that it can provide sunlight to the Earth without causing disasters to the Earth. After calculation, if the artificial sun wants to achieve the same effect as the sun, the artificial sun must be large enough. Otherwise, the light intensity is not enough and the temperature of the Earth cannot rise. Now the problem arises. The artificial sun must be large, but it cannot cause any impact on the Earth. It can also replenish nuclear fusion materials and revolve around the Earth. The technical difficulty here is not too high. The first thing that Old Manly thought of was to build a large space ring above the equator. Then he used a stick to hold up the artificial sun, so that the artificial sun would be pulled around the Earth. In this way, the artificial sun would not run away or fall into the Earth. At the same time, the artificial sun could be charged through the pipe inside the stick. It was a perfect design. However, after all the data of the artificial sun were simulated, a fatal problem arose, that is, the Earth could not produce a metal stick that would not melt in the core of the artificial sun. Without this metal stick, who would dare to place such a large nuclear bomb there? They think the Earth is not dying fast enough, right? So for the problem of this metal stick, the remaining equipment manufacturers and black technology masters on Earth began to experiment day and night. Although the black technology masters did not have information about metals with such high melting points, they believed that metals that could not melt at 100 million temperatures still existed. However, after a month of research, there was still no progress. Teacher, although I have a metal that will not melt in the core of the sun, it cannot be sent back. I think we should give up the method of using metal rods to support the artificial sun and choose to use gravity to pull it. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, After all, the method of using metal rods to support the artificial sun is simple, but there is really no such metal on Earth at present. Eternal blue gold is no problem, but it cannot be sent back. I have also thought about the method of gravity, but the technical difficulty is too much. Moreover, I can't find many problems with my ability, so they are definitely not the technology of the second-level civilization. So I think there is no hope for using gravity at present. Old Manly said helplessly. Xiang Qian was also very troubled. If he waited until he returned to solve the problem of artificial sun, It would take too long. But what Old Manly said was right. The problem of gravity is indeed not something that a second-level civilization can solve. It is already very good to be able to discover gravitons, but if you want to use gravitons, forget it for a second-level civilization. Teacher, first build a space ring above the equator, but there is no need to build an artificial sun. Everything will be discussed after I come back. At the same time, you should also start studying the Grand Unified Theory. If you can develop the Grand Unified Theory, then we can directly transform the moon into an artificial sun. Xiang Qian thought for a while before speaking. Transform the moon into an artificial sun, Xiao Qian, you don't have a fever, do you? Old Manly looked at Xiang Qian and said in surprise. Teacher, when you develop the Grand Unified Theory, it will not be difficult to transform the moon into an artificial sun. At the same time, the energy emitted by the artificial sun will not be wasted. When we enter the third-level civilization, we will be able to transmit energy over long distances. At that time, the moon will not only bring warmth to the earth, but also serve as energy for the entire earth. Xiang Qian said the plan in his mind, but this plan must be supported by scientific theory. Now Xiang Qian has the scientific and technological theory of the third-level civilization in his mind. As long as the industrial foundation meets the standard and a scientific and technological item of the third-level civilization is produced, the Earth can instantly become a third-level civilization. Although the foundation is weak, and it is also the early stage of the third-level civilization. But this is enough for Xiang Qian. As long as he can become a master of the third-level black technology, he can manufacture equipment for the late stage of the third-level civilization. At that time, transforming the moon was not a difficult task. Only scientific theory was the most difficult. If humans had not yet developed a Grand Unified Theory at that time, he could only make do with it, and use a metal stick made of eternal blue gold to support the artificial sun. Okay, then do as you say, and I will continue to study the theory. After listening, Old Manly also agreed. Chapter 129. Xiang Qian turned off the communication, and he felt terrible. If the artificial sun project cannot be carried out, the earth cannot return to the state of blue sky, white clouds, birdsong and flowers. When they leave the small universe and return to the earth, they still have to stay in the underground base. It's depressing to think about it. Xingkong, connect to Chu Tianxing. Forget it. Xiang Qian just wanted to contact Chu Tianxing to ask him about the progress of writing quantum algorithms, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. It is estimated that it is not finished yet. If it was finished, he would have told him long ago. It is useless to ask. So Xiang Qian left the main control hall and went to the studio to continue making various industrial equipment. He wanted to increase the number of troops. In interstellar wars, there is no conspiracy or conspiracy. The two sides compete with each other on strength. Under the absolute gap in strength, any conspiracy or conspiracy is rubbish. 100,000 warships will directly crush you, no matter what formation you are in, and they will be directly flattened. However, Xiang Qian is now making industrial equipment, not for making warships. To be honest, the warships that only rely on armor defense are completely cannon fodder. However, any civilization that has the ability to build space battleships will inevitably study this thing. But only after using it, you will know that this thing is a pitfall. Except for looking a little awesome, it is not practical at all. For example, the second-level battleships used by all civilizations now, except for the main guns on the battleships, the power of other weapons is actually not that good. Although the opponent's space fighters are okay, these weapons are not useful against battleships of the same level. Because the best attack distance of warships is within 1 million kilometers, and it only takes more than 3 seconds to fly at the speed of light, so warships have no time to dodge. In addition, neither side has the technology of protective shields, and as long as they are hit by the main gun, they are basically killed with one shot. Therefore, the possibility of close combat in the current space war is almost zero. Basically, at a distance of 600,000 kilometers, all the warships of one side are destroyed. This has caused the current warships that seem to have both long-range and close combat capabilities, and various weapons to have many useless weapons, and are completely unused. When the war between civilizations reaches the end, after all these warships have been used up, no race will make these flashy warships. So Xiang Qian did not make any warships except for the dozen biological warships. What he asked Xingkong to make now are all space fighters and gunboats. There is no need to explain the space fighters. In the later period, a spaceship would carry hundreds of space fighters, and let the space fighters fight each other. Gunboats are another kind of cannon fodder warships. No matter how rubbish the warships are, The power of the main guns of the warships cannot be underestimated. But making warships consumes too many resources, so in the end, all races castrated the warships and made gunboats. The entire gunboat has only 3 gun barrels, all of which are main guns. In the remaining hull, in addition to a large number of energy buffer devices and 6 controlled nuclear fusion reactors, there are only 2 engine systems. There are no melee defense weapons, secondary guns, etc. There is not even a living cabin in the warship, and the entire cockpit can only accommodate 11 people, without any other operators and maintenance personnel. This combination of gunboats and space fighters is the standard configuration for the war between races in the later civilizations. Gunboats attack transport ships release space fighters, and space fighters attack gunboats, thus forming a vicious circle. Only the flagship of the fleet is a real space battleship with melee defense weapons to defend against space fighters. While Xiang Qian was busy manufacturing industrial equipment, the situation on the resource satellite became increasingly tense. At this time, all races knew that the eternal blue gold was not enough, and even the Nia and Lemonsane tribes, who occupied 2 satellites, also intended to continue to expand outward. However, there are 4 satellites around the same giant star, namely, number 9, number 10, number 11, and number 12. Satellites number 11 and number 12 are occupied by the Nia tribe, number 10 is just occupied by the Lemonsane tribe, and number 9 is occupied by the West Asians. If the Nia tribe wants to continue to attack other satellites, they can only choose number 9 and number 10. As for number 1, number 4, and number 6, which are not occupied by anyone yet, they are too far away from the Nia tribe. If too many tribesmen are sent there, their hometown will not be safe. If too few tribesmen are sent, they will be easily destroyed. The Lemonsane tribe wanted to occupy one of the satellites 1, 4 and 6, but if that happened, the 10th satellite would be lost and could easily be taken over by the Nia tribe. Although it would be safer for them to withdraw their troops and transfer their warships to the 1st, 4th and 6th satellites, the emperor of the Lemonsane tribe could not afford to lose face. Strategic transfer, what is that? The Lemonsane tribe had never heard of it. So the Lemonsane tribe negotiated with the West Asians to let them give up the 9th satellite. Originally, the West Asians would never agree to this unreasonable request, but thinking about the Nia tribe next to them, and looking at the Lemonsane tribe, the West Asians thought about it and agreed. Because the West Asians are a joint lord system, the dominance of the entire West Asian civilization lies in the hands of 7 great lords. And there are many contradictions among these 7 great lords, so they just go with the flow, get some benefits from the Lemonsane tribe, and leave Satellite 9 and go to Satellite 1. As for the Hildy people, who had just been beaten to death by the Nia people, they returned home and reorganized for half a month, and once again gathered 3,000 warships, and rushed to the number 4 satellite. So far, the 12 resource satellites around the 3 giant stars have all been divided up, except for the number 6 satellite that was coveted by the 3 races but no one dared to touch. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, the 4 satellites of the same giant star, are occupied by the human-like race Xia people's warships on Satellite 1, the intelligent beast race Dway occupied Satellite 2, the intelligent beast race Lamy occupied Satellite 3, and the human-like race Hildy occupied Satellite 4. The 4 satellites of the same giant star, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8, are occupied by humans. Number 5 is occupied by humans. Number 6 is unoccupied. Number 7 is occupied by the human-like race Lemonsane, and number 8 is occupied by the alien race Dini. The 4 satellites of the same giant star, number 9, number 10, number 11, and number 12, are occupied by the Lemonsane, and number 11 and number 12 are occupied by the Nia. It seems that humans have taken advantage of it. The Lemonsane do not have the energy to occupy the number 6 satellite, and will not attack humans. The enemy of the entire human race is only the Dini people. But Xiang Qian knew that humans had a little advantage in the early stage, but it would be a big pit in the later stage. When those 2 human-like races are beaten to a pulp, humans will be beaten up. So at this time, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to publish a paper in the United Nations Science and Technology section, titled On the War Application of Neural Connection Technology, Real-Time Transmission Technology of Remote Information and Biotransformation Cloning Technology. Don't be fooled by the high-sounding title, but it is actually a cloned soldier real-life CS system, which is Xiang Qian's current method of using cloned soldiers to replace humans in combat. There is no way. If he does not release this technology, it is estimated that humans will not be able to think of it for a while. In that case, a war between civilized races will directly destroy 2/3 of the war potential of the Earth, and he will not have time to cry. If too much human war potential is consumed here, how can humans survive in the face of more powerful civilized races in the future? After Xiang Qian released this paper, the whole human race was boiling. This technology is too awesome. No one will die in the war, and it will only waste some raw materials. There is such a good thing. As a result, the entire human race became powerful in an instant. If it weren't for the limited reserves of genetic nuclear power fluid, humans would now be able to challenge the entire galaxy alone. Especially the major countries and large organizations. They may be afraid of death, but they have genetic nuclear power fluid, so they just need to manufacture weapons like crazy. In an instant, the major countries all shook up and immediately started to manufacture warships. They wanted to seize satellite number 6. When the entire human race began to build a large-scale construction, they all clamored to beat the Dewey people to death. Xiang Qian said that this had nothing to do with him. He was just learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds, and then being a quiet handsome man, quietly raising troops in the base. At the same time, he was very positive about the actions of various countries. This was all to help him train his troops. After several cosmic wars, these people were all treasures. A week later, humans received an invitation from the Lemon Saiyan tribe to join the human-like alliance to fight against the intelligent beasts and alien races. At this time, humans were thinking about taking revenge on the Dewey tribe, pushing the Dingni people, and snatching 3 resource satellites. After receiving this invitation, they agreed immediately without saying a word. Half a month later, the 3 major human races signed an alliance treaty with humans, and at the same time, the military forces of the 4 major races began to build fortifications on the resource satellites they occupied. The actions of the human-like alliance can be seen by anyone with eyes. The intelligent beasts saw this situation and did not sit idle. They immediately formed an alliance and invited the Dingni people. Originally, they just wanted to give it a try, but they didn't expect that the Dingni people would actually join their alliance. However, no matter the intelligent beast alliance or the human-like race alliance, they did not take the Dingni people seriously. In any case, in the eyes of both sides, the Dingni people were different from them in both aspects, and they would not leave them behind no matter whether they won or lost. After a month, both sides were almost ready. The Lemonsane started the battle against the Nia tribe under the slogan of helping the Hildy people to recapture Planet 11. At the same time, the human joint fleet also began to move towards Satellite 8 occupied by the Dini people. Chapter 130. Against the backdrop of the giant star, more than 6,000 warships were sailing in a sparse manner, without any formation at all. These more than 6,000 warships were the joint fleet of the human race to attack the Dini. After the humanoid alliance formed, humans were assigned to attack the Dini. For this alien race, humans had no communication at all, only knowing that this race was not human. Now there are only 4,000 Dini fleets on the 8th satellite, and even with the ground defense forces, they cannot defeat the 6,000 warships of humans. Moreover, after using clones to drive warships without fear of death, humans are now very awesome. They don't take the Dini people seriously at all. Not to mention that the Dini people only have 4,000 warships. Even if they have 10,000 warships, humans dare to fight now. Xiang Qian also sent 10 gunboats to join in the fun. The drivers are warship pilots trained by Yang Guang on Earth. This time, they just want to fight in real combat. Xiang Qian is not optimistic about the joint fleet, which is very excited to go and beat the Dini people. It's not that the Dingni are stronger than humans, but their prehistoric civilization's legacy equipment is rather strange. I just don't know if they will use it this time. If they do, humans will definitely suffer a great loss. Soon the joint fleet arrived 5 million kilometers away from satellite number 8. When they arrived here, the joint fleet began to reorganize the formation, and the systems of each warship were connected together to share battlefield information. Speaking of which, this is also the first time that humans have fought a space war. What kind of battleship formation, attack focus, dodge route, and other ways of space war, humans don't understand anything. This is also why humans dare not start a war easily in the face of the provocation of the Dewey people. But now they are not afraid, because no one will die in the war. If they lose, they can start over. Anyway, the new Earth is now manufacturing warships at full capacity. If 6,000 warships are destroyed, they will immediately organize 10,000 warships to find a place. So the joint fleet simply organized a formation, assigned their respective attack targets, and then rushed up. Anyway, 6,000 warships against 4,000 warships, no matter how hard they fight, they can beat the opponent into a mess. 1.5 million kilometers, the combined fleet launched the attack first, and 6,000 thick rays of light quickly shot towards the 4,000 warships of the Dini people. Originally, the combined fleet wanted to focus fire to destroy the flagship of the Dini people, but after searching for a long time, they couldn't find which flagship the other party was. Because the warships of the Dini people were all carved out of the same mold, unlike the various warships of the combined fleet of humans. So it was very difficult for both sides to find the flagship of the other party. 5 seconds later, the Dini fleet burst into hundreds of flames, and all the warships hit by the main guns were destroyed in one shot. Then the Dinis also started to fight back, also using their main guns to concentrate fire. Due to the buffer time of more than 4 seconds, except for more than 300 unlucky warships that were hit, the other warships of the joint fleet also avoided it. This has to be said that the clones are useful. Under the pressure of the warship's lateral overload in an instant, ordinary people would have been finished. But the clones didn't feel anything at all. After dodging the opponent's attack, they still operated the warship normally. Then the distance between the two sides became smaller and smaller, and the probability of dodging the attack became lower and lower. As the secondary guns opened fire, the warships of both sides began to decrease rapidly. At this time, what formation is needed? It has been messed up long ago. Except that the battlefield information sharing platform is still in operation, so that many warships will not aim at one enemy warship. The formation has been broken long ago. Here and there are warships in groups of 3 or 2, firing at each other, and what kind of concentrated fire attack, they have already hit each other. To put it bluntly, even the holes of honeycomb coal are more beautiful than the current formation of the combined fleet. It is already good that they did not hit their own warships when dodging. When the two sides were close to 900,000 kilometers, the combined fleet had 1,100 warships left, and the Dini fleet had only 300 warships left. At this time, the firepower of both sides dropped sharply, because at this time the barrage of electromagnetic weapons had covered the sky and the earth, so both sides were avoiding the attack of electromagnetic weapons. After avoiding the attack of electromagnetic weapons, the combined fleet once again launched an attack on the remaining Dini warships. Under the absolute firepower suppression, the remaining 300 Dini warships were turned into fireballs in less than 3 minutes. At this time, the combined fleet still had 930 warships left, which was considered to be crippled. However, in the previous battle, the combined fleet not only had to face the Dini fleet, but also had to attack the land-based directed energy weapons on the number 8 satellite, otherwise the loss would not have been so great. At this time, there was only one left of the 10 gunboats sent by Xiang Qian, which must be said to be a miracle. Many warships of small organizations were wiped out, and only the warships of big countries were left because of their large base. But no matter what, satellite number 8 was taken down. The Dini people had no way to attack humans in a short time. Now humans only need to send ground troops to eliminate the Dini people in the mineral vein of satellite number 8, and then they can mine on satellite number 8. This victory made humans even more awesome. It's just the loss of more than 5,000 warships, that's not a big deal. Because compared to the loss of more than 5,000 warships, humans gain more. The experience of space war, the eternal blue gold on the 8th satellite, the running in of the joint fleet, in short, for humans, the loss of more than 5,000 warships is worth it. But at this time, Xiang Qian was surprised. It was unscientific to fight like this. It's not that the joint fleet defeated the Dini people unscientific, but the decision of the Dini people was unscientific. What are the Dini people doing? If they want to defend to the death, they should deploy a large fleet or directly use the equipment left over from prehistoric civilization. If they don't want to defend to the death, why do they send 4,000 warships to die? This doesn't make sense. Even a fool knows that 4,000 warships vs 6,000 warships of the same level will definitely not win. The Dini people are not stupid, but why did they do such a stupid thing? Shinkong, scan the planet where the Dini people are located to see if they have any actions. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Boss, nothing was found. Shinkong said after the scan. Now Xiang Qian couldn't figure out what the Dini people were up to, so he could only continue watching. The landing troops on the remaining 930 warships began to take landing craft to the surface of satellite number 8, preparing to clean up the Dini people hiding in the mining area. Xiang Qian's gunboat could only play a supporting role at this time, because it had no landing personnel, not to mention maintenance personnel, so it was impossible to land and fight. The Black Wolf Brigade arrived at the B5 mining area. The biological scanning system and the sonic scanning system did not find any abnormalities. The Black Wolf Brigade prepared to enter the number 2 mine cave in the B5 mining area. Understood. Protect the signal transmitter. Don't trust the equipment too much. The structure of aliens may be different from ours. Black Wolf understands. The first team enters and kills the target directly when it is found. Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to connect to the battlefield information sharing platform and listen to the landing combat information inside. The first team of the Black Wolf Brigade has a total of 20 people, all wearing exoskeleton power armor. Although these exoskeletons are not the same as those made by Xiang Qian, their general functions are still similar. As a result, 5 minutes later, the life support system of the exoskeleton power armor suddenly showed that all members of the first team were killed. First team, please return. After repeating it 3 times, there was no response at all, only the red alarm signal from the life support system was transmitted back. Report to the headquarters, all members of the first team of Black Wolf were killed, the exoskeleton power armor did not sense the attack, the signal was normal, and the life support system suddenly sounded an alarm, indicating that all members of the first team were killed. Send a battlefield robot to check the situation, all personnel are prohibited from entering. Black Wolf received it. A small tracked robot entered the mine, the light in front of it illuminated the ground of the mine, and the footprints of the first team could be seen. 5 minutes later, when the battlefield robot's camera captured the first team, everyone who saw the picture felt a cold wind blowing, and the hair on their body stood up. Chapter 131. In the footage captured by the battlefield robot, all 20 members of the Black Wolf first squad fell to the ground. If that were the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. But there was something wrong with their bodies. Human bodies are supported by bones, so even if they were lying on the ground, they should still have ups and downs. At the very least, the buttocks must be higher than the back. Even if they were wearing exoskeleton power armor, it was impossible for the human body to look like a flat plate. The situation on the screen now is that the exoskeleton power armor is not a human body, but a ball of water. It's like a human-shaped balloon, filled with water and placed on the ground, and the whole thing becomes flat under the action of gravity. The members of the Black Wolf First Squad, who died now, are in this situation. There is no bone inside the exoskeleton power armor, and the entire exoskeleton power armor has become flat. Unlock the connection between the helmet and the neck of the exoskeleton power armor. The commander of the Black Wolf Squadron swallowed his saliva and spoke intermittently. Puff. After the helmet and neck connection of the exoskeleton power armor was unlocked, due to the internal pressure being greater than the external pressure, a blood mist sprayed out from the vent hole, dyeing the entire ground red. Suck. Seeing this scene, everyone took a breath of cold air and shuddered. The whole spine began to numb, and sweat began to appear on the forehead. This scene was so scary that even Xiang Qian, who was sitting in the main control hall of the base, felt a gust of cold wind for no reason. Mine caves, corpses, blood mist. All the elements that make up a horror movie are all here. Xiang Qian calmed down, and he finally understood what the Dinghy people wanted to do. The only thing that can cause this effect is the prehistoric weapons left by the Dinghy people. This special weapon, that only targets living things in a large range, can directly kill living things without penetrating armor, but it is immune to any non-living things. Fortunately, the killing range of this weapon is not large, with a radius of only about 10,000 kilometers. If the killing radius is 10 million kilometers, then don't fight, just go home and take a shower. Before entering the range, the person died directly, and the battleship was left to the enemy. What's the point of fighting? Xiang Qian knew about this kind of weapon, so he just felt that the picture on the screen was disgusting. But others didn't know, and the entire Joint Fleet Command was in a state of panic. War is not scary, and death is not scary, especially when the dead are clones. But this person's death is too weird. There is no damage on the exoskeleton power armor. Judging from the direction of the first team falling to the ground, they fell to the ground at the same time, and there was no reaction before death. At this time, the members of the Black Wolf first team were also asked about the situation after exiting the virtual system. They were also very surprised that they lost the connection signal in just a moment. At first, they thought that the signal transmission was interrupted, but after seeing the breakthrough of their bodies, they were also scared. Fortunately, they entered as clones, otherwise they would have died this time, and this death was too horrible. The whole body turned into blood. Half an hour later, the bodies of the members of the Black Wolf first team were taken out by the battlefield robot and sent back for testing. In fact, this situation was not unique to the Black Wolf squad. Many teams also encountered this situation after entering the mine. As a result, humans worked hard to capture satellite number 8, but they could not mine it, nor could they eliminate the Dini people deep in the mine. In fact, there is a way to eliminate the Dini people. If the mine is blown up directly, the Dini people will definitely not be well. But if that is done, humans will not be able to mine the mine in a short time. When humans captured satellite number 8, but could not mine it, the battle between the Lemon Sayan and Nia tribes had just ended. 8,000 warships of the Lemon Sayan tribe faced 2,000 members of the Nia tribe, and the two sides fought fiercely outside the 11th satellite. The final result was that all the Lemon Sayan warships were destroyed, but the Nia tribe did not gain any benefit. 700 of the 2,000 members died in the battle, which was enough to seriously damage the vitality of the Nia tribe, which was a small tribe. However, the Lemon Sayan tribe also got a piece of information, that is, the more eternal blue gold the Nia tribe devoured, the stronger they were, and the higher their immunity to laser weapons. After receiving this information, the Humanoid Alliance immediately began to discuss the situation of the Nia tribe. Although the Lemon Sayan tribe is powerful, it has also suffered a lot after losing 8,000 warships and 230,000 tribesmen. Although warships are being manufactured, they cannot be assembled in a short time, so the Humanoid Alliance can only ask for help. But now, in addition to humans, the other two humanoid races are facing two intelligent beasts, and neither can mobilize warships to help. And humans have just finished the war, and the losses are not clear. Although humans have successfully wiped out the alien races, the warships are almost gone. Just when the Humanoid Alliance was trying to deal with the Nia tribe, the Lamis and Devi tribes began to attack the Hildians and the West Asians. There was no choice. Facing the attack of the intelligent beasts, the two tribes had to go back to defend. The matter of dealing with the Nia tribe could only be left to humans and the Lemon Sayan tribe. After discussions at the United Nations, humans also believed that the Nia tribe posed a greater threat, and it would also be beneficial for humans to help the Lemon Sayan tribe eliminate the Nia tribe. However, when eliminating the Nia tribe, humans could not lose too much, and the main force was still the Lemon Sayan tribe. In the end, humans dispatched 3,000 warships, and the Lemon Sayans dispatched 5,000 warships to attack the Nia tribe once again. The warships used this time were the last assets of the two tribes. 3 days later, the war between the four tribes of Lami, Devi, Hildi, and West Asian ended with the Devi tribe having more than 300 warships left, the Lami tribe having more than 100 warships left, and the Hildi and West Asian warships left on the resource satellites being completely destroyed. However, the Lami and Devi tribes did not have the energy to destroy the personnel of the two tribes on the resource satellites, so they could only defend their territory. A week later, the joint fleet of humans and the Lemon Sayans was once again destroyed by the Nia tribe. However, the Nia tribe also lost more than 900 tribesmen. In these two attacks, the Nia tribe suffered heavy losses. Now there are only more than 3,000 Nia tribesmen who can still fight, and the strength of the entire race has been reduced by 1/3. At this time, Xiang Qian was still massing soldiers at the base because he knew that it was not far from his appearance. So in addition to watching the fun, he was making various war weapons. Lord Safi, the resource war among the 8 races has begun, and all races have lost a lot of war potential. A deep voice sounded in the dark room. Jeslian, you forgot to turn on the light again. In the dark room, blue electric light flashed. I'm sorry, Lord Safi, Jeslian said with his head down, but his expression never changed. Forget it, I have repeated this sentence for more than 100,000 years. Tell me the potential evaluation of each race. Safi looked at the expressionless face, the light of his jaw flashed twice, and then he slowly said, 3 low-level races, 3 middle-level races, and 1 high-level race. Humans cannot be graded. Following Giselian's voice, a projection screen appeared in the room, and the images of 8 civilized races appeared on the screen at once. Among them, the Dini, Lamis, and Hildi were low-level races. The Devi, Lemon Sayan, and Yasi were middle-level races, and the Nia was a high-level race. Only the image of humans had a question mark on it. Jeslian, if we put aside the special characteristics of the human race, what level would you rate the potential of this race? Safi said casually. Lord Safi, based on my observations during this period, I rate the human race as a low-level race, but according to legend. Yes, according to legend, humans are the most perfect race, and their racial potential is immeasurable. Maybe they are a low-level race now, but as the level of civilization increases, they will become a medium-level race, a high-level race, and even a perfect race in the end. Unfortunately, legends are always legends. Safi didn't know what he was thinking, staring at the image of humans in a daze. When Giselian saw this scene, there was still no expression on his face, and he stood there quietly. Okay, don't worry about it. Immediately send those antique-level second-level civilization warships to send the seeds to the resource satellite, and then let them find a suitable host. After a while, Safi spoke. Okay, Lord Safi. Chapter 132. Boss, 200 warships flew out from the planet where the Lilon tribe is located. Xiang Qian heard the prompt from Shinkong and immediately stood there. A slight smile appeared on his face. I finally waited for you. Show the situation of the Lilon tribe fleet. Xiang Qian put down the things in his hands and said, while looking at the projection screen in front of him. Soon, the screen showed 200 warships of different shapes. They did not look like a fleet of warships of the same race at all, but more like a militia group put together from scratch. When Xiang Qian saw this fleet, he knew that these warships must be warships from other civilizations in the last era. It is estimated that these warships were left as antiques. And the purpose of these fleets must be to send the people of the Lilon tribe to parasitize. The Lilon people without bodies are at the level of slimes, but the Lilon people with bodies are dragons. Starry Sky, activate all plasma flowers and let them absorb the energy of the magma vines. At the same time, let the magma vines slowly absorb the energy of the Earth's core, and do not cause crustal movement. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. Okay, boss. Then Xiang Qian didn't care about the Lilon tribe. As long as he was not exposed now, the Lilon tribe's leader Safi was so arrogant that he would definitely not bother to directly deal with humans. At the same time, the Lilon tribe also wanted to further confirm the potential of each civilized race through the civilization race war, and would not intervene at this time. However, the Lilon tribe would infiltrate several major races over the past year or so, and only after mastering the potential of several major races would it explode and destroy all races. I just don't know how the Lilons would feel when they suddenly discovered that all the humans on the resource satellite were clones, while parasitizing humans. While Xiang Qianwei was still happy about tricking the Lilons, other races also scanned the Lilon fleet. However, when they saw only 200 warships, no one cared, but they were very wary of this suddenly appearing race. Because all races have scanned other planets, and found no traces of other races. But the design style of the warships that suddenly appeared was obviously different from that of the warships of their major races. Moreover, the warships in this fleet were so diverse that people were completely confused. So except for the Nia race, the other races once again scanned all the planets, but still found nothing. When the 200 warships of the Lilon race arrived at the periphery of the 3 giant stars, the remaining warships of all races were on full alert. However, what surprised all races was that these warships began to attack them when they were 3 million kilometers away from them, and the weapons they used were electromagnetic weapons. You have to know that even if you fire a laser, it will take 10 seconds to reach a distance of 3 million kilometers. The firing speed of electromagnetic weapons is only 1/10 of the speed of light, not counting the slowdown after the kinetic energy decays in the later stage. If you can hit people like this, why bother with the warships? Just go home and farm. But the warships of the Lilon tribe are like lunatics, launching electromagnetic weapons at the resource satellites one after another. Then, regardless of whether they hit or not, they run to another resource satellite and repeat the same action. In this way, in half a month, the warships of the Lilon tribe visited all the resource satellites, but did not hit a single hairy person, and only punched a few small holes on the surface of the resource satellites. After all this was done, the more than 200 warships that completed the mission did not go back, but rushed directly to the resource satellite where the Nia tribe was located, and were completely destroyed by the Nia tribe. This self-destructive method confused all races. Even the Nia tribe was a little stupid. They couldn't figure out what this fleet wanted to do. They rushed over without firing a gun, and directly collided with them. This was looking for death. Only Xiang Qian knew that the Lilon tribe had sent their biological genes to all resource satellites, waiting for parasitism. The parasitism of the Lilon tribe is different from the imagined parasitism. It is not like the aliens that enter the human body and hatch, nor merge with the human body, but a more advanced genetic invasion parasitism. The electromagnetic projectiles launched by the Lilon tribe to those resource satellites contain the gene sequences of the Lilon tribe. When the projectiles collide and crack, the gene seeds of the Lilon tribe inside the projectiles will float in space. Even on the surface of a resource satellite without air, these gene seeds will not die. After the eternal blue gold ore is contaminated with these gene seeds, they will be brought back to the planets of various races, and then these gene seeds will begin to multiply like viruses. Then they will enter the bodies of various races through air, water, food, etc., penetrate into the cells, and then lie dormant. When enough gene seeds enter the body, these gene seeds will germinate, and only then will the body react. However, this reaction was changed by the gene seed into a common disease. Even if it was detected, it would only be considered as an illness. After a few days of illness, the gene seed germinated and the disease disappeared. People also thought that the disease was cured and did not think too much. However, at this time, the invasion of the Leland tribe was basically half successful. Unless the host died unexpectedly, there was no solution. The last step was for the gene seed to activate the information in the gene and completely occupy the body of this life. This feeling is a bit like time travel, because during the period of parasitism, the Leland tribe had no consciousness, only instinct. When the parasitism is successful, the code in the gene will automatically allow the Leland tribe to have previous memories. At the same time, the host's memory will be completely mastered by the Leland tribe, and the host will not change at all from the outside. This is the strength of high-level potential civilization. As long as the Leland tribe has gene seeds, they will basically not be exterminated. The only way to stop the Leland tribe from parasitizing is to prevent the Leland tribe's gene seeds from reaching the new Earth. Otherwise, Xiang Qian will not be able to stop the Leland tribe from parasitizing, and then he will collapse. Because you don't know whether your wife is still your wife or not. Of course, physically, she is still your wife, but mentally, she is no longer your wife. Although it sounds confusing, this is the terrifying thing about the Leland people. They have no concept of gender, ethics, etc., and can only come up with this concept in the parasitic host. So don't think that your wife can't have sex with you after she becomes a Leland. As long as the Leland people don't show it themselves, no one will notice it. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian did not allow others to come. What if they were parasitized by the Leland tribe? There would be no place to cry. Soon a month passed, and the strange attack of the Leland tribe warships was forgotten by all tribes. With this 1-month buffer period, the number of warships of each tribe began to recover, and the second stage of the civilization race war officially began. However, at this time, Xiang Qian was no longer in the mood to watch the civilization race war. He stared at the Leland tribe every day. At the same time, his original body also ran from the new Earth to the biological warship, and a clone was left on the new Earth. Why did he do this? It was because Xiang Qian was afraid of death. Although so far, except for some minor changes, the general trend was still developing according to the trajectory in his memory, he did not dare to be careless. So compared to staying on the new Earth, he still felt safer on the biological warship. Anyway, he had already manufactured the equipment for the modification, and the layout had been arranged. There was no point in staying on the new Earth. When the war broke out, he might not have time to escape. So it would be better to run to the biological warship now, and wait quietly for the Leland tribe to make a move to see whether the Leland tribe is stronger or Xiang Qian's calculations are deeper. Another month has passed, and Xiang Qian is sure that there are already Leland tribes on the Earth that have completed parasitism and awakened. But he really doesn't know how many there are, but according to his memory, the number should not be large. In fact, at this time, not only humans, but also many other races have been parasitized, but the awakened Leland tribe at this time may not have a relatively large force, so they have not been exposed. Chapter 133. Half a year later, the Nia tribe lost more than 3,000 members, more than 2/3 of the entire race, and less than 2,000 adults. The Lemonsayan tribe lost more than 30,000 warships, and the race's war potential was greatly consumed. However, under the order of the Lemonsayan emperor, the entire tribe once again built 8,000 warships to attack the Nia tribe. At this time, the king of the Nia tribe, a supergiant beast with a body length of more than 800 meters, led 1,000 tribesmen to meet the Lemonsayan fleet. In this battle, all 8,000 warships of the Lemonsayan tribe were destroyed, and their vitality was greatly damaged. The Nia tribe lost no more than 200, mainly because the Nia tribe king was too strong. He alone withstood the attack of the main guns of 8,000 warships, and destroyed more than 4,000 warships in the fleet formation. At the same time, the Nia tribe occupied the 2 resource satellites of the Lemonsayan tribe, and killed all the miners on the resource satellites. Half a month later, the Lemonsayan tribe once again sent 1,500 warships to attack satellite number 11. The Nia tribe king did not go out, but only sent 800 Nia tribe members to fight back. As a result, 800 members of the Nia tribe were annihilated, while the Lemonsayan tribe lost only 900 warships, and then fled before the arrival of the Nia tribe king. The Lemonsayan emperor personally took part in this battle, and even used the Lemonsayan emperor's flagship. The emperor's flagship was equipped with all the equipment left over from prehistoric civilization. In front of the light energy weapons left over from prehistoric civilization, the defense that the Nia tribe was proud of was not even as good as plastic wrap. However, although the Lemonsayan emperor was a little bit immature, he was not stupid. After killing 800 members of the Nia tribe, they immediately evacuated, because the Nia tribe's king was rushing towards them like crazy. If they didn't evacuate, even the emperor's flagship might not be able to guarantee their safety. You have to know that the Nia tribe's king also merged with the skeleton of prehistoric giant beasts. If they really fought with the emperor's flagship, it was still unknown who would win or lose. In this way, in the end, there were only more than 1,000 Nia tribe members left, and the Lemonsayan tribe did not have many warships. It can be said that the two sides were definitely both injured when fighting to this extent. When the Nia and Lemonsayan tribes were fighting, other tribes were not idle either. The Lamis and Divi tribes also fought with the Hildi and West Asian people. After losing more than 10,000 warships each, both sides used their weapons and flagships equipped with equipment left over from prehistoric civilizations. As a result, a big hole was punched in the flagship of the Lamis tribe, and they hurriedly withdrew from the battle. Except for one flagship, all the West Asian warships were destroyed, and they also ran back. The Hildi people suffered the most, and their flagships were destroyed. Only the Diwe tribe has the most intact strength. Although the losses are also great, they are much better than other races. In addition, the losses of the Diwe tribe, except for those lost in the war, were mostly eliminated when they were left behind. But no matter what, the Diwe tribe's rearguard allowed them to preserve most of their strength. Every time the Diwe tribe's fleet could not defeat the opponent, they would immediately abandon some of their warships to cover the rear and let the main force leave. As long as the Diwe tribe dared to fight head-on, they had never lost. The war between humans and the Dini has been in a stalemate. Both fleets have suffered a lot of losses, but the total is not as much as any other race. After all, humans cannot mine the eternal blue gold even if they capture the 8th satellite, so why fight to the death? At the same time, humans are also afraid that the Dini will be anxious and let them bring out the race flagship, which will be difficult to deal with. The flagship is completely made of prehistoric civilization equipment and technology. It will not be a problem to destroy the human joint fleet. At that time, humans will be helpless. Because humans don't have a race flagship at all the equipment left over from prehistoric civilizations are in the hands of major countries, and they can't get together at all, let alone build warships. It's not that humans haven't thought about building a race flagship, but after it was proposed at the United Nations meeting, it was vaguely passed over by various countries. Because no matter who controls the real race flagship, it's not possible to give it to anyone. With a race flagship, it's easy to dominate all countries, so countries don't dare to hand over the equipment left over from prehistoric civilizations in their hands. However, everyone also made a promise, that is, when the entire human civilization encounters a devastating disaster, each country will take out what they have in their hands and jointly build a warship. At the same time, they also made a promise to each other and announced what they have in their hands. The Celestial Empire has a protective shield generator, an artificial gravity device, and a main engine thruster. Country A has a core energy system reactor and a plasma main gun core component. The Polar Bear has atomic polymerization material production equipment and energy buffer reflux system components. Germany has super quantum computers and modular design drawings for warships. The Eagle country has auxiliary power change of direction engines and core components of warship secondary laser weapons. The remaining gravitational traction equipment, shipboard kinetic energy constant equipment, ecosystem core equipment components, and ultra-high precision optical aiming equipment are scattered in the hands of major countries. The God's Eye radar is in Xiongqian's hands. Its real name should be Matrix Fire Control Radar Scanning Equipment. As for the real purpose of M3A, it is not only to produce biological and chemical weapons. Its use on warships is to maintain the core host of medical auxiliary ecological equipment, which is simply a medical system. It is mainly used to protect the health of the personnel in the warship when the warship flies out of the star system and leaves the top of the sun without the protection of the star force field, and is exposed to interstellar rays and various radiations. As for the M3A supporting equipment in the hands of Q country, it is a production line, which is specially used to produce and cultivate various biological weapons. Although this United Nations conference did not allow humans to create a race flagship, once all the countries mentioned all the equipment left by prehistoric civilizations, humans also have a bottom line. At least with these equipment, a race flagship can be created in a short time. After half a year of fighting, all races have calmed down and have almost exhausted their resources. It is impossible to increase the number of troops like before. After all, the genetic nuclear power fluid is limited, and all races have almost consumed it. At the same time, all races have also realized that the cost-effectiveness of battleships does not seem to be that high, and melee weapons are basically useless. So they all began to study the combination of gunboats and space fighters, and battleships were manufactured in small quantities. Time passed quickly, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, the major races are still fighting for resource satellites, but the situation of the humanoid alliance is very bad. They are completely retreating on the 3 satellites number 5, number 6, and number 7. Humans occupy number 5, the Hildi and West Asians occupy number 6, and the Limonsanes occupy number 7. Even the transport spacecraft needs the joint protection of the 4 races to break through the encirclement of the Intelligent Beast Alliance. Xiang Qian has not made any moves for such a long time. He only does one thing every day, which is to observe the situation of each race. Although the Lilan tribe seemed to have disappeared in the past year, he was sure that the Lilan tribe was already taking action based on the information he had obtained. A year ago, the clones of humans on Satellite 5 often died inexplicably, and at first everyone thought it was a problem with the cloning technology itself. However, after a strict review, no defects were found in the clones, and finally after 3 months, no more clones died, and the matter was left unresolved. In fact, Xiang Qian knew at that time which clones died because after the Lilan parasite successfully awakened, it suddenly discovered that this body was a clone, so it immediately cut off the clone's gene chain, causing the clone's gene to collapse and die. Only gene collapse can make humans unable to detect that the clone's gene has been invaded. At the same time, during the United Nations conference in the past 6 months, Xiang Qian also felt that the Lilan parasite had mixed in. However, Xiang Qian did not tell anyone about these, because it was useless to tell anyone. Unless humans do not transport the eternal blue gold back to the new Earth, there is no way to prevent the gene seeds of the Lilan people from being brought to the new Earth. Boss, there is a civil war among the West Asians. Xiang Qian was sleeping that day when Shinkong reminded him. Xiang Qian immediately became alert when he heard this. He knew that the Lilan people had taken action, and this was the first step for the parasites of the Lilan people to control the West Asians. Chapter 134. Lord Safi, we have already taken control of the West Asians. Jeslian said expressionlessly, as if it was a trivial matter. What about other races? Safi asked casually. The Lemonsane race cannot be understood. This race cannot be controlled before the Emperor dies. The Nia race cannot parasitize. The devouring genes in their bodies will directly absorb our gene race and convert them into energy. The parasitic seeds of the Dway race have all been destroyed. Their race has a prehistoric civilization relic device that detects thoughts. At the same time, this race has no emotional genes, and all actions are based on data and probability. Once parasitized, our thoughts will be unconsciously spread out, and then they will be detected by the Dway people and killed. The remaining races have been parasitized and are slowly infiltrating. However, the human race is really amazing. They have no unified leadership, and the entire civilization is divided into hundreds of forces, which are both opposed and unified. At the same time, the entire civilization is extremely irrational, with strong subjective thoughts, emotions often overwhelm rationality, and extremely xenophobic. When Jazillian talked about humans, his expression was strange, as if he was very surprised. Emotions are stronger than reason. Hundreds of forces. Humans are really strange. Safi's jaw flashed again. I don't know what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly said, destroy the races that cannot be parasitized, and then guide the Imperial race to attack humans. I want to see which civilization has stronger potential, the purely rational civilization or the emotional civilization. Oh, add another race to attack humans together. The legendary race, the pressure is too small to detect. The remaining races cannot be left idle. Go to attack the big monster of the subrace. It would be best if we can destroy it, so that we don't have to take action in the end. Okay, Lord Safi. Jeslian nodded and said respectfully. In the next 3 months, the situation in the entire star system became increasingly chaotic. After the change of leadership, the West Asians immediately contacted the Lemonsayan tribe and said they would help them destroy the Nia tribe. The Lemonsayan king was overjoyed when he heard this. He was very proud. He had said that they would be responsible for dealing with the Nia tribe, but they were beaten to death. He was too embarrassed to say anything. Now the West Asians came to him and said that they would unite to destroy the Nia tribe. It was just in time. Immediately, the emperor of the Lemonsane tribe issued another order, mobilizing the whole tribe to build gunboats. Anyway, gunboats are not very technical, and they don't need gene core fluid, they just need assembly line production. At the same time, the West Asians also started large-scale construction, and also started to build gunboats, and then began to publicize how much benefit they could get after destroying the Nia tribe, making the entire West Asian tribe crazy, and the whole tribe worked overtime to build gunboats. The Hildy people didn't know why, but they suddenly joined the action of destroying the Nia tribe. No one would refuse such a good thing, so they joined smoothly. Originally, humans also wanted to join in. After all, with the power of 3 tribes and 3 flagships, it should be no problem to destroy the Nia tribe. Humans can also get a bargain by joining in. But when humans just proposed to join in, the West Asians immediately proposed that humans guard satellites 5, 6, and 7. At the same time, they guaranteed that after the Nia tribe was destroyed, Satellite 9 would be handed over to humans for mining. After a meeting of the United Nations, everyone agreed to this condition. Even if they didn't participate, Satellite number 5 had to be guarded, and now adding 2 satellites is no big deal. This way, we don't have to face the Nia tribe, and we can get an extra resource satellite, which is still very cost-effective. Actually, to put it bluntly, if humans want to participate, you can't do anything if they don't play with you. Finally, the 3 tribes gathered 30,000 gunboats, and under the leadership of the 3 race flagships, they rushed towards the Nia tribe. Humans also gathered 15,000 gunboats and countless space battleships, and deployed them around satellite number 5 to guard against attacks from the Dewey and Lami tribes. However, humans thought that the Nia tribe would definitely ask for help from the Devi and Lami tribes at this time. They would not have time to attack satellite number 5 at that time, so these troops were placed here to scare people. As for the Dingy people, they had been playing alone for a long time, and had no contact with anyone. They did not provoke anyone, and no one provoked them, so they played by themselves. As a result, for some unknown reason, the Lami tribe did not help the Nia tribe, but communicated with the Devi tribe to discuss attacking humans together. Rescue the Nia tribe. Win rate 73.49%, damage rate 69.92%, obtain a resource satellite, transportation risk 35.89%, efficiency 57.22%, late stage risk 76.52%. Overall ratio 53.29%. Attack humans. Win rate 89.71%, damage rate 31.54%, obtain 1.5 resource satellites, transportation risk 17.8%, efficiency 83.15%, overall ratio 85.43%, reply to the Lami tribe. Agree to jointly attack humans. After a series of complex calculations, the Dewey tribe came to the conclusion of attacking humans. In this way, before the joint fleet of the 3 human-like races reached the Nia tribe, the fleets of the Dewey tribe and the Lami tribe also set out. A total of 24,000 gunboats plus 200 spacecraft transporting space fighters, led by 2 race flagships, rushed towards planet number 5. After the radar scanned this situation, humans were confused. Damn, the aliens also played the art of war, and they also surrounded Wei to save Zhao. But this military strategy was used wrongly. Not to mention surrounding the humans, even if they really fought, no one would come back to rescue them. The United Nations immediately held a meeting to discuss whether to fight or flee, how to fight, and where to flee. In the end, it was decided to keep all the Marines. After all, they were all clones, and were not afraid of death. Even if satellite number 5 was occupied, they could still fight underground with the Dewey and Lami tribes. After the decision was made, humans no longer cared about their moral integrity. They took 15,000 gunboats and transport ships, all the eternal blue gold, and ran home directly. In the evening, Xiang Qian was having dinner when Minister Hong's communication arrived. After Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, he immediately put on the neuron induction helmet, used the clone left in the main control hall of the new Earth base, and then let Xingkong connect the communication. Xiao Qian, do you think we humans can withstand the attacks of the Dewey and Lami tribes? Minister Hong asked worriedly. I can't say for sure, but it should be okay. Xiang Qian looked at Minister Hong with contempt. How dare you ask such a low-level question? Okay, let's not talk about this. I have reported the problem you told me last time to the second commander. But why hasn't the so-called most terrible Lilan tribe appeared yet? Minister Hong asked regretfully. It has appeared a long time ago, but you just don't know it. Xiang Qian said indifferently. It has appeared when we look for it. Why haven't we found it? The group of strange warships last time were sent by the Lilan tribe. At the same time, the Lilan tribe had already parasitized various races at that time. Then can you find them? Minister Hong said in a somewhat anxious tone. How is it possible? I am not a god. Well, let's not talk about this matter. Do you agree to my request? Xiang Qian said impatiently. This, We still need to think about it. Let's talk about it next time. Minister Hong hung up the call after he finished speaking. Xiang Qian sat on the chair, frowning and thinking about something. After a while, he muttered to himself, "The Lilan tribe is really powerful. Minister Hong, I hope you are not parasitic, otherwise I can't save you." At this time, Xiang Qian didn't trust anyone. Except for those clones, he didn't trust anyone. Especially Minister Hong was very suspicious today, as if he was just making something to talk about, and then he immediately brought up the Lilan people. When he asked me if I could find those Lilan people, his tone was also very urgent. In short, there were many doubts. But Xiang Qian still prayed that Minister Hong was not parasitic, otherwise things would be interesting. After Minister Hong turned off the communication, he leaned back on his chair and said to his secretary, "Go get me a bottle of nutrient solution. I've been too tired lately and have no appetite." "Okay, Minister." After the secretary finished speaking, he left Minister Hong's office. At this time, Minister Hong, who was leaning on his chair, suddenly lost his focus and stared at the ceiling. 3 seconds later, Minister Hong's eyes brightened again, but this time his forehead was covered with sweat and he was breathing heavily. When the secretary came in, he saw Minister Hong exercising, and the intensity was very high, and his head was sweating. In the base of the Lilan tribe, Jizillion was summarizing the spiritual information sent by the parasitic tribe, and then he issued orders based on this information. Suddenly, Jizillion froze there, and after a few seconds, he got up and walked out of the room. "Lord Safi, it was discovered that humans have a special evolutionist. When he just arrived in this galaxy, he already knew the existence of our Lilan tribe." Jizillion came behind Safi and said in a deep voice, "It's interesting that they found us right after arriving at the galaxy. They are indeed the legendary race." Safi's jaw flashed with lightning. It seemed that his heart was not as calm as his tone. "Lord Safi, do you think it is possible for him to?" "You mean the Prophet? According to the rules of the game, it should be impossible. After all, only the civilization that leaves here and obtains the scepter of the remaining civilization can give birth to special evolutionists. But now, the first round of trials has not ended, and the civilized race scepter of our Lilan tribe is still in my room. But they are human, I don't know, after all, the legendary races are always a little special." After a while, Safi stood up, looked at the scenery outside the window and said, "Whether he is an evolver or not, it has nothing to do with our Lilan tribe. If you want us Lilan tribe to abide by the rules of the game, and want to easily get our civilized race scepter, then show your strength. Increase the intensity of the attack on humans. I want to see how magical the race that can give birth to a prophet in the early stage is." Chapter 135. "All personnel have been controlled by us, you can take over now." "Yes, I will go there in the evening." Xiang Qian turned off the communication, without showing any surprise on his face. Although Minister Hong just informed him that all the opposition forces within the Celestial Empire have been controlled, now they are waiting for him to fulfill his promise and lead the Celestial Empire out of the predicament. But Xiang Qian had already determined that Minister Hong was parasitized by the Lilan tribe 3 years ago. So the opposition forces that Minister Hong mentioned are just ordinary people. Most of their own people are parasites of the Lilan tribe. Faced with such a situation, it would be strange for Xiang Qian to be happy. Although Xiang Qian did not know why the Lilan tribe would increase its infiltration into humans, all this was not a bad thing for him. In 3 years, the entire star system has changed dramatically. The Nia tribe was destroyed by the joint fleet of the 3 tribes, and humans were beaten to their doorsteps by the 2 intelligent beast tribes. They could only rely on the meteorite belt for passive defense, and could not fight back. A month later, the Dingy people suddenly sent a fleet to attack the Lemon Saiyan tribe. The Lemon Saiyan tribe's flagship was blown up, the Emperor fell, and all resource satellites changed hands. After that, the Dingy fleet continued to attack the planet where the Lemon Saiyan tribe was located. At this time, the Hildy people suddenly stood up to help the Lemon Saiyan tribe fight against the Dingy people. The 3 parties fought outside the planet where the Lemon Saiyan tribe was located, relying on natural defense to block the stalemate there. A year later, the West Asians suddenly attacked and killed the Dingy fleet, but they also lost more than half of their own. At this point, the 4 major races were unable to fight again, and could only barely defend their home planets to protect themselves. The next year, the Dewey tribe, which had been attacking humans, was directly destroyed by the Lamy tribe without any defense. The race flagship, and then all the warships were destroyed outside the meteorite belt. The Dewey tribe also withdrew from the resource competition overnight, and retreated to the home planet. The only people still at war in the entire star system are humans and the Lamies, but the Lamis are suppressing humans. This is mainly because humans have exhausted their war reserves this year, and now all their weapons are industrially produced. Evolvers can only rely on absorbing energy from food to restore their genetic nuclear power bit by bit, and can no longer mass-produce troops. This is the 6th year since humans arrived on the new Earth, and there are only more than 3 years, and less than 4 years, before the outbreak of the world-destroying storm. But the eternal blue gold mined in recent years is not enough to build a survival base. In fact, not only humans, but even the Lamis who are still mining eternal blue gold, their eternal blue gold is not enough to build a base for the survival of the entire race. Xiang Qian knew that all this was controlled by the Lilan tribe behind the scenes. Even in the current New Earth, there are countless organizations and national leaders who have been parasitized by the Lilan tribe. However, he never took action, but just quietly waited for the day of the decisive battle. Until today, when Minister Hong found him, he knew that the time for the decisive battle had come. The Lilan tribe must have been plotting against him for such a long time, but he was also plotting against the Lilan tribe. If the Lilan tribe had not participated, it would have been much more troublesome for him to unify the world. Lord Safi, according to your instructions, humans will be unified soon. But the human named Xiang Qian seems to be unwilling to stand up until now. I wonder if he will take any action this time. Jazillion said. He will definitely do it. He is not doing nothing behind the scenes. There are 20,000 hidden warships alone. These forces are enough to guarantee his absolute rule, and if he does not take action, he will really have no chance. I am very curious about what he will do after unifying mankind. Lord Safi, no matter what he does, he has no chance. In front of the 3rd level civilization, no matter what the 2nd level civilization does, it is useless. Alas, the 2nd level civilization is too weak. It would be great if humans were the 3rd level civilization. It would be more interesting to play like this. Safi sighed and said, as if he couldn't lift his spirits. After a while, he continued, wake up all the tribesmen, let them parasitize on the biological brains first, and build transport ships and excavation equipment. When the war between humans and the Lamis is over, we should also take action. Dig out all the eternal blue gold within 2 years, and then leave. Okay, Lord Safi. The new Earth is still brightly lit at night, but there are hardly any people on the streets, and the spacious streets seem particularly deserted. Xiang Qian controlled the clone, and took the shuttle to the new Beijing city, a city built completely according to the Earth era. Mr. Xiang, Minister Hong is waiting for you in the conference room. Xiang Qian arrived at the apron of the new administrative center. After getting off the shuttle, Minister Hong's secretary immediately came forward and said, well, lead the way. Xiang Qian said lightly. Soon, under the guidance of the secretary, Xiang Qian arrived at the door of the conference room. Xiao Qian, come and sit down. Let me introduce you, this is. Minister Hong saw Xiang Qian coming in, and immediately stood up and introduced all the senior leaders in the room to Xiang Qian. Everyone nodded with a smile when they were introduced by Minister Hong. Xiang Qian also smiled and nodded one by one, but he was shocked in his heart. The parasitism of the Lilan tribe is really too powerful. 2/3 of the senior leaders of the entire Tianshao have been parasitized. This is too scary. Xiao Qian, let's get straight to the point. After the crisis of mankind is resolved, we can talk about other things. Chief Number 1 has told us about your situation, and we agree with your opinion. But some things cannot be solved by just talking, you need to show real things. As long as you show the strength to save mankind, we will listen to you without hesitation, and we will also let you deal with those people in the opposing forces. After Xiang Qian sat down, Chief Number 2 said seriously. At the same time, everyone in the conference room nodded slightly, all with a serious expression. Xiang Qian was very impressed by the expressions of the people in the room. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. If he didn't know that all the people in front of him had been parasitized by the Lilan people, he would really be fooled by them. What 007 Bond and other agents are simply weak compared to the Lilan people. If I didn't have the ability, I would be so confident. I have been preparing for the past few years just to wait for your news. If you tell me later, I will be ready to do it myself. You can take a look at this first. Xiang Qian was very arrogant when he spoke, and he didn't pay attention to his tone. Anyway, he knew that these people were from the Lilan tribe, and since he was allowed to take over the Celestial Empire, it must be that Lord Safi agreed. Not to mention that he was rude. Even if he pointed at the noses of these people and scolded them, the final result would be the same. But that would be too arrogant, and the Lilan tribe was not stupid. Since they had been pretending for so long, They didn't care about pretending for a while longer. The projector that Xiang Qian brought showed all the gunboats and space fighters he had made over the years, a total of 23,000 gunboats and more than 100,000 space fighters. It can be said that Xiang Qian's strength is absolutely invincible on the entire New Earth. After seeing the strength displayed by Xiang Qian, everyone in the conference room took a breath of cold air in surprise and looked at each other for a few times. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian was really speechless. Let you pretend. Sooner or later I will beat you to death. Okay, in this case, we will unconditionally follow your command in the future. But I want to know what your next plan is. The next plan, of course, is to integrate all the power of mankind. I can't do it alone, even if we add the Celestial Empire. Tomorrow, we will convene the United Nations General Assembly in the name of the Celestial Empire, and then show these forces to force the world to unify. If anyone disagrees, we will destroy them, Xiang Qian said proudly. Okay, let's do it. No matter what, we humans have to fight once. That's right, at worst we will die together with the aliens. Xiang Qian looked at the passionate people in the conference room and cursed in his heart. And die together with the aliens. You are aliens. If you want to die together, just commit suicide. Okay, let's talk about the rest of the issues after global unification. First, take me to see those people in the opposition. Although their ideas are different from mine, I won't kill them. Xiang Qian couldn't stop talking anymore, so he stood up and said. When Xiang Qian walked out of the conference room accompanied by Minister Hong, the conference room suddenly became quiet, and then a person suddenly leaned back in a chair. His whole body was covered in sweat, and he looked very tired. Chapter 136. Xiang Qian followed Minister Hong to the room where the group of opposition forces were detained. These people were all powerful people. Minister Hong and his team also gathered them together in the name of a meeting, and then they were controlled at the first time. Why are they all unconscious? Xiang Qian saw that everyone in the room had closed their mouths and eyes, and said curiously, "We have to do this. If the news gets out, the Celestial Empire will be in chaos. So we anesthetized them all at the first time. Now how are you going to deal with them?" Minister Hong said. "Well, I will take these people back to the base and clone them all. As long as they are not around familiar people, they should not be discovered by communication alone." Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, "Okay, I will have someone send them to a transport ship now. Well, then I will go back and prepare first. See you at the United Nations meeting tomorrow." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he did not plan to talk more with Minister Hong. After sending everyone to the transport ship, he left. Shinkong, draw blood from all of them and analyze their genetic structure. The first thing Xiang Qian did when he returned to the base was to check whether these people had parasites from the Lilan tribe. "Okay, master." Half an hour later, the genetic structure of the more than 100 people was analyzed, and there were indeed 2 parasites from the Lilan tribe among them. Shinkong, invade the internal network of the Celestial Empire and find all the information about these people for me. At this time, the group of people slowly woke up, but when they saw that they were trapped in a metal room, they immediately became angry and said all kinds of things. After all, any one of them has tens of thousands of people under his command. No one can stand being attacked and locked up this time. The most hateful thing is that they fall into the hands of their own people. Swish, the door suddenly opened, and the people who were arguing in the room immediately stopped talking and turned to look at Xiang Qian, who came in. "Who are you?" an old man asked angrily, but before he finished speaking, his body could not move, and he could not make any sound. "Be quiet, I don't want to take coercive measures. You guys came here, it has something to do with me, but it's not a big deal. It's just that you blocked my plan, so I have no choice but to use some extreme means." Shenju Peng, commander of the XX military region, took advantage of his position during his tenure. Tong Shan, equipment of the logistics department. Li Yu, General Assembly. These crimes, I am right? Xiang Qian read out the criminal records of several people in one breath, and then looked at them with a smile. "You fart." Ah. A person just opened his mouth and didn't finish speaking, and fell to the ground with a scream, "No life. Actually, whether you have this thing or not, you can't leave alive. I just said so much just to make myself feel better. Okay, you can go on your way." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, everyone fell to the ground. But 3 seconds later, only a dozen people were completely dead, and the living people slowly stood up. "What do you mean? Do you still want to torture us?" The old man who spoke first said with disdain. "Old man, I don't have this idea. I'm sorry for you just now. But if we want to put on a show for the aliens, we have no choice but to do this. Xiangqian said with a smile. Aliens, what do you mean? Everyone follow me. Let's go to the conference room to talk. Xiangqian led everyone to the conference room, and after everyone sat down, he asked Shinkong to play a video. The video showed the process of this group of people being sent to the base, and then having their blood drawn. However, the test results after each person's blood was drawn were also clearly displayed. As you can see, the genetic structure of these people is very different from that of humans. They were all parasitized by the Lilan tribe, and then sneaked in. Xiangqian pointed to a picture on the screen showing an extra piece of material on a DNA helix. What about the remaining people? Are they also aliens? No, they are humans, but you heard what I just said. There is no need for them to stay. They can just die. I want to ask, but it doesn't matter. You? Forget it. What do you mean by tying us up? You can tell me now. But if you want us to listen to you, then you'd better give up on that idea. The old man was about to get angry, but he was suppressed by him. That's not the case. Whether you listen to me or not has nothing to do with me. I'm just telling you a fact, and the group of people who knock you out are all aliens, which means that the entire Celestial Empire has been controlled by aliens. Okay, now that we have finished talking, someone will take you to your accommodation, so you can stay here. After Xiangqian finished speaking, he ignored everyone and walked out of the meeting room. Those people wanted to chase him out to ask questions, but they were stopped by the guards. Xiangqian left these people behind for a reason. After all the high-level officials, who were parasitized by the Lilan clan died, they would still need to rely on these people to stabilize the situation in the Celestial Empire. No matter how bad the credibility is now, it is much better than private individuals. If he were to stabilize the situation by himself, it would take some effort, but with this group of people, things would be much easier. As for whether this group of people will take advantage of the opportunity to do something, there is no need to consider it. In the face of absolute strength, everything is empty. The next day, all organizations and countries received the meeting notice of the United Nations. That afternoon, after the United Nations meeting began, no issues were raised for discussion, but the representative of the Celestial Empire was directly asked to speak. The representative of the Celestial Empire was none other than Xiangqian. It is still 3 years, and 7 months before the arrival of the world-destroying storm. I wonder how much eternal blue gold you have prepared, and whether it is enough to build a base. Xiangqian teased directly after he came to the stage. Representatives of the Celestial Empire, please don't say such meaningless nonsense. Today, you Celestial Empire submitted a request to convene a UN meeting, not for us to listen to your nonsense. If you don't have a solution, then don't waste our time here. The head of a large organization said. Of course, there is a solution. It depends on whether you have the courage. Now the enemy of the entire human race is only the Lamis, and other races are no longer able to fight. Let the troops deployed by the Lamis in the meteorite belt, with our human strength, we can completely destroy them. Xiangqian was interrupted by someone below before he finished speaking. Destroy the Lamis. If we can destroy them, we still need them now. What can we do to deal with the Lamis' racial flagship? As long as the Lamis' flagship is there, we can't rush out. The Lamis have racial flagships, and we humans can also make racial flagships. We just need to gather the equipment left over from prehistoric civilizations of various countries. Listen to me first. If you are not interested in the method I am talking about, forget it, but please do not interrupt me. Xiangqian saw that the people below were about to speak again, so he said immediately, how much eternal blue gold do humans have now, and how much do each of your organizations have? I estimate that if you add them all up, it would be great to be able to build a base for 2 million people to survive. But compared to the number of us humans, what can 2 million people do? And this is based on the concentration of all the eternal blue gold of mankind. Now there are still 3 years before the arrival of the world-destroying storm, and we have in mind eternal blue gold for 3 years. If this continues, humans will really have no chance. So our Celestial Empire decided to hand over all the eternal blue gold in exchange for the prehistoric civilization equipment left in the hands of various countries. Then all our Celestial Empire people will leave the new Earth, concentrate all their forces to break the blockade of the Lami tribe, and then go to the resource satellite to mine eternal blue gold. However, we are not going to build a base, but a spacecraft. It is written on the stone tablet that only a base built with eternal blue gold can stop the world-destroying storm. But it does not say that the shell of a spacecraft built with eternal blue gold cannot stop the world-destroying storm. Everyone knows the characteristics of eternal blue gold. It can block the penetration of any radiation and particles. As for what the world-destroying storm is, I guess it is not a real storm. It may be a super large-scale gamma-ray burst or other radiation that can destroy living things. Of course, these are all inferred based on the characteristics of eternal blue gold, without any evidence. So we think that since it is not a materialized storm, there should be no difference between building a base and building a spaceship shell. Now our eternal blue gold is not enough to build a base, so it is better to build a spaceship shell. Although I don't know how likely this is, it is better than waiting to die on the new Earth. If we wait any longer, we will lose even the last chance. If there is any country or organization that wants to participate, it will be even better. In fact, our Tianchu's original idea was that all the big countries and large organizations would go out together, leaving the eternal blue gold behind, and let the weak small organizations use it as a spark. Even if we fail, humans will not be extinct. This is better than everyone fighting for the eternal blue gold or waiting to die. Xiang Qian finished speaking in one breath, and at the same time looked at the people below. Xiang Qian knew that the countries and organizations that agreed to it later must be controlled by the Lilan tribe. With Safi's arrogant character, he would definitely make humans despair when they see hope. It was like that in the last life, and it will not change in this life. After all his plans were calculated based on Safi's personality, not based on the history in his memory. Sure enough, after discussing some other issues, Xiang Qian's plan was finally confirmed through voting. So far, the United Nations has become a thing of the past, and the country has also become a thing of the past. In the 6th year after humans arrived on the new Earth, the Earth Federation was established, and the entire human civilization was officially unified. Chapter 137. On the 2nd day after the establishment of the Earth Federation, the top leaders of various countries and organizations began to divide the cake. No matter when, power is something that many people pursue, even at this time. Fortunately, most of the people who were able to attend this meeting had been parasitized by the Lilan people. So Xiang Qian became the first supreme military commander of the Earth Federation, the chairman of the Federal Military Commission, and controlled the military power of the entire Earth Federation under the strange gaze of the top leaders of various countries who were not parasitized. Then the leaders of various countries occupied all the positions in the upper and lower houses of the Earth Federation and other government departments. After a whole day of meetings, the political structure of the entire Earth Federation was established. Of course, the meeting was able to be completed so quickly, thanks to the Lilan people. The first thing Xiang Qian did after taking power was to promote his subordinates. Such naked nepotism immediately caused a backlash from many high-level officials, who were not parasitized by the Lilan people. However, with the help of many high-level parasitic Lilan people, the storm calmed down on the same day. However, when Xiang Qian promoted personnel, not all of them were his subordinates. The famous fleet commanders in his previous life were also promoted, but they were not reused because it was not the right time. A week later, the operation of the Earth Federation was initially on track, and the eternal blue gold stored by various countries and organizations was gathered together to start building bases. At the same time, all human evolutionists were gathered together to start building spaceships. People from various countries also boarded the spaceships in an orderly manner and made preparations before evacuation. Half a month later, all humans boarded the spacecraft and the race flagship was completed. Xiang Qian and the Earth Federation senior officials boarded the Hope race flagship. At this point, except for the 2 million people who stayed behind, all humans had left the new Earth. Zhang Lei lead the first fleet to attack from the number 2 meteorite belt channel and attack the enemy's left wing. Li Cheng lead the second fleet to attack from the number 5 meteorite belt channel and attack the enemy's right wing. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he looked at the two people next to him and continued, Zhao Ming, Ding Xinghao, the two of you lead 2 space fighter squadrons and attack from behind. You must kill most of the enemy's Central Fleet's gunboats. The two of you have the most difficult task. Whether humanity can successfully break through this time depends on you. If you fail to destroy the opponent's Central Fleet, then I can only use my trump cards. But once those trump cards are used, our chances of leaving here will drop by 30%. Don't worry, Brother Ding and I will definitely kill those 1,500 gunboats. We almost vomited at the meteorite level, and we can pass it with our eyes closed. Zhao Ming patted his chest and promised. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Ding Xinghao said seriously. Xiang Qian looked at the two of them, and suddenly felt that the gap between people was so big. Although Zhao Ming's space fighter piloting skills were very good, Xiang Qian was still unsure about him. Although Ding Xinghao was a little worse than Zhao Ming, Xiang Qian was more confident in him. But think about it, they simulated this scene every day and simulated the battle for several years, so there should be no problem. Okay, then you all go and get ready. Start the attack in an hour. Xiang Qian nodded and said. After the 4 people left, Xiang Qian stared at the star map on the screen in a trance, wondering what he was thinking about. Yang Guang stood behind him, guarding him like a bodyguard. In fact, Xiang Qian didn't need anyone to protect him at all. His body was a clone, so it didn't matter if he died. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the Lilan people, he deliberately replaced all the personnel on the Hope flagship with his own people, and then asked Yang Guang to protect him. As for the high-ranking officials of the Earth Federation, they were in the middle cabin of the flagship to appease the people, and had no control over him at all. An hour later, under Xiang Qian's order, Zhang Lei, Li Cheng, Zhao Ming, and Ding Xinghao launched attacks at the same time. Zhang Lei and Li Cheng each led 5,000 gunboats to attack the exit of the meteorite belt channel blocked by the Lami tribe. They did not care about destroying the meteorite belt channel, and they just concentrated their firepower. Zhao Ming and Ding Xinghao set out from the hiding place that Xiang Qian had arranged long ago, and directly attacked the rear of the Lami tribe, catching them off guard. In less than an hour, Zhang Lei and Li Cheng opened up the block channel and attacked the gunboats in the rear of the Lami tribe. At this time, Xiang Qian ordered the Hope flagship to attack. Instantly, the entire Hope turned into a super large luminous body. The plasma, with a temperature of more than tens of millions of degrees Celsius, was directly compressed into a light film under strong force. The entire light film was a protective shield condensed by plasma matter. The Hope, with a protective shield, quickly passed through the meteorite belt channel and rushed directly to the Lami flagship. Main gun charging, firing power 50%. Xiang Qian saw that the God Eye radar had locked onto the Lami flagship and said immediately, "Commander, the Hope has also been locked. Don't worry about it, just follow my orders." Yes. In less than 5 seconds, the main gun of the Lami flagship had already attacked, and a long purple laser hit the protective shield head-on. The operating power of the Hope's energy buffer system instantly rose to 47%, and the energy output power also reached 58%. Faced with such a situation, Xiang Qian had no expression on his face. Such an attack was a piece of cake. In the most dangerous battle he had experienced in his previous life, the energy output power of the Hope human mothership had reached 127%. Now it is only 58% of the output power, which is just a warm-up. Main gun fire. After the opponent's main gun attack ended, Xiang Qian immediately gave the order. Following Xiang Qian's order, a hole appeared in the protective shield in front of the muzzle of the main gun of the Hope flagship. This is not that the third-level civilization can directly control the switch of the protective shield, but that an invisible gravitational channel will be formed between the muzzle and the protective shield before the main gun is fired. This gravitational channel directly broke through the strong force of the protective shield in front of it, causing a hole in it. The plasma protective shield does not distinguish between friend and foe. If the main gun hits its own protective shield, it will be a joke. When the hole in the protective shield appeared, a dazzling white light instantly spurted out from the muzzle of the Hope's main gun. Compared with the purple light column of the main gun of the Lami flagship, the white light of the Hope's main gun does not seem to be very conspicuous, but the Hope's main gun does not fire a light column, but an elliptical energy sphere. Like a comet, it has a long tail and a bow shock wave flashing in front. Although the shape is different, the technology contained in it is very different. The main gun of the Lami flagship is a standard directed energy weapon, while the main gun of the Hope has changed the shape of the laser. Under normal circumstances, any laser weapon emits a beam of light. Because the speed of light is constant, the laser main gun is different in energy level, but it is definitely a straight line, and in the shape of a beam of light. However, the main gun of the Hope broke the physical rule of the speed of light, causing the particles at the front to fall below the speed of light after the main gun was fired, until the particles behind caught up with the particles in front, and this effect formed an elliptical energy shell similar to a comet. This sounds very awesome, but as long as the theory is understood, it is actually a very simple thing. The main gun of the Lami flagship is fired in the same way as the Hope, except that the Hope has an extra step in forming a gravitational channel and opening the protective shield. That is to use the location of the super strong gravitational channel exit to form a gravitational vortex. Under the action of the gravitational lines of this vortex, the gravitational channel will form the effect of rifling. At the same time, using the vortex at the exit of the gravitational channel to interfere with the speed of light does not take a long time, just 0.00001 seconds. This is just like a tail-end collision. The particles in front suddenly slow down, and the particles behind are still at a super fast speed, so of course they collide with each other. Then the particles behind continue to collide, forming a chain rear-end collision, and the effect of the final launch becomes like this. When the main gun of the Hope attacked and installed the protective shield of the Lamy flagship, the instantaneous burst of light formed a small sun. Chapter 138. When the light disappeared, the Lamys appeared there intact and continued to attack the Hope. Xiang Qian was not surprised by this situation. If the race flagship was so easily blown up, it would still be called a race flagship. The power of the equipment left by the prehistoric civilization could not be so weak. However, the main gun of the Atlantis civilization is obviously more powerful than the main gun left by the Lamy's prehistoric civilization. In terms of the power of the main gun, humans obviously have the advantage. When Xiang Qian commanded the Hope to fight against the Lamy flagship, Zhang Lei and his men were also fighting fiercely. The most crazy one was the space fighter group led by Zhao Ming and Ding Xinghao. After several years of repeated training, when the battle started, Zhao Ming and Ding Xinghao directly led the space fighter group and stunned the Lamy gunboat fleet. It was originally a sneak attack, and after several years of simulation exercises, all kinds of situations and tactics were prepared for the Lamy gunboats. At the beginning of the fight, the Lamys were caught off guard. By the time they reacted and wanted to send out space fighters to intercept, the space fighters led by Zhao Ming and Ding Xinghao had already killed them. Laser after laser turned into the sickle of death, harvesting the lives of the Lamys. Human space fighters performed space combat skills one after another in the starry sky: single machine duel, double machine cooperation, three machine encirclement, and various air combat skills were used, directly beating the Lamy space fighters. Especially in the middle of the gunboat fleet of the Lamy tribe, Zhao Ming and Ding Xinghao commanded their men to attack without any consideration. As long as they didn't hit their own people, they could attack at will. But the Lamy tribe was different. They were afraid of hitting their own gunboats, so they would hesitate when attacking. Technically inferior to humans, they still had concerns when attacking, which made the fighter planes of the Lamy tribe explode one after another like fireworks during the new year. All the space fighter pilots of the entire human race have become super gods. Zhao Ming and Ding Xinghao have both completed 130+ kills in a row. If you spray little stars on the fuselage of the space fighter, it will blind everyone's eyes. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian received a report from Zhao Ming and his team that the Lamy gunboat fleet in the middle had been completely destroyed. Zhao Ming, Ding Xinghao, you take all the space fighters and charge at the Lamy flagship. Even if you hit it, you must consume some of its protective shield for me. Xiang Qian heard that the battle on Zhao Ming's side was over, and immediately said to them, "Anyway, the space fighters are no longer useful in the next battle, so it is better to use their remaining energy in the end." After Xiang Qian gave the order, he continued to fight against the flagship of the Lamy tribe. Until now, he has not issued an order to turn on the main gun at full power. Because both sides are using level 3 civilization equipment, even if the main gun of the Hope is more powerful than that of the Lamy tribe, it cannot break through its protective shield at once. As long as there is time, the protective shield of the Lamy tribe flagship will still recover, so it is meaningless to use full power now. It is better to continue to paralyze the opponent. Only when the opponent's protective shield power drops, he will issue an order to directly kill the flagship of the Lamy tribe with one blow. A few minutes later, Zhao Ming and Ding Xinghao led thousands of space fighters to harass the flagship of the Lamy tribe. The weapons carried by the space battleships could not break the protective shield of the third-level civilization at all, and it can be said that there was no impact at all. However, at this time, the flagship of the Lamy tribe began to use secondary weapons to attack the space fighters, and Xiang Qian was waiting for this moment. Lock onto the opponent's flagship's belly, where the secondary weapons are the most, and use the main guns at full power, and attack. Xiang Qian looked at the lasers fired by the Lamy tribe's secondary weapons, and said with a sneer. 5 seconds later, a ball of fire suddenly erupted from the belly of the Lamy tribe's flagship. The power of the main guns hit the hull of the Lamy tribe's flagship along the hole opened by the protective shield, directly penetrating the outer armor, and forming more than a dozen large holes. And this is not the worst. With those dozen large holes, the Lamy tribe's flagship is not a threat. However, the gravity devices at the secondary gun positions were destroyed, leaving several holes in the protective shield. Holes, with a diameter of 8 meters at the largest and 3 meters at the smallest, appeared on the protective shield, leaving flaws in the originally airtight defense. Zhao Ming and Ding Xinghao, without Xiang Qian's command, led the space battleships to attack the hull of the Lamy flagship around those holes. After a few minutes, the belly of the Lamy flagship had been riddled with holes, and the protective shield was about to collapse. Zhang Lei, Li Cheng, each of you send out 100 gunboats, and after 30 seconds, concentrate fire on the Lamy flagship. Xiang Qian looked at the crumbling Lamy flagship, ready to give it a fatal blow. Increase the power of the main gun to 130%, and start charging. The energy buffer reflux system infuses the energy reflux of the main gun into the secondary guns on both sides of the bridge. After the main gun is fired, the secondary gun will be fired instantly. The countdown for firing begins. 15, 14, 13. 3, 2, 1, fire. The main guns of the Hope and the main guns of 200 gunboats fired at the same time. The target was not aimed at the belly of the Lamy flagship, but directly aimed at a point on the protective shield and carried out a concentrated fire attack. The Lamy flagship burst out with a stronger light than any time before when it was hit. Under the cover of this strong light, more than a dozen secondary guns of the Hope fired again. 10 seconds later, the Lamy flagship appeared again, but it no longer had the gorgeous protective shield. Instead, it had a tattered bridge and more than a dozen large holes still emitting flames. Seeing this scene, Xiang Qian knew that the flagship of the Lamy tribe was finished, and there was no need to use the main guns next, only the secondary guns could kill it. It was right at the moment when it estimated that 200 gunboats and the overload attack of the main guns of the Hope directly broke the protective shield of the Lamy tribe flagship. Then, at the moment when the opponent's protective shield did not recover, more than a dozen secondary guns directly blew up the opponent's bridge, paralyzing their command and control system and unable to control the warship. Once the flagship of the Lamy tribe was destroyed, the remaining gunboats were directly swept by the secondary guns of the Hope. In less than 2 hours, the battle between humans and the Lamys ended with the annihilation of the Lamys. Humans lost more than 3,000 gunboats, but completely crippled the Lamys. Yang Guang, take your men to kill all the people in the Lamy's flagship immediately. Xiang Qian said happily, the Lamy's flagship, more than a dozen pieces of prehistoric civilization equipment. If all of them were obtained, another flagship of the race could be built. 2 hours later, human spaceships passed through the meteorite belt channel one after another, and at this time all the survivors in the Lamy's flagship were also wiped out. However, Xiang Qian did not have time to disassemble the Lamy flagship, so he could only let several ships tow it to the resource satellite. In the underground base of the Lilan tribe, Safi watched the battle between humans and the Lamy tribe throughout the whole process, and he gave a good review of Xiang Qian's command. Lord Safi, our radar did not detect the location where the humans hid their troops. And if the humans had not been prepared for the battle just now, then we can only say that humans have a really good fighting talent. But I don't understand one thing. The news sent back by the tribe is that the human actually wants to use eternal blue gold to wrap the spaceship to resist the world-destroying storm. I don't think he is a prophet to come up with such a stupid idea. Jeslian said lightly, standing behind Safi. Interesting. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Such a vibrant and energetic race is really cute. Jeslian, do you think it would be a good memory to destroy such a race with your own hands? Safi's jaw flashed with lightning, and he said self-indulgently, Lord Safi, you have said this many times 100,000 years ago. Jeslian, don't remind me of this kind of thing next time, it will make me lose my passion. Do you understand passion? It is a kind of spiritual motivation that makes people feel full of power. I'm sorry, Lord Safi. My body does not have the kind of biochemical reaction you said. Only when I resonate with the spirit of my tribe will I. Jeslian, go check the condition of the tribe's parasitic brain again. Lord Safi, you have asked me to check 167 times in the past 10 days. Do you really want to continue checking? Continue checking. Okay, Lord Safi. Chapter 139. Aim at the position I marked, and attack with the secondary guns. Xiang Qian said to the operator. On the screen in the command hall, satellite number 8 was marked with dozens of red dots by Xiang Qian, and the locations of these red dots were the locations of the mineral veins. After the secondary guns of the Hope hit the locations of these mineral veins into large pits, Xiang Qian once again marked a dozen attack locations. This time, the attack location was still on the mineral vein, but it was not attacking the mineral vein, but the deep pit along the mineral vein was like peeling an apple, cutting off satellite number 8 bit by bit. The prehistoric civilization equipment left by the Dingni people was too overbearing. Any life except themselves would be killed. So after Xiang Qian led humans to occupy satellites 5, 6, and 7, he did not mind satellite 8. Instead, he planned to disassemble satellite 8. He did not want the eternal blue gold or anything else. He only wanted the prehistoric civilization equipment left by the Dingni people in the center of satellite 8. More than 10 hours later, the prehistoric civilization equipment left by the Dinghy people was blown out of Satellite 8 by the secondary gun along with a large piece of eternal blue gold ore. At this time, Satellite 8 had already flown away from the working orbit of the giant star and turned into a wandering asteroid. At the same time, 1/3 of its mass disappeared, and the mass that disappeared was all the material that was ejected by the Hope. Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to control a spacecraft to salvage the equipment left by the prehistoric civilization, and then use the robot body to study the equipment. While Xiang Qian was studying the equipment, tens of millions of people worked in 3 shifts 24 hours a day to mine eternal blue gold. After being purified, the mined eternal blue gold was used to install a protective layer on the space battleship. Although there are many miners now, and they never stop, the eternal blue gold mined every day is only enough to modify 3 spaceships. At the current speed, more than 3,000 spaceships can be modified in more than 3 years. Compared with the total number of human spaceships, these 3,000 spaceships are not enough. Faced with such a situation, humans had to occupy several other resource satellites. Xiang Qian didn't care about these things and let those people make their own decisions. Anyway, the idea of wrapping the spaceship with eternal blue gold is just to deceive people. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, all races in the galaxy received a paragraph of Zhongma, a message full of breath. Foolish ants, your work can no longer bring happiness to the Great Leland people, so the Great Leland people have decided to destroy you. As this message was sent, a huge hole suddenly appeared on the surface of the planet where the Leland people lived, and space battleships rushed into space one after another. Each space battleship is more than 5 kilometers long, silver-white in color, and the black muzzle looks particularly ferocious against the silver-white background. An hour later, 1,000 warships of the same style floated quietly in the near-Earth orbit of the planet, where the Leland tribe was located. After seeing this situation on the radar, everyone was scared. What is the concept of a 5-kilometer-long warship? No one knows without comparison. However, the length of the flagships of various races is only 2 kilometers, and the length of ordinary warships is only 600 to 800 meters. 5 kilometers means that the races cannot surpass technology at all. Although the flagships of the second-level civilization are equipped with prehistoric equipment left over from the third-level civilization, in terms of design, many technologies are second-level civilization technology. And this 5-kilometer-long warship is something that a second-level civilization simply cannot manufacture. Although the transport ships manufactured by various races can now reach a length of more than 3 kilometers, or nearly 4 kilometers, they are transport ships, not warships. This is just like many countries on Earth that can manufacture 200,000-ton cargo ships, but cannot manufacture 100,000-ton aircraft carriers. The technological gap is simply unimaginable. After receiving the notice, Xiang Qian saw the 1,000 third-level civilization mid-stage warships on the screen and showed a very strange smile. "What do you think of this newly emerged Leland tribe?" said Oba, the first president of the Earth Federation, at the meeting. "This is a very powerful race. From the length of their warships, we can see that their technological level is stronger than any race we know. The length of the transport spacecraft that we humans can currently build is only 3.8 kilometers long, and the length of the warships has not exceeded 1 kilometer. So my point of view is to negotiate with this race, and see what their purpose is. If it's for the eternal blue gold, I think we have to give up. What can we use to negotiate with the Leland tribe? It's easy for their warships to destroy us. We don't even have bargaining chips." Hearing this, Xiang Qian was too lazy to watch the Leland tribe acting here. He immediately said, "Who said it's easy for them to destroy us? I said they are vulnerable." After hearing Xiang Qian's words, everyone in the meeting room looked at him, waiting for him to continue. "The 1,000 warships of the Leland tribe are third-level civilization warships. We can't cause any damage to them with our current warships. But don't be pessimistic, we still have killer weapons that we haven't used yet. Although using killer weapons may not necessarily destroy the Leland tribe, it is enough for us humans to protect ourselves. And don't forget, we still have allies. In the crisis of genocide, all races will unite." Xiang Qian had an expression that said, "Don't worry," as if he didn't take the Leland tribe to heart at all. No matter how others asked, Xiang Qian just wouldn't say anything. In his words, the killer weapon would not work if it was said. In the middle of the meeting, 1,000 warships of the Leland tribe were dispatched. The entire fleet was divided into 7 parts, flying to the planets of the 7 races except the destroyed Nia tribe. After receiving this news, the humans on the spaceship were lucky because the Leland tribe did not send warships to fly towards them. However, the people left behind on the new Earth collapsed. Now the new Earth has no defense weapons except for the asteroid defense fortress in outer space, and basically can only wait for death. The Leland tribe sent a message asking us humans to submit and become a subsidiary race of the Leland tribe. Otherwise, after they have wiped out all other races, they will wipe out us humans. At this time, the door of the conference room opened, and a man ran in sweating profusely and said. Instantly, the entire conference room was quiet, and everyone looked at Xiang Qian, which meant that you didn't say that the Leland tribe was trash, so now you go and destroy them. Shinkong, send a message to the Leland tribe, saying that I want to talk to the leaders of the Leland tribe on behalf of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian sat on the chair and said calmly. Okay, boss. The main control system of the Hope is still Starry Sky. After all, his own things are more convenient to use. After a while, Safi's image appeared on the projection screen in the center of the conference hall. Lord Safi, didn't you want to change your body a long time ago? Why haven't you changed it yet? Xiang Qian said to Safi with a smile, as if he was greeting an old friend. Oh, the Prophet even knows this matter. It's really interesting. According to you humans, I stayed at home for too long and didn't seem to like moving around, so the matter of changing my body has not been resolved until now. Safi's jaw flashed with lightning, but soon calmed down and said lightly. That's a pity. Lord Safi's body really doesn't conform to any of our human views. It looks awkward. Xiang Qian shook his head with regret. Really? How can you be sure that I will change into a human body? Guess. Ha ha ha. So interesting, I guess. You actually let me guess. Ha ha. Since you make me so happy, you humans are qualified to become a subsidiary race of our Leland people. If you don't agree, the consequence is destruction. Destruction? I don't think so. Why don't we make a bet? Now the 7 fleets of the Leland people are flying towards the planets, where the 7 civilizations are located. I know it's impossible to save these races. Why don't we bet? Do you destroy these races, or do we destroy these races and destroy your 7 fleets at the same time? Bet? Okay, I bet. I want to see what you, the Prophet, can do to destroy our Leland fleet. After hanging up the communication, Xiang Qian said to everyone, Go about your own business and leave the rest to me. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he left the conference hall. At this time, his eyes were filled with a strong flame. Let the Leland fight. Tell Lugia not to consider the prehistoric civilization equipment in the hands of those races, but to directly launch a devastating attack on them. After shutting down the communication, Safi said to Jazillion. Okay, Lord Safi. But isn't this too cautious? How could human power harm us? Jazillion, have you forgotten how half of our Leland tribe died more than 100,000 years ago? Don't underestimate any opponent, especially the special evolvers. We already have a lot of prehistoric civilization equipment, and our civilization level has reached the limit of the 3rd level civilization. As long as we leave here, we can become a level 4 civilization in a few years. Those prehistoric civilization equipment are only level 3 civilization technology, which is not very useful to our Leland people. Even if we get all of them, it will only be icing on the cake, but compared to these prehistoric civilization equipment, the lives of our people are more precious. I understand, Lord Safi. 3 hours later, a fleet of the Leland people arrived in outer space on the planet where the Dingy people were. Open the shield, charge the main guns to 50% power, aim at those asteroid fortresses, and attack them. A biological brain in the center of the command hall of the fleet's flagship issued an order. I understand. But Captain, why doesn't Master Lugia allow us to parasitize? The countless biological brains in other warships sent out mental links and said, How should I know? If you have the ability, go find Master Lugia. But if any of you dare to parasitize privately, then Master Lugia will definitely replace you with a spherical body, and we will kick you like a ball every day. Oh. No, this is too scary. Although the Leland people were talking to each other, they did not lose control of the warships. Soon, the main guns of more than 100 warships lit up. Boom, a few seconds later, dozens of asteroid fortresses all turned into space junk. Even asteroids could not withstand the concentrated fire attack of the main guns of the 3rd level civilization warships, and they were torn into pieces the moment they were hit. At this time, the remaining warships of the Dinny people began to attack the Leland fleet under the leadership of the race flagship, but no matter in terms of range or accuracy, the two sides could not compare at all. Even if the main gun of the race flagship hit the battleship of the Leland tribe, it could not cause any damage to the battleship under the protection of the shield. When the Leland tribe's fleet faced the Dingy warship, it did not need to use the main gun at all. The secondary gun alone could blow up the Dingy warship without a shield. 10 minutes later, only one race flagship was left in the entire Dinghy warship, and all the remaining warships had become space junk. In the previous battle, the Leland tribe fleet did not attack the Dinghy race flagship at all, allowing it to use weapons to attack there. After clearing all the second-level warships, the Leland fleet began to target the Dinghy race flagship. The main guns of more than 100 warships began to charge, and 5 seconds later, a series of huge light beams instantly hit the Dinghy race flagship. A dazzling light burst out, and the Dinghy race flagship was blown up in this brilliant light. After the light disappeared, the Dinghy race flagship had disappeared, and only the wreckage of the warships scattered in space remained. The protective shield equipment of the prehistoric civilization could not defend against the main gun attacks of more than 100 third-level civilization warships at the same time. The energy reaction at that moment had already exceeded the defense limit of the protective shield. So after a stalemate of 0.001 seconds, the shield was instantly broken, and the energy of the main gun also hit the main body of the warship, and the final result was destruction. After destroying the last fleet of the Dinghy people, the Leland fleet began to attack the low-orbit defense circle, and then attack the planet itself. It seemed that they would not stop until the Dinghy people were destroyed. When this Leland fleet attacked the Dinghy people, several other Leland fleets were about to reach the planets, where other civilized races were located. Those who stayed on the new Earth began to ask for help from the Earth Federation fleet as early as the Leland fleet set out. Especially when they saw the Leland fleet destroying the Dinghy planet, the people who stayed on the new Earth collapsed. Especially after receiving the information that they could not be rescued, the whole base was in chaos. Originally, all these people who stayed behind were members of those small organizations, and these small organizations were evolved from the anti-government armed forces, terrorist organizations, underworld organizations, and other organizations on Earth in the past. So the quality of these people can be imagined. When they knew they were going to die, they went crazy. At this time, even if the Leland tribe did not attack, the base of New Earth would be ruined. Many people began to pick up weapons and kill people everywhere like crazy. After seeing the situation in the New Earth base, Xiang Qian shook his head helplessly. If these people were not too ambitious and often did things that hindered him, he would not leave them to die on New Earth. But now it seems that it is right to leave them here, otherwise these people will be trouble sooner or later. Starry Sky, let all the magma vines start to absorb the energy of the planet's core and transmit the energy to the plasma flowers at the same time. Xiang Qian looked at the screen, and 5 of the 7 Leland fleets had already arrived at the planets where the tribes were located, and the last 2 fleets that had not arrived were about to arrive. After calculating the time, he gave the order. At the core of the planet where the 7 civilized races were located, a huge vine was dormant in the endless magma. Suddenly, this huge vine with a diameter of more than 500 meters began to move. Countless holes appeared on its surface, and magma flowed into the interior of the vine through the holes. After a while, the top of the vine discharged a bunch of gray-black powder, which was all cooled magma. At this time, endless magma continued to flow into the interior of the vine, and then in less than a few minutes, it turned into a bunch of powder and was discharged. At this time, the magma vine began to grow rapidly, and countless new branches emerged. When these branches grew up, they also began to absorb magma. In this way, the magma vines became more and more numerous, and the vines became more and more numerous, and the speed of absorbing magma became faster and faster. 10 minutes later, a very special magma vine stretched out of the magma layer and drilled towards the surface. The surface of this vine seemed to be made of crystal, and it was full of endless energy. When this vine reached 10,000 meters above the ground, it touched the flower buds the size of a wash basin. When the roots of the flower buds touched this vine, they began to absorb the energy in the vine. 1 meter, 10 meters, 30 meters, the bud grew rapidly, and stopped only when it grew to 100 meters. At this time, a white-blue branch stretched out from the bud and rushed to the ground quickly. Xiang Qian looked at the distribution of magma vines and plasma flowers inside each planet, and then looked at the area where the Leland fleet was located, and quickly adjusted the activation position. Plasma flowers can only be used to achieve a surprise victory. If the Leland tribe knew about it in advance, it would only prevent them from attacking these planets, but not destroy their fleet. 20 minutes later, all the fleets of the Leland tribe had arrived outside the planets, where the various civilized races were located. 5 of the fleets had destroyed the best defenses of each race, and were attacking the planet itself. The new Earth was already in ruins at this time, and even many holes appeared in the atmosphere. Starry Sky, increase the absorption power of the magma vines, activate all plasma flowers, and the activated plasma flowers will immediately attack the Leland fleet. Xiang Qian immediately issued an order after seeing that the last two Leland fleets had already said that they would attack the planet itself. At this time, the plasma flower buds 200 meters below the ground quickly rushed out of the ground and turned into a huge flower bud. Around the huge flower bud, the air was flashing with lightning, and tiny lightning bolts surrounded the flower bud like a spider web. When the flower bud slowly bloomed, ball lightning began to form in the surrounding air. A ball of purple light suddenly shot out from the center of the flower into space. At this time, the plasma flower had fully bloomed, and the ball of purple light was the plasma flower's means of attack. In an instant, thousands of purple light balls flew into space from each planet. The purple light streaked through the air, and the surrounding electric light flashed, and instantly broke through the atmosphere and rushed towards the Leland fleet. The extremely dazzling light flashed in space, and thousands of purple light balls hit the protective shield of the Leland warships. The burst of light illuminated the entire universe. Xiang Qian closed his mouth and squinted his eyes, watching the light bursting in the space of the planets, where the 7 races were located. I don't know what Safi's mood is at this time. I'm really curious. Chapter 140. Lord Safi, the fleet led by Ligia was completely destroyed, and all the tribesmen had no mental reaction. Jeslian said heavily. Safi did not speak, but looked at the screen quietly. Just now, countless purple rays directly buried the Leland fleet in space. The Leland tribe's proud third-level civilization shield seemed so fragile, under the attack of countless purple rays. After only blocking 5 volleys of purple rays, the fleet did not even have time to escape before being submerged by the purple rays. You still underestimated humans and the Prophet. This is not a method of a second-level civilization. And the Prophet has been plotting against our Leland tribe from the beginning. When humans were robbing the eternal blue gold, he did not take action. When humans were besieged by 2 races, he still did not take action. Instead, he used the hands of our Leland tribe to unify humans, and then used his methods. Good, really good, he is worthy of being a prophet, really terrible. Not only is he cruel to others, but also to his own people. But if you think that we can destroy the Leland tribe in this way, you are totally wrong. Jeslian, connect me to the human, I want to have a good talk with him. Safi's jaw flashed with lightning, showing that he was very uneasy. Okay, Lord Safi. Jeslian didn't say much, and started to operate the equipment after speaking. Xiang Qian also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the Leland tribe's fleet was completely destroyed. If a few ships escaped, it would be really difficult to deal with. Not to mention that even if 20 warships escaped, they could sweep away the human race. He really had no means to counter the Leland fleet. Fortunately, the Leland tribe thought the same as he did, and they cleverly divided their troops to attack the planets of various races, giving him the opportunity to destroy all these warships. At this time, the people on the spaceship also received the news that the Leland fleet was destroyed, but they were not very happy because they didn't know whether the Leland tribe had more warships. And they also saw the tragic situation of several planets. After the magma vines absorbed the energy, the cores of several planets began to become unstable. From space, the surfaces of several planets were covered with countless red lines, all of which were formed by the rupture of continental plates and the eruption of magma. At this time, Xiang Qian did not stop the magma vines from absorbing the energy of the core, because he wanted to completely destroy all races. Only when only humans and the Leland tribe were left in the entire star system could he seize the technology tree of the Leland tribe. So he just watched as huge vines appeared on the surface of several planets, and the entire planet began to fall apart. As the rotation of these planets accelerated, the atmosphere of the planets with atmosphere began to move outward, and as the atmosphere became thinner and thinner, holes in the atmosphere appeared one by one. The gas in the planet began to leak out, and objects on the ground slowly floated up. As the rotation speed of the planet became faster and faster, the centrifugal force was equal to gravity, gradually surpassing gravity, and the continental plates of the entire planet gradually rose and slowly flew into space. While Xiang Qian was enjoying the scene of the planet's destruction, Shinkong notified the Leland tribe of a communication. Please answer it. Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair and turned his body to look at the big screen. You won this round, but the fate of you humans is still in the hands of our Leland tribe. If you don't want your race to be exterminated, then submit to our Leland tribe otherwise. Before Safi finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiang Qian. Is the Ray Scepter ready? Are all the scientific and technological data of the third-level civilization ready? Xiang Qian asked calmly. He wanted to irritate Safi at this time. You want the racial scepter? Do you really think you can defeat our Leland people? Safi's voice immediately turned cold, and his small eyes stared at Xiang Qian. That's right, now you Lilan people are meat on the chopping board. Of course, you can also choose to die with us humans. But before I die, I will blow up all the spacecraft and all the resource satellites. The base built by your Lilan people in the last era, the special properties of the eternal blue gold have long disappeared. If I blow up all the resource satellites, you Lilan people will not be able to build a survival base at all, and when the world-destroying storm comes in a few years, you will have no choice but to die. So now your best choice is to cooperate with us humans, and hand over all your Lilan people's technological data. I have never thought of making you Lilan people a subordinate race of us humans. As long as you hand over all your technological data, and open a channel to leave here, we can leave here together. Oh, don't say that you, the Lilan race, can open the passage. Without the control of other intelligent races, you will never be able to open the passage to leave here. The current ending is also based on the rules of the game. We humans defeated the other 7 civilized races, and at the same time defeated you, the Lilan race. So your scientific and technological information originally belonged to me. I didn't make you, the Lilan race, a subordinate race of our humans, which is already very good for you. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Safi was very uneasy. He didn't expect that the prophet knew all these. Could it be that the prophet really has the legendary omniscience and omnipotence? But even so, Safi was unwilling to accept it. In the last era, the Lilan tribe defeated all races and obtained a remaining civilization of the previous era. However, the Lilan tribe at that time did not choose to leave here, but stayed here as a remaining civilization, prepared to strengthen the potential of the race in this era. Wait until the new era begins, and then leave here. But Safi did not expect that in these hundreds of thousands of years, the racial potential of the Lilan tribe has not improved much. On the contrary, due to the restrictions of the rules, the technological level cannot be further improved after reaching the limit of the 3rd level civilization. And the fertility rate of the race has become constant, and the number of tribesmen who die can only be born. Faced with such a situation, Safi could only choose to let all the tribesmen sleep 100,000 years ago until the beginning of this era. But Safi's plan was broken by Xiang Qian just halfway through, which made Safi want to go crazy. Okay, I can give you the technological information, so when will you come to open the passage to leave here? After a while, Safi seemed to have made an appointment and said to Xiang Qian, Don't worry, wait 2 years, I still have some more eternal blue gold to mine. You know, there are not many of these special rare metals in the outside world. Xiang Qian said proudly. Okay, I wait for you on the planet. Give me a message before you come. Safi hung up the call after saying that. The proud expression on Xiang Qian's face disappeared instantly, and he frowned instead. He knew that what Safi said was a lie, and if he believed it, he would be a fool. But he would not open the channel now. First, the eternal blue gold has not been mined enough, and second, it is not the right time yet. Boss, the Lilan tribe sent 800,000 terabytes of data, which the starry sky cannot store. Immediately, send this data back to Earth, and let Earth immediately build a supercomputer center to serve as a database. Xiang Qian looked at the data with an ecstatic expression on his face, but this also made him more worried. Since Safi dared to give him this data, it means that he has made up his mind to destroy mankind. Shinkong, led Shang Lei and his men salvage the wreckage of the flagships of various tribes, and bring back the equipment left by prehistoric civilizations. Okay, boss. With this information, plus those prehistoric civilization equipment, we should be able to resist the last resort of the Lilan tribe. If it still doesn't work, we can only hope that the surviving humans on Earth can continue human civilization. Lord Safi, do we really have to? Jeslian, immediately seal all the gene seeds of the race on the Allen. Then I took out the antimatter bombs from the warehouse. They want to go back, so I will blow up their home star system. Do you really think that the technological information of our Lilan people is so easy to obtain? I want to see how you feel when you can't even protect your home star after all your efforts. Okay, Lord Safi. Chapter 141. So that's how it is. Why didn't those scientists think of this in their previous lives? Xiang Qian looked at the technological information sent by the Lilan people. He knew a lot of the technologies, but he really didn't know about the technologies at the peak of the 3rd level civilization. So after getting the technological information from the Lilan people, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to take out all the information about the late 3rd level civilization for him to study. The more he looked at the technical information left by the Lilan people, the more Xiang Qian admired them. The Lilan tribe really inherited all the information of the civilization of the previous era, and then conducted research based on it. Although Xiang Qian didn't know whether the Leland tribe's technological strength would be able to break through to the 4th level civilization immediately after leaving here. Many of the technologies in this information were things Xiang Qian had never heard of in his previous life. These data alone saved humans hundreds of years of research time. As long as humans can fully understand this technological information, even if they can't break through to the 4th level civilization, they will only be a short distance away from breaking through to the 4th level civilization. Boss, Oba asked when you will leave here. Wait 2 years, let's organize scientists to learn the scientific and technological information of the 3rd level civilization, and then use all forces to mine the eternal blue gold. Xiang Qian said without raising his head. He didn't bother to pay attention to the high-level officials of the Earth Federation who were parasitized by the Leland people. Before leaving, let them show off for a while anyway, they won't do anything out of line, and wait until before leaving, kill them all. For this point, Xiang Qian really admired the Leland people. Those Leland people were still talking and laughing in front of him, a butcher, and flattered him. In the following days, Xiang Qian asked all scientists to first thoroughly understand the scientific and technological information of the 2nd level civilization, and then learn the scientific and technological information of the 3rd level civilization. As for building a 3rd level civilization warship, Xiang Qian didn't even have this idea. What's the point of building a 3rd level civilization warship? To deal with the Leland people. Although the Leland people don't have a 3rd level civilization warship now, nor have they built a 3rd level civilization warship, the more this is the case, the more Xiang Qian will not relax his vigilance. People are like the Leland people dare to give you the 3rd level civilization information, so they are not afraid of you building a 3rd level civilization warship. Therefore, Xiang Qian never thought of wasting time to build a 3rd level civilization warship. At the current level, the 3rd level civilization warships produced are definitely fake. It's a waste of time and resources. He did it because he had nothing to do. 1 year later, humans have thoroughly understood the scientific theories of the 2nd level civilization. Some branch technologies have not been fully researched. These all require time to accumulate. It's already very good to be able to thoroughly study the scientific theories of the 2nd level civilization in 1 year. However, Xiang Qian did not allow humans to upgrade to the 3rd level civilization, but continued to learn the branch technology of the 2nd level civilization and the information of the early 3rd level civilization. Although Xiang Qian did not allow humans to break through the civilization level, the construction on the Earth did not stop. After obtaining the scientific and technological information of the Leland people, the technical difficulties of the artificial sun have been solved, and the only thing left is to break through the civilization level to the 3rd level and start manufacturing various equipment. However, Xiang Qian suppressed everyone and prevented them from breaking through the civilization level. Because once the Earth breaks through, they will also break through here, and he doesn't want the Leland tribe to be overly vigilant. You know, the gap between the 3rd level civilization and the 2nd level civilization is too big. If they break through the 3rd level civilization now, he is afraid that the Leland tribe will take action immediately. Xiang Qian knows better than anyone what kind of person Safi is. He is a madman, and a madman with a bad brain. His greatest pleasure is to give the enemy despair when the enemy sees hope. So Xiang Qian was not prepared to see hope at this time, and Safi would not let him despair at this time. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian could calculate Safi. Just for lying on the memory in his mind, he would have long been out of the historical track. There is nothing to give him a chance to test, so he could only rely on himself at this time. Xiang Qian didn't know what cards the Leland tribe had, but after he prepared everything, he didn't care about the Leland tribe's cards. In the blink of an eye, another year and a half passed, and at this time, there was less than a year left before the world-destroying storm broke out. Shinkong, notify Old Manly and ask him to start making level 3 civilization equipment. Xiang Qian put down the information in his hand and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." At this time, the industrial base on Earth has reached the peak of level 2 civilization. As long as level 3 civilization equipment is manufactured, the level of human civilization can break through level 3. Shinkong, notify Earth and ask them to start making components for the artificial sun. By the way, several prehistoric civilization equipment have been found. After the information of the breakthrough was sent from Earth, Xiang Qian said to Shinkong, "Boss, we found 21 pieces in total." Shinkong replied immediately, "Well, let Zhang Lei and the others come back. Notify all departments to stop mining eternal blue gold, load the eternal blue gold mined from the resource satellite onto the transport spacecraft, and then evacuate the resource satellite. Notify all spacecraft to move towards the center of the star system in 15 hours. Coordinates XXX.XX. After giving all the orders, contact the Lilon tribe. Xiang Qian stood up and said while looking at the huge planet surface outside the porthole. After more than 2 years, Xiang Qian has completed his preparations and has almost mined all the eternal blue gold. It's time to settle with the Lilon tribe and return to the universe. Are you ready to open the channel? Safi saw Xiang Qian and said directly, "Yes, it's time to return to the universe." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "Then I will bring the raised scepter and equipment to find you." Safi said lightly, without any emotional fluctuations. "No, I will bring people to find you. At the same time, the order of leaving the channel is that we humans go first, and your spacecraft can enter the channel only after all our spacecraft have left." Xiang Qian frowned slightly and said slowly, "Okay, no problem." Safi agreed very straightforwardly, without thinking about it. The communication was closed. Xiang Qian pressed his hand on his forehead. He really didn't know what Safi wanted to do. It's unscientific to agree to enter so readily. However, he thought for a long time, and after thinking about the loopholes in the plan, he found that unless the Lilon tribe could calculate, there was only one way to go in front of his plan. Under Xiang Qian's command, all the spacecraft started up again and flew towards the center of the star system. The center of a star system is, of course, where the star is. However, the coordinates Xiang Qian mentioned were not around the star, but not far from the planet closest to the star. In Xiang Qian's memory, this was where the exit channel was opened. Drive the spacecraft over first, and when the channel is opened, you can immediately arrange the spacecraft to pass through the channel. In this way, even if something happens, the whole army will not be wiped out, although the probability of that is very small. Starry Sky, notify the operator. Hope will immediately go to the home planet of the Lilon tribe. After more than an hour, Xiang Qian spoke. "Okay, boss." After giving the order, Xiang Qian immediately cut off the mental connection with the clone. Xiang Qian's body woke up in the biological warship, and his body felt a little rusty because of not moving for a long time. He exhaled, stood up and put on his clothes, and after moving around a few times, Xiang Qian walked to the warehouse. The genetic nuclear warship in the warehouse was quietly parked there. Xiang Qian walked to the bottom of the warship and put his hand on the hull. After 2 minutes, Xiang Qian awkwardly withdrew his hand. He forgot that he had not yet broken through to the 3rd level of the evolver, so when he was upgrading the genetic nuclear force weapon just now, there was no reaction at all. He casually made a black technology blueprint, and Xiang Qian's evolver level broke through the 3rd level in an instant. Feeling the surging genetic nuclear force in his body, Xiang Qian once again put his hand on the battleship. "Let's start. Genetic nuclear force weapon, upgrade." Xiang Qian materialized the blueprint that he had designed in his mind long ago, and at the same time, the genetic nuclear force in his body surged out. Instantly, the appearance of the entire genetic nuclear force weapon began to change. The front of the entire warship began to become a triangle, the middle part became a double body structure sandwich, the tail was a 4-wing body, and then in the middle sandwich part, 4 spherical suspension spheres appeared, slowly rotating around the middle part. After the genetic nuclear force weapon was upgraded, Xiang Qian finally had the confidence to face any situation. Chapter 142. Jeslian, is the errand ready? After shutting down the communication, Safi said to Jeslian. "It's ready, Lord Safi." Jeslian nodded. "Let's go, we enter the errand, and keep the clone outside," Safi said, and walked out of the room slowly. A dark black ship, like an elliptical spaceship that seemed to absorb all the light, like a black hole, quietly floated 2 meters above the ground. Safi took Jeslian aboard the spaceship, and came to the core of the spaceship. At the core, countless crystal-like blue-white light columns stood in this core room. Inside these light columns, there seemed to be countless light points swimming, and these light points were the genetic cores of all the members of the Lilon tribe. As long as these genetic cores were still there, all the people of the Lilon tribe could be resurrected even if they were destroyed. Safi came to the crystal ball in the center of the room. There were also many light points in this crystal ball, but the number of these light points was much less than that in those light columns. "You are all asleep, leaving me alone to lead the tribe. After this matter is resolved, I will also have a good sleep." Safi looked at the light spot in the crystal ball and said softly. After a while, he said to Jeslian, "Integrate the gene core here, and then use the split body to operate the Allen to fly away from here." "Okay, Lord Safi," Jeslian said. Safi put his palm on the crystal ball, and a light spot flew into the crystal ball from the palm of his hand. Similarly, Jazillion also placed his hand on the beam of light, and a small light spot also merged into the beam of light. A few minutes later, Safi retracted his palm and slowly walked out of the room, followed by Jazillion. After the two left the island, the spaceship slowly took off, and the hull became transparent at the moment of takeoff. Only the occasional flash of water ripples could show that there was an invisible spaceship in the sky. Let's go, Jazillion. Let's see what means the human prophet is going to use to destroy us. I'm really curious. Safi watched the island disappear and said to Jazillion beside him. More than 10 hours later, the Hope flagship arrived at the planet where the Lilon tribe was. At this time, Safi also brought Jazillion, holding the ray scepter, and sat in a small spaceship waiting for Xiang Qian and others. Boss, Safi requests to enter the Hope. Let Yang Guang pick them up and take them directly to the conference hall. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he left the command room and walked towards the conference hall. In the conference hall, all the senior officials of the Earth Federation were in place, and they were all excited to wait for the arrival of the Lilon tribe's controller. Some of these people were really excited. This was the first time that humans had beaten aliens into submission. They all came to surrender. This was much better than fighting other countries on Earth and forcing them to cede territory and pay compensation. It was a sense of racial pride. As for those who were parasitized by the Lilons, they were also happy with everyone. It was impossible to tell that they were parasitized by the Lilons. When Xiang Qian walked into the meeting room, everyone stood up to show their respect for Xiang Qian. After all, the victory of mankind was achieved by Xiang Qian alone. It was also because of Xiang Qian that mankind could have the current glory. Therefore, whether it is the top leaders of the Earth Federation or the ordinary people, they all respect Xiang Qian very much. As for the death of those who stayed on the new Earth, no one mentioned it at all. Although some people found fault, the death of those people was insignificant in the face of the survival of the entire human race. Anyway, they survived. So what does the death of those people have to do with them? After Xiang Qian sat down, everyone quieted down and waited quietly for Safi to arrive. Soon, Safi and Jazillion, wearing protective clothing and transparent helmets, followed Yang Guang into the conference hall. Welcome, Safi, the controller of the Lilon tribe. On behalf of all humans in the Earth Federation, I welcome you too. Oba stood up and said. Safi glanced at Oba and said nothing. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xiang Qian and said, the actual controller of human civilization, the prophet Xiang Qian, we finally meet. Xiang Qian smiled helplessly and said, yes, we finally meet. But I want to know what other tricks Lord Safi has, and how he plans to deal with us humans. This is what I want to know most. There must be a trick, but I don't know if I can see it with the ability of a prophet. Safi did not deny it, and said directly. He was sure that Xiang Qian's ability as a prophet was not as perfect as he imagined. Combining the prehistoric civilization data seized by the Lilon people, he came up with an answer. That is, the prophet's ability can only work in the same time and space. Then, in this galaxy, all his actions could not be concealed from Xiang Qian. Because in this closed small universe, the prophet's ability can be fully exerted. The small universe does not have so many uncertainties in the large universe, and will not be affected by other galaxies or other factors in the large universe. The prophet in this small universe is basically omniscient and omnipotent. However, when Safi arranged for the Alan to leave, he did not arrange for the Alan to attack humans. At the same time, in this small universe, he had no idea of dealing with humans. So no matter how Xiang Qian predicted, there would be no danger for humans in the future. When the Alan reached the human mother star system through the channel, even if Xiang Qian watched the future pictures, he could not stop the chain reaction caused by the antimatter bomb. At that time, humans could escape from the mother star system in a spaceship, but they could not leave with the mother star. Without the mother star, humans could not become an evolutionary civilization. At that time, no matter how powerful the potential of humans was, they could not escape the end of extinction. This is what Safi planned, and this is why he was sure Xiang Qian would not find out his trick. Xiang Qian frowned and thought for a while before saying, I didn't expect that Lord Safi still wanted to exterminate humans. I wanted to let you, the Lilon tribe, go, but now it seems that it is really unnecessary. Xiang Qian had no idea what Safi was thinking, but he didn't know, but he knew with his ass that he must be thinking about how to exterminate humans. So even if he didn't know, he could still scare Safi. What can you use to destroy our Lilon tribe? Just this battleship? Or those artillery batteries that can only destroy the planet? Although Safi said this, he was very uneasy in his heart. We will know these later. Let's open the passage to leave here first. Xiang Qian didn't want to discuss this issue anymore. The more he talked, the more mistakes he made. It would be better to let Safi be suspicious by himself and reveal some flaws in the end. I have brought the ray scepter. As long as you control the ray scepter, you can open the passage to leave this small universe. Safi raised the racial scepter and said very simply, I can't use the racial scepter because I'm using a clone instead of the real body. The clone can't open the racial scepter, so this matter can only be handed over to Mr. Obama. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he looked at Obama. No. I'm not qualified to take over this matter. I think I'd better wait for your real body to come. Obama said. Yes, that's right. This matter is entirely Chairman Xiang's credit. How can we replace him? Yes, Mr. Oba is right. After Oba finished speaking, many people nodded and agreed. Xiang Qian saw this situation, sneered, and said, Humph, wait for my real body to come and kill me directly. Don't say that this is my credit, you can't use the ray scepter at all. Only pure humans can use the ray scepter, and you, the parasites of the Lilan tribe, certainly can't use the ray scepter. At this time, all the people who were watching the live broadcast on the human spaceship were dumbfounded. The top leaders of the Earth Federation have all been parasitized by the Lilans. Sure enough, I knew that I couldn't hide this from you. When did you find out? Safi admitted it directly, and the top leaders who were parasitized by the Lilans were silent. I found out a long time ago. When you Lilans began to parasitize the major races 5 years ago, I found out. I also want to thank you here. If you Lilans hadn't parasitized all the top leaders of human countries and organizations, human beings wouldn't have been able to unify so easily. Then do you know how many people are parasitized by our Lilan tribe? I don't know, and I don't need to know. Because no matter how many humans are parasitized by your Lilan tribe, I will eliminate them all. Okay, one person who is not parasitized by the Lilan tribe, stand up, take over the ray scepter, and open the passage. Clatter. More than 100 people stood up in the entire conference hall. Most of these people are the top 2 figures of various medium-sized countries and organizations, and no one from the top of large organizations and big countries stood up, which also means that they are all parasitized by the Lilan tribe. Mr. Xiang, let's get ready. A person who was not parasitized stood up and asked, Go get the ray scepter, and then open the passage to leave here. When you get this scepter, you will have an idea of how to open the passage in your mind. Just do it. Xiang Qian said to the man. The man walked in front of Safi and took out the ray scepter. The moment he took out the ray scepter, he closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Xiang Qian, It's open. At this time, Xiang Qian also received a notification from Shinkong that the passage in his memory was opened. Lord Safi, I am very curious. Why did you agree to open the passage? Do you still have any hope of turning the tables? Xiang Qian looked at Safi and said, If you don't try, who knows? Now I want to know more about what you will do with us. Safi looked at Xiang Qian with interest. With so many high-level people on Earth being parasitized by the Lilan people, humans will definitely be in chaos. Now if Xiang Qian kills everyone, what will happen to the other middle-level people of humans, and what will happen to their relatives? It's easy, just kill them all. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, an invisible wave swept across the conference hall, and everyone lost consciousness in an instant and fell to the ground. Chapter 143. Xiang Qian had prepared for this day more than 2 years ago. The prehistoric civilization equipment of the Dini people obtained from the number 8 satellite was used to deal with the Lilan people. Shinkong, what's the situation on the Hope? Are all the Lilan people wiped out? Xiang Qian's main body woke up in the biological warship and immediately said to Shinkong, Boss, there is no life reaction on the Hope warship. Shinkong replied immediately. After listening to Shinkong, Xiang Qian smiled. The prehistoric civilization equipment of the Dini people is really useful, and it can be turned on all the time. No matter who enters the 10,000-meter range around the Hope, they will be killed by invisible waves. The ray scepter of the Lilan people is still on the Hope. Without the ray scepter, the Lilan people are basically useless. If the Lilan people want to get the ray scepter back, they must crack the prehistoric civilization equipment of the Dini people. But if the Lilan people want to crack this equipment, they must enter the Hope. But now the protective shield on the Hope is functioning normally, and the Lilans can't get in. This has formed a deadlock. No matter what, the Lilans can't get their racial scepter back. Starry Sky, how far is the fleet from the channel now? The fleet is 4.2 million kilometers away from the channel now. Well, immediately lock the control of all warships, and notify Zhang Lei and his men to take the gunboats and enter the channel first, and then intercept all the spacecraft leaving this small universe in space, and don't let any spacecraft enter the Earth. Notify Earth to send out a Level 3 civilization biological warship to assist Zhang Lei in defending the exit of the channel. Any spaceship that wants to leave the fleet should be eliminated as soon as possible. Notify Lung Ning to use the clones and take people to check all the spaceships, extract the NDA of everyone, and directly eliminate the Lilan people if they are found. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said immediately, "Okay, boss." After Xiang Qian got up, he immediately went to the command room and appeased the personnel in all the spaceships through the broadcast of the starry sky to prevent riots. After doing all this, Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to think. The leaders of all small organizations on Earth have died on the new Earth, and the top leaders of all countries and large organizations have died on the Hope. It can be said that those who have influence on Earth are dead. Next, he only needs to deal with the personnel of those large consortium families in the name of being parasitized by the Lilan clan. Without these ambitious and influential people, the whole Earth will be much easier to deal with. Anyway, he holds the military power in his hands. Anyone who wants to jump must first ask the troops in his hands. Shinkong, use the God's Eye radar and several other prehistoric civilization radars to scan and find the last resort of the Lilan tribe for me. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Zhang Lei found 28 prehistoric civilization equipment in the past 2 years, and the remaining dozens of equipment all disappeared in the universe. 4 of these 28 equipment are similar to the God's Eye radar. After 2 years of cracking, they can be used. The 5 circular scanning areas on the screen cover the entire route from the planet where the Lilan tribe is located to the channel location. As long as the Lilan tribe has a spaceship that wants to leave the small universe, it will be discovered by the 5 radars. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the Lilan tribe spaceship was found in the second area. The length of this spaceship was 8 kilometers. As soon as Xiang Qian saw it, he knew that it was the flagship of the Lilan tribe, the peak of the third-level civilization. All biological warships set off to intercept this spaceship. Xiang Qian immediately issued an order. As more than a dozen biological warships took off, Safi also discovered Xiang Qian's hidden backup. Lord Safi, we have been discovered, Jazillian said when he saw more than a dozen biological warships on the radar. It doesn't matter, just go straight ahead. No one can stop the Allen, Safi said coldly. Okay, Lord Safi. Jazillian controlled the battleship, without adjusting the direction, and rushed directly to the passage. Xiang Qian saw that the other party did not change the direction, and knew that they had absolute confidence in this battleship. A dozen biological battleships were not a threat to this battleship at all. The peak battleship of the third-level civilization was not comparable to the biological battleship. But in this world, there is another weapon called genetic nuclear force weapon. Boss Safi has sent a call. Do you want to connect? Shinkong suddenly said at this time. Connect? Xiang Qian was stunned and said immediately. Safi's image appeared on the screen, looking at Xiang Qian and smiling. Prophet, I wonder if you can intercept my Yalin. What do you think? Xiang Qian also smiled and said. I guess not. The Yalin is a top-level battleship of the third-level civilization, which has the most advanced equipment and the most suitable equipment for our Lilan people. Although you know the existence of the Yalin, you can't intercept it at all. Sorry, you guessed wrong. Although the cards that your Lilan tribe played later were beyond my imagination, it was still useless. Really? How about we make a bet? Safi looked at the confident Xiang Qian and said very confidently. Okay, what's the bet? If you win, I will give you the information that our Lilan tribe has speculated on the outbreak of the cosmic catastrophe for more than 100,000 years, and how to break through the 4th-level civilization barrier. But if you lose, then your human home planet will disappear, Safi said coldly. Okay, I bet. Xiang Qian nodded and said. After hanging up the communication, Xiang Qian stood up and slowly walked out of the command room. Starry Sky rushed to the Allen at the fastest speed. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he had already walked out of the command room. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian knew that the biological warship could not stop the opponent. Only the genetic nuclear force weapon controlled by himself could destroy the racial flagship of the Lilan tribe. At the same time, this was also the final decisive battle. If he did not stop the Allen, then the Earth would be in danger. So in this battle, he could only succeed and not fail. Jazillian, unseal the antimatter bomb. After turning off the communication, Safi said to Jazillian, Lord Safi, unseal it now? Yes, if he can really stop the Allen, then leave him and our Lilan tribe to be buried together. Okay, Lord Safi. Jazillian wanted to say something, But looking at Safi, he didn't say it in the end. Time passed slowly. The human spaceship had begun to enter the channel, and the distance between Xiang Qian and Safi was also rapidly closing. Starry Sky, let all spacecraft accelerate into the channel. Xiang Qian entered the Starry Sky battleship, and sensed the information from Starry Sky. In an hour, he would face the Allen in a duel, but at this time, he suddenly had a bad feeling, so he gave this order to Starry Sky. Okay, boss. An hour later, more than a dozen biological battleships controlled by Starry Sky were directly blown up by Allen. At this time, Xiang Qian merged into the Starry Sky and left the biological battleship, and the decisive battle officially began. Chapter 144. Xiang Qian had just left the Xingqian when the biological warship he was on was blown up. After all, the Yalin was the strongest warship built by the entire Lilan tribe. Although the biological warship was also a third-level civilization warship, it was still far behind the Yalin. Seeing this, Xiang Qian immediately asked Xingkong to control the biological warship to leave the battlefield. In this level of battle, more than a dozen biological warships were completely useless. Speed 3,231 km per s, distance 2.87 million kilometers, attack intensity 5.5, number of asteroids around 194. Countless data and information were churning in Xiang Qian's mind. A beam of light shot out from the Yalin. Xiang Qian spotted the attack within 0.001 seconds, calculated an evasion plan within 0.02 seconds, and then used 0.02 seconds to control the Xingqian to evade. When the Yalin's attack reached the Xingqian's position, the Xingqian had already avoided the attack trajectory. Unless the Yalin's main gun could turn, it would not even touch the Xingqian's hair. Xiang Qian did not launch an attack at this time. At this distance, the probability of hitting the Yalin was too low. He is now driving a genetic nuclear force weapon. Every attack and dodge consumes not the energy of the warship, but the genetic nuclear force in his body. So Xiang Qian is now trying to reduce the frequency and range of operations as much as possible. Even when he dodged the attack of the Yalin just now, he just did it right. He did not dodge tens of thousands of meters away, and kept moving within a small range. Although after becoming a third-level evolver, the total amount of genetic nuclear force in Xiang Qian's body has increased by more than 10 times, and the control of genetic nuclear force weapons will not be as short as when he was a second-level evolver. Only a few dozen minutes can be controlled. But once the strongest combat state of the star was activated, he could only control the star for a short 50 minutes, not even an hour. In the next 5 minutes, the two sides approached each other at a speed of more than 6,000 kilometers per second. In just 5 minutes, the distance between the two sides was shortened by more than 1.8 million kilometers. But in these 5 minutes, Xiang Qian did not make a single attack and was always dodging. After using the main gun of the Yalin to attack Xiang Qian several times, Safi stopped and began to attack with dozens of secondary guns. But these dozens of secondary guns, in these 5 minutes, did not touch the star at all. These 5 minutes were completely Xiang Qian's extreme dodge, rolling and dodging in various ways in the laser rain. The most dangerous time was when the star shuttled through the gaps between 3 lasers. However, as the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, Xiang Qian's dodge became more difficult. It's time. The genetic nuclear force in Xiang Qian's body quickly dissipated, and a crystal-like muzzle in front of the star suddenly lit up. The next second, a spiral deep purple light beam shot towards the Allen. This was Xiang Qian's first counterattack, and also the first attack of the Xingqian after it was built. At this time, the distance between the two sides was only 680,000 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, it takes 2 seconds to fly 680,000 kilometers at the speed of light. With the ability of the third-level civilization top battleship Allen, after discovering the attack of the Xingqian, there is 1.5 seconds of evasion time. However, the attack of the Xingqian hit the protective shield of the Allen in only 1.2 seconds. At this time, the Allen was still doing evasive action, but was directly hit. Lord Safi, the opponent's attack has exceeded the speed of light. Jeslian's voice was full of shock. Safi did not speak, but just quietly watched the star on the screen approaching them at a high speed. What is the concept of attacking beyond the speed of light? That is something that even the extreme technology of the third-level civilization cannot do. Only the technology of the fourth-level civilization can break through the speed of light. The peak of the third-level civilization and the fourth-level civilization are only one level apart, but the technological gap between them is greater than the gap between the first-level civilization and the third-level civilization. The peak of the first-level civilization can fight against the early stage of the second-level civilization, and the peak of the second-level civilization can compete with the early stage of the third-level civilization for a while. But when the peak of the third-level civilization meets the early stage of the fourth-level civilization, there is only one result, that is, it will be crushed instantly. This is why Safi was silent instantly after listening to Jazillion's words. He never thought that Xiang Qian's trump card was actually a fourth-level civilization warship. Even if he is facing dozens, or even hundreds of third-level civilization warships, Safi has the confidence to fight. The Alan, built with the most advanced technology of the Lilon people, is absolutely invincible in the third-level civilization. But the warship in front of him, which is not even one-tenth the size of the Alan, is actually a fourth-level warship, which makes Safi completely desperate. It's not that he doesn't want to fight, but he can't fight. The gap between the two sides is too big. Humans are indeed a legendary race. They can ignore the restrictions of the rules of the game and directly let the prehistoric civilization leave behind a fourth-level civilization warship. How unfair it is that the prehistoric legacy equipment of all civilizations in the entire universe can only be the technology of the third-level civilization. Even if the manufacturing process exceeds the level of the third-level civilization technology, it will be subject to various restrictions, and there are not many that can be left. But humans can directly possess the Prophet and the fourth-level civilization warship. How can other races survive? Defend with all your strength and send him a communication link, Safi said disappointedly. Xiang Qian was calculating the distance. As long as he advanced another 100,000 kilometers, he would activate the strongest combat state of the star. But at this time, the opponent's firepower suddenly stopped, and a communication request was sent. What does this mean? What, Lord Safi is ready to surrender? Xiang Qian said jokingly. Yes, I have made this preparation. But it depends on whether you have the strength. As long as you can break the shield of the Alan with one blow, I will admit that I have lost. And I can lead the Lilon people to submit to you humans, and become your human race's subordinate race, Safi said lightly. Xiang Qian was confused. What does this mean? Are you kidding me? Just now, he was fighting to the death, and clamoring to destroy our human mother galaxy. Now he suddenly changed his mind, and said he wanted to surrender. Is there something wrong with his brain? Safi, make sure your mind is still clear, and you don't have any functional disorders or other diseases. I am more clear-headed than ever. As long as you can break the shield of the Alan with one blow, I will lead the Lilon tribe to surrender. With the strength of the Lilon tribe, we can help you humans become a level 4 civilization in a short time. At the same time, I can also help you control the human regime. As long as you feel that someone has two minds, with the means of our Lilon tribe, we can help you eliminate the unstable factors without anyone noticing, Safi said affirmatively. All of what Safi said was true. According to the current situation, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. And the potential of human beings is so strong, it's basically cheating. Following such a race, it's not wrong for the Lilon people. But Xiang Qian was completely confused by Safi's words. He didn't know that the attack of the star just now gave Safi too much reverie, and coupled with his memories of his previous life, Safi directly equated him with the Prophet. In front of such a cheating human, the Lilon tribe, not to mention the 100,000-year foundation, even if they added another 100,000 years, it would be useless. So as long as the Xingqian can break the defense of the Alan with one blow, the Lilon tribe will surrender directly. Okay, take my attack first. If you Lilon tribe can't even take my full-strength attack, then there is no need to surrender. Xiang Qian's brain turned quickly. Although he didn't turn his head, Safi was stimulated by something. But with such a good opportunity, the Alan was there as a target. If he didn't take the opportunity to break the Alan's protective shield, he would be crazy. As for accepting the submission of the Lilon tribe, let's figure out why Safi did this later. After Xiang Qian hung up the communication, the protective shield of the Yalan instantly shone, and the brightness alone was almost as bright as the light of a star. However, at this time, the Xingqian also began to change. The front part of the originally triangular hull suddenly split from the middle, revealing a huge round crystal sphere like a car light, and the front part of the triangular hull was stretched into a long triangle. The hull of the double body structure in the middle also began to change. The double layer structure instantly merged into one, and the 5 crystal spheres rotating around the middle also began to fly away from the middle, and fly towards the outside of the Xingqian. Finally, the 5 crystal spheres in the middle of the star rapidly rotated around the star, and gradually became brighter. The crystal sphere in front of the star also began to glow. A super large domain field formed in front of the star. Countless light points gathered in front of the star in the form of pure energy, and a larger and larger energy ball slowly emerged. Xiang Qian's face turned pale, as he channeled the genetic nuclear force in his body. He didn't expect that once the super main gun of the star was activated in its strongest combat state, the genetic nuclear force to be absorbed would be so huge. As Xiang Qian was spinning, he felt that the genetic nuclear force in his body was rapidly flowing away like a surging river. In less than 10 seconds, 1/10 of the total genetic nuclear force in Xiang Qian's body had disappeared. He was really afraid that if this continued, he would be sucked alive by the star. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the star to absorb enough genetic nuclear force and stop extracting. At this time, Xiang Qian's genetic nuclear force was still 2/3 left, which meant that with the total amount of genetic nuclear force in Xiang Qian's body, he could only launch 3 such attacks, and then he would have no strength at all and could only be slaughtered. At this time, the huge aperture in front of the star had exceeded the width of the star, and the light ball in the aperture was as large as the entire front of the star, which looked like the star was flying with a large ball on its head. Buzz, the space in front of the star began to distort, and the entire light ball also began to deform, from a spherical shape to an elliptical shape, and there were circles of golden spirals on the surface of the light ball. The next second, a beam of light that exceeded the speed of light crossed the universe, left a long trail, and directly hit the Allen, leaving it no time to react. Chapter 145. A huge light flashed in the starry sky, and in an instant it overshadowed the light of the stars, illuminating the surrounding starry sky like daylight. It took a few seconds for the huge light to disappear. At this time, when I saw the Yalan again, a huge scar appeared on the dark hull that penetrated the entire warship. On the dark hull, countless electric sparks appeared around the scar, which looked extremely dazzling. Xiang Qian was also shocked after seeing the tragic situation of the Yalan. The entire Yalan was basically half scrapped. There was a huge circular trench running through the entire hull on its upper right side. The front part of the hull, which was the most damaged, had a large hole that basically occupied 2/3 of the entire hull. A large number of internal facilities and wreckage of the Yalan were flying out. With one shot, the Yalan, a top battleship of the third-level civilization, was almost scrapped. There were only 2 words in Xiang Qian's mind: brutal to brutal. With such a blow, as long as it was hit, as long as it was not a 4th-level civilization technology creation, no matter what it was, it would definitely explode in one blow. It's worth it. It's worth it. That 1/3 of the genetic nuclear power in exchange for such a result, it's really worth it. Although the Xingqian was very brutal when extracting the genetic nuclear power, it was nothing compared to such an attack power. Xiang Qian was relieved now, and the Lilan tribe was dealt with. Now, let alone the Xingqian, even a 2nd-level civilization gunboat can deal a devastating blow to the Yalan. When Xiang Qian was thinking about whether to destroy the Yalan directly, Safi sent another communication. You win. We, the Lilan tribe, are willing to become a subordinate race of humans. Now you just need to give me the race scepter of our Lilan tribe, and I will conclude a subordinate race contract and become a subordinate race of you humans. Safi sat on the chair and said to Xiang Qian. At this time, Safi's situation was not very good. When the star launched the attack, the huge preparations made him feel bad, so he took the opportunity to order the change of the position of the Allen. As a result, just after he finished speaking, the entire Allen was hit. If it weren't for his subconscious reminder, the Yalan would have become space garbage at this time. Even so, the Yalan also suffered irreversible damage. This attack completely dispelled Safi's doubts, and he no longer doubted whether the Xingqian was a 4th-level civilization warship. Such a brutal attack power could blow up the protective shield of a 3rd-level civilization peak warship in one blow, and then, there was energy to penetrate the warship. If it wasn't the technology of the 4th-level civilization, Safi would never believe it. So now Safi has no other ideas. He no longer resists becoming a subordinate race of humans. This attack also destroyed the pride of the Lilan people. The Allen, which they are proud of, could not withstand the attack of the other party. Such a blow is indeed a bit big. But at this time, Xiang Qian has a lot of thoughts. The Lilan race scepter is still on the Hope, and there are prehistoric civilization equipment of the Dini people on the Hope. It is impossible to send people up to dismantle the equipment. It can only be operated by robots. But unfortunately, Xiang Qian destroyed all the robots in the Hope in order to prevent the Lilans from invading the main control computer of the Hope. So now if he wants to get the Lilan's racial scepter, he can only control the Hope to return and send a spaceship into the Hope to let the robot shut down the device. This will take at least several hours to go back and forth, and the passage to leave here can only last for 5 hours. So after a little calculation, Xiang Qian knew that there was not enough time. Without the racial scepter, it is impossible to subdue the Lilan tribe. If Safi leaves this small universe, it will be a disaster for mankind. So weighing the pros and cons, Xiang Qian can only kill the Lilan tribe. In this regard, Xiang Qian can only say that this is God's will. If he knew that the Lilan tribe would surrender, he would never make such an arrangement. But in its eyes, the proud, arrogant, and perverted Safi actually bowed to others one day. Well, I will arrange someone to take your racial scepter. By the way, can you tell me why you agreed to surrender again? I remember that at the beginning, you wanted to fight me to death. Why did you change your mind after a while? Xiang Qian asked, while letting Shinkong control the hope to move here. He was really surprised about this. That's because at the beginning, I had absolute confidence in the Alan. The Alan is the product of the pinnacle of our Lilan tribe's technology. I have the confidence to drive the Alan out of here and destroy your mother galaxy. But you humans are so abnormal. You are a special evolver at this time, and you have a 4th level civilization warship left over from prehistoric civilization. So, I feel that following you humans is also a good choice, and I feel like I am submitting to you. Safi immediately expressed his thoughts. Xiang Qian was sweating profusely after hearing this. This is too coincidental. He really wanted to tell Safi that sometimes knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. For him and the star, it can only be said to be the biggest coincidence in the universe. After all, the probability of rebirth seems to be very low. So after listening to what Safi said, combined with what Xiang Qian knew, he could only say, Safi, you think too much. Isn't it true? If Safi hadn't thought too much and determined that Xiang Qian was a prophet from the beginning, and followed his ideas from the beginning, the situation might not have turned out like this. Of course, if he hadn't been arrogant at the beginning, it is estimated that humans would have been destroyed by him. It can be said that all kinds of coincidences added together led to the final result. Among them, there are the situations that Xiang Qian set up according to his memory, and there are also coincidences that are wrong. In the following time, Xiang Qian asked Safi many questions, most of which he didn't know. Safi answered many questions, but there were more questions that Safi didn't know. However, the 100,000-year heritage of the Lilan tribe also greatly increased Xiang Qian's knowledge. Many things that he had been puzzled about before were solved by Safi. As time passed, Safi finally felt that something was wrong. He also knew the existence time of the channel. Why hasn't the hope arrived yet? If it is delayed, we can't leave this small universe. Safi said anxiously. Hope will not come, thank you for your answer. But I can't accept the Lilan tribe as a subsidiary race of humans, because humans are a very exclusive race, especially to races like you who have caused harm to humans. So, sorry, we can only say goodbye here. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the muzzle of the star lit up again. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Safi saw Xiang Qian hang up the communication and attack the central part. He was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that humans would not accept the submission of their Lilan tribe. This was simply unimaginable. But now Xiang Qian's actions have indeed proved this point. At this time, Safi realized that what he had done all along was based on his own ideas. He had never considered other people's ideas, and had never thought about others' perspectives. But now it was too late. The star shot out a beam of death light. Safi saw the attack of the star, smiled miserably, and pressed a button on the command platform with his hand. Chapter 146. Xiang Qian watched the Alan explode into a ball of sparks, and the scattered debris splashed in the universe. His heart was filled with endless emotion. The Lilan clan, a 3rd-level peak civilization, just disappeared in the vast sea of stars. Although all this was caused by Xiang Qian himself, Xiang Qian did not feel happy or excited. In the entire universe, countless races die every day, and the Lilan clan is just one of them. One decision, one failure, may cause a race to disappear in the universe. The Lilan tribe is a typical example. With the strength of the Lilan tribe, if the decision is correct, it is easy to destroy humans. No matter how hard Xiang Qian tries, it will be useless. But now it is the Lilan tribe that failed, not humans. This is the importance of decision-making. At the moment when the Alan exploded, Xiang Qian thought a lot in his mind. As for the development of mankind, it seems to have surpassed the previous life, and the foundation is also very solid. As long as the scientific and technological information of the Lilan tribe is digested, human civilization will reach the peak of level 3. As long as humans are given time, there will be absolutely no problem in breaking through the 4th level civilization. But what is the 4th level civilization in the universe? Xiang Qian knows better than anyone else. Even if humans become a 4th level civilization, they still cannot control their own destiny. Perhaps only the illusory 9th level civilization can control the destiny of their own civilization. At this time, the sensor of the star suddenly sent a message that something like a bomb was flying towards a giant planet in the distance. Xiang Qian used the star to scan, but he could not analyze whether this thing was a scan. If this thing is the wreckage of the Allen, there is no trace of explosion or fracture on its surface. If this is a bomb, it did not explode in the explosion of the Allen. In such a huge energy explosion just now, Xiang Qian did not believe that there would be a bomb that would not be detonated. But after more than 10 seconds, Xiang Qian suddenly discovered that the shell of this thing was made of eternal blue gold. A beam of light was launched from the star and hit the object directly. However, under the special repulsive energy reaction of the eternal blue gold, it had no effect at all, and it was only knocked off its track and flew into the depths of the galaxy. For such a situation, Xiang Qian had no good solution. To deal with the eternal blue gold, only pure physical attack can be used. Only by using superkinetic energy to break the shell of the eternal blue gold can it be destroyed. However, the attack methods of the star were all energy attack methods, so it could only watch it fly away, and there was no way to deal with it. After attacking it several times, Xiang Qian gave up. It didn't matter what it was, even if it was the spark of civilization left by the Lilan people. Anyway, as long as humans left here, the Lilan people would be resurrected, and would not be able to do any harm to humans. Xiang Qian controlled the Xingqian to fly towards the biological warship, and then let Xingkong control the biological warship to fly to the passage. Have all the spaceships been intercepted? Did anything happen? Xiang Qian returned to the command room of the biological warship and connected to Zhang Lei's communication. It has been intercepted. Nothing has happened so far. All the people understand the inspection of the parasitic personnel of the Lilan tribe. Some emotional personnel have been controlled. The current situation is under our control. Zhang Lei reported to Xiang Qian. Well, that's good. As long as there is a spacecraft out of control, don't hesitate to blow it up directly. Don't let the Lilan tribe hide among humans. That would be a huge disaster. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, I got it. Zhang Lei nodded. After Xiang Qian hung up Zhang Lei's call, he immediately contacted the Earth headquarters and asked his father to send a spaceship to conduct a second quarantine on the personnel who had completed the inspection. According to Xiang Qian's plan, a person who wants to leave the spaceship and reach the Earth must undergo 3 inspections. The first inspection is on the spaceship, and after confirming that there is no parasite, enter the second quarantine. After checking again that there is no parasite, enter the living area of the space defense circle and live for up to 3 months. Because the parasites of the Lilan tribe will definitely break out within 3 months and cannot be hidden. So after these 3 checks, it can be ensured that humans completely eliminate the Lilan tribe. A few hours later, the biological warships have approached the channel. At this time, there are still about 8,000 spacecraft that have not entered the channel, and the other spacecraft have left here. It will take about 2 more hours for humans to completely leave here. Boss, super high energy reaction is found. At this time, the starry sky suddenly issued the highest level of alarm. On the screen of the biological warship, a planet was rapidly disappearing, and all the matter in the destroyed planet began to burst out with super strong energy. However, this energy did not explode, but collapsed inward. After Xiang Qian saw the scene again, his first reaction was that antimatter energy exploded. Because only when antimatter and basic particles react can such super huge energy occur, and this energy will not spread outward like the current nuclear reaction, but collapse into the core. Xingkong, calculate the distance between the energy explosion site and the channel immediately. Xiang Qian stood up and said, the energy explosion site is 327 million kilometers away from the channel. Xingkong replied immediately, it's over, there is not enough time. Xiang Qian's brain turned quickly, looking for a solution to the problem. Although this kind of antimatter explosion will not explode with energy shock, when the antimatter and the basic particles react, various particles will leave the nucleus due to the super high energy explosion. After these particles have undergone super strong energy compression and complex combination, they will become various elements, including elements in the periodic table and various unknown elements. Many of these elements are radioactive elements, which will have a devastating impact on humans. No human can survive such a large-scale radioactive element explosion. Unless all human spaceships are made of eternal blue gold, which can resist any radioactive elements. Starry Sky, check which spaceships have evolved among the spaceships that have not left here. Xiang Qian asked quickly. At this time, he could only sacrifice his pawns to save his chariot. Boss, there are evolvers in 127 spaceships. Immediately control all spaceships and let these 127 spaceships enter the channel immediately, and then let the remaining spaceships enter the channel as quickly as possible. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he was also very depressed. At this time, he had figured out what the last object that could not be destroyed by energy weapons was. It was simply an antimatter bomb. It is estimated that the Leland tribe wants to release antimatter bombs after passing through the channel to the bottom of the solar system, so that the radiation storm that explodes when the planet is destroyed, which is comparable to the explosion of 1% of a supernova, will sweep across the solar system and turn the entire Earth into a dead star. Fortunately, the Yalan was destroyed by him, and the antimatter bomb was not detonated in the solar system, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he immediately ran to the starry sky. Because only the starry sky can save him now, and with the speed of the biological battleship, it can't enter the channel at all. So he had to drive the star to leave here. 16 minutes and 48 seconds would determine the life and death of all humans left in this galaxy. After 16 minutes, the ray storm would sweep across here, and any spaceships and humans left here would die. However, no one knew this news. The star controlled all the spaceships and transferred those with evolvers at the fastest speed. Xiang Qian entered the star, left the biological battleship directly, and flew quickly to the passage. The huge ray that destroyed all life in the back was approaching the channel at the speed of light. Shinkong, transfer the spacecraft as quickly as possible, and mistakes are allowed. Xiang Qian sent a message to Shinkong. Okay, boss. In an instant, the way 2 spacecrafts left the channel at the entrance of the channel turned into 5 spacecrafts entering the channel together. This would easily cause the spacecraft to collide at the moment of leaving the channel, but at this time, it was too late to care about so much. Only by doing this could more people be saved within these 16 minutes. 1 minute later, 300 spaceships left the small universe. This speed was more than double the previous speed, but in Xiang Qian's opinion, this speed was still not fast enough. If it weren't for the fact that there would be a 100% chance of an accident if 6 spaceships entered the channel at the same time, he would have ordered Shinkong to control 6 spaceships to enter the channel at the same time. 10 minutes later, Xiang Qian reached the entrance of the channel, but he did not enter the channel. Instead, he stopped there and let the spaceships enter the channel first. If he entered the channel at this time, 5 spaceships would make way for him. There are 45,000 people on 5 spaceships. The life and death of 45,000 people in 1 second. No matter how cold-blooded Xiang Qian is, he will not waste the time of human escape. Compared with his star, which can resist any radiation, he can wait until the radiation bursts before entering the channel. Starry Sky, start the synchronous broadcast. Broadcast the scene in this small universe to all spaceships leaving the channel, and tell everyone that the antimatter bomb was left by the Leland tribe, and the consequences of the explosion of the antimatter bomb. Xiang Qian controlled the star to stop at the entrance of the passage, looked at the long queue of ships waiting to enter the passage, and issued an order to the starry sky. Okay, boss. 10 minutes later, all humans were standing quietly in front of the screen, watching the ships queuing to enter the passage. At the same time, the starry sky also gave a close-up of the starry sky, marking it as Xiang Qian's vehicle. 16 minutes and 48 seconds later, an invisible storm of destruction swept through all the ships that had not yet entered the passage. In an instant, the engines of all the ships were extinguished, and they flew forward only by kinetic energy. At the same time, Xiang Qian's connection with the starry sky was also disconnected, because all the biological brains had been destroyed, and Xiang Qian was the only one still alive in the entire starry sky. Chapter 147. Ghost ships flew out of the passage one after another. After leaving the passage, they floated quietly at the exit of the passage. Until the spaceship behind hit the spaceship in front, these dead silent spaceships would scatter. Seeing this scene, all the people in front of the screen subconsciously covered their mouths for fear of screaming. After a while, the star slowly flew out of the passage. At this time, the light on the surface of the star seemed to be much dimmer. Shinkong, notify Zhang Lei immediately, and have him cremate the bodies in these spaceships, bring the ashes back to Earth, and dispose of these spaceships. Xiang Qian left the exit of the passage, and after connecting to Shinkong again, he immediately gave the order. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian controlled the Xingqian to enter a spaceship made on Earth, and release the fusion state with the Xingqian. Xiang Qian exhaled lightly. Although the destructive ray just now did not cause any harm to him, the feeling of loneliness that everything was quiet, and he was the only one in the entire universe was really uncomfortable. Especially the scene where more than a dozen biological warships were swept by the destructive rays. The cell tissues of the biological warships died rapidly, The entire warships withered quickly, and finally disintegrated, which kept appearing in his mind. Son, are you okay? Xiang Qian had just entered the command room of the spacecraft, when his boss sent a communication. It's okay, with the star, those rays can't hurt me, Xiang Qian said indifferently. That's good, then the next command will be handed over to you. Well, Dad, you go and have a rest. Xiang Qian said to me, hung up Dad's communication, and started to connect with Zhao Ming. Have you checked everything I asked you to check? Xiang Qian asked. It has been checked. There are some bases whose hosts have no data. I have asked the survivors. Now the list of senior personnel has been confirmed. Except for those who have died, the rest are all here, Zhao Ming said with a beaming eyebrow. Well, you will pass this information to Lung Ning later, and ask her to deal with all these people. If she can't do it, you go there yourself and make sure that all these people are parasitized by the Lilan tribe. This is related to the stability of mankind in the future, and I don't want any mistakes to happen. Xiang Qian said seriously. Yes, I know, don't worry. Zhao Ming also nodded seriously. After hanging up Zhao Ming's communication, Xiang Qian once again connected with Li Cheng, Yang Guang and others, and assigned them various tasks. For the next 2 days, Xiang Qian was coordinating various things in the spaceship until everything was basically on track, and then he flew back to Earth on the spaceship. At this time, the Earth has reached the asteroid belt, and is heading towards the orbit of Jupiter. However, Jupiter is very far away from the Earth at this time, and it is basically impossible for humans to see Jupiter up close. When Xiang Qian returned to Earth, except for Zhang Lei who was still intercepting the spacecraft in the universe, and Zhao Ming who was doing special work, everyone else came to pick her up. But before Xiang Qian could say a few words to everyone, she was pulled away by Old Manly. Master, why are you pulling me here in such a hurry? Xiang Qian said speechlessly. Now there is an important matter waiting for you to decide. The technical difficulties of the artificial sun have basically been eliminated, but there are currently 2 plans. The first plan is to build an artificial sun, according to the previous method, and charge it regularly. As long as you decide on this plan, you can start construction immediately, and launch it into space in a month. The second plan is to directly transform the moon into an artificial sun. According to our calculations, with the resources on the moon, if it is ignited, it will be enough to burn for 800 years. Moreover, when the moon becomes an artificial sun, it can also supply energy to the Earth, which means that within 800 years, all the energy on Earth can be supplied by the moon. Old Manly said to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and was more inclined to the second plan, but judging from what Old Manly said, if the moon is turned into an artificial sun, it seems that there are still some problems. Master, if the moon is turned into an artificial sun, is there any problem? Well, there is no problem, but it takes a little more time to prepare. But now all our spacecrafts are powered by nuclear fusion, and all of this energy was originally mined on the moon. If the moon is turned into an artificial sun, then the fuel for nuclear fusion can only be extracted from seawater, and after the Earth flies away from the solar system, the super strong magnetic field that protects the entire Earth also needs energy, so... Old Manly didn't finish, but Xiang Qian understood what he meant. It's nothing more than the problem of energy for the Earth in the future, and Xiang Qian really neglected this problem. If seawater is over-extracted, the ecological environment of the Earth will be destroyed, and the consequences will be disastrous. Moreover, Old Manly does not know that not only industrial life on Earth needs energy, but also spacecraft, super strong magnetic field generators, and even future planetary gravity engines. Adding up all these energies, it is a problem whether the moon can last for 100 years, let alone 800 years. Teacher, don't worry, I will think about this matter again, and give you a reply in a few days. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said that he couldn't make a decision for a while, because this was a major event concerning the entire Earth, and it was not something that could be decided by just thinking about it. Okay, then make a decision quickly. The current situation on the Earth is very bad. Old Manly said that I would leave, and he also knew that it would be difficult for Xiang Qian to make a decision immediately. Xiang Qian returned home and did nothing. He just lay on the bed, turned off the communication, told Xing Kong not to wake him up unless something was particularly serious, and then went to sleep. Xiang Qian slept very well, and didn't wake up until noon the next day. In the next few days, Xiang Qian was either dealing with things in space or busy with the construction of the Earth Federation. For the construction of the artificial sun, Xiang Qian still chose the first option, because the moon is still very important to the current Earth. The tidal gravitational influence on the Earth alone is an issue that cannot be ignored. If the moon suddenly becomes an artificial sun, the impact on the Earth will be very large. Before making full preparations, Xiang Qian is still not ready to start. And the energy problem is also a big problem. Xiang Qian needs to consider these problems, so for safety reasons, he still chose the first option. A month later, Zhao Ming sent a message to Xiang Qian one night, with only 4 words in the content: mission completed. Seeing this message, Xiang Qian smiled. Chapter 148. 5 months later, outside the Earth's atmosphere, a fiery red sun revolved around the Earth's equator, simulating 24-hour sunrises and sunsets. The Earth's orbital defense ring was controlled by a computer, adjusting its direction at all times, allowing the artificial sun to adjust the sunshine time zone, making the Earth full of 4 seasons. The Earth's temperature also rose, to an average of 14 degrees. Although there were still many places on the Earth's surface without plants, all places were slowly recovering due to the efforts of condensation and the adaptability of evolved plants. All cities around the world that were damaged by ice and snow, storms, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions have also been uniformly planned and handled. 3 months ago, Xiang Qian reorganized the Earth Federation. The top officials of the Earth Federation this time are all former government officials of various countries. However, 70% of these Earth Federation officials are Westerners, and the officials of the Celestial Empire only account for 30%, which can be said to be a very unbalanced ratio. All this was done under the instruction of Xiang Qian. He also thought that if all the top officials of the Earth Federation were Celestial Empire people, then the people of those Western countries would definitely be frightened. You should know that the total number of human beings is only 830 million, and the Celestial Empire accounts for 46% of them. They account for half of the total human population, and half of the senior officials of the Earth Federation, which is not a good thing for stability. In addition to the various styles of Celestial Empire officials, Xiang Qian finally decided to reduce the proportion of Celestial Empire officials in the Earth Federation. However, in the Federation's army, the number of Celestial Empire officers accounts for more than 60%, and the number of troops is also mostly Celestial Empire soldiers. The top brass of the entire army are all Xiang Qian's own people. Zhang Lei, Zhao Ming, Yang Guang, and Li Cheng directly took over the positions of the heads of the 4 headquarters of the Federal Army. The highest position of a Westerner in the army is only the commander of a fleet, with the rank of Major General. Such an arrangement not only ensures Xiang Qian's absolute control over the Federation, but also does not fear the situation of being unable to shake off the tail. At the same time, Xiang Qian also concentrated all the black technology controllers and technology prophets and their families to live in a super large city, which is also the scientific research center of the Federation. The equipment manufacturers and their families live in another super large city, which is the manufacturing center of the Federation. These 2 cities are completely under Xiang Qian's absolute control. That's not all. Xiang Qian also asked Chu Tianqing and another electronic science prophet to work together to upgrade the Starry Sky system, and the entire Starry Sky system controls the computer system of the entire Federation. It can be said that any action of the entire Federation through computers is under the control of Xiang Qian. He can pass through the Starry Sky and remotely control all the computers and computer-controlled devices in the Federation. The biggest killer is the 108 satellite fortresses suspended in the defense zone around the Earth's orbit. The firepower of these 108 satellite fortresses is the largest firepower defense point on Earth at present, and all of them are made with 3rd-level civilization technology. As long as he has 108 satellite fortresses in hand, Xiang Qian can immediately deal a devastating blow to any reactionary behavior. After taking control of the Federation, Xiang Qian began to plan and adjust the entire Earth Federation. After listening to the opinions of experts, Xiang Qian made unified arrangements for all the continents on the Earth. The Asian continent is the main residential area for humans, and the American region is a backup. When the population reaches the standard, it will begin to be diverted to the Americas. The African continent is the equipment manufacturing center of the entire Earth, and most industrial equipment is produced and assembled here. The Australian continent is an ecological environment protection area and a biological evolution experimental area, which is uniformly managed by Xiang Qian and Leng Ming. No human can enter without permission. The continent is the educational center. All universities and military academies in the Earth Federation are built in Europe. According to Xiang Qian's arrangement, many schools directly planned out a city-sized area at the beginning of construction. This also made the entire university campus very short of people. In the next 10 years, no university can recruit enough students and utilize the entire campus. Boss, the meeting is about to start. Xing Kong reminded Xiang Qian. Yes, I know. Xiang Qian put down the document in his hand, rubbed his head, stood up and walked out of the office. Xiang Qian opened the door and walked towards the elevator, and the bodyguards at the door immediately followed him. These two bodyguards, who are no different from real people, are completely biological weapons. They were created by Lung Ning using M3A to protect Xiang Qian, and are usually completely controlled by Xingkong. You have to know that Xiang Qian now controls the power. As long as he is not dead, the entire Earth is completely under his control, and others will never have a chance to succeed. Although all the people from the large consortiums and political families on Earth were killed by Xiang Qian, there are still some ambitious people who want to kill Xiang Qian. Although it is very difficult to kill Xiang Qian, we have to be on guard. So after Lung Ning made the biological weapons, Xiang Qian thought about it and agreed. Anyway, these biological weapons are not human beings, and there is no uncomfortable feeling of being followed by people, and it can be absolutely assured. Came to the conference hall of the Earth Federation building, which is the headquarters of the Earth Federation rebuilt on the original Zongnanhai location. When Xiang Qian walked into the conference hall, the top leaders of the Earth Federation had already arrived, and the president of the Earth Federation, the former #1 leader of the Celestial Empire, was sitting in the front waiting for Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian sat down and smiled at the #1 leader, then nodded to the host of the meeting, who began to announce the start of the meeting. Xiang Qian made the decision to let the #1 leader serve as the president of the Earth Federation after thinking for a long time. After all the bosses of the countries on Earth had been sent to the west by Xiang Qian. The person who is capable of being the president of the Federation must be able to control the overall situation. Now the Earth Federation is in a state of disrepair. If a person with incompetence is replaced, although there will be no problem in the general direction, the development speed of the Earth Federation will definitely be affected, which Xiang Qian does not want to see. The only politician still alive on the entire Earth is the #1 leader. If the #1 leader is left to retire, it would be too unfair to mankind. Finally, after Xiang Qian went to talk to the #1 leader, he invited the #1 leader to come out and serve as the president of the Federation. When the #1 chief became the president of the Federation, as Xiang Qian expected, the top leaders of the entire Earth Federation were all settled by the #1 chief. The Earth Federation also entered an era of great development. Xiang Qian didn't have to worry about all the political and livelihood issues at all. All of them were settled by the #1 chief. About stimulating the federal economy. About the experimental report on the gravity engine submitted by the Federal Academy of Sciences. About the population increase plan. About the utilization and mining of resources. Xiang Qian listened to the discussion quietly, and he did not express any opinions. Generally, he rarely expressed any opinions in such meetings. Because as long as he proposed a method, it would basically be passed, but because of this, he would express fewer opinions. Professional issues should be left to professionals. This is Xiang Qian's philosophy. If laymen guide professionals, the final result will become the old Celestial Empire, where many things ended up being unsuccessful. Moreover, the previous experience of the Lilan tribe was still in front of Xiang Qian. Why did Safi fail? It was because of arrogance. Therefore, Xiang Qian always reminds himself not to be confused by power. The future of mankind is still full of crises. Everything must be done with caution, and decisions cannot be made on a whim. He will only stop the development trajectory in his memory when the human leaders make wrong strategies. At the same time, this is also his learning process, to see how the #1 leader handles things. After all, his memory is limited. After more than 400 years, if he cannot grow up, there will be no good results for mankind under his leadership. Because at that time, a wrong decision is enough to affect the life and death of mankind. So during this period, Xiang Qian never gave up learning. Chapter 149. After the meeting, Xiang Qian chatted with the #1 leader for a few words, then stood up and went to the Federal Academy of Sciences. He wanted to know the manufacturing progress of the gravity engine. After all, if the Earth flies out of the solar system by itself, it will take decades or even hundreds of years. For such a long time, the Earth simply cannot hold on. Now all the holes in the atmosphere are supplemented by supplementary methods, and the increase in the Earth's rotation speed is still solved by the gravity balance device. However, these methods are not perfect at all. They are only a temporary solution, and not a fundamental solution. The longer the Earth leaves the solar system, the more difficult these problems will be to control. Although living underground can avoid the consequences of these situations, that is not what Xiang Qian wants. Only by speeding up the speed of the Earth leaving the solar system, allowing the Earth to truly fly out of the solar system, obtain the qualifications of the evolutionary civilization, condense the ray scepter, and obtain the reward of the evolutionary civilization, can this problem be fundamentally solved? You must know that before leaving the solar system, humans have no way to condense the ray scepter, let alone become the reward of the evolutionary civilization. You know, leaving the solar system with the mother planet, leaving the solar system with the moon, and leaving the solar system by flying out of the universe, these three ways determine the potential of the race. Only by leaving the solar system with the mother planet can humans become an evolutionary civilization, which is what Xiang Qian has been working hard for. As for leaving the solar system with the moon and becoming a pioneer civilization, Xiang Qian has never thought about it. As for leaving the solar system by flying out of the universe, it is better to commit suicide directly. Do you understand that the gravity engine must not be connected to the Earth orbit defense circle, otherwise when the gravity engine is started, the Earth orbit defense circle will hit the Earth? No, all the gravity generating devices work together to offset the reaction force of gravity. The overall force of the Earth orbit defense circle will be in a balance. It is absolutely impossible for the kind of thing you said to happen. Xiang Qian had just entered the Gravity Engine Research Center when he saw two old men arguing there. One of them was Old Manly, and Xiang Qian also knew the other one. He was another top scientific prophet in the previous life, one of the two pillars of quantum mechanics, Professor Far's David. Teacher, academician David, what are you arguing about? Xiang Qian walked up and asked. Xiao Qian, you are here, come and judge. When the gravity engine is activated, will it cause a reaction force to cause the Earth orbit defense circle to collide with the Earth? When Old Manly saw Xiang Qian coming, he immediately pulled him, and said, as if he saw a rescuer. But before Xiang Qian could speak, David spoke first. It's useless even if you bring Chairman Xiang out. Science is not decided by him. Okay, both of you stop arguing. Didn't you use a supercomputer to simulate? Xiang Qian said speechlessly. How could he know about such things? Even though he was a level 3 evolver, he didn't have the design drawings of the planet's gravity engine in his mind. Although he had the black technology drawings of the gravity generator in his mind, he didn't have the design drawings of the gravity engine that could propel the entire Earth forward. The technology gap was too far. Supercomputers can't simulate. Now we have measured the gravitational field radiation map around the Earth, but using the data of the gravity generator to calculate the gravity engine, it is impossible to calculate the correct result. We have simulated the gravity engine for hundreds of thousands of times, but the structure is different each time, so we can't use it as data at all. David shook his head and said, What's the main problem here? Xiang Qian frowned and asked. The main problem is that the gravity balance problem inside the gravity engine cannot be solved. Starry Sky, show the gravity engine effect diagram. You see, surrounded by 36 gravity engines, the gravity balance inside the Earth is greatly affected. After the gravitational engine is turned on, in order to balance the internal gravitational balance, the gravitational engine must perform two parts of gravitational enhancement, one corresponding to the interstellar gravitational field outside the Earth, and the other corresponding to the gravitational field inside the Earth. But now that the gravitational engine has been started, the violent driving force of the external gravitational field is greater than the gravitational pressure of the Earth's gravitational field, and the Earth will be greatly affected. Now David's idea is to equip the gravitational generating devices inside the Earth orbit defense circle, facing the direction of the Earth. These gravitational generating devices will suppress the Earth's gravitational field, which is relative to fixing the entire Earth orbit defense circle on the Earth's orbit, and through gravity, it forms a hole with the Earth. Then start the external gravity engine to push the defense circle around the Earth's orbit, and through the secondary force, reduce the pressure of the distance force of the gravitational field on the Earth's gravitational field. Old Manly said a lot. After listening, Xiang Qian did not speak, but looked at the gravitational engine effect diagram on the screen. On the screen, there are 36 super-large elliptical convex gravity-generating devices on the outside of the Earth. These gravity-generating devices surround the outside of the Earth. After starting, they will enhance the gravitational field, so that the gravitational field interacts with each other and pushes the Earth forward. The front and rear sides of the Earth orbit defense circle are also equipped with gravity generators. The gravity generator facing the inner side of the Earth is used to suppress the gravitational field emitted by the Earth, and the gravity generator on the outer side is used to receive the gravitational force emitted by the outer gravity generator and the external gravitational field of the planet to offset the internal pressure of the Earth. Although it is very confusing, this design directly divides the gravitational field that the Earth currently contacts with the interstellar gravitational field into three gravitational fields. One is the balanced gravitational field from the Earth to the Earth orbit defense circle, The second is the secondary gravitational field of the Earth orbit defense circle and the external gravitational generator, and the third is the driving gravitational field of the interaction between the external gravitational generator and the interstellar gravitational field. Will the artificial sun in the second gravitational field be affected by the gravitational conflict? Xiangqian pointed at the artificial sun and asked. It will be affected, but under the action of the two gravitational generators, the artificial sun will not deviate from the orbit, David said immediately. Is there a way to offset the hyperspace characteristics of gravity? Xiangqian asked again. No, it can only be reduced, but not blocked. The two old men looked at each other and said helplessly. What is the success rate of this gravity engine? It should be about 60%. Xiangqian looked at the two old men who were arguing just now, and his voice became smaller, and he rolled his eyes speechlessly. They dared to submit a report to apply for an experiment with a success rate of about 60%. Who gave them such great confidence? If there is a problem, it will be a big problem. Thinking of this, Xiangqian immediately said, this plan will not work. Before there is concrete data, we must not conduct experiments. How can we get concrete results without experiments? It is impossible to get concrete data by using supercomputer simulation. Old Manly immediately said loudly. This plan will not work. Stand up. I think you can change your thinking. The original design of your gravity engine is very difficult to complete. Because the original intention of designing such a gravity engine is to be able to carry out gravity propulsion 360 degrees without blind spots. In other words, you are too ambitious. My current requirement is to make an engine that can accelerate the Earth. There is no need for the Earth to be able to change direction 360 degrees without blind spots. The Earth is not a space battleship or an interstellar fortress. It does not need to perform any super maneuvers. It only needs to be able to accelerate forward. Even if there is a meteorite in front of the Earth's orbit, we can send a battleship to blow it up so that it cannot threaten the Earth. Instead of what you think, we don't need to use the gravitational field to eject the meteorite directly. So I think you should change your mindset. As long as you can increase the speed of the Earth leaving the solar system, you don't need to change direction or be able to defend yourself. It's fine as long as you can accelerate. Xiangqian explained patiently. The two old men looked at each other and found that it seemed to be true. When they were designing, they thought too much and complicated the problem. Okay, I know. David turned around to do research after he finished speaking. Old Manly waved to Xiangqian and turned around to leave. Xiangqian looked at the two old men, very speechless. He wanted to ask something else, but seeing how they were feeling now, it seemed that no one would care about him, so he could only turn around and leave. Shinkong, keep an eye on them. If they have any research results, report to me immediately. After Xiangqian walked out of the Academy of Sciences, he still said with concern. Okay, boss. Chapter 150. Ying, Mom is already at the gate of your school, come out. Okay, Mom, I'd be right out. Zhang turned off the projection screen of her smartwatch, packed her school bag, said goodbye to her classmates, and walked out of the classroom. Mom, I want to eat fish tonight. Zhang walked to the school gate, saw her mother, and immediately threw herself into her mother's arms, saying coquettishly. Lu Jiao looked at her daughter, who was acting coquettishly in her arms, rubbed her hair lovingly, and said with a smile, Okay, but our family's contribution points are only 20 points left. You can only eat one more fish this month. If you want to eat fish again, you can only wait until next month. So Ying, you have to think carefully. It's only the middle of the month now. If you eat this fish today, you won't have fish to eat for half a month. When Lu Jiao said this, she felt helpless. She and her husband were not elites. They were ordinary people before the end of the world. So it was extremely difficult to get contribution points. If they hadn't given birth to a child, the federal government would give them 50 contribution points every month. Now it would be a problem for them to have fish at home. Zhang raised her head and said with a smile, Mom, we are going to have a midterm exam soon. The top 10 students in the midterm exam will be rewarded with 50 contribution points, and the first place will have 100 contribution points. Except for that annoying Xinshin, my grades are the best in the class, so in a few days our family will have another 50 contribution points, and Ying will be able to eat fish again. Lu Jiao looked at her proud daughter, smiled, and shook her head and said, Don't be proud yet. If you fail the exam, I will see what you will do. No, I'm going to compete with Xinshin for the first place this time. Zhang said with a wrinkled nose. Okay, our Ying is the smartest, let's go home. After returning home, Lu Jiao used her computer to go to the Federation Contribution Point Exchange Center, used 20 contribution points to exchange for a 6 gene sea fish, and then started cooking. After a while, the delivery robot delivered the sea fish to the door. Due to the lack of supplies, the Earth Federation now mainly consumes vegetables in terms of food. The supply of meat will not be available for a while, because the Earth has just been repaired, and the main task of the major ranches is not to produce beef and mutton, but to cultivate cattle and sheep. So if people want to eat meat now, they need a lot of contribution points to exchange. Fish reproduce much faster, so now ordinary people can accumulate enough contribution points to eat a fish in 1 or 2 months. But if you want to exchange for better things, such as advanced items such as cell division potions, the contribution points required are simply astronomical figures for ordinary people. Because according to Xiang Qian's concept, the Earth currently needs population, but in the next 50 to 100 years, the Earth's population will be saturated. If everyone takes the cell division drug, the Earth Federation will also fall into crisis due to the problem of population explosion. So it is also necessary to consider the reasonable reduction of population. Finally, Xiang Qian listened to the opinions of experts, and used the contribution system to control the population. Contribution points and currency are two completely different things. Contribution points are rewards given to individuals by Starry Sky based on the contribution of citizens to the Federation. Items exchanged with contribution points cannot be bought, sold, or traded. Once discovered, the citizenship will be revoked and severely punished. However, items exchanged with contribution points can be donated, but such donations must be free of charge. These will be supervised by the Starry Sky. Even if there are loopholes, they will be discovered under the surveillance of the Starry Sky. Most of the recipients of contribution points are people who have contributed to scientific research, so the scientists will benefit in the end. People will also burst out with the greatest enthusiasm to learn under the temptation of longevity. In this way, within 100 years, scientists in the Earth Federation will account for 1/5 of the total number of the Federation, or even more. Only with enough scientists can the level of human civilization be improved rapidly. It can be said that Xiang Qian didn't know how many brain cells died in order to formulate this system. Zhang Ying returned to the room and started doing homework, but after a while, she suddenly felt a little sleepy. 5 minutes later, Zhang Ying fell asleep on the desk. Ying, why did you fall asleep? Are you feeling unwell? After a while, Lu Jiao finished cooking dinner and called her daughter to eat, but her daughter did not respond after a long time. As a result, when she entered her daughter's room, she found that her daughter had fallen asleep. Mom, I'm sorry, I was just a little sleepy just now, and then I accidentally fell asleep. Zhang Ying looked at the saliva on the desk and said very embarrassedly. Lu Jiao took out the home medical kit and found that her daughter's body was normal after checking it. She just thought that her daughter was too tired from playing during the day, so she was like this. After all, her daughter was only a 4th grade student in elementary school and was at the age of playing. Zhang Ying sat at the table, waiting for her mother to serve the dishes. Mom, isn't Dad coming home for dinner today? Your dad took your brother to the hospital for genetic adjustments, so he won't be home for dinner tonight. No one will compete with you for fish tonight. It's really unfair. Now your brother can have genetic adjustments as soon as he is born. Each of them will be a genius when they grow up. By then, I will definitely not be as successful as my brother, and Mom will definitely not like me. Zhang Ying pouted and said, Our Ying is also a genius. Besides, the Federation Mastermind Star will adjust the public evaluation of your generation and the next generation. Generally speaking, the pressure on your brother's generation is greater than yours, so you don't need to envy him. Okay, stop thinking so much in your little head, this is not what you should be thinking about now. Zhang Ying made a face and stopped talking. In fact, she didn't really understand the role of gene fine-tuning on humans. She just heard it from her teacher when she was studying current affairs. Newborns in the Earth Federation will go to the hospital for gene fine-tuning 1 month after birth. This adjustment can increase the development of human brain. If the current human brain development is 5%, then the new generation of human brain development will reach 6%. Don't underestimate this percentage point. Normal people can't break through this percentage point in their lifetime. This represents the innate qualifications, which cannot be changed later. Of course, it doesn't mean that all new generation humans are geniuses. No matter how genius they are, they also need to be cultivated later. It's just that the potential of the current humans is a little greater. It doesn't mean that when this generation grows up, everyone will be Einstein or Tesla, then humans will be truly invincible. At this time, Zhang Ying suddenly saw her mother accidentally hit the bowl and fell to the ground. Mom, are you okay? Zhang Ying hurriedly stood up and said, but after she stood up, she found that there was no one in front of her. At this time, Lu Jia came out of the kitchen and said puzzledly, "What's wrong, Ying? What's wrong with Mom?" "Mom, I just saw you accidentally fall down, knocking over the bowl, and brushing yourself on the floor. How come in the blink of an eye, you ran to the kitchen?" Ying's little head was a little confused. "What are you saying?" "Mom, how could I?" "Oops." Bang. Lu Jiao hadn't finished her words when her feet suddenly softened and she fell to the floor, breaking the bowl in her hand. At this time, Lu Jiao looked at her daughter stupidly, her face full of surprise, panic, and at a loss. "Boss, the fifth awakening has been completed." When Xiang Qian was eating, Xingkong set a reminder. "Immediately notify all federal citizens to use gene chips to go to community hospitals for blood draws before 12 o'clock tonight. Then count how many people have become evolvers this time, how many are the 3 major types of evolvers, and how many are ordinary evolvers." After listening, Xiang Qian immediately gave the order. "Okay, boss." At 11 o'clock in the evening, Xingkong's statistical report came out. There are 2 scientific predictors, 3,961 black technology masters, 25,783 equipment manufacturers, and 1.97 million ordinary evolvers without special abilities. Among them, there are 1.16 million males and 810,000 females. The oldest is 73 years old, and the youngest is 11 years old. After reading this report, Xiang Qian was not surprised that the number of ordinary evolvers exceeded the 3 major types of evolvers. Such data will become more and more exaggerated in the future until the 3 major types of evolvers are no longer born. However, when Xiang Qian saw that the youngest was 11 years old, he was completely dumbfounded. How could there be an 11-year-old evolver? Not to mention that he had never heard of it in this life. He had never heard of it in his previous life. This is not only on Earth, but even in other civilizations, there are number 11-year-old evolvers. After all, the ability of an evolver is accumulated with the accumulation of knowledge or hands-on ability, coupled with the influence of mysterious substances, to become an evolver. However, at the age of 11, the accumulation of knowledge cannot be said to be absolutely insufficient, but 99% of it cannot be achieved. Not to mention the hands-on ability, this point can be directly denied. As for the influence of the mysterious substance, it does not reach the standard at all. At the age of 11, the mysterious substance cannot be accumulated much. Once these 3 points are excluded, the birth of this evolver seems extremely strange. "Xingkong, call up the information of the youngest evolver," Xiang Qian said immediately. Zhang Ying, female, 11 years old, studying in the 2nd class of the 4th grade of XX primary school, with excellent grades. Mother Lu Jiao, work unit. Father. Younger brother. Xingkong, what type of evolver is she? Xiang Qian finished reading the information and frowned as he said to Xingkong. "Boss, she is an ordinary type of evolver." Xingkong immediately asked Zhang Ying's parents about her usual performance, what she likes, what she does most, where she likes to go, and whether there are any special things before awakening. "Ask me all these clearly," Xiang Qian said after a while. "Okay, boss." More than an hour later, Xingkong sent back the information. When Xiang Qian saw the column about special things before awakening, his eyes suddenly widened. "Ha ha! Humanity has special evolvers, and they are the most mysterious prophet among special evolvers. Ha ha! Xingkong, arrange for them to meet me at the federal headquarters tomorrow morning." Xiang Qian laughed happily and said to Xingkong. Chapter 151. Early the next morning, Lu Jiao brought Zhang Ying to the federal headquarters. "Ms. Lu, Zhang Ying, hello. Please follow me. Chairman Xiang Qian is waiting for you in the office." Xiang Qian's secretary quickly found the two according to the image given by the starry sky. "Okay, thank you." Lu Jiao nodded immediately. "Thank you, Auntie," Zhang Ying said sweetly. Along the way, Lu Jiao was very nervous. She was just an ordinary person, and the highest official she had ever seen was only the county magistrate. Now she was about to become the actual controller of the entire federation. If she said she wasn't nervous, she would be lying. "Mom, don't be nervous. Brother Xiang Qian is very good. He gave Ying a lot of delicious food." Zhang Ying's eyes suddenly became confused, and then brightened again. She pulled Lu Jiao and said, saliva was almost flowing out of the corners of her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense." Lu Jiao glared at Zhang Ying and said seriously. Zhang Ying pouted her lips in grievance, turned her head, and didn't say anything, but her mouth was still drooling unconsciously. "Report, Chief, the person has been received. Come in." In the office, Xiang Qian's desk was filled with delicious snacks, some of which were good for the human body, and could be said to be health products. All these snacks required contribution points to redeem, and even the ordinary federal researchers could not afford the snacks on Xiang Qian's desk. Only the evolvers could afford them. Ms. Lu, please take a seat. Ying, come over here. These snacks were all selected by my brother, and I don't know if you like them or not. Xiang Qian stood up and said to the two of them, Thank you, brother Xiang Qian. Ying loves these snacks. Ying quickly ran to Xiang Qian, grabbed the snacks on the table, and started eating. Ying, how can you be so rude? Chairman Xiang, I'm sorry, Ying, why don't you come back soon? Lu Jiao saw Ying's actions and immediately said sternly, No, Ms. Lu, please sit down first. Ying is the best like this. Don't scare her. Xiang Qian immediately waved his hand and said. Zhang Ying looked at her mother, then at the snacks in her hand. With Xiang Qian's comfort, she pretended not to see her mother's eyes, lowered her head, and began to eat snacks. Xiang Qian saw Lu Jiao's expression and knew that if he didn't do something, Zhang Ying's family would definitely be beaten. Ms. Lu, the reason I asked you to come here today is actually because of Ying. You should know that Ying became an evolver, but you may not know what kind of evolver Ying is. Evolvers can be divided into 4 types: scientific predictors, black technology controllers, equipment manufacturers, and ordinary evolvers. But Ying is not any of these 4 types of evolvers, but a very rare special evolver. Xiang Qian said to Lu Jiao. Chairman Xiang, you mean Ying's ability as an evolver is related to foresight, right? Lu Jiao said cautiously. Yes, it can be said that there is no other special evolver in the entire human race except Ying. And Ying's special ability is foresight, or more accurately, prophecy. In the entire universe, evolvers like Ying are called prophets. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Then Chairman Xiang is going to arrange Ying. Don't worry, Ms. Lu, Ying's ability is very important to the entire human race. So I will protect Ying, and you, as Ying's family, will also be protected. From now on, your family will have 1,000 contribution points every month, and Ying will have 1,000 points. You can use these contribution points to subsidize your household expenses. At the same time, you are no longer suitable to live in your current community. I will send someone to help you move later. You will live and use Husheng community in the future. Before Xiang Qian finished speaking, Ying grabbed his arm. Brother Xiang Qian, I don't want to change schools. Can you let me finish elementary school before changing schools? Ying pulled Xiang Qian's arm and shook it vigorously, saying pitifully, Sure enough, he is a prophet, and he even knows what I am going to say next. Xiang Qian was very surprised. This is too amazing. No wonder every race with special evolutionists is the darling of the universe. With this predictive talent alone, that race can still calculate humans. Unless you can defeat humans with absolute strength, no other race will be able to plot against humans in the future. Okay, then I won't change schools, but someone must pick you up every day. Xiang Qian nodded. In fact, the Earth is still very safe now. Under the surveillance of the starry sky, committing a crime is simply seeking death. But Ying's safety is too important. If something unexpected happens, he won't even have time to cry. Thank you, Brother Xiang Qian. I know that Brother Xiang Qian treats Ying the best. Ying's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape and she smiled. Ms. Lu, do you have any other requests? Xiang Qian talked to Lu Jiao for a long time, and only asked after he finished talking about all the benefits. No thank you, Chairman Xiang. How could Lu Jiao have any other requests? She had never thought about the benefits Xiang Qian mentioned before. It can be said that as long as their family does not indulge in extravagance, they will have no problem living a life of wealth and glory. Well, that's good. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can tell me directly through Ying. As long as it does not violate the principles, there will be no problem. If you are fine, Ms. Lu, you can go back first. I will take Ying to do the test later. I will send someone to send her back in the evening. Don't worry. Xiang Qian stood up and said, Okay, Ying, I trouble you. Ying, you must be obedient and don't make trouble, okay? Mom, don't worry, Ying is very good. After sending Lu Jiao away, Xiang Qian found that Ying was looking at him with a sneaky look. What's wrong, Ying? Why are you looking at me like this? Xiang Qian said curiously. Brother Xiang Qian is so amazing. Mom is a fool. She didn't even know that she was deceived by Brother Xiang Qian. Ying said like a little adult. Oh, where did I deceive your mother? Tell me. If you can't tell me, you won't have any snacks today. Xiang Qian said curiously. Huh? Although Brother Xiang Qian's welfare for our family is very good, it is just a drop in the bucket for Brother Xiang Qian, who controls the federal resources. Moreover, Ying's value is 1,000,000,000 times greater than the value of these benefits, so of course Mom is losing money. Ying said confidently. Well, Ying, who told you all this? Xiang Qian was very surprised. No matter how awesome the prophet is, he can't read minds. Of course, it was brother Xiang Qian who told me, but he told me 10 minutes later. 10 minutes later. If I make up my mind now, and don't tell Ying about this matter 10 minutes later, will she still know about it? Xiang Qian had too many thoughts in his mind. He was wondering what exactly affected the prophet's ability, and how the prophet judged future events. These questions were very important to Xiang Qian. Chapter 152. Xiang Qian brought Zhang Ying to the Academy of Sciences, and went straight to the Planetary Gravity Engine R&D laboratory. Teacher, how is the new design going? After Xiang Qian entered the laboratory, he said to the old manly in front of the control panel. You think this is designing a car engine? In one day, we just discussed a theoretically feasible plan, and the specific design has just begun. How can the design be completed now? The old manly rolled his eyes at Xiang Qian and said speechlessly. I'm just asking, Ying, tell me what the outside of the earth will look like in a few years. Xiang Qian said to old manly with a smile, and turned to Zhang Ying. After Zhang Ying heard Xiang Qian's words, her eyes immediately became dull, and she stared blankly ahead. Xiao Qian, what are you doing? Old manly was confused and pointed at Zhang Ying. Master, don't underestimate her. She is the only special evolutionist and prophet in the entire human race. In her current state, she should be observing the situation outside the earth in a few years. Xiang Qian explained to old manly. After a while, sweat appeared on Zhang Ying's forehead. She gasped and looked at Xiang Qian with a depressed face. Brother Xiang Qian, there will be dozens of huge plates outside the earth in a few years. There are many spheres around each plate, and there are many spaceships working around those spheres. Zhang Ying said to Xiang Qian, while recalling the scene she just saw. The plate should be a gravity-generating device, but what are those spheres? It also requires a lot of language to work for them. Xiang Qian thought about what Zhang Ying said. Little girl, tell Grandpa, are those boards on both sides of the earth, instead of surrounding the earth? At this time, old manly suddenly spoke. Yes, there don't seem to be those boards at the poles of the earth. Zhang Ying thought for a while, and said affirmatively. It seems that what we discussed yesterday was correct. According to your request, the plan we discussed yesterday was not to care about the change of the Earth's direction, but only to consider how to let the Earth leave the solar system quickly. Finally, we calculated a route based on the orbital diagram of the planets in the solar system. This route avoids the orbits of all planets, and the second asteroid belt, and flies directly outside the solar system. Starry Sky, Display Simulation Diagram. You see, this route is the route of the Earth. If you want the Earth to enter this route, you only need to deviate the current flight direction of the Earth by 15 degrees upward. In this way, in the future acceleration of the Earth, the two poles of the Earth will not need to exert gravity, and there will be no gravity-generating device. Old Man Li's face flushed, and he said excitedly. Xiang Qian looked at Old Man Li, and he knew that what Zhang Ying had predicted just now was the plan they had just discussed yesterday. Since Zhang Ying predicted it, it meant that there was nothing wrong with Old Man Li's plan. Ying, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying, who was sweating all over her forehead. It's okay, brother Xiang Qian. Ying just feels a little tired, as if she had finished a long-distance run. Zhang Ying said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. That's good. Then tell my brother. Wait, Shinkong, have someone get some raw materials. I want to make a small thing. Xiang Qian was about to ask Zhang Ying to continue predicting, but he suddenly stopped halfway through. Soon, a researcher came to Xiang Qian with a small box of raw materials. Xiang Qian used his ability to create a third-level civilization body examination watch and asked Zhang Ying to wear it. Shinkong read Zhang Ying's internal body data immediately. After Xiang Qian put the watch on Zhang Ying, he immediately said to Shinkong. Instantly, Zhang Ying's physical data began to refresh on the big screen, from the deepest DNA results to the number of various cells in the body, from blood items to electrocardiograms, and other data instantly occupied the entire screen. Shinkong, is there any problem with Zhang Ying's body now? Xiang Qian couldn't understand the data on the full screen at all, so he could only ask Shinkong directly. Boss, Zhang Ying is in good health, only her blood sugar is low, and there is no other problem. Shinkong said immediately. Ying, have you had hypoglycemia before? Xiang Qian asked curiously. No, Ying had a physical examination a month ago, and there was no problem. Ying also said strangely. Shinkong, call up Ying's physical examination data a month ago. Xiangqian thought about it, and immediately said to Shinkong. Soon, Ying's physical examination results a month ago appeared on the screen, and it was clearly written on it that she had no physical defects and was in good health. Ying, how much genetic nuclear force did you consume just now, for example? When you were in my office, you predicted what my next sentence would be. If the genetic nuclear force consumed was 1, then how much genetic nuclear force did you consume just now? Xiangqian asked seriously. Now Xiangqian seemed to have some speculations, but he was not sure. More than 1,000. I want to know what Xiangqian's next sentence will be. It seems that it doesn't consume much genetic nuclear force at all. But just now, Ying's genetic nuclear power was consumed by 2/3, and she felt particularly tired. Ying tilted her head and thought for a long time before speaking. Then Ying, predict whether the person who will enter the office later is an uncle or an aunt. Xiangqian thought for a while and said to Ying, It's an uncle, and he is holding a bag in his hand. Ying was in a trance for a while and immediately gave the result. Shinkong, what changes have occurred in Ying's physical condition just now? Gene nuclear power consumption, abnormal brain waves, and no other changes. Blood sugar has not changed. No. Xiangqian frowned and thought for a while, then said to Shinkong, Immediately issue an order, no one is allowed to enter the gravity engine laboratory. Ying, predict again, will they come in later? No. Shinkong, immediately send a female researcher to the gravity engine laboratory. Ying, now predict again, what will the person who comes later look like? Xiangqian said again. This ant has long hair, the color of her hair is golden yellow, and this ant is very tall. Ying said while gesturing with her hands. This time Xiangqian did not continue to issue orders, but waited quietly. Sure enough, not long after, a female researcher with long golden hair walked into the laboratory. This time Xiangqian lifted the order and asked everyone to work as usual without conducting any tests. Shinkong, in the 2 predictions just now, has Ying's body undergone any changes? All of them are genetic nuclear power consumption, abnormal brain waves, and no other reactions. Xiangqian nodded after listening and said to Ying, go to the side and eat snacks, and I will find you later. Okay, brother Xiangqian. Looking at Ying's background, Xiangqian frowned. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Old Man Li has been watching from the side without saying anything. Now that Ying is gone, he finally spoke. Master, the ability of the prophet is very limited. You see, when I asked Ying to predict the changes of people, she only consumed genetic nuclear force. But when I asked her to predict the situation a few years later, her body changed dramatically. So I think that when predicting what will happen in a period of time, the fewer people involved, the lower the genetic nuclear force consumed. This is different from her prediction of what I will say, which basically does not consume genetic nuclear force, and the people entering the prediction laboratory consume a little genetic nuclear force. And the more complicated the people involved in the prediction, the more it consumes genetic nuclear force, and the more energy in her body. Why is blood sugar low? Only people who have undergone strenuous exercise will have low blood sugar. But Ying's prediction made her so tired. If she were asked to predict the situation hundreds of years later, I estimate that Ying would go into shock in an instant, and if she was forced to predict, she would even die. Xiangqian said seriously. If that's the only thing, predictions are not very useful at all. After hearing so many restrictions, Old Man Li said immediately, No, you can't say that. Just like Master, the plan you discussed is only theoretical, but after Ying's prediction, it means that this theory is correct. Now you just need to conduct research according to your discussion, which will save you a lot of time. And now Ying has just awakened, and is still a first-level evolver. After she upgrades, her prediction ability will probably be strengthened. In short, the ability of the prophet is still very powerful, but not as powerful as I imagined. Xiangqian shook his head and said, Xiaoqian, do you think Ying's prediction has something to do with the cause and effect in the legend? You see, the fewer people involved, the simpler the matter, and the less she consumes. Can this be said to be because she involved fewer causes and effects when she predicted, so the consumption was not very large? And a few years later, or more than 10 years later, the cause and effect involved was too huge, so the consumption was so great. This is because she was backlashed by the cause and effect, so she was so tired. At this time, Old Man Li suddenly put on a charlatan expression, and said with his eyes shining. Xiangqian was speechless. What was going on? Although what Old Manly said made some sense, why did Xiang Qian feel that it was so unreliable? Master, you think too much. Although there is a reason, these are all unreliable things. There is no need to consider them now. Just know the danger of the prophecy, and try to avoid Ying from overusing her abilities in the future. Xiang Qian said helplessly. Well, when the technology level of the Earth is improved in the future, I must study the complex relationship here. Old Manly knew what Xiang Qian was thinking when he saw his expression, but he was not ready to give up. It was just that with the current level of technology, it was impossible to study such a profound thing. Okay, when the technology level is improved in the future, you can study the causal weapon. Teacher, you are busy, I'm leaving first. Xiang Qian left after saying that. Ying's ability experiment was over, and he didn't want to talk to Old Manly about these unnecessary things. Chapter 153. Xiang Qian sent Ying home and told her not to predict what would happen in a year. As far as it can be seen, Ying's prediction of what would happen in a year would not cause any harm to her body. After sending Ying home, Xiang Qian walked slowly along the road. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his parents and Leng Ning sitting around the dining table waiting for him. There was a very sumptuous dinner on the table. What's going on? What day is today? Why did you cook so many dishes? Xiang Qian looked at the three people's malicious intentions and said blankly. You little brat, didn't I tell you to go home early at night? Why are you back so late? Xiang Qian's father said immediately. This is not a lot of things. Didn't I tell you, the meal is ready, you can eat first, don't wait for me. Xiang Qian didn't react yet, just saw his father winking at him, but he didn't mean to come back earlier, which made his father roll his eyes. Xiao Qian, did you go buy a cake? Xiang Qian's mother said with a wink. Cake, what cake? Dad, is it your birthday today? No, I remember your birthday was in August, it's only June now, why are you celebrating? Ah, Leng Ning, it's your birthday today. Xiang Qian said halfway, when he suddenly realized it, and looked at Leng Ning at the table. At this time, Xiang Qian realized it. No wonder his father and mother looked so weird. It turned out that Leng Ning was having a birthday. But didn't he ask Shinkong to remind him? How come Shinkong forgot about it? Isn't this a ripoff? Hee hee. Leng Ning. Happy birthday, big birthday boy. There are indeed a lot of things to do today, so I came back late. I'm really sorry. Xiang Qian walked to Leng Ning and said with a smile. I don't deserve it. Chairman Xiang is very busy. I'm already very excited that he remembered the birthday of a small person like me. I don't deserve your apology. Leng Ning said unhappily. Anyone who waits for someone for more than an hour on their birthday and still hasn't eaten, and the person they are waiting for forgets their birthday, how can they not be angry? Stinky boy, what did you do? Why did you come back so late today? If you can't explain it, you won't have dinner tonight. Xiang Qian's father suddenly said loudly. Dad, I didn't mean it. A new batch of evolvers were born yesterday, one of whom was a prophet. I spent the whole day today testing the prophet's ability, and just sent him home, so I came back late. Xiang Qian said immediately, he knew that his father was helping him. As a result, Xiang Qian was dumbfounded after he finished speaking. Why did he bring up such a topic? Sure enough, after Leng Ning heard it, he immediately checked Zhang Ying's information through Shinkong. Zhang Ying, the prophet, the rest of the information is confidential. Shinkong, immediately display all of Zhang Ying's information. Xiang Qian immediately shouted when he saw the result displayed on Leng Ning's watch. If he had known that this situation would happen, he would have lowered Zhang Ying's confidentiality level by 1 level, so that Leng Ning could only see Zhang Ying's name, and could not see the rest of the information. Isn't this a trap for him? After more than 10 years of getting along, except that Xiang Qian did not propose to Leng Ning, the relationship between the two can be said to be known to all mankind. You should know that during the 10 years in this small universe, since Xiang Qian used a clone on Earth and Leng Ning was the original body, the two never had sex, not even kissed. After returning to Earth, Xiang Qian and Leng Ning were both busy, and had no time to talk about marriage. So now Leng Ning lives in Xiang Qian's house, except that they don't live together, they are no different from a married couple. Xiang Qian forgot Leng Ning's birthday today, and with Zhang Ying's incident, it would be strange if he wasn't angry. Okay, let's eat, I don't blame you, why are you so nervous? After Leng Ning read all the information about Zhang Ying, he also knew the importance of the prophet, so he didn't say much about Xiang Qian's behavior. Especially seeing Xiang Qian's nervous look, even if Leng Ning was angry just now more than half of it has disappeared. I'm not nervous, who is nervous? After Xiang Qian sat down, he said with a grin. I wonder who was about to become an iceberg just now, and who was the first to check Zhang Ying's information, but Xiang Qian would not say these words. After dinner, Xiang Qian and Lang Ning came to the balcony on the roof. Will humans be like fashion? It is only beautiful for a short time, and then disappears quickly. Lang Ning looked at the sky and suddenly said, No, humans will get better and better, and eventually stand at the top of all civilized races in the universe. Xiang Qian also raised his head and looked at the starry sky and said, Now that the human foundation is so good, if we are destroyed by others like in the last life, then we should not mix with it. Xiang Qian is very confident that when he encounters that civilization again in a few hundred years, he will definitely be able to crush them like crushing ants. After a while, Xiang Qian suddenly felt that Lang Ning was looking at him, and he turned his head. Sure enough, Lang Ning was looking at him straight. What are you looking at? Am I handsome again? Xiang Qian said narcissistically. No, it's that you now finally have the temperament of a human leader. I remember that more than a decade ago, you were still a big liar. You used the bait of curing my congenital heart disease to seduce the scientific prophet. Now thinking about it, I was really stupid at that time. At that time, you were calculating this and that all day long, only caring about yourself, and seemed to be very insecure. But after you came back this time, you became much more confident. Lang Ning said lightly. Xiang Qian didn't know what to say for a while after listening. Looking back at the past, he was just like what Lang Ning said. As for the lack of security, only a fool would feel safe when he knew that humans would enter the microcosm and face the third-level peak civilization, the Lilan tribe. As for now, after dealing with the Lilan tribe, humans already have enough capital. At least they did not lose at the starting line. In a few years, the Earth will fly out of the solar system, and that will be the time to step onto the stage of the universe. According to the memory of the previous life, at least within a dozen years, humans will not be in any danger, and Xiang Qian will certainly not be full of a sense of crisis. Besides, with the current technology of mankind, many small dangers can basically be ignored. In addition, Xiang Qian has come step by step to the present, and has the highest authority in human civilization. His vision and ideas have also changed. At least he is no longer just concerned about himself and his family, keeping a hand in everything, making the worst plan, and thinking about running away when things are irreversible. Now Xiang Qian has no idea of running away at all. Either he will lead the entire human race to the pinnacle of cosmic civilization step by step, or he will perish with the Earth. There is no escape in his heart anymore, and of course, he will not think about running away. Then would you like to be the wife of the leader of mankind? After a while, Xiang Qian said with a smile. I don't know how you got the status of leader, you are so conceited. When the whole human race recognizes your status, you can regard yourself as the leader of mankind. Lang Ning said with contempt. It's only a matter of time. They will know how lucky mankind is to have a leader like me. Xiang Qian said confidently. He has this confidence. When mankind conquers a subordinate race, mankind will know how lucky they are. Then we talk about it on that day. Lang Ning left the balcony and returned to the room. Xiang Qian didn't hold Lang Ning, because he really didn't have time to think about these things now. Before the Earth flew out of the solar system, there was still danger. But many things can be prepared now. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian couldn't help but reveal a warm smile. Half a year later, all the parasites of the Lilan tribe were found out, and all humans returned to live on Earth. All spaceships were dismantled, and after secondary processing to ensure that there were no Lilan gene seeds, they were assembled into transport ships and mining ships to start mining mineral resources in the solar system. All resources on the Earth stopped being mined and kept as reserves. They could only be mined in emergencies. All mines in the future would be transported back to the Earth by aliens. So far, humans have finally stopped plundering the Earth's resources and started to protect the Earth's environment with all their strength. Chapter 154. In the dark and silent universe, countless asteroids move forward rapidly under the influence of gravity. Suddenly, an asteroid changed its trajectory and strangely collided with another asteroid, causing the other asteroid to deviate from its orbit. After deviating from its orbit, the asteroid headed straight for a planet with a mass of 2/3 that of the Earth. In the silent universe, this asteroid, which had already condensed its core, was directly smashed into pieces by the huge asteroid. The force of the planet's explosion directly increased the speed of the planet's debris to a very terrifying level. These planetary debris flew into the Oort cloud and collided with meteorites, comets, asteroids, and other celestial bodies in it. After repeated collisions, countless comets and asteroids broke away from the range of the Oort cloud and rushed directly into the inner solar system. This series of complex changes eventually caused interstellar matter more than 3 times the mass of the Earth to rush into the inner solar system. No one could imagine that this terrible change, which can be called a disaster, was just caused by the change of the trajectory of an asteroid and a simple collision. Boss, countless meteorites and asteroids have flown out of the Oort cloud, with a total mass more than 3 times that of the Earth. These meteorites and asteroids are currently flying toward the solar system. Xiang Qian looked at the screen showing countless meteorites and asteroids flying toward the inner solar system, with no surprise on his face. This was something he had expected. Starry sky, how much is left to calculate the distance between Proxima Centauri and the solar system? Xiang Qian suddenly asked after looking at the screen for a while. Boss, Proxima Centauri is still 3.1 light-years away from the solar system. Shinkong quickly gave the answer. Shinkong, ask Mr. Li if the final design of the planetary gravity engine has been completed. Boss, Academician Li said that the final plan has been made and is preparing to conduct a zero-gravity simulation experiment in space. The experimental time is expected to be 1 year. 1 year of experimental time, plus modifying the design drawings, adjusting the Earth's orbit, and preparatory work before acceleration. It would take at least 3 or 4 years to complete. After these asteroids rush into the solar system, they will cause chaos inside the solar system. At that time, countless meteorites and asteroids will rush towards the Earth every day. This is nothing, but in a dozen years, one of these asteroids will directly hit Saturn with a huge mass. That will be a disaster. After the entire Saturn is hit, the total energy released will exceed 1 trillion tons of TNT equivalent. At that time, Saturn's material ejection and radiation burst will definitely make the solar system a mess. At that time, the Earth would not have to do anything else every day, just intercept asteroids and meteorites every day. Then, after another 30 years, if the Earth has not left the solar system, a supermassive satellite will directly hit the Sun, breaking the Sun's convection layer, causing a large amount of material from the Sun to be ejected. At that time, the interior of the solar system will basically be uninhabitable. It can be said that 30 years is the last time for the Earth to leave the solar system. If the Earth has not left the solar system within 30 years, then quickly abandon the Earth and fly away from the solar system, because the interior of the solar system at that time is hell. Although Xiang Qian knew all these things, he had no ability to change them. Yes, the current human beings have indeed entered the category of level 3 civilization. But they can only intercept the asteroids that have already exploded, but they cannot prevent the outbreak of these disasters. Because all these disasters are controlled by some kind of rules. Even if Xiang Qian built a large space fortress outside Saturn today to prevent Saturn from being hit by asteroids. But Saturn is fine, Jupiter may become the target of the impact, even if Xiang Qian protects all planets such as Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, etc. Then the final disaster may turn into instability in the core of the Sun, and a direct explosion. In short, Xiang Qian knew that these things would happen, but he was powerless to change them. He could only rely on his foresight and memory to prepare in advance and avoid the danger before it came, instead of stopping it. So after thinking for a while, Xiang Qian decided to speed up the development of the gravity engine. After all, the sooner you leave the solar system, the sooner you can get out of danger. Shinkong, notify Yingying to ask for leave from the teacher after school at noon, and don't go to school in the afternoon. At the same time, let Yang Guang send someone to pick up Yingying and send her directly to the Academy of Sciences. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. After speaking, Xiang Qian continued to deal with the documents in his hands. Most of these documents required his signature to take effect. Although this was a bit annoying for Xiang Qian, he couldn't let others replace him, and he couldn't let others replace him. After reviewing all the issues regarding the formation of the Federal Fleet and the training of soldiers, Xiang Qian left the office and went to the Academy of Sciences. The power of the gravity mode device is increased by 35%, and the central gravity field is constant. Stop. Changes have been found in the lunar orbit, and the simulation experiment has failed. I feel that the gravity between the Moon and the Earth should be blocked, otherwise the gravitational balance between them cannot be mastered at all. I disagree. Blocking the gravity between the Moon and the Earth will cause unknown changes to the Earth, and such changes may have very serious consequences. As soon as Xiang Qian entered the gravity engine laboratory, he saw a group of people discussing in front of the big screen. Teacher Professor David, what's the problem? Xiang Qian looked at a group of people discussing enthusiastically and asked curiously. Didn't Shinkong just say that the final plan had been determined? Could there be another problem? When everyone saw Xiang Qian, they immediately greeted him, and Xiang Qian nodded one by one. Originally, the plan had been determined, but we all overlooked a problem, which is the gravity problem between the moon and the Earth. In the current simulated plan, once the gravity-generating device is activated, it is necessary to balance the gravitational field between the gravity-generating device and the Earth. If the gravitational field is balanced, there will be problems with the direct gravitational transmission between the moon and the Earth. Without the Earth's gravity, the moon will leave the Earth's orbit. But if the gravitational field between the Earth and the moon is not balanced, the Earth will be violently reacted to the gravitational field conflict, and the internal structure of the Earth will change, and global fire eruptions and continental shelf plate drift will occur again. Old Manly saw Xiang Qian and pointed at the screen and said to him. Xiang Qian looked at the several large gravitational field areas on the screen and frowned. What if we block the gravitational transmission between the moon and the Earth, but pretend to have a super large planetary engine on the moon to prevent the moon from leaving the Earth's orbit, and then restore the gravitational force between them after leaving the solar system? Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, no, the gravitational force of the moon on the Earth affects the Earth all the time. To put it simply, the tidal changes of the Earth are affected by the gravitational force of the moon. There are many other unknown effects. If the Earth suddenly loses the gravitational force of the moon, we don't know what changes will happen. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, someone immediately said. Xiang Qian heard that what the other person said made sense. He was not sure whether the loss of the moon's gravity would have any impact on the Earth's environment. If there were any unpredictable changes, it would be the end. Okay, let's have lunch first, and we talk about the experiment in the afternoon. Xiang Qian thought about it, but couldn't think of any good solution, so he could only say to everyone, why do you run here every day? Are you very free? After everyone left, Old Manly said to Xiang Qian, I'm not idle, I'm just in a hurry. As long as I can manufacture the planetary gravity engine, the Earth will not be truly safe. Xiang Qian said speechlessly. Is there any danger? Old Manly frowned and said, it's not that there are still some dangers, but there are still a lot of dangers. But for now, getting the Earth out of the solar system is the most important thing. As long as this is done, everything else will be easy. How long do we have? Old Manly asked seriously. 15 years. If we don't leave the solar system within 15 years, the Earth will be in danger. If we don't leave the solar system within 30 years, we can only abandon the Earth. If we don't leave the solar system within 50 years, we can only wait for death. Xiang Qian looked around and found no one, so he whispered to Old Manly. Why do you insist on taking the Earth out of the solar system? In fact, with our current technology, we can find another planet suitable for human habitation. Why do you have to? Teacher, I know what you said. But I have my reasons for doing this. Xiang Qian said seriously. Okay, I understand. Old Manly looked at Xiang Qian's expression and knew Xiang Qian's determination. Teacher, don't worry, it's okay. I came here today to solve your problems. Now let's go to eat and work in the afternoon. Xiang Qian said confidently. After lunch, Zhang Ying also came to the Academy of Sciences under the escort of biological weapons. Ying, do you still remember the prophecy seen yesterday? What did the moon look like at that time, and was there anything around it? After Zhang Ying arrived, Xiang Qian asked directly. Brother Xiang Qian, I forgot that. Zhang Ying said very unconsciously. It's okay, you can predict now, and see if there is anything on or around the moon, and what those things look like. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Okay, Brother Xiang Qian. After Zhang Ying finished speaking, she activated her ability. 5 minutes later, Zhang Ying panted and said, Brother Xiang Qian, there is a big tower on the moon, and there are many big iron plates around the moon. After listening to this, Xiang Qian glanced at Old Manly and continued to ask, Ying, what did you see about the Earth? I saw the Earth. Nothing has changed. Zhang Ying thought for a moment and said strangely, Teacher, you can study this. I feel that the gravity of the moon should be shielded, but it does not use a planetary engine and still revolves around the Earth. Xiang Qian said slowly. It's not that simple. I need to go back and think about it carefully. Old Manly frowned and said, Well, I can't help you in this regard. If you have any questions and don't know what the consequences will be, just ask Ying directly. I'm going back first. Ying, you can eat snacks and watch movies here. I will send someone to take you home in the evening. You must listen to Grandpa Li here, understand? After Xiang Qian explained to Zhang Ying, he turned around and left. In the next few days, Zhang Ying went to school in the morning and came to the Academy of Sciences in the afternoon to help with scientific research. With Zhang Ying's participation, Many uncertain issues were directly resolved under Zhang Ying's accurate predictions. Just like the impact of the gravitational field on the Earth, after determining a plan, Zhang Ying would predict the situation on the Earth, and after confirming that it would not cause any serious consequences, everyone confirmed the plan. In this way, the research speed is many times faster than before, and new problems are solved every day. Although everyone only knows the results of these problems, they don't know why such results occur. But under Xiang Qian's instructions, everyone did not waste time studying these problems. They just stored them, and moved on to the next one. During this period, Xiang Qian paid attention to the asteroids flying out of the Oort cloud every day. He did not stop them, but paid attention to them. Any meteorites and asteroids that threatened the Earth were marked. Chapter 155. 3 months later, Xiang Qian received a report from Chu Tianxing. The quantum algorithm has been studied, and the 1800-qubit quantum computer used in the experiment has been tested, confirming the feasibility of this quantum algorithm. This quantum algorithm is not the conceptual quantum algorithm proposed before, nor is it the quantum decomposition algorithm and quantum particle swarm algorithm that have achieved results before. Instead, it is a new quantum algorithm that combines quantum neurons, ant colonies, particle swarms and other algorithms as the basis, with chaos theory as the core. Although this quantum algorithm inevitably has some defects, such as generating a lot of useless information and data during calculation. But for the overall computing capacity, it is simply insignificant. For the most powerful host of mankind, the main body of the starry sky, the newly developed quantum computer can process tens of millions of times more data than the main body of the starry sky. Of course, the processing capacity and peak value of data cannot represent the overall performance of supercomputers, but the effective processing data of quantum computers is also more than 1,000,000 times that of the main body of the starry sky. But that is to say, as long as the quantum computer is replaced now, the performance of the starry sky can at least be improved by 1,000,000 times. At the same time, there is no need for a large host cluster. As long as the data storage can keep up, the starry sky can fully support the computing requirements of the entire human race, and there is no need to use cloud computing. Xiang Qian was overjoyed when he learned the news. You must know that the network management problem of the entire Earth is also a headache for Xiang Qian. Although the performance of the starry sky is very strong, it cannot monitor the entire Earth, and it is limited to the loopholes of the binary algorithm. Network security issues have always been a headache for Xiang Qian. Now that the research on quantum computers has been completed, with the huge computing power and parallel processing characteristics of quantum computers, Shinkong can basically manage the entire Earth's network. At this time, Shinkong can be called the federal central host. Shinkong, let Chu Tianxing and others send all the information about the quantum computer to me, and then have someone send a copy of the materials for making quantum computers to the underground warehouse number 73. After receiving the report, Xiang Qian immediately said to Shinkong. After a while, all the data about quantum algorithms and quantum computers were sent to Xiang Qian. After Xiang Qian got the information, he spent a whole week studying it to understand it. During this time, he also consulted Chu Tianxing to understand many problems, and personally built several quantum computers. A week later, the Federal Industry Department received Xiang Qian's order to build 100,000 quantum computers. These quantum computers are all the tasks of equipment manufacturers. With the current industrial foundation of the transition from the middle to the late stage of the second-level civilization on Earth, it is impossible to meet Xiang Qian's requirements for quantum computers. Therefore, among all the evolutionists in the world, the equipment manufacturers who specialize in industrial components and the black technology masters who design precision equipment have begun to cooperate in manufacturing these quantum computers. Now, after reaching the second level of evolutionists, tens of millions of evolutionists in the world will choose a direction to specialize in. After all, everyone's energy is limited. Even the black technology masters will choose a direction to specialize in. Although the black technology masters can check all the technology drawings of the current civilization level in their minds. But without a specialization, the black technology master will never be able to obtain the hidden technology drawings. These hidden technology drawings can only be searched in the mind of a specialist. For example, a black technology master who specializes in spaceship engines and a black technology master of the same level, but not specializing in spaceship engines, also search for black technology drawings in their minds. In the mind of the black technology master who specializes in spaceship engines, a powerful spaceship engine will appear. However, the design drawings of the spacecraft engine cannot be found in the minds of those who do not specialize in black technology. And these engine drawings are all the pinnacle of the current civilization level, that is, 9-star drawings. It can be said that when an evolver reaches level 3, if he does not take the specialization route, he will not be able to produce the 9-star equipment of level 3 civilization, and he will not be able to break through to become a level 4 evolver. This is the difference between a level 1 evolver and a level 3 evolver. At level 4, the gap between evolvers is still very large. Because each evolver is in a different field, once they have chosen their specialization, it is impossible for them to change their specialization. Therefore, the war potential of a civilization depends entirely on whether the route taken by the evolvers of this civilization is comprehensive. And the technological specialization of a civilization is also related to the specialization of the evolvers of this race. Just like in the third-level civilization technology system of the Lelon people, there is no such thing as quantum computers, only biological brains. It's not that quantum computers are definitely better than biological brains. But biological brains combined with the racial talents of the Lelon people make biological brains better than quantum computers for the Lelon people. Only the best for you is the best. Otherwise, even if something is good, if it doesn't suit you, it's useless. So in the information that Xiang Qian got from the Lelon people, except for the scientific and technological information of the previous civilization left behind by the Lelon people, which was the scientific and technological information of the energy civilization branch, all the scientific and technological directions of the Lelon people's research were all the scientific and technological information of the biological and material civilization branches. Another week passed, and the Earth Federation began to replace electronic equipment on a large scale. Shinkong, the computing power has increased many times. Xiang Qian personally built a quantum computer with the peak technology level of the third-level civilization as the host of Shinkong. Only the host he built himself can make him feel at ease. Boss, the computing power has increased by 7.3 million times. Shinkong said immediately. Well, connect to the federal network and obtain the highest authority of all department system hosts. Xiang Qian immediately issued an order after Shinkong finished the test. In the next few days, Xiang Qian clearly felt that Shinkong's ability had improved. Although Shinkong could answer quickly when he asked Shinkong for data before. But sometimes he had to wait for a few seconds. These few seconds were not because Shinkong's calculation speed was slow, but because Shinkong needed to check other system hosts. However, after all departments of the Federation were equipped with quantum computers, the advantages of parallel processing were reflected. Even if the system hosts of other departments were performing other calculations, when Shinkong needed to check the data, they could do it at the same time. Instead of using the highest authority of the system to directly stop the computing plan of other system hosts as before, Shinkong first checked the data before resuming the computing plan of other system hosts. Similarly, with the quantum computer, the development speed of the planetary gravity engine is also as fast as riding a rocket. Finally, 2 months later, Old Manly told Xiang Qian that all the test data of the gravity engine had passed, and they were ready to start the final test, that is, to manufacture the finished product and test it on the Earth. Chapter 156. Unit 1 is fully equipped, 600,000 kilometers from the Earth, maintaining synchronous operation. Unit 2 is fully equipped. Unit 80 is fully equipped, requesting to connect to the energy source. In the universe, 600,000 kilometers away from the Earth, dozens of huge gravity-generating devices are operating synchronously around the Earth. Each of these dozens of huge gravity-generating devices has a diameter of 80 kilometers, and the center of the circle is bulging, much like a huge pot lid. The surface of these gravity-generating devices is covered with countless cylinders, with a diameter of 30 centimeters. These cylinders are the working units of the gravity-generating devices. In fact, the gravity-generating devices of the third-level civilization can only be regarded as something as simple as it can be. Because the operating principle of this device is very simple, it only uses the most basic over-the-horizon transmission property of gravity to complete the amplification and aggregation of gravity. The generation of gravity is related to the mass and density of matter. The larger the object, the stronger its gravity, and the higher the density of the object, the stronger its gravity. This is the most basic characteristic of gravity. Gravitons are the smallest particle unit discovered so far. Any object or energy has countless gravitons in its nucleus. Although the gravitational field emitted by these gravitons in the nucleus is very small, the gravitational field emitted by a nucleus is the basic unit of the graviton field. If calculated based on the gravitational field emitted by a graviton, the gravitational field emitted by a graviton is too weak, and there is a resonance amplification characteristic between gravitons and gravitons. So in the end, quantum physics fixed the unit of gravity as the gravitational field that can be emitted by an atomic nucleus, that is, 1 while. At the same time, according to the characteristics of gravitational amplification, when the gravitational fields of two atomic nuclei are superimposed, a slight amplification will be produced. When countless atomic nuclei are aggregated together, the amplification effect of the gravitational field will be doubled. This multiplied value is the formula for calculating the strength of the gravitational field. Of course, there is a limit to the superposition of gravitational fields, and this limit is still very far away for humans at present. If one day humans can use the power of technology to collapse an asteroid into the state of neutron star matter, then we will be close to finding the superposition limit of gravitational fields. With the third-level civilization technology that humans have mastered, many problems of gravitational fields have not been solved and are not very clear. For example, how the repulsive force between gravitational fields is generated, where is the limit of the beyond-horizon effect of gravitational fields, the relationship between the movement of matter and the gravitational field, and a series of unknown problems. Now this gravitational generating device simply uses the superposition characteristics of the gravitational field, uses ultra-high energy to increase the strength of the Earth's gravitational field, and uses the relationship of mutual attraction between gravitational fields to make the Earth move forward quickly. This is just the simplest way of application. In the gravitational physics system, the gravitational engine made by using the repulsive force between gravitational fields and the reaction force is the real gravitational engine. The current method of superimposing the gravitational field of countless gravitational generating devices to drive the Earth forward is not a gravitational engine at all. If one day humans can use the Earth as an electromagnetic weapon, use the gravitational field as the electromagnetic field, and use the method of cutting magnetic lines to launch, then humans can achieve superluminal flight. Connect the energy. Xiang Qian stood in front of the large screen in the center of the gravity engine laboratory and said to the system. After Xiang Qian gave the order, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor behind the gravity generator began to provide energy to the gravity generator. Soon, the screen showed an icon indicating that the energy system was connected and the energy output power was normal. At this time, everyone was waiting for Xiang Qian to give the order to activate the gravity generating device, but Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Ying and said to her, "Ying, what will happen to the Earth in 5 minutes, and what order will I give?" "Brother Xiang Qian, there is no change on the Earth. You will give the order to activate the second layer of gravity field." Zhang Ying quickly raised her head and said, "First layer of gravity field, 50% power, activate." Xiang Qian immediately gave the order after hearing it. Following Xiang Qian's order, the gravity generator inside the Earth orbital defense circle was immediately activated. In less than 10 seconds, the gravity field formed by the gravity generator was balanced with the Earth's own gravity field. Second layer of gravity field, 50% power, on. This time, an alarm suddenly sounded on the screen, and the area covered by the atmosphere suddenly sank 1,600 meters into the Earth's interior. The staff inside the Earth orbital defense circle also felt the sudden increase in gravity in an instant. But in less than 10 seconds, these changes became constant, the atmosphere no longer collapsed into the Earth, and the gravity generator in the Earth's orbital defense circle quickly adjusted its power to synchronize the gravity environment in the room with the gravity on the surface. "Ying, what changes will the Earth have in 10 minutes, and what kind of orders will I issue?" Xiang Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the gravitational field balanced. But before issuing the third order, he still asked Zhang Ying before daring to issue the order. "Brother Xiang Qian, the sea water on Earth seems to have changed a bit, and I don't understand the specific situation." But Brother Xiang Qian's face was full of smiles after 10 minutes. After Zhang Ying made a prediction, she tilted her head and said, "Thank you, Ying." After hearing this, Xiang Qian felt a lot more relaxed. You know, giving this order can determine the fate of mankind. Although Xiang Qian looked calm on the surface, he was still under great pressure in his heart. The third level of gravitational field, 50% power, open. Xiang Qian said confidently that he had confidence in the scientific research team led by Old Manly and David, in the gravity-generating devices made by the equipment manufacturers, and in Zhang Ying's predictions. 3 seconds after Xiang Qian gave the order, he suddenly felt the whole building shake, and the whole person swayed backwards, but quickly adjusted. At the same time, the alarms in the starry sky kept sounding, the tides of the ocean became weird, many waves over 10 meters were formed, and earthquakes occurred in 38 locations on the Earth. 79 geosynchronous satellites in space deviated from their orbits, the Earth's orbital defense circle deviated 17 degrees sideways, the moon suddenly moved 49 kilometers away from the Earth, and a series of other things happened. These things are within the scope of the simulation. When Xiang Qian saw these data, although he was a little worried, they were all within the controllable range, and would not have much impact on the Earth. At this time, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Earth's orbit. The space gravitational field on the big screen kept changing, indicating that the Earth's super-large gravitational field began to increase in strength, and then reacted with another super-large gravitational field in space. In the universe far away from the Earth, countless meteorites and asteroids in the galaxy around the black hole suddenly shook and became chaotic, but soon returned to order. The Earth deviated from its forward trajectory and entered the predetermined orbit, and its speed continued to increase. The voice of the starry sky sounded in the gravity engine laboratory. Success? Great. In the laboratory, most people jumped up and shouted loudly. Xiang Qian also had a smile on his face. He subconsciously looked at the time. Sure enough, it was exactly 10 minutes since he asked Ying the question. After 5 minutes, everyone calmed down. At this time, Xiang Qian continued to issue orders. The power of the 3-layer gravitational field is synchronously increased by 10%. There was a slight vibration, and everyone only felt it a little, but the speed of the Earth on the screen increased again. The power of the 3-layer gravitational field is synchronously increased by 20%. A stronger vibration came, and this time the vibration affected the tabletop in the laboratory, and the vibration was more obvious. The power of the 3-layer gravitational field is synchronously increased to 100%. Ding ding. Instantly, the starry sky sent an alarm. More than a dozen asteroids in space changed their flight orbits and rushed towards the Earth. At the same time, in the distant Oort cloud, many asteroids also changed their rules. The entire solar system also underwent very subtle changes when the gravitational field was increased to 100% power. Notify Zhang Lei to intercept these asteroids, and at the same time notify all mankind that the Earth's orbit has been successfully changed. Let the government arrange a spokesperson to make an announcement and make this day a memorial day for mankind. Therefore, researchers who participated in the research of gravity engines will be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points, and their contribution level will be upgraded by 1 level. Xiang Qian turned around and said to everyone in the laboratory. On April 26th, 17th year of the new era, humans changed the direction of the Earth's advance and took the Earth to fly outside the solar system to meet unknown challenges. On this day, many people who had never known why humans had to leave the solar system finally learned the information that Xiang Qian had hidden. All humans knew that the solar system was going to be destroyed, and the only result of humans not leaving the solar system was destruction. While the entire Earth was in joy and celebration, Xiang Qian was commanding the fleet to destroy the asteroids that threatened humanity, and at the same time began to arrange to restore the various hidden dangers caused by the change in the Earth's gravitational field. Shinkong, at the current speed, how long will it take to reach the Oort cloud? Xiang Qian returned to his desk, arranged everything, and asked Shinkong. Boss, at the current speed of the Earth, it will take 7 years, 3 months and 21 days to reach the Oort cloud. 8 years, it will take several more years to leave the Oort cloud, and the Earth still can't avoid the disaster in 15 years. Starry Sky, starting tomorrow, let all mining ships start to go to the resource planets ahead of the Earth's route to mine mineral resources. At the same time, let all evolvers who have not chosen a specialization choose a specialization within a month, and all evolvers will receive professional training. Upgrade the Earth's industrial base. After 8 years, the Earth's industrial base must reach the middle stage of the 3rd level civilization, and complete the upgrade of all supporting technologies and equipment. At the same time, forget it, let's do a few things first. Xiang Qian wanted to say something, but he felt that it was better to take it step by step. If he took too big a step, it would be easy to get into trouble. Okay, boss. Chapter 157. The Kuiper Belt is a hollow disc-shaped area of densely packed celestial bodies near the ecliptic plane outside the orbit of Neptune, about $30 from the Sun. After several months of sailing, the Earth finally reached the edge of the solar system, the Kuiper Belt. At this time, humans can see various asteroids in the night sky with their naked eyes. At night, many people like to look up at the numerous asteroids passing by the Earth from the balcony and the park. Although the scenery is incomparably spectacular, it also contains great danger. A few months ago, Xiang Qian began to lay out the Kuiper Belt, clearing various asteroids on the Earth's route and destroying small asteroids. Shinkong, have you finished assigning tomorrow's tasks? Xiang Qian rubbed his forehead, put down the documents in his hand, and said to Shinkong. It has been assigned. Shinkong said lightly. At this time, the expression on Shinkong's face became much softer, no longer as dull as before. Xiang Qian nodded. During this period, all threatening asteroids were marked by Shinkong, and then tasks were assigned to each fleet. Boss, Minister Zhang Lei sent a communication request. After a while, Shinkong sent a prompt. Connected. Zhang Lei's image appeared on the screen, but looking at his black circle, he had not slept well for a long time. Brother Lei, what's the matter? Xiangqian said with a smile. In private, he still kept the old name. In fact, in Xiangqian's heart, Zhang Lei was no different from his brother. Boss, it's like this. The recent missions are quite busy, and the soldiers of each fleet are already very tired. I want to ask if we can add some soldiers. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that my soldiers can't stand it, and it will be bad if mistakes are made. Zhang Lei said with a smile. Well, I know about this, but soldiers cannot be added. When there is no war, adding too many soldiers will put more pressure on the Federation. But I have a solution for this. As long as you hold on for 3 days, you won't be so busy after 3 days. Xiangqian nodded. Okay, I promise to complete the task. Zhang Lei stood at attention and said, Brother Lei, don't be so serious. There are no outsiders now. By the way, I heard from Brother Yang that Brother Lei, you have a girlfriend. Xiangqian had a smirk on his face. Well, we just confirmed our relationship, and I was busy during this period, so I didn't inform everyone. When we leave the Kuiper Belt, I will bring her to treat everyone to dinner to apologize to you. Zhang Lei blushed and said a little embarrassedly, That's a must. Brother Lei, you can just go back and lie down. Xiangqian said with a smile. After chatting with Zhang Lei for a while, the two hung up the call. Now it's different from before. Both of them are the top leaders of the entire Earth Federation. They have a lot of things to do, and now they can spend less and less time together. After a while, Xiangqian said, Starry Sky, call up the list of the top 10,000 teams in the endless Starry Sky. In an instant, a long list appeared in front of Xiangqian. Endless Starry Sky is a game that completely simulates the real universe Star War, which is divided into battleship battles, fighter plane battles, and planetary land battles. In Endless Starry Sky, all the equipment are the current main battle equipment on Earth, and the operation method is exactly the same as in reality. In other words, the strength in Endless Starry Sky can also be exerted in reality. Now the top 10,000 teams in the entire Endless Starry Sky are definitely not inferior to the main fleet of humans in reality. The difference between the two sides is only in the overall coordination. However, in a one-on-one duel, the main fleet of mankind may not be able to defeat these people. In fact, the original intention of this game is to cultivate the reserve force of war for mankind, and finally add a little gameplay. Xiangqian checked the personnel configuration of the first 10,000 teams, and selected 5,000 of them. Shinkong, notify these 5,000 teams to dispatch physical warships tomorrow, and let them complete the mission. Xiangqian said to Starry Sky. Okay, boss. That night, the 5,000 teams received a notice from Starry Sky. After receiving this notice, the members of these teams were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that there would be a time to control a physical warship. As for whether they were deceived, no one thought that the notice they received was a message sent by the system Starry Sky main brain. What kind of existence is Starry Sky? It is the central main brain of the Earth Federation. Even the systems used by the major departments of the Federation are the secondary systems of Starry Sky. The only person in the entire human race who can use the star system is Xiangqian. This also means that the one who issued this order is Xiangqian. Now everyone in the Earth Federation knows that Xiangqian is the real leader of the entire Earth Federation. However, for such a long time, Xiangqian rarely intervened in government affairs, and the Federal Army had nothing to do with ordinary people. In addition, there is no war now, and the development of the Earth can be described as changing with each passing day. Therefore, the entire human race still agrees with Xiangqian. Of course, this is also related to Xiangqian single-handedly fighting against the Lilan tribe in the microcosm and saving the entire human race. The next day, after the 5,000 members of the team logged into the Endless Starry Sky, they were immediately transferred to the clones. Please all personnel go to the bridge and learn the rules of operating the physical warship. After all the personnel had just adapted to the clones, they heard the broadcast in the warship. Boss, do we still need to learn the rules of operating the warship? Even if it is the main battleship of the Federation, it may not be able to beat us in a single fight. Don't talk nonsense. Games are just games. They are different from reality. We have no problem controlling the warship, but we don't understand many rules. It's different in the game. But it's different in reality. Don't think you can drive it at will. I feel that as long as we make any unusual movements, the asteroid fortress cannon will immediately blow up our warship. No way, it's so brutal. Stop talking nonsense, let's go! Soon, all the personnel in the warship came to the bridge to watch the warship control rules on the big screen. It took more than an hour for the battleship control rules on the big screen to be played. At this time, everyone also understood the difference between the game and reality. Just as the captain of the team said, any abnormal operation must be immediately changed back to the correct operation of the orbit after being warned. Even the flight orbit cannot be changed at will. Only after leaving the Earth's defense circle can the flight route of the battleship be changed. In this way, this group of 5,000 most powerful team members in the endless starry sky began a 3-day adaptive operation. It was not until the 4th day that they were allowed to leave the spaceport and go to the Kuiper Belt to perform their mission. Chapter 158. Mission Target, Asteroid Number T-1217. Mission Completion Conditions. Completely crush this asteroid. In the control hall of the battleship, the large screen displayed the tasks to be performed. At the same time, the other 9,000 battleships also displayed such mission conditions. These 8,000 battleships were all controlled by the personnel of the 5,000 battleships. Most of these battleships controlled one battleship, and only a small number of battleships had 2 or even 3 battleships. Brother Lei, how are these people? Xiang Qian said to Zhang Lei in the video. A single warship has strong combat power, but the overall coordination is not good. It is suitable for independent operations and special operations. It is of no help for group wars. However, if these people can join the army, they will definitely form a fleet with super combat power in the future. Zhang Lei said. Brother Lei, don't think about it. It is impossible to increase the number of troops at present. And in the next 10 years, the possibility of large-scale collective war is basically zero. So now these people should be placed in the civilian population and continue to be used as a reserve force. Xiang Qian saw what Zhang Lei meant and immediately said with a smile. Okay, I will take people to carry out the mission. Zhang Lei said helplessly. Xiang Qian hung up the communication and continued to look at the star map on the big screen. Now the Earth is crossing the edge of the Kuiper Belt. There are too many asteroids here. Hundreds of thousands of interstellar dust fragments hit the gravity generator every day. So Xiang Qian had to send a large number of warships and satellite fortresses around the gravity generator to intercept these interstellar dust fragments and small meteorites. As for the larger asteroids and dwarf planets, they need to be pushed away and destroyed. Boom! A series of explosions broke the peaceful Kuiper Belt, and countless asteroid debris scattered in an instant. The Earth's orbital defense circle and satellite interception equipment fired at the same time to blow up the scattered asteroid debris. Otherwise, the asteroid debris would pose a great threat to the spaceport and gravity-generating device in outer space. At this time, because it was dark in the northern hemisphere of the Earth, the spectacular scene of thousands of cannons firing at the same time, drawing countless lights in space. You could also see an asteroid of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size being blown to pieces, with countless debris ejected. It can be said that everyone on Earth is looking forward to the arrival of night, and then using space telescopes to watch the scene in space. Boss, we don't have many nuclear bombs left. Use the main gun to attack the next target. The weapons operator of the Tianlong team said to the team leader. With the attack power of the main gun, can we break the next asteroid? The captain of the Tianlong team asked. If we carry out a node attack, 2 shots can break the next asteroid. That means using the main gun to attack. Okay. Soon, the main gun of a 3-kilometer-sized warship began to charge. Boom! A deep pit was hit in the middle of an asteroid with a diameter of 70 kilometers. The material on the surface of the asteroid was scattered, but the entire asteroid was not broken. Boss, it's bad. The density of this asteroid is relatively high. It seems that 2 shots can't break it. If 2 shots don't break it, then 3 shots until it breaks. I want to see how hard this asteroid is. Boom! The second shot, cracks appeared on the surface of the asteroid, and a large amount of material was ejected by the shock wave of the explosion, but the asteroid still did not break. At this time, the main gun was charged for the 3rd time. As long as it was attacked again, the asteroid would be broken. Ding! This is the detection system of the battleship, and it suddenly sounded an alarm. What happened? Why did the alarm sound? The captain of the Tianlong team asked immediately. Captain, the detector scanned life reactions. What? Life reactions? Where are they? On the asteroid we attacked, life reactions appeared in the core. Report immediately, stop the attack, and turn the detector power to maximum. Xiang Qian was processing documents in the office, when he suddenly received a notice from Shinkong that life reactions were found in the asteroids in the Kuiper Belt. What? Life reactions? show the picture immediately. Soon, a picture of an asteroid that was about to break into pieces appeared on the big screen, but there was a red mark in the core of this asteroid. Xiang Qian was very confused when he saw this picture, wondering when life existed in the Kuiper Belt. However, Xiang Qian still attached great importance to this life reaction. In the previous life, people came to leave the solar system on a spacecraft, and they did not need to penetrate the Kuiper Belt, as long as they avoided the asteroids. Therefore, no life reaction was found in the Kuiper Belt, and Xiang Qian had no memory of this. But now that life reaction was found, Xiang Qian had to pay attention. He had to be cautious about creatures that could survive in the Kuiper Belt, no matter what kind of creatures they were, whether they had attack power or not. Starry Sky, how far is the Earth from that asteroid? Boss, the Earth is 270 million kilometers away from the asteroid. Immediately reduce the power of the generator, and slow down the Earth's speed. Then let Lung Ning use the clone to take the spaceship to the scene of the incident. I want to know the specific information of that life. Send someone to pick up Zhang Ying and bring her to my office. Xiang Qian immediately gave the order. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian notified the Tianlong team to control the spaceship to approach the asteroid and observe it closely. But in the center of the asteroid, except for the big pit in the center, no life in the core of the asteroid can be observed at other locations. Shinkong, notify the Tianlong team to decompose and attack the asteroid, destroy the materials on the outer layer of the asteroid, but do not damage the core. Xiang Qian observed for a while, and found that it was impossible to determine whether the life form was a life form, so he could only issue such an order. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, the secondary guns of the battleship still launched an attack, attacking the cracked position of the asteroid. In this way, the asteroid quickly lost a lot of mass, and the core part gradually appeared. Analyze the size and life state of this creature. Insufficient data, unable to analyze, suspected creature is in dormant state. Xiang Qian looked at the exposed limbs of the creature and felt that this creature should not be small. Because this limb part is a bit like a tentacle, but I don't know whether the tentacles of this creature are limbs or sensory parts. If it is a limb, the size of this creature is still within an acceptable range. But if this part is only a sensory part, then the size of this creature is a bit surprising. As the Tianlong team gradually dismembered the asteroid and more of the core leaked out, other parts of the creature also appeared. Use the secondary gun to attack the creature's tentacles. Xiang Qian looked for a while, and found that the part of the creature that was exposed outside was basically motionless, so he ordered a tentative attack. Boom! The creature's tentacles were directly interrupted. At this time, the creature finally reacted. The entire core of the asteroid moved, and the life reaction displayed on the life detector became stronger and stronger. Boss, Zhang Ying is here. At this time, Shinkong suddenly reminded. Let her in quickly. Xiang Qian said immediately. Zhang Ying walked into Xiang Qian's office in her school uniform. Ying, hurry up and predict what will happen 30 minutes after I give the attack order. Xiang Qian pointed at the biological limbs on the screen and said. Zhang Ying immediately closed her eyes, and she opened them after a minute. But at this time, her eyes were full of fear. Brother Xiang Qian, there are so many monsters crawling out of many asteroids, attacking our warships. Zhang Ying said anxiously. Ying, don't be afraid, it's okay. Calm down. If I don't give the attack order now, what will happen in an hour? Xiang Qian touched Ying's head and said with a smile. Zhang Ying closed her eyes again, and after a while, she opened her eyes again, without the panic just now. Brother Xiang Qian, nothing will happen this time. The monster is still in there, and has not crawled out. Zhang Ying spoke up. Okay, thank you Ying, you go to the sofa and rest for a while. Let Brother Xiang Qian do the next thing. Xiang Qian finished speaking, frowning and looking at the screen. Starry Sky, notify the Tianlong team to stop attacking and retreat 10,000 kilometers. At the same time, let all black technology masters and equipment manufacturers start producing satellite defense weapons, and industrial production will start at the same time. Turn off the gravity-generating device, and stop the Earth from moving forward. Xiang Qian hurriedly issued an order. Okay, boss. Ying, predict what will happen in a month. After giving the order, Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying. The result obtained this time is different from the previous result. There is no monster attacking the Earth. After hearing Zhang Ying's answer, Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that as long as this monster is not resurrected, no other monsters will appear. Shinkong, notify the top 1,000 biologists in the Federal Science and Technology ranking to meet in conference room number 3 immediately. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, He took Ying to the meeting room number 3. Ying, can you draw the general image of those monsters? Xiang Qian asked on the way. Ying is not very good at drawing, but Ying can draw the general appearance. Zhang Ying thought for a while and said, That's fine. Ying will draw the appearance of those monsters first when we get to the meeting room. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Okay, brother Xiang Qian. When they got to the meeting room, Ying drew the images of those monsters there, and Xiang Qian began to contact Leng Ning and explain some things to her. At the same time, let the Tianlong team find the tentacle that was just blown off, which is an important research resource. Chapter 159. The top biologists of the Federation came to conference room number 3 one after another. When they saw Xiang Qian looking seriously at the small screen in front of the rostrum, they did not dare to speak loudly. Although they could not see what Xiang Qian was looking at, they all had a very strong premonition. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense, everyone just look at the big screen. Seeing that everyone was present, Xiang Qian immediately said to everyone. In an instant, the image of the asteroid core appeared on the big screen, and all the biological limbs on the screen were marked. This is an asteroid 270 million kilometers away from our area. This asteroid is blocking the Earth's path, so I sent a warship to smash it. But just now, before destroying the asteroid, the warship suddenly discovered that there was a life reaction in the core of the asteroid. Then we started to dig, and finally formed this situation. But now, we can no longer dig on this asteroid, because the life reaction of this creature is becoming more and more obvious, and any stimulating behavior may wake this creature from sleep or hibernation. Now I call everyone. I hope to get some information about this creature from you. The environment outside the asteroid and the environment inside the asteroid are all here. I want to know how this creature survives, what its food is, what its habits are, and what its living environment was like before. I don't need very accurate data, I just need a general situation. Xiang Qian said to everyone. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, many biologists were surprised. Although they had been exposed to the biological technology of the third-level civilization, this was the first time they had seen such creatures living on asteroids. Soon, many biologists began to discuss. Now Xiang Qian gave all the pictures and related information. Although it was a bit difficult to infer the habits and living environment of the creatures with these data, everyone knew that Xiang Qian was not making things difficult for them, but really needed them to give specific suggestions. Brother Xiang Qian, I've finished the drawing. At this time, Zhang Ying said this while holding a piece of paper. Xiang Qian looked at the monster image on the white paper and suddenly frowned. Because the monster image drawn by Zhang Ying was too abstract and did not conform to the law of biological evolution. Okay, Ying, sit here and rest. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying. Brother Xiang Qian, Ying's drawing is not good, but Ying remembers these characteristics of the monster very clearly. Zhang Ying raised her head and said. Xiang Qian glanced at the picture on the white paper and nodded to Zhang Ying. Okay, everyone, stop for a moment and look at the image of this creature first. Xiang Qian said to everyone, and at the same time displayed the monster portrait drawn by Zhang Ying on the big screen. How is it possible? How can a creature evolve to this? It's incredible that there are such creatures. This is unscientific. Many biologists were very surprised and full of disbelief after seeing the portrait of the monster. Xiang Qian was also a little surprised when he heard the exclamation of the crowd. If only 1 or 2 people were so surprised, he would not be surprised, but everyone's expression was the same, so Xiang Qian had to pay attention. You have to know that each of these people sitting here is a top biologist in the world, and they are a group of people who have made great achievements in various fields of biology. These people are not comparable to those experts. I want to know, is there anything wrong with this creature? Xiang Qian said to everyone. Mr. Xiang, you may not know that the evolution of organisms has its own rules. This rule may be related to the environment in which the organisms live, or it may be related to the food chain, but the characteristic of biological evolution is that they evolve in one direction and cannot evolve in multiple directions. This creature is different. It has the characteristics of marine life and land life. The most terrifying thing is that it has some characteristics that only underground life can have. This is basically impossible for the law of biological evolution. It's like a fish that can swim in the sea, hunt on land, and dig holes like a snake. This is simply impossible. Its body structure is a characteristic of marine life, but its 6 limbs have claws of land life, and its scales and muscle structure have the characteristics of creeping creatures. At the same time, its mouth is obviously full of jaws and teeth that only aggressive creatures have, which shows that its bite force is also very amazing. In this case, It means that its food chain is... Xiang Qian interrupted the biologist. If he continued to talk, it would be endless. And he also had a guess in his mind, but he couldn't be sure of this guess now. Well, these things are not important. I don't care whether it conforms to the laws of biological evolution. I just want to know why it appeared inside the asteroid and has not died yet. Given its evolutionary characteristics, why can't it survive in the core of the asteroid for so long? Is it a space creature? Xiang Qian said to everyone. No, it does not meet the characteristics of space creatures. As for why it appeared inside the asteroid and has not died yet, it needs its cell tissue to determine. However, according to our guess, it may be a super large planet that exploded for some unknown reason. The creature inside the asteroid was buried in the continental plate and flew into space during the explosion. As for why it can survive, it may be related to its body structure or its cell tissue. After listening to this, Xiang Qian nodded. He agreed with this statement. However, these are all speculations and cannot be used as data. At this time, Lung Ning's communication arrived. The cell tissue of the creature has been obtained and is being analyzed. But there is one thing, I hope you can send warships to surround this asteroid immediately, and don't let the sunlight shine on the asteroid. Because I feel that this creature has begun to wake up gradually after absorbing the sunlight. According to the reality of the life detector, its life reaction has begun to gradually increase. Lung Ning said seriously. Okay, I know. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he gave an order to the starry sky and immediately sent people to build a super large black curtain to cover the entire asteroid. I have bad news for you. This creature seems to be able to photosynthesize. It is absorbing sunlight to restore its body functions and slowly wake up. Xiang Qian said to everyone. Chapter 160. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, all biologists were dumbfounded. Photosynthesis. This organism in front of us can do it, what a joke. If it is said that sunbathing can replenish certain substances in organisms and produce chemical reactions with organisms, then it is acceptable. After all, this is very normal, just like people sunbathing to replenish calcium. Of course, it does not mean that people will directly produce calcium when they sunbathe, but the ultraviolet rays in the sun can promote the 7-dehydrocholesterol in the skin to produce pre-vitamin D3, which is then converted into vitamin D3 by relying on the skin temperature, and then transported and absorbed into the blood by lymph. And then the active vitamin D is generated by the action of hydroxylase in the liver and kidneys. Active vitamin D can promote the intestinal absorption of calcium and phosphorus, promote bone formation, and prevent osteoporosis. This is the scientific principle of the folk saying that sunbathing can supplement calcium. If you want to really photosynthesize, you need chloroplasts in the cells. It is not that no animals can photosynthesize, but the monster in front of you does not have the characteristics of photosynthesis at all. From the picture, you can see that this monster is full of aggression. If it can photosynthesize, why does it need to eat? It can just bask in the sun every day. The basic condition that forces biological evolution is the problem of survival. Biological beings that can photosynthesize will never worry about food, and will not evolve like this. Even if it is because of natural enemies, it will only evolve into a passive defensive creature, not an aggressive creature. While many biologists were confused, Lung Ning was analyzing the genetic sequence of the monster. Dean Lung, the 17th test result is out, but like the previous 16 times, this test result is different from the previous 16 times. After hearing what the assistant said, Lung Ning put down the 16 copies of genetic test information in his hand, walked to the DNA detector where the assistant was, and watched the 17th test result displayed on the three-dimensional projection. Compared with the double helix DNA structure of humans, the DNA structure analyzed from the monster cell tissue is obviously a triple helix structure. This gene structure is many times more stable than the double helix gene structure of humans, and the genetic information contained in it is also more than the genetic information already contained in humans. Lung Ning looked at it for a while, frowned and said to the assistant, "Continue to extract the monster cell tissue and conduct the 18th genetic test." After hearing Lung Ning's words, the assistant immediately turned around to extract cells from the monster's limbs, and then conducted genetic testing again. Lung Ning printed out the report of the 17th genetic test, looked at it for a few seconds, and put it on the table. She was also anxious now, because she knew that once this creature woke up, it would pose a great threat to the regular system. Although the gene sequence of this creature has not been truly deciphered, the analysis of other aspects has been completed. Overall, the cell tissue of this creature is not as good as the shell of the biological warship of the third-level civilization, but this creature is more terrifying than the biological warship. After all, The cells of the biological warship shell are a kind of bone-like biometallic polymer. The strength of this kind of cell is definitely much stronger than the active cells in the body, just like bones are harder than meat. This is caused by the difference in nature. However, the cells in this organism are equivalent to the cells in the human muscle part, and are only slightly weaker than the shell of the biological warship. From this, we can see how powerful this organism is. This does not include other functional tissues in this organism. If this organism also has functional tissues similar to biological warships, then a biological warship may not be able to kill this monster. Beep beep. At this time, the spacecraft sounded an alarm, and the screen showed a huge life magnetic field reaction at the core of the asteroid. Shinkong, contact Xiang Qian and tell him that the monster's life magnetic field is close to 50,000, and the signs of recovery are becoming more and more obvious. Let him send a warship. At the same time, notify the command room to react and leave here and return to Earth immediately. After seeing the life magnetic field alarm on the screen, Lung Ning immediately issued an order. The life magnetic field is a data to detect whether a creature is strong. For an ordinary adult, the life magnetic field index is only 1. The life magnetic field of this monster is close to 50,000, and it is not fully awake yet. You can imagine how powerful this monster is. You should evacuate quickly. By the way, has the monster's gene sequence been detected? Is there any way to restrain this creature? Can a special gene virus be created? Xiang Qian's image appeared on the big screen, and he asked Lung Ning directly. It's already returning, but the monster's gene sequence has not been detected yet. It's not that it hasn't been detected, but the detected gene sequence is simply wrong. We have just conducted 17 genetic tests, but the data results of the 17 genetic tests are all different. It seems that there is a password lock outside the genetic sequence of this monster. If there is no correct way to unlock it, it is impossible to get the genetic sequence of this monster. As for the genetic virus that specifically restrains this monster, it is impossible to create a genetic virus before the genetic sequence of this monster is detected. Ling Ning frowned and said, Is it because the detection equipment is not good? Then try using M3A. Although your current detection equipment is also the technology of the third-level civilization, it is still a little worse than M3A. If it doesn't work, try using M3A. Xiang Qian didn't understand this at all. He just thought the equipment was not good enough. It's not the equipment that's the problem, but the monster's gene itself. I suspect that this monster is not a normal creature at all, but a biological weapon. But this biological weapon is more powerful than the biological weapon that M3A can make. Lung Ning shook his head and said, I don't understand this aspect, you can handle it. Xiang Qian hung up the communication after saying this. In fact, Xiang Qian had long believed that this monster was a biological weapon. After those biologists said that the evolution of this monster was abnormal, he had this idea. Now that Ling Ning also said so, it must be right. Following Xiang Qian's order, 1,000 warships with the third-level civilization technology level left the spaceport and quickly flew to the location of the asteroid. Okay, you guys will contact Dean Lung Lung directly later. If there are any breakthroughs in the research on the monster, you must inform me immediately. I'm leaving now. Xiang Qian said to the biologists in the conference room, and then took Zhang Ying out of the conference room and returned to the office. Ying, predict the situation of the monster in 10 hours. Xiang Qian asked on the way back to the office. Soon, Zhang Ying said, Brother Xiang Qian, the monster is still there, and there is no reaction. After hearing what Zhang Ying said, Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was not too bad. After returning to the office, Xiang Qian kept paying attention to the situation of the core of the asteroid, and the situation of Lung Ning leading the biologists to crack the monster's genes. Time passed slowly, and soon 20 hours passed. The fleet led by Zhang Lei and Li Cheng had reached a distance of 800,000 kilometers from the asteroid, and they could carry out a devastating blow to the asteroid. At this time, the life magnetic field reaction of the monster in the core of the asteroid was getting stronger and stronger, and the intensity had reached more than 90,000, but it had not yet revived, but the limbs exposed outside would often twitch, indicating that it was about to wake up. At this time, the scientific research spacecraft where Lung Ning was located had returned to the defense circle around the Earth's orbit, and M3A had been delivered to Lung Ning, who was now using M3A to detect the genetic sequence of the monster. However, after M3A began to detect the cells of this monster, the entire M3A suddenly lost control. Countless garbled codes were refreshed on the screen, and the transportation resources of the scientific research spacecraft main brain connected to M3A were occupied by 90%, which frightened Xiang Qian and Lung Ning. Half an hour later, M3A returned to normal, but the screen was no longer showing the M3A control screen, but a long paragraph of text. Hello, next level civilization race. I'm glad you can see this message, which shows that you are on the right path and have not given up on your home planet.